In essence, this narrative revolves around an individual who is oblivious to the multitude of personas he embodies, each inspired by iconic figures from various realms, as he navigates the Marvel Universe, stirring up events. Chapter 1. Digging his own grave. In 1973, Professor Rosenhan from the psychology department at Stanford University conducted a daring experiment. He feigned being a mental health patient and successfully infiltrated a well-known psychiatric hospital in New York, managing to deceive the resident physicians with remarkable ease. However, shortly thereafter, when he sought to prove his sanity, he discovered that he was utterly unable to do so. On the other hand, the mandatory medication prescribed by the hospital bore significant side effects, exacerbating his mental state to the point where he appeared indistinguishable from genuine psychiatric patients. Had it not been for his wife arriving as planned to rescue him, he might have truly succumbed to insanity. This is the infamous Rosenhan experiment. The Rosenhan experiment imparts a profound lesson. Even a psychological expert like Professor Rosenhan may struggle to affirm his sanity. How then can I prove mine? Dr. Beth, I perceive that you are intentionally putting Raymond in a difficult position. Within the confines of Clockwork Psychiatric Hospital, in a particular consultation room, a young man, clad in a blue and white striped patient gown and appearing to be in his early 30s of mixed Asian and Caucasian descent, expressed his frustration. Seated across from him was Dr. Caitlin Beth, a white female physician in standard white coat, her blonde hair framing her face. A small silver nameplate adorned her left chest, bearing her name. As the mixed-race youth, Raymond, articulated his thoughts, Dr. Beth listened with a tranquil demeanor, occasionally jotting down notes in the patient's file before her. Once Raymond concluded his discourse, she set down her pen and raised her gaze to meet his. Logically speaking, your demeanor presents no issues, and your eloquence was quite impressive. I dare say that the oratory skills of most individuals deemed normal pale in comparison to yours. But Raymond anticipated the forthcoming caveat, well aware that a but would inevitably follow. However, you explicitly informed me yesterday that you hail from Huagua and are a renowned private investigator, perplexingly awakening here without any recollection of how you arrive at is that not correct? Dr. Beth flipped a page in the file while scrutinizing its contents as she inquired that Raymond's expression faltered momentarily, leaving him momentarily speechless. For those words were indeed his own, irrefutable and indisputable, that I in this examination room. There exist surveillance cameras, should he insist on being unreasonable, Dr. Beth could effortlessly produce the footage to strike his face with undeniable evidence. However, at that moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that he had traversed dimensions. Indeed, yet another instance of crossing over. Although the term transmigration was as familiar to him as the back of his hand, any individual waking to find themselves confined within a psychiatric hospital would hardly deduce that they had crossed over. Furthermore, lacking mirrors in the ward, amidst his bewilderment and indignation, he failed to recognize that his body had undergone a transformation. All he desired was to escape this wretched place. It was only after his initial interaction with Dr. Beth that he began to unravel the truth. That night, fragments of memories belonging to the original inhabitant of this body surfaced in his mind, revealing his current predicament, as well as the identity and experiences of the individual he had supplanted. However, this realization came after his first meeting with Dr. Beth, leaving him unable to retract his earlier claims. Thus, in Dr. Beth's eyes, he was perceived as a secondary persona who fancied himself a renowned private detective from Huagua. Frankly, Raymond found it unsurprising that Dr. Beth would arrive at such a conclusion. After all, the original inhabitant had been admitted to this psychiatric facility due to a diagnosis of schizophrenia. Moreover, for someone like Dr. Beth, who interacted daily with patients of such a nature, a secondary persona, envisioning himself as a detective from Huagua, hardly seemed extraordinary. Compared to those who fancifully claimed to be deities, demons, or extraterrestrial beings, a mere private detective from Huagua was rather benign. However, this situation rendered Raymond incapable of earning Dr. Beth's trust or convincing her of his recovery. After all, he could not outright declare himself a transmigrator, setting aside the question of whether Dr. Beth would believe him. Even if she did, he would not dare to voice such a claim. From the fragments of memories he had gathered, it appeared that the world he now inhabited was likely the Marvel universe he had known in his previous life. Although he could not yet ascertain which version of that universe he had entered, one certainty remained. This world possessed extraordinary powers. Should he foolishly reveal that he was a traveler from beyond this realm and succeed in convincing others of this notion, it was anyone's guess how many overt and covert extraordinary forces would target him. Hence, that was an utterly impractical route, one not worth considering. Rather than entertain such a notion, he would prefer to remain in the psychiatric hospital than risk being treated as a mere guinea pig. Yet, aside from this course of action, he found himself at a loss for alternative strategies, compelled to engage in a battle of wits with Dr. Beth in hopes of navigating through this predicament. Regrettably, Dr. Beth proved to be far more formidable than he had anticipated. MMP, I can explain what happened yesterday upon hearing Dr. Beth mention the previous day's events. Raymond braced himself, ready to deploy a rather lackluster excuse he had concocted in advance. However, Dr. Beth interrupted him before he could finish, stating, "Let us not dwell on yesterday's matters." Upon hearing her words, Raymond did not feel a sense of relief. Instead, his apprehension intensified as he sensed that Dr. Beth was poised to further embarrass him. Indeed, it soon became evident that his instincts were correct, and the situation unfolded just as he had feared. That I am aware, Dr. Raymond, that prior to your illness, you were a luminary in the field of psychology, and your expertise far exceeds my own. To be candid, I have perused many of your published articles and have long admired you, even considering you my idol. However, this does not grant you the liberty to indiscriminately belittle my professional acumen. Adjusting her gold-rimmed spectacles, Dr. Beth stated earnestly, "Both my bachelor's and master's degrees in psychology were obtained from Stanford University. If Stanford's psychology department ever had a Professor Rosenhan who conducted the renowned experiment you mentioned, I would undoubtedly be aware of it. Therefore, despite the clarity and soundness of your arguments, Dr. Raymond, they do not substantiate your claim of having truly recovered. I apologize. Could it be that the Rosenhan experiment does not exist in this world?" At that moment, Raymond felt a buzzing in his head, and his inner turmoil persisted. Had he inadvertently dug his own grave? Though he was not a prominent figure in psychology like the original owner of his body, he had, as a competent private investigator, self-studied psychology for a time. Thus, his reference to the Rosenhan experiment was not a figment of his imagination. It was indeed a well-known study in the field of psychology. This was precisely why he had approached Dr. Beth with such confidence for a second round of intellectual sparring. Yet he never anticipated that this world lacked the very existence of Professor Rosenhan. Naturally, this meant that there was no Rosenhan experiment to speak of. No matter how sound his reasoning or sharp his intellect, it could not alter this undeniable truth. This is a disaster. Emerging from the consultation room like a mere shell of his former self, Raymond felt as though his future was shrouded in darkness. It was foreseeable that Dr. Beth's wariness towards him would deepen, especially after witnessing his earnest yet nonsensical assertions. Gaining her trust would become an even more daunting task. But could he truly be blamed for this? From the fragmented memories of the original body, it is evident that the general trajectory of this world's development closely mirrors that of the previous life. Even the current president of North America is, just as before, that same Uncle Oreo. Who would have thought that there would be so many discrepancies in the details? The renowned Rosenhan experiment, which was so pivotal in the realm of psychology in the past, has seemingly never occurred in this world. Who could he possibly turn to for an explanation? "Hey, Raymond, are you all right? Why do you look so pale?" Just as Raymond felt despondent, wishing he could slap some sense into himself, a youthful voice unexpectedly interrupted his thoughts from a distance. As he instinctively turned towards the source of the voice, he beheld a short-haired, blue-eyed young man waving at him, his tone laced with genuine concern. "David?" Raymond instinctively uttered the name. Upon speaking it, he was taken aback to realize that he knew this blue-eyed youth, who he should have never met. His recognition of this individual stemmed from the fragmented memories of the original body he had assimilated. While he had absorbed most of the original owner's memories, the integration of these recollections was not an instantaneous process. It required time for adaptation. Thus, at this stage, the fragments of memories from the original body surfaced only when he encountered specific people or events. For instance, the blue-eyed youth, David, had not registered in his mind until this moment. However, upon seeing him in person, memories related to him immediately surged forth in Raymond's mind. From these recollections, he discerned that the full name of the blue-eyed youth was David Haller, who, like the original body, had been admitted to the hospital due to schizophrenia, making them kindred spirits of sorts. Unlike other types of mental health patients, those suffering from schizophrenia often appear relatively normal when not in a dissociative state, indistinguishable from the average person. Therefore, within this psychiatric hospital, the original body and David were among the few who could engage in meaningful conversation. Through their interactions, they ultimately forged a friendship. Wait, hold on. As Raymond pieced together David Haller's identity from the fragments of memory, his body suddenly stiffened. David Haller? Goodness, it couldn't possibly be that David Haller, could it? Chapter 2. The group of patients. The name David has long been commonplace in Western society, and even the surname Halley does not render it particularly rare. There are undoubtedly many individuals who share this name. However, the singularity of this particular David is marked not only by his name, but also by his status as a patient suffering from schizophrenia, currently receiving treatment at the Clockwork Mental Hospital. His full name is David Charles Halley, the son of a professor. Although the professor remains oblivious to the existence of such a son, and David himself remains unaware that his biological father is the notorious mutant leader. The true terror of David does not stem from his lineage. Rather, it lies in the uncontrollable and formidable powers he possesses. His moniker derives from a passage in the Gospel of Mark. It is said that Jesus once encountered a man possessed by evil spirits. When Jesus inquired about the man's name, he replied, "My name is Legion, for we are many." This revelation led Jesus to understand that the man was not merely afflicted by a single evil spirit, but by a multitude of them. Similarly, David is referred to as Legion because he bears a striking resemblance to that tormented figure, albeit not possessed by malevolent entities. Rather, he harbors over 1,000 distinct subpersonalities within his mind. Most of these personalities are twisted and bizarre, and, more alarmingly, each possesses unique supernatural abilities, some of which are devastatingly powerful. Consequently, he is one of the few individuals classified as a level 5 mutant, a designation that denotes the pinnacle of mutant capabilities. To put this into perspective, even Magneto and Professor X, the dichotomous leaders of the mutant community, are only classified as level 4 mutants, underscoring the sheer magnitude of David's potential power. However, these assessments refer to his peak condition. Currently, he is not severely afflicted, and the number of subpersonalities he possesses may be counted on both hands, indicating that he remains far from the status of a level 5 mutant. Nevertheless, he is still a volatile force, akin to a bomb that could detonate at any moment. His abilities fluctuate inversely with his mental state. Heaven knows what might provoke a sudden exacerbation of his condition, leading to an explosive outburst. For an ordinary person, the prospect of confronting a level 5 mutant with world-ending capabilities is daunting enough. But even facing Wolverine, a level 3 mutant whose resilience surpasses his offensive capabilities, would inspire no hope for resistance. Thus, when Raymond recognized that the patient named David before him was most likely the notorious Legion he had heard of, he felt his entire body stiffen, every hair on his skin standing on end, leaving him paralyzed with fear. No wonder the name Clockwork Mental Hospital felt so eerily familiar. This situation was truly perilous. Raymond found himself overwhelmed with an urge to curse his misfortune. To have crossed into the realm of the mentally ill was one thing. To be confined to the same institution as this unpredictable bombshell was another entirely. Despite David's outward appearance of normalcy, once he slipped into a psychotic episode and shifted into one of his more malevolent subpersonalities, he could just as quickly become unrecognizable. When it comes to taking lives, it would be as effortless as slicing through vegetables, swift and decisive. Raymond certainly does not wish to fall victim to this unpredictable individual. Upon departing from Dr. Beth's office, he contemplated whether he should linger within the hospital for a while, delaying his exit, as there were provisions aplenty. And staying a few extra days would not result in any dire consequences, merely a touch of ennui. However, now he bitterly regretted his impulsive decision from the previous day, hastily digging his own grave without fully grasping the situation, thereby compelling himself to continue cohabitating with this volatile character. What now? Raymond's mind raced frantically. Despite having weathered numerous storms and even faced threats at gunpoint, he found himself thoroughly startled at this moment. Just as he was lost in contemplation, a series of golden words unexpectedly materialized in his mind. Ding dong, you have encountered the anti-hero David Haller. Exploration value 100. You have acquired exploration value for the first time. The infinite personality system has been successfully activated. You may convert exploration value into universal system points, which can be used to exchange for various system functions. Specifics can be explored by contemplating the novice guide feature in your mind. The sudden appearance of these golden words did not frighten Raymond. Rather, it filled him with exuberance. What else could it be but a golden finger? It was akin to discovering a legendary manual after plummeting from a cliff or rescuing an elderly beggar from the street, only to find out he was a revered master, or realizing that a family heirloom contained the spirit of a wise elder. Surely, any journey through dimensions must come with a system. However, he had not anticipated that this system would not activate upon his awakening, but rather under specific circumstances. Yet, what on earth was this infinite personality system? Raymond felt a touch bewildered. Although he had perused numerous system novels, most featured straightforward mechanics such as direct investment in attributes or simple exchanges akin to a rudimentary divine orb. This infinite personality system, which sounded rather dubious, was entirely new to him, leaving him at a loss regarding its nature. Raymond, the voice that called him brought him back to reality. As he refocused his attention, he realized that David had somehow approached him, waving a hand before his eyes to capture his attention. Good heavens! Raymond was startled, retreating several steps before regaining his composure and understanding that David was merely attempting to observe him closely, having noticed his lack of response, with no ill intentions. My apologies. I was lost in thought and momentarily distracted, Raymond quickly explained. David then exhaled in relief, smiling gently as he responded, That's a relief. I thought they had administered some new medication to you. Thank you for your concern. I feel a bit dizzy, so I will return to my room for a brief rest. I shall see you later. At present, Raymond's thoughts are consumed by the delayed system in his mind, causing him to temporarily cast aside his apprehensions towards David. All he desires is to find a convenient excuse to slip away. David, not suspecting anything amiss, chuckles and replies, All right, go rest for a while. After all, dinner is still over 3 hours away, providing you ample time for a nap. We shall meet again shortly. After bidding farewell to David with a wave, Raymond retreated to his chamber, beginning to meditate on the novice guide, as previously suggested by his mind. Soon, fundamental information regarding the infinite persona system manifested in his thoughts in the form of a manual, granting him a preliminary understanding of the system. Chapter 3. The first subpersona. Through the introduction provided by the novice guide, Raymond could initially summarize some basic aspects of the infinite persona system. Firstly, this system does not possess any grand or sophisticated intelligence, nor does it assign him any tasks. It only presents rewards under certain specific circumstances. For instance, upon encountering David, a narrative character, he automatically received 100 exploration points. However, the novice guide did not elaborate on what other specific situations might yield rewards, indicating that such discoveries must be made through personal exploration, which he would set aside for now. Secondly, the primary function mentioned in the novice guide is the ability to exchange universal points for character cards of varying levels. These character cards can randomly bestow upon him a subpersona modeled after characters from other worlds' narratives. Theoretically, these subpersonas can replicate the abilities of their original counterparts, albeit with certain limitations, the specifics of which remain unclear at present. Additionally, the higher the level of the exchanged character card, the more formidable the resulting subpersona will be. However, this is not an absolute rule, as occasionally a lower-level character card may yield a subpersona that is not necessarily inferior to that of a higher-level card. It merely occurs with significantly lower probability. Currently, Raymond can observe 3 tiers of character cards: bronze, silver, and gold. A bronze character card requires 100 universal points. A silver character card requires 1,000 universal points, and a gold character card necessitates 10,000 universal points. Furthermore, the novice guide hints at a few scattered additional minor functions, yet most of their names seem rather perplexing. Raymond, lacking the time to explore each one thoroughly, decides to set them aside for later contemplation when he has more leisure. Given that the 100 exploration points I have can be converted into 100 universal points, it appears I can only redeem a bronze character card, thought Raymond with a furrowed brow. After reviewing the novice guide, he realized that he seemed to have little choice in the matter. Confined within the walls of the psychiatric hospital, he found himself unable to further explore the potential for additional rewards stemming from specific circumstances, and it seemed increasingly unlikely that he would encounter other narrative characters. In such a predicament, the pursuit of acquiring more universal points undoubtedly posed a significant challenge. According to his analysis, since rewards were granted upon meeting narrative characters, it stood to reason that engaging more deeply with them, such as defeating or even eliminating them, might yield similar benefits. Logically, this possibility appeared quite viable. Yet, it was evident that he was not in a position to undertake such explorations. Firstly, he was not a remorseless killer. The thought of conducting such experiments without psychological barriers was inconceivable. Secondly, the only narrative character he could currently interact with seemed to be David, his fellow patient. However, the question remained, would he dare to use David as a subject for his experiments? Certainly not. He had no desire to tempt fate. David was a volatile presence, a ticking time bomb. Even without provocation, one could never predict when he might erupt. Any external stimuli could potentially trigger an explosion. Disregarding these concerns, he decided to redeem what he could. Realizing he had little choice, Raymond converted his sole remaining 100 exploration points into universal points, subsequently exchanging them for a bronze character card. Upon completion of the transaction, a panel reminiscent of an inventory from a game materialized in his mind. In the first slot of this panel lay an antiquated bronze-hued card, which he recognized as the character card he had just redeemed. As he focused on this bronze card, the system prompted him once more. Would you like to activate the bronze character card immediately? Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, Raymond chose to activate it. Activating bronze character card. Bronze subpersonality, Crocodile, activation successful. Prototype background. Crocodile, from the world of One Piece, former captain of the Black Cat Pirates, renowned for his cunning, yet possessing formidable combat skills, with a bounty of 16 million berries. To his surprise, it was this individual. Raymond momentarily blinked in astonishment, but soon a smile crept across his face, as he found himself quite pleased with the outcome. The reason was straightforward. Although he was still uncertain about the distinctions among the bronze, silver, and gold tiers of subpersonalities. The introduction in the beginner's guide indicated that these tiers were clearly delineated according to the strength of the character prototypes. In other words, the fact that he had activated the subpersonality of Crocodile from the One Piece universe meant that Crocodile's inherent combat prowess aligned with the bronze tier. However, Crocodile's intellect was evidently not factored into this assessment. If Raymond recalled correctly, the former captain of the Black Cat Pirates was indeed celebrated for his cunning and strategic mind, placing him among the elite of the One Piece world, had it not been for his rather mediocre abilities, which prevented him from ever stepping foot into the illustrious Grand Line and relegated him to the confines of the East Sea. Often dubbed the weakest of seas, who knows? He might have achieved renown across the oceans. Thus, it is evident that Raymond's initial activation of his character card was a resounding success. Although he did not possess the fortuity to directly activate a silver or even gold-level subpersonality from a bronze character card, the emergence of a persona characterized more by cunning than strength is indeed a stroke of luck. With that in mind, let me experiment. Having discerned the prototype of his first subpersonality, Raymond, adhering to the novice guidance, focused his thoughts and seamlessly transitioned into the persona of Crow. Almost instantaneously upon his decision to switch, his gaze transformed dramatically. The original Raymond exuded a sense of composure and efficiency, whereas now, he emanated an aura of languidness intertwined with a hint of madness. A stark contrast in temperament. A new world, perhaps? I wonder which is more intriguing, this or the East Sea. As Raymond mused, he instinctively pushed the bridge of his nose with the tip of his wrist, only to realize, at that very moment, that he was devoid of spectacles. He paused, then shook his head with a smile, dismissing the triviality. Casting a casual glance around the room, he continued his soliloquy. What a stifling environment this is. Staying here for too long might just induce an ailment, even in the absence of one. Should I make a break for it? It doesn't seem too difficult, does it? All right. I know, I wouldn't truly burst out. It's merely a fleeting thought. No need to take it so seriously. What? Already heading back? Can't I catch my breath a little longer? How cruel. Amidst his murmured grievances, Raymond's gaze gradually regained its previous sense of steadiness. Chapter 4. Frey's concern was that the sensation of switching subpersonalities? Raising his arms and observing the body he had retaken control of, Raymond began to develop a preliminary understanding of this so-called subpersonality switch. During the transition, although he temporarily relinquished control over his physical form, his consciousness remained intact within, avoiding any state akin to fainting. His vision and hearing were unaffected, allowing him to remain acutely aware of the external environment. During this interval, he could communicate with his subpersonality and revert at will. Moreover, while he did not share memories with the subpersonality, he could unilaterally perceive its thoughts. For instance, just moments ago, he sensed what Crow was contemplating. This phenomenon bore some resemblance to the divine arts of legends in Huagua, albeit summoned not by deities, but by figures of renown from various realms, Raymond reflected. Having gleaned an understanding of the subpersonality switch, Raymond's thoughts began to meander once more. Close combat prowess, even within the realm of the Pirate King, is rather unremarkable. Any pirate deemed worthy enough to set foot on the Grand Line could easily overcome him. In the Marvel Universe, where even the primordial deities exist, his strength pales in comparison. However, when juxtaposed with the street-level heroes and villains, he may not necessarily be at a disadvantage, provided I refrain from reckless actions. Generally, I should be capable of managing the situation. Yet, I remain uncertain whether there are limitations on switching to a secondary persona, or if it can be done at will for any duration. Raymond, with arms crossed and one hand stroking his chin, pondered deeply. In contrast to the Pirate King world, the Marvel Universe undoubtedly qualifies as a high magic realm, and an exceedingly chaotic one at that. Nevertheless, for the average individual, particularly those residing on Earth, this world is comparatively safe, far safer than the perpetually tumultuous world of pirates. After all, there are towering figures to shield against calamities, and in most instances, the forces of justice maintain the upper hand, ensuring that ordinary lives are not in constant jeopardy. Possessing a secondary persona akin to Clo provides Raymond with a measure of security. Of course, this is contingent upon not encountering the erratic David. Otherwise, even a Clo-level persona may prove insufficient, let alone a persona of one of the four emperors. Having established a general understanding of the persona switching mechanism, Raymond soon realized another critical issue: whether there are any restrictions on this state of switching. It was time to further test this hypothesis. Resolute in his decision, Raymond activated the secondary persona switching mode once more. The Triskelion, situated in Washington, D.C., remains an enigmatic locale for the vast majority, even for local residents who possess limited knowledge about its true nature. The government has long designated this area as a military-restricted zone, making it arduous for ordinary citizens to approach. Only a select few are aware that, strictly speaking, it is not a genuine military exclusion zone. Nor is it under the jurisdiction of the North American military. It belongs to a semi-official organization that spans the globe, S.H.I.E.L.D. The Triskelion serves as the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Even the North American government and military must submit prior notifications to enter, akin to the protocol required for accessing the United Nations headquarters, also located in North America. Naturally, the relationship between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the North American government has always been amicable, although S.H.I.E.L.D. operates independently of direct governmental oversight. Its authority is derived from the World Security Council, comprised of representatives from several superpowers and mainstream nations. As the foremost superpower, North America holds a significant position within the World Security Council. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, S.H.I.E.L.D. is keen to avoid direct confrontations with the North American government. At this very moment, within the director's office on the top floor of the Triskelion, Nick Fury, the renowned director of S.H.I.E.L.D., furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are we certain of who is responsible?" It remains uncertain. Yet based on the existing traces, it is highly probable that it is the Tide organization. Responding to this was Agent Coulson, an esteemed operative and one of his most trusted subordinates. "Is it that civilian hacker group that has been relentlessly pursuing us?" Vice Director Hill, who was also present and listening to the report, appeared somewhat astonished. Indeed, Coulson nodded before reflecting, "To my knowledge, this Tide organization has been dedicated to exposing secrets that various governments wish to conceal, much like Assange. However, for reasons unknown, they have recently shifted their focus primarily towards us, exhibiting a tenacity that contradicts their usual demeanor." Fury tapped a finger thoughtfully against his desk and inquired, "Do you suspect that there is a hidden mastermind behind this incident?" "The possibility is significant," Coulson replied. "Organizations like Tide, which thrive on revelations, do not concern themselves with the identity of their targets. It is rather unwise for them to suddenly hone in on us, as this escalates their risk of exposure. Thus, it is plausible that someone has approached them, enlisting their assistance to breach our database. Only this could elucidate their abrupt shift in focus. What are your thoughts?" Fury turned to Hill. "My assessment aligns closely with Coulson's. This matter is likely more complex than it appears," Hill remarked with a shrug. Fury nodded slightly before continuing to ask Coulson, "What data might have already been compromised? Have you clarified the situation?" "For the most part, yes. The specific details have been transmitted to your terminal, Director," Coulson responded. "Oh, is that so? Let me see." Fury pressed a hand against the desk, activating the electronic screen, and began to scan through the information with haste. Before long, he comprehended the contents and lifted his gaze, stating, "I have grasped the situation. Therefore, I am assigning you the task of tracking the Tide organization. You may mobilize as many personnel as you deem necessary. Once you locate them, do not act hastily. Remember to report back to me promptly." Coulson acknowledged his instructions and departed. Once Coulson exited the office, Hill, standing nearby, ventured to inquire, "Is there something amiss that required you to send Coulson away to discuss? Do I truly lack such finesse?" Fury replied, feigning surprise. "What do you think?" Hill responded with a knowing smile. "Ahem. Well, let us set aside the matter of acting skills and address the pressing issue." To mask his embarrassment, Director Fury cleared his throat and stated solemnly, "I suspect their target is the Tahiti Project." "What? The Tahiti Project? Are you certain?" Hill's expression shifted at this revelation. "But I recall you had deleted the Tahiti Project from the database, had you not?" "Indeed, I have erased the specific details of the project, yet some traces remain indelible, such as the personnel movement records during that period and the budget allocations, among others." Fury's expression was notably grave. Although the scope of the leaked data was extensive, there was no definitive evidence to ascertain that the adversary's objective was indeed the Tahiti Project. However, based on my experience and intuition, I have reason to believe this is their target. Upon hearing Fury's assertion, Hill solemnly remarked that the very fact it prompted such a judgment from him indicated a significant likelihood. Furthermore, the knowledge of the Tahiti Project's existence by the opposing party was troubling. Hill refrained from elaborating, as the topic was rather weighty, and she trusted that Fury comprehended her implication without the need for explicit articulation. Chapter 5. The sole exception. "This is precisely what concerns me," Fury mused, his demeanor slightly somber. He fully understood Hill's insinuation. The Tahiti Project, in essence, was a clandestine initiative aimed at exploring how to utilize an unexpected Kree corpse acquired by SHIELD. Initially, Fury had entrusted this project to Coulson, and its early progress was remarkably promising, successfully extracting a substance dubbed 325 from the Kree cadaver. This liquid had the capability to resurrect those on the brink of death. The singular drawback was that the recipient of the treatment would endure unimaginable agony, to the extent that they would prefer death over enduring such inhumane suffering. Consequently, Coulson had previously advised Fury to terminate the project, as anyone who witnessed the treatment process understood the cruelty inherent in it. Fury heeded Coulson's counsel and temporarily suspended the initiative. However, when Coulson was mortally wounded by Loki during the Chitauri invasion, Fury, in a bid to save him, reluctantly reinstated the Tahiti Project to bring him back to life. Yet, akin to the previous subjects of the treatment, Coulson, too, could not withstand the excruciating pain. Even after being revived, his psyche bore significant trauma. To facilitate his recovery, they resorted to hypnosis, erasing the harrowing memories and implanting a fabricated recollection of a vacation in Tahiti. Following this, Fury decisively terminated the Tahiti Project, obliterating all related records and imposing a strict confidentiality order. Most of the personnel involved in the project voluntarily chose to undergo hypnosis, burying the memories they wished to forget, leaving only a scant few with any recollection of that period. Thus, the number of individuals privy to the Tahiti Project was quite limited, and even Coulson, the original project lead, had completely forgotten the matter. This was also the reason Fury sought to dismiss Coulson earlier. The choice to resurrect him may not have been entirely just for Coulson himself. Had Fury not been so unwilling to witness Coulson's demise, the Tahiti Project might have remained concealed indefinitely. Thus, only a scant few are privy to this matter, not to mention outsiders, even within SHIELD. Only a handful are aware. However, the fact that this information has now been leaked indicates a significant issue within SHIELD. Hill refrained from stating this explicitly, recognizing the gravity of the subject. What is our current position? Hill was uncertain about Fury's intentions. Fury pondered. The means by which the plan was leaked is currently beyond our scrutiny. For now, we must set that aside. Our foremost priority is to ensure that the Tahiti initiative does not resurface. Hill inquired, what should we do? Fury replied, regardless of the origins of the shadowy figures behind the hiring of the Rising Tide organization, it is likely that the leaked data has already reached them. They may use that information to uncover the identities of all individuals associated with the Tahiti initiative and subsequently dismantle them one by one. The number of individuals genuinely involved in the Tahiti initiative is quite limited, and most have willingly undergone hypnotic treatment to completely seal away those memories. Only a scant few retain them. Moreover, nearly all of this small fraction work at headquarters, making it considerably more challenging for outsiders to exploit, except for one individual. You mean? At this juncture, a figure suddenly emerged in Hill's mind. Yes, it is indeed the individual you suspect, the esteemed Dr. Raymond, who was wholly responsible for the psychological therapy related to the Tahiti initiative, as well as the subsequent hypnotic procedures. Fury spoke slowly. But isn't he currently undergoing treatment? Fury replied with a hint of exasperation. Were it not for this data leak, I would prefer not to disturb him, especially since his affliction arose from that very incident. Yet the current circumstances undeniably necessitate his removal from the outside. Should they locate him, he would likely face grave danger, as they would not spare him simply due to his illness. Therefore, I hope you can make a trip to bring him back. If he has not made a full recovery and requires further treatment, I will arrange for someone to assist him at headquarters. Without hesitation, Hill readily agreed. Leave it to me. I appreciate your willingness. Fury nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude. Logically, even as the director, he should not easily assign Hill, a distinguished deputy director, to execute such a mission. However, this situation leaves him with little choice. Only those privy to the Tahiti initiative can undertake this task. Sending others would only complicate matters. Among this limited circle of informed individuals, it is highly probable that one of them is the insider who leaked the Tahiti initiative. In the absence of certainty regarding the identity of the traitor, he can only rely on Hill to undertake this mission. He still has faith in her. Despite their frequent disagreements on various matters, such as her strong opposition to the Avengers Initiative, which he wholeheartedly supports, Hill has consistently maintained that one cannot solely rely on ephemeral notions to expect superheroes to willingly collaborate with SHIELD. There must be certain constraints in place. Fury, on the other hand, holds an entirely contrary opinion. Ultimately, this is merely a clash of ideologies. Fury does not believe that Hill would act detrimentally towards SHIELD. It is essential to note that Hill was directly appointed as deputy director of SHIELD by the World Security Council, and in a sense, she serves as an overseer of Fury. The Council evidently places greater trust in Hill compared to Fury. Following the Chitauri incident, there were discussions within the Council regarding the replacement of Fury as director, as he had repeatedly defied the Council's orders during that crisis, acting unilaterally. Nevertheless, Hill staunchly supported Fury, firmly opposing any maneuvering by the Council in this matter. This illustrates her principled stance on significant issues. Otherwise, had Fury been replaced, it is likely that she would have assumed his position, and she had no obligation to defend him. It is precisely because of her past actions that Fury holds a deep trust in her. Among those privy to the Tahiti project, Hill is currently the only individual he can rely on. Had she not been dispatched, he would likely have had to take matters into his own hands. However, as the director of SHIELD, every action he takes is under scrutiny. Were he to intervene personally, it would be akin to revealing hidden truths. Thus, he ultimately chose to entrust the matter to Hill. I have sent the specific information to your personal terminal. You may make your own decisions regarding the rest. I shall refrain from further involvement, Fury remarked after sending the information to Hill. Hill glanced at the specialized watch on her wrist and gestured to indicate receipt. The Asylum for the Mentally Disturbed? Hill involuntarily muttered the name. Chapter 6. Raymond schemes. With a deep exhale, Raymond suddenly collapsed onto the bed, feeling an overwhelming ache throughout his body, just as he had previously surmised. The transition to an alternate persona was indeed not without its limitations. After various tests, he finally discerned the boundaries of the alternate persona's state. Firstly, the duration of this state is directly linked to the physical exertion incurred during the switch. The more intense the exertion, the shorter the time he can maintain the alternate persona. For instance, engaging in combat undoubtedly results in the most considerable physical expenditure. Following initial tests, he estimated that during a fight, the alternate persona could be sustained for at most 10 to 15 minutes. After that, a period of rest is essential. Conversely, if he remains still, he could maintain the alternate persona for several hours with ease. Of course, he remains uncertain of the exact duration he could sustain this state without movement, as he has yet to allocate sufficient time for such testing. Chloe, the secondary personality, did not mind assisting him with the testing, as it often fell into a dormant state after being switched back, which was equally monotonous. However, Raymond had no intention of doing so at this moment. He simply needed to ascertain that the duration of the secondary personality's state correlated with physical stamina consumption, which sufficed for now. Moreover, during the course of further testing, Raymond stumbled upon another minor feature of the system: equipment materialization. According to his hypothesis, it should be possible to materialize the equipment possessed by the prototype of the secondary personality, albeit at the cost of a certain amount of universal points, likely with a time limitation as well. Yet, he currently lacked any surplus universal points. Even if he wished to experiment, he was powerless to do so. Thus, this endeavor would have to wait until he acquired new universal points in the future. At that moment, a sudden growl emanated from his stomach. Glancing at the time on the electronic clock, Raymond realized that he had become so engrossed in testing the secondary personality's state that he had missed dinner, and night had already fallen. Well, he thought, it was time to sleep. After discovering that merely shifting his position caused his entire body to ache, he decisively opted for slumber, reasoning that a little hunger would not lead to demise. He could eat upon waking the next day. The following morning, Raymond awoke naturally. The aches in his body had vanished, yet his hunger was more pronounced than the previous night. Checking the time, he noted it was already past 6:40. The hospital cafeteria should be open by now. After a quick wash-up, he headed straight to the cafeteria. Shortly after, he selected his meal and sat down. David approached with a breakfast tray, greeting him with a cheerful, "Good morning, Raymond." "Good morning to you as well," Raymond replied. Upon seeing David, an involuntary tension gripped him. However, with his composure, he managed to mask his nervousness, ensuring David perceived nothing amiss. "You slept well last night, I presume?" David inquired with a smile. "Indeed. After sleeping for over 10 hours, it would be difficult not to," Raymond shrugged. "I noticed you didn't come for dinner, so I assumed you were still asleep and didn't want to disturb you," David remarked, spreading jam on his bread with a specially designed plastic butter knife. "I was a bit fatigued. When I awoke, it was already dark, so I decided to continue my slumber," Raymond explained. "I see," David said, realization dawning upon him. "You seemed quite out of sorts yesterday. Your complexion was far from favorable. Have you been lacking rest lately? Are you not aware of why my complexion was poor yesterday?" Raymond thought, suppressing the urge to retort. Encountering a world-ending level of mental illness is hardly conducive to good looks. Instead, he replied nonchalantly, "I suppose it's just been a lack of rest. After a good night's sleep, I feel significantly better today." "That is good to hear," David responded. David exhaled with relief. Just yesterday, He had worried that they had administered some new medication to him. Raymond could discern that David genuinely cared for his friend. However, he was not the original inhabitant of this body and preferred not to dwell on that matter. He promptly shifted the conversation, asking, "How have you been? You seem to be in good spirits lately and have not fallen ill. Are you considering applying for discharge?" "Of course, I would like to. But you know how difficult it is to get out of here. Even a psychological expert like you has been thwarted. I lack the confidence to leave on my own." David replied, a look of helplessness on his face. "That may not be the case. My inability to leave stems from unforeseen circumstances, which does not imply that you are also barred from exiting," Raymond countered, shaking his head. "How about this? After we finish breakfast, I will assist you with a simulated test. If you can pass my assessment, you are likely to succeed with the hospital's evaluation as well. What do you think?" "Really? That would be wonderful," David exclaimed, his expression brightening. Having known Raymond for quite some time, he was aware that prior to his illness, Raymond had been a distinguished psychologist, far more proficient than the hospital's resident physicians in a normal state. As Raymond had mentioned, if he could pass Raymond's test, it was reasonable to assume he would also excel in the evaluations conducted by the resident doctors. He had contemplated this before, but had hesitated to voice his thoughts, intending to wait until Raymond himself cleared the tests before making such a request. The fact that Raymond had proactively offered to assist him filled him with elation. "I truly appreciate it, Raymond," David said, overwhelmed with gratitude. "It's merely a small favor among friends. There's no need for such formality," Raymond replied nonchalantly with a smile. "Indeed." David nodded repeatedly, yet his excitement and joy were unmistakable. Observing David's exuberance, Raymond felt a twinge of embarrassment. His sudden offer to help David was not without ulterior motives. Firstly, he recognized that it would be nearly impossible for him to be discharged through conventional means in the near term. After the involvement of private detectives and the Rosenhan experiment, Dr. Beth had lost faith in his recovery and would undoubtedly prevent his release. Secondly, should he switch to his alter ego, Clow, escaping the hospital would be quite straightforward. However, he was reluctant to resort to such a crude solution unless absolutely necessary. This was the 21st century, with surveillance omnipresent and facial recognition technology highly advanced. He had no desire to bear the label of a fugitive psychiatric patient, constantly evading capture. Moreover, compared to his previous life, this world had organizations akin to SHIELD, and he was uncertain if his sudden disappearance would attract unwarranted attention. Taking all these considerations into account, Raymond concluded that it was wise to refrain from impulsive actions and instead devise a more strategic approach. Nevertheless, he found himself increasingly uneasy lingering around David, a person of extraordinary psychological complexity. Thus, he resolved to adopt a different strategy. Since he is unable to leave in the short term, why not devise a means to facilitate David's departure? After all, according to the original timeline, even without his intervention, David would eventually leave the hospital. He would merely be expediting the process. If this plan were to succeed, it could indeed be said to achieve two objectives with one action. Not only would it temporarily resolve his own safety concerns, but it could also serve to validate another hypothesis, whether altering the trajectories of the characters within the narrative could yield rewards from the system. Admittedly, even if he were to hasten David's exit from the hospital, it is unlikely to alter the fact that David would soon become embroiled in the conflict between the Third Faction and the Summer Isle, two opposing mutant organizations that had been fixated on him for years, making it improbable that they would simply let him go. However, Raymond was acutely aware of David's formidable nature, which far exceeded what these organizations could anticipate. Their intentions towards David were destined to lead to their own demise. Raymond harbored no concerns regarding David's fate, for David himself was the most perilous entity. Not to mention, these two second-rate organizations, which only dared to conspire from the shadows, would hardly be capable of managing the unpredictable threat that David posed. Even the battle police established by David's father, along with the Brotherhood of Mutants founded by his father's close ally, would struggle to handle David, a veritable ticking time bomb. Other organizations would be even less equipped to contend with him. Resolute in his decision, Raymond, after finishing breakfast, accompanied David to the hospital's lounge. Once David settled at an empty table in the corner, Raymond sought out a nurse to procure several sheets of paper and a colored pen, intending to commence a simulation test for David. The memories regarding psychological testing from the original host began to surface naturally when he resolved to assist David in his early discharge, instilling in Raymond a degree of confidence. "Let us begin," he said, having adopted a comfortable seating position, addressing David, who was bowing his head. However, no sooner had he spoken than a series of golden text prompts appeared in his mind. Raymond was momentarily puzzled. He had yet to begin altering David's fate. So why was the system seemingly granting him rewards prematurely? Yet, upon scrutinizing the system's notification, He realized it was not as he had presumed. Ding dong, you have encountered the level villain Immoral Farouk. Exploration value 50. You may convert exploration value into system universal points to redeem various system functions. Immoral Farouk? Upon first seeing the name, Raymond felt a sense of unfamiliarity, unable to recall who it was. However, considering that David appeared to be the only other person present, coupled with the system's designation of this individual as a level villain, he quickly deduced the identity of the name's bearer, the Shadow King, one of the former adversaries of the Professor, a formidable mutant who has entirely transformed his life form into a spiritual entity. Although ultimately defeated by the Professor, he cunningly deceived the Professor into believing that he had been slain. In truth, he had discreetly parasitized the Professor, lying in wait. Aware that seizing control of the Professor's body was utterly impossible, he silently transitioned to David after his birth, subtly influencing him from the shadows. His objective was simple: to one day breach David's psychological defenses, causing his dominant personality to collapse utterly, thereby allowing him to usurp it. Once a level 4 mutant himself, he comprehended David's situation far more profoundly than anyone else, presenting a potential that was even more terrifying than the Professor's. If he could fully inhabit David's body, the time invested would be worthwhile, for after altering his life form, time had lost all significance for him. David, at present, remained oblivious to the existence of the Shadow King, as the latter had never revealed himself directly. It was only after David began collaborating with the Summer Island organization that he gradually uncovered the Shadow King's presence, engaging in a protracted and absurd confrontation with him. However, David's ignorance did not equate to Raymond's. He possessed a deeper understanding of the Shadow King's origins and intentions than anyone else. Yet, his mind had been consumed by the dual-purpose plan he had concocted, fixated on its perceived benefits, completely forgetting the existence of such a formidable antagonist within David. Damn, what a blunder. Raymond's eyelids twitched furiously. Had he paused to consider a moment longer, he would have certainly recalled the Shadow King's existence and most likely abandoned what appeared to be a clever dual-purpose scheme. For, in comparison to dealing with the current David, confronting the Shadow King undoubtedly posed a far greater danger. Though David was a level 5 mutant, he was still far from his peak. And even if he did go berserk, the damage he could inflict would not be exaggerated. The Shadow King, however, was a being capable of directly contending with the Professor. Even if David were to lose control now, he might not possess the strength to match him, especially since a berserk David would be devoid of reason, while the Shadow King was a disturbingly composed individual. Given the choice, Raymond would prefer to face a rampaging David rather than engage in direct conflict with the Shadow King. However, with events having unfolded to this point, he found himself with no avenue for retreat. According to the system's recent notification, the Shadow King had likely temporarily seized control of David's body. Otherwise, the system would not have inexplicably alerted him to the Shadow King's presence. With no other option, he had to confront the situation head-on, realizing that the David before him was no longer the one he had known. In the face of the Shadow King, switching to his alter ego, Clark, would serve little purpose. Close combat prowess is evidently incomparable to that of a level 4 mutant, and he lacks the ability to confront an opponent like Shadow King, who possesses overwhelming mental capabilities. Furthermore, Chloe's inherently erratic personality raises concerns for Raymond, who is reluctant to allow Chloe's alter ego to handle such a formidable adversary. Fortunately, Shadow King does not appear to be the type to resort to indiscriminate violence. Rather, he seems to prefer subtly manipulating others' emotions to utterly dismantle his opponents. As long as Raymond refrains from instigating a confrontation, it should not be easy for conflict to arise. Shall we begin? David inquired, his face adorned with a peculiar smile. Observing this, Raymond could not help but inwardly scoff. It was no wonder David had been unable to leave, presenting such an abnormal demeanor that even a blind resident physician would recognize the underlying issues. While Raymond understood the implications of Shadow King's existence, others, like Dr. Beth, remained oblivious, likely believing David still occasionally switched to his alter ego without any improvement in his condition. Under such circumstances, it would be miraculous for David to be allowed outside. Yes, we may begin, Raymond replied, maintaining an impassive expression as he picked up his pen. Regardless of his internal musings, he had no intention of revealing his thoughts. If Shadow King wished to perform, then Raymond would play along. As long as no tables were overturned, everything could be discussed amicably. Chapter 8. A sudden attack. 20 minutes later, Raymond set down his pen, concluding the assessment. So, have I recovered? David asked, still sporting that eerie smile. Raymond let out a silent scoff, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him. It must be said, Shadow King's antics were rather tiresome. He had genuinely sat there cooperating with the assessment for half an hour without a hint of erratic behavior. Raymond had anticipated that David would exhibit some form of unusual conduct to disrupt the test, allowing him a graceful exit. To his surprise, this individual adhered to the script, compelling him to participate in this charade for 20 minutes. As for the outcome, it was unmistakably clear. Even without being a professional psychologist, one could discern that the current David bore no resemblance to his usual self. The coherence and accuracy of his responses were entirely secondary. No psychologist would rely solely on a few test questions to assess a patient's mental state. If verbal logic were the only criterion, Dr. Beth would not have intervened to halt Raymond. Honestly, given your condition, you should not pass the test, Raymond stated, shaking his head. Oh, is that so? How unfortunate. David replied with a smile, though his expression betrayed no hint of regret. It was evident that he was indifferent to the result. Raymond, is that the name I should use? Do you believe there is still hope for my recovery? David's gaze was fixed intently upon Raymond, a faint smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Unclear, Raymond remarked casually. Unclear? Who can truly articulate such matters? If I could, would I find myself confined here? David nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, Is that so? Then this time, I must trouble you. By the way, I would prefer he remain unaware of my existence. Do you understand? As he spoke those final words, a sudden flicker of yellow light illuminated his eyes. A sense of alarm surged within Raymond. He instantly discerned David's intentions. Yet, despite his awareness, a wave of dizziness washed over him, rendering his surroundings indistinct. Concurrently, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. You are experiencing a psychic pollution attack from Ummel. Pollution level, weak. Would you like to expend 10 universal points to eradicate it? Would you like to proceed? Was there any doubt? Eradicate it. With a mere thought. 10 points were automatically deducted from his recently acquired 50 exploration points, converting seamlessly into universal points. As the deduction occurred, the dizziness dissipated entirely. A sense of foreboding enveloped Raymond as he regained his composure. David, or rather the Shadow King, had revealed his hand, demonstrating that he had seen through Raymond's act. He had attempted to manipulate Raymond's consciousness. In that moment, Raymond recognized the grave error he had committed. It was a mistake to feign ignorance of David's sudden transformation. Such a change was glaringly evident, requiring no specialized knowledge to discern. Yet, as a psychology expert, he had failed to notice it. Could that truly be possible? Fortunately, the Shadow King could not possibly anticipate that Raymond was aware of his true identity. He likely assumed that Raymond perceived him merely as one of David's subpersonalities, perhaps believing that Raymond feigned ignorance to avoid provoking this alter ego. Otherwise, the repercussions would have been far more severe than a mere psychic pollution attack. Nonetheless, this realization left Raymond feeling quite unsettled. Had it not been for his good fortune in recently acquiring 50 exploration points, the Shadow King's attack could have succeeded. As for the consequences of such a success, he could easily surmise. It would likely entail erasing his recollection of the incident or sealing it within his subconscious forever. After all, it was he who had been provoked. He was determined to reclaim his dignity in due time. Despite this, Raymond maintained an increasingly serene expression. His brief encounter with the Shadow King had granted him a glimpse into the world's reality. Previously, whether interacting with hospital staff or David, he had harbored an invisible sense of superiority, derived from his past omniscient perspective. He was privy to many truths about this world and the fates of various individuals. Unbeknownst to him, this had fostered a deceptive illusion that these people were merely pawns in a grand game. However, the emergence of the Shadow King struck him like a thunderbolt. Even in the face of information asymmetry, the Shadow King maintained an upper hand, nearly leading him to suffer a considerable loss. Had it not been for the system at his side, he would have undoubtedly borne the brunt of that misfortune. This incident awakened him to the realization that if he continued to cling to a baseless sense of superiority, he might not even comprehend how his demise could occur in the future. In this regard, he owed a debt of gratitude to the Shadow King for that jolt of enlightenment. What has happened to me? How did I fall asleep here? Just as Raymond resolved to ensure that the Shadow King would meet a swift end in retribution for that initial shock, David suddenly appeared to awaken, shivering and looking utterly bewildered. Never mind, I'll take a stroll in the library. Raymond, would you care to join me? After contemplating David's apparent confusion, Raymond, too, felt an unwillingness to ponder further. Stretching lazily, he inquired of Raymond. I shall pass. I wish to rest here for a while, Raymond replied, shaking his head. Very well. Then I shall go alone. See you shortly. David shrugged off the matter and departed, bidding Raymond farewell. Has my memory been affected again? As he watched David's retreating figure, Raymond muttered to himself in a voice only he could hear. From David's reaction, it was evident that he was completely unaware of the fact that the Shadow King had just orchestrated a test game using his body, and he had even forgotten that Raymond had offered to assist him with the testing in the cafeteria. The excitement on David's face when he first heard Raymond's offer underscored the significance of the matter to him. Yet, despite its importance, he did not even mention it. This clearly indicated that he had entirely forgotten the incident, or perhaps subconsciously believed the test had already been completed. In either case, it was undoubtedly the handiwork of that old dog, the Shadow King. In truth, this was not the first time the Shadow King had engaged in such manipulations. He had been parasitizing David for 30 years and had influenced David's memories on multiple occasions. For instance, David persistently recalled having a large yellow dog at home. Yet in reality, his family had never owned such a pet. That yellow dog was merely a fabrication conjured by the Shadow King, an illusion visible only to David. Such instances were far from isolated. They continually infiltrated David's psyche, seeking to radicalize him progressively until he descended into madness and lost all rationality. Perverse old dog. You will meet your end eventually. Raymond scoffed disdainfully. Chapter 9. The Visitor. The initial confrontation with the Shadow King nearly resulted in Raymond falling victim to a hidden trap. Nevertheless, he managed to navigate the situation safely, and for the foreseeable future, the Shadow King would likely remain absent. It was evident that had the Shadow King been capable of forcibly seizing David's body at will, he would not have needed to expend such effort to remain concealed for 30 years while subtly influencing David from the shadows. Clearly, he was deeply reluctant for David to discover his presence, because once David becomes wary of him, any subsequent actions he takes are likely to be detected by David, making it increasingly difficult to breach his psychological defenses. Furthermore, in a physical confrontation, he possesses no assurance of overpowering David. After all, David is a level 5 mutant. Even if his potential remains untapped, he is not easily overpowered and his body seized. Otherwise, he would not have languished in hiding for 3 decades. Under these circumstances, it is evident that the Shadow King cannot frequently manifest, which does not trouble Raymond in the slightest. Moreover, this encounter was not entirely fruitless. Aside from being jolted awake by the Shadow King's bluntness, which helped him shed his unwarranted sense of superiority, he also accrued 50 exploration points. Even after expending 10 points, he still retains 40, which can be considered a pleasant surprise. The sole issue is that his plan to send David away is evidently doomed to failure. With the Shadow King lurking, it is impossible for David to pass the so-called rehabilitation test. The attending physicians, including Dr. Beth, may have already fallen victim to the Shadow King's machinations, making it impossible for them to allow David to escape. Must they truly stage a dramatic escape from the asylum? Raymond rubbed his temples, feeling a dull headache. A David who could succumb to his illness at any moment was already enough to dissuade him from remaining in the hospital. And now with the Shadow King stirring trouble, an overwhelming sense of unease enveloped him. It felt akin to having a grenade beside his pillow while sleeping. Even though he knew it was unlikely to detonate, the anxiety remained palpable. Forcing his way out of the hospital through sheer strength would undoubtedly be a last resort. Yet staying here seemed no preferable alternative either. If all else fails, he thought to himself, he would have to resort to that. Resolved, Raymond decided to grant himself a few more days to contemplate if a more advantageous solution might arise. If, in the end, no viable alternative presented itself, he would have no choice but to make a hasty exit. Being labeled as an escaped mental patient was certainly preferable to perpetually circling a powder keg. With this determination, Raymond spent the entire morning ruminating over possible compromises, yet regrettably, no epiphanies emerged. David, on the other hand, appeared to have completely forgotten the morning's events, remaining unseen. It was not until lunchtime that Raymond encountered him in the dining hall. However, during their conversation, David did not allude to the testing in the slightest. Raymond cautiously probed, only to discover that David indeed had no recollection of what transpired that morning in the cafeteria. Thus, he refrained from further discussion. Even if he truly wished to assist David, he found himself devoid of effective strategies. If he were to recklessly divulge the Shadow King's existence to David now, while it might cause some inconvenience to the Shadow King, there was no guarantee that David would not ultimately have his memory altered once again by the Shadow King. At that moment, he would undoubtedly become a thorn in the side of the Shadow King, to be targeted by a level 4 mutant. One whom even professors could not easily vanquish was undeniably perilous for Raymond, who had not yet succumbed to despair. Thus, he could only feign ignorance for the time being. According to the original trajectory, the Shadow King had not truly managed to harm David. With the imminent involvement of the mutant organization, Summer Island, the Shadow King's exposure was merely a matter of time, requiring no intervention from Raymond. As for the near miss he experienced earlier under the Shadow King's authority, Raymond believed he would eventually have the opportunity to reclaim his honor. It was only a matter of time, and there was no need to rush. After finishing lunch, Raymond initially intended to return to his room for a brief nap. However, as he stepped outside the cafeteria, he was intercepted by a young nurse. "Dr. Raymond, there is a friend of yours outside who wishes to visit." Would you like to see her? The nurse's demeanor was exceedingly polite, a stark contrast to how she treated regular patients. This was hardly surprising, as Raymond's accomplishments in psychology had earned him the respect of several attending physicians at the hospital, particularly Dr. Beth, who was well aware that Raymond had once been her idol. If the attending physicians held Raymond in such esteem, it was only natural that the nurses would exhibit similar regard. After all, even the previous occupant of this body was not perceived as a true lunatic. When not embodying his alter ego, he appeared quite normal. My friend, Raymond replied, somewhat taken aback, pointing to himself. Yes, she is a lady. She did not disclose her name, but she asked me to convey that if you wish to change your living situation, she might be able to assist you. The nurse relayed earnestly. Oh, Raymond found this response rather unexpected. In his mind, it was not unusual for a friend of the previous occupant to wish to pay a visit. From the jumbled memories he had gleaned, he knew that the former owner's acquaintances had indeed come to visit. However, the message conveyed through the nurse was distinctly peculiar. What did it mean to say she could help him change his living situation? Was this not merely a euphemism for suggesting he could leave the hospital? Moreover, what sort of friend would refrain from revealing their identity and instead relay such an odd message? This was not merely Raymond's paranoia. The situation itself was decidedly abnormal. He was at least 70% certain that the individual wishing to see him outside was likely not a friend of the previous occupant at all. This matter was undoubtedly suspicious. Nonetheless, after a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to meet this so-called friend. Regardless of her intentions or whether she could indeed facilitate a legitimate departure from the hospital, there was no harm in a meeting. Even if she were a charlatan, there was no risk in encountering her. With this thought in mind, Raymond smiled slightly and said, Very well, please lead the way. Certainly, please follow me. The petite nurse did not dwell on the matter for long and promptly led Raymond ahead. Before long, the two arrived at a visitation room. In North America, the visitation areas of psychiatric hospitals bear a resemblance to those in prisons. Both feature a designated small room equipped with surveillance cameras and a staff member assigned to oversee the interactions. However, hospitals are not as stringent as prisons, allowing for face-to-face communication without the barrier of glass, and staff members typically do not eavesdrop on conversations. Most of the time, they provide patients and their visitors with a certain degree of privacy. Their primary purpose in monitoring is twofold: to prevent patients from suddenly becoming violent and harming their visitors, and to ensure that visitors do not inadvertently provide patients with prohibited items. In psychiatric hospitals, everything from utensils to furniture is custom designed to mitigate any potential harm that patients might inflict upon themselves or others during episodes. Thus, they make every effort to eliminate any external threats. Chapter 10. An unexpected visitor. As Raymond entered the room, he beheld a woman of mixed black and white heritage, clad in a snug floral dress, casually perusing a newspaper at the visitation table. A floral dress? A mixed-race woman? Upon the first glance at this floral-clad lady, Raymond immediately noted her most striking feature, and a name swiftly flashed through his mind. Is that you, Xiaohua? Before he could further ponder, a notification from the system chimed in. Ding. You have encountered the major antagonist, Reyna. Exploration value, 10. You may convert the exploration value into universal points to exchange for various system functions. Indeed, it was she. Raymond naturally trusted the system's verification. In truth, even without the prompt, he had already surmised that this floral-dressed woman was none other than Reyna, who would soon fall into a tumultuous relationship with Coulson while forming a team of agents. Due to her penchant for wearing floral dresses, she had earned the nickname Xiaohua. Raymond recognized her primarily because the combination of her floral dress and mixed heritage made her quite distinctive and memorable. Thus, even though the characters in this world may not resemble the actors he had seen in his previous life, it did not hinder his ability to make a swift judgment. Why has she come to see me? Upon discerning Reyna's identity, Raymond found himself increasingly perplexed. He was well aware of Reyna's background and status, which only deepened his confusion regarding her unexpected visit. After encountering Reyna, no fragments of memory belonging to the original host surfaced in his mind, indicating that the original owner had never met Reyna before. This was their first encounter. This raised a question: why would Xiaohua, a peripheral member of Hydra, suddenly seek him out, a psychologist who had already succumbed to madness, in a psychiatric hospital? Raymond quickly pondered for a moment, but found himself at a loss. Intrigued by the unfolding situation, he could not help but feel a sense of anticipation for what was to come. Hello, Dr. Raymond. My name is Lena. It is a pleasure to meet you. Upon seeing Raymond, clad in a patient gown, entering from the door, Lena immediately recognized him and stood to greet him. It was evident that she had previously seen his photograph. Please, have a seat. Raymond nodded slightly, taking a seat opposite Lena, gesturing for her to sit as well. He then slowly inquired, if my memory has not faltered due to my illness, we have not met before, have we, Miss Lena? You are correct, Dr. Raymond. We indeed have not met prior, Lena replied with a charming smile. Though Raymond remained guarded due to his preconceived notions about her, the staff member standing nearby was momentarily taken aback, utterly captivated. However, Raymond had to concede that this enchanting young lady before him was undeniably a captivating presence. The Lena he had seen on television in his past life, in terms of allure, could not compare to the real-life version standing before him. What brings you to seek me out? Noticing Lena's admission that they had not previously met, Raymond decided to be forthright in his inquiry. With a smile, Lena replied, I have come to propose a transaction with you, Dr. Raymond. A transaction? What sort of transaction? Instead of answering directly, Lena suddenly turned her gaze toward the staff member standing a short distance away, resting her chin on the back of her hand, and playfully said, Would you mind stepping out for a moment, handsome? I have some personal matters to discuss with Dr. Raymond. Rest assured, I will not violate any hospital regulations. Very well. The staff member hesitated, initially inclined to refuse, but when he caught sight of the pleading look in Lena's eyes, he ultimately acquiesced. After agreeing, he felt a twinge of regret, as this undoubtedly contravened hospital policy. Yet, having spoken, he felt it too embarrassing to retract his words, so before exiting, he added, Just don't take too long. I have to provide an account for this. Not a problem. I assure you it will be no more than 5 minutes. I want to make it difficult for you, Lena replied, blowing him a playful kiss. The staff member's face flushed at her gesture, and he hurriedly made his exit. Miss Lena certainly possesses a remarkable talent for engaging with gentlemen, Raymond observed, casting a deep glance in her direction. In this society, it is inherently more challenging for women to carve their path, and if they do not leverage their advantages, it would be rather unwise, would it not? Lena smiled calmly. That is not without merit. Raymond nodded, then shifted the conversation, saying, Let us set that aside for now and discuss the matter at hand. You mentioned wanting to propose a transaction. I am curious to know what it entails. Lena smiled and said, I have heard that you, Dr. Raymond, have been striving to prove your recovery and wish to be discharged? Raymond narrowed his eyes slightly. Have you heard? Such matters are not easily brought to light, I presume. Has Miss Reyna conducted a thorough investigation on me beforehand? To call it an investigation seems rather sentimental. I believe concern would be a more fitting term. Reyna, having been exposed, showed no sign of embarrassment and continued to smile cheerfully. Very well, if we shall call it concern. May I inquire why Miss Reyna would suddenly take an interest in a madman confined within a psychiatric hospital? Raymond pressed on. Of course. It is because I have a favor to ask of you, Dr. Raymond. This is also a part of the transaction I mentioned earlier, Reyna replied with a smile. If you agree to this deal, not only can you leave this hospital openly, but you will also receive a substantial sum that will ensure you and your family live the rest of your lives free from financial worries. Such an enticing offer? Raymond inquired, slightly surprised. Do you suspect I am deceiving you? There is no need for such concerns. If you agree to our transaction, I can facilitate your exit, and then transfer the funds to your account. You may provide me with what I seek after you receive the money, Reyna stated with sincere earnestness. What a grand proposition. Upon hearing this, Raymond couldn't help but express his astonishment. Would you be so kind as to disclose what it is you wish to obtain from me? What I desire is information. I hope you can share everything you know regarding the Tahiti project. Reyna lowered her voice deliberately, ensuring that only she and Raymond could hear. The Tahiti project? As the name escaped Reyna's lips, a torrent of memories belonging to the original owner of Raymond's body surged forth, marking the most intense recollection since his arrival in this world. Chapter 11. Unraveling the Truth. S.I.E.L.D. Coulson, The Cree Corpses, Director Egghead. Vivid fragments of memory surrounding the Tahiti project flooded his mind, leaving Raymond momentarily at a loss for an appropriate reaction. I was originally part of S.H.I.E.L.D. Raymond was taken aback. Upon confirming Reyna's identity, he had conjured various theories regarding her intentions, yet none had led him to this revelation. From the sudden influx of memories, it appeared he had been covertly recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D., personally invited by the renowned director Egghead. Moreover, the purpose of this invitation was far from trivial. On the surface, he was merely to serve as a guest professor at S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. Yet the reality was that he was to clandestinely join the Tahiti project, assisting Coulson in its development. This was knowledge that even within S.H.I.E.L.D. few were privy to. Additionally, these newly surfaced memories also provided clarity on a long-standing mystery: how the original owner of this body, a psychological expert, had succumbed to madness. Generally speaking, the symptoms of schizophrenia are often intertwined with one's upbringing, as many individuals afflicted with this condition have roots traceable to their childhood. For instance, David exemplifies this phenomenon. However, when the original host experiences a sudden onset of symptoms not attributable to childhood trauma, It is most likely a consequence of significant emotional distress. Yet, in the memories that Raymond had previously assimilated regarding the original host, there was no recollection potent enough to precipitate such a severe mental crisis, not even to the extent of schizophrenia. It was only when Raina mentioned the key term Tahiti Project that these memories began to resurface. Astonishingly, it turned out that he had been driven to the brink of schizophrenia by the Tahiti Project. As the one entrusted with overseeing the psychological treatment and hypnosis related to this initiative, he had competently resolved the psychological issues of his team members, yet ultimately found himself unable to bear the weight of it all, succumbing to madness. The adage rings true: a physician cannot heal himself. Despite his profound expertise in psychology, he could not unravel his own turmoil. Having digested these fragments of memory, Raymond finally grasped the sequence of events and no longer questioned Raina's sudden appearance. Had he been the original host, he might have pondered Raina's true origins, but Raymond harbored no such doubts. He understood her circumstances even better than she did herself. All along, Raina had only known that she served a mysterious figure codenamed All-Seeing Eye. However, she remained unaware that All-Seeing Eye was none other than John Garrett, an 8th-level agent of SHIELD, a covert operative planted by Hydra within the organization. She had merely been functioning as a peripheral member of Hydra. The Tahiti Project was a target Hydra had long sought to infiltrate but had been unable to approach. Despite Hydra having embedded numerous agents within SHIELD, including Alexander Pierce, the former director whom Fury had to regard with caution. A third of the high-ranking agents were indeed traitors. Yet, curiously, no Hydra operative had ever been involved in the Tahiti Project. Even if they wished to conspire from within, they found no opportunity, resorting instead to various means to uncover the details of the project. Their insatiable curiosity about how Coulson had been resurrected led them to believe that the Tahiti Project, established singularly by Fury, might have discovered the technology to bring the dead back to life. If Hydra could acquire such technology, it would be pivotal for their future endeavors. Regrettably for them, Fury, seemingly forearmed, had taken precautions. Once the Tahiti Project was classified, he utilized his authority to expunge all related content from the database entirely. To seek any information about the Tahiti Project online was nothing short of a fool's errand. Thus, the only recourse left was to locate those who had participated in the project, and only those who had been fully involved might unravel the true nature of the Tahiti Project. It is no wonder that Raina would seek out Raymond. From the fragmented memories of the original body, it is evident that he possesses a clear understanding of the Tahiti Project, even knowing its most pivotal aspects. Unlike many individuals who participated only in segments of the plan and are merely aware of their specific responsibilities, he grasps the core content entirely. According to Raymond's deductions, he is certainly not the first target identified by Hydra in connection with the Tahiti Project, yet Hydra has undoubtedly failed to comprehend the project's most critical elements. Otherwise, Raina would not have come directly to him. Upon unraveling the circumstances, a hint of compassion crept into Raymond's gaze as he looked at Raina. She immediately sensed this shift in his demeanor and furrowed her brow, asking, "Dr. Raymond, what do you mean by that?" It was apparent that his sympathetic look unsettled her. Instead of directly addressing her question, Raymond deftly redirected the conversation, inquiring, "Miss Raina, since you are aware of the existence of the Tahiti Project, you must also understand the vast implications it carries. Do you genuinely believe I would betray my principles for the meager conditions you offer? If I were to engage in such a transaction with you, I fear I might not live long enough to enjoy the reward." He chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Are you afraid we might cause you trouble afterward?" she asked. "I can assure you. You can assure me? On what grounds?" Before Raina could finish her statement, Raymond suddenly scoffed, interrupting her. "I would wager that you do not even know who is requesting this information." Feeling belittled by Raymond's dismissive tone, Raina, despite her deep cunning, felt a flicker of irritation. Yet, when she opened her mouth to retort, the words faltered on her lips, for she realized that Raymond was not mistaken. She indeed lacked knowledge of who sought the intelligence regarding the Tahiti Project. While she was aware that she was working for the Watcher, receiving orders through an intermediary, she remained oblivious to the true identity of the Watcher. Was it a single individual or a collective? This remained a mystery to her. She only recognized that the Watcher harbored grand ambitions and wielded substantial influence, enabling her to frequently gain the upper hand in confrontations with SHIELD agents. Nevertheless, she remained in the dark about the Watcher's identity and origins. In essence, she had always been but a pawn in the Watcher's game, utterly uninformed. Could he possibly know? Raina suddenly regarded Raymond with an incredulous expression. Chapter 12. The uncharacteristic outburst of a young flower. No, that is impossible. The mere thought emerged but was promptly dismissed within her mind, as it was simply too difficult to believe. Before her arrival, she had already perused Raymond's dossier and was aware that he had been recruited into SHIELD solely due to the Tahiti project. Merely a technical talent at best. Beyond the documents, she had conducted a thorough investigation into Raymond's life, gaining an intimate understanding of his background from childhood to the present. She was certain that Raymond lacked any significant connections and was not a prominent figure within SHIELD. Could someone as unfortunate as Raymond, who had inadvertently found himself entangled in the extraordinary world, truly possess knowledge of the all-seeing eye? Why was she so skeptical? She convinced herself that he must be attempting to deceive her. Miss Reyna? Noticing her prolonged silence, Raymond, with a smirk, prompted her attention. It was only then that Reyna regained her composure. After calming her emotions, she continued, Dr. Raymond, were I in your position, I would undoubtedly accept this deal, for you fail to comprehend whom you are confronting. Oh, are you threatening me? Raymond raised an eyebrow. Merely a courteous reminder, Reyna replied, regaining her earlier poise and offering a light laugh. As a fragile woman, I cannot impose upon you. Yet I cannot assure you of the actions of those behind me should they discover that you are unwilling to cooperate, Dr. Raymond. Are you implying that if I refuse to engage in this transaction, they will eliminate me? I cannot ascertain that. However, I recommend that you contemplate this carefully. They may not desire your demise, but sometimes, living can be far more agonizing than death. Are you finished? If you are finished, please take your leave. I have to visit the hospital gym for a stroll. We can converse another time. With that, Raymond stood up, preparing to exit. Dr. Raymond, are you certain you wish to invite trouble? Reyna rose as well, her tone becoming urgent. Not seeing you out, Raymond said over his shoulder as he departed the room, dismissively waving his hand. You. Witnessing Raymond's abrupt departure, Reyna could no longer maintain her earlier composure and became somewhat flustered. This was the first time she had been so toyed with, and by a man at that. The reason she had been chosen for the all-seeing eye was precisely because of her adeptness in dealing with people, particularly men. She could effortlessly transform those with ulterior motives into sycophants, eliciting their every secret. Thus, tasks involving negotiation or manipulation typically fell to her. After investigating Raymond's circumstances, she had believed this mission to be almost certain, without a doubt successful. For, according to Raymond's dossier, he was evidently a scholarly individual steeped in academia. Though one must acknowledge that scholars in psychology are not entirely devoid of worldly wisdom. However, compared to Reyna, who has navigated the underground world for over a decade, one would assume that there would still be some semblance of competence. Unexpectedly, the final outcome was starkly contrary to her prior expectations. Throughout their confrontation, Raymond maintained an undeniable upper hand, relentlessly dominating the exchange, leaving her in a state of perpetual defensiveness. This was troubling. Could he be? Reyna's frustration intensified. My lady, have you concluded your discussion so swiftly? During Reyna's turmoil, the staff member she had previously dismissed unexpectedly re-entered, wearing a fawning expression. At that moment, Reyna had no inclination to entertain such sycophancy. With a disdainful huff, she turned on her heel and departed, leaving the bewildered staff member in a state of confusion. Unable to fathom what had gone awry and why the enchanting lady who had earlier exchanged glances with him had suddenly turned so unapproachable. Emerging from the visitation room, Raymond did not actually intend to meander in a gym. That statement was merely a pretext to placate Reyna. As he strolled through the corridor, he pondered the potential developments that might arise. Director Luke had already thoroughly erased all documentation related to the Tahiti project. Should Hydra wish to delve deeper, they would inevitably target the few individuals who had been integral to the plan. In comparison to Director Luke and Coulson, I certainly appear to be an easier target. Since they have come knocking, they will not relinquish this lead simply because I refuse to cooperate. From what I gather from Miss Xiaohua, they are likely to adopt a more aggressive approach. It seems that fortune favors the prepared. As this thought crossed his mind, a subtle smile crept onto Raymond's lips. Provoking Miss Xiaohua had been a deliberate part of his strategy. Once he unraveled the complexities of the situation, he resolved to incite Hydra into a confrontation. He was confident that with Fury's acumen, he would not be disregarded, given his significance. Should any major disturbances arise here, Fury would undoubtedly take notice and devise a means to extricate him openly. This would conveniently address his pressing concerns. Compared to the existential threat posed by David, a volatile bomb waiting to detonate, and the treacherous Shadow King, what was Hydra? The personality of Claw might struggle against David and his ilk, even finding it challenging to ensure his own survival in their presence. Yet dealing with the ordinary agents under Hydra's command would be a trivial endeavor. Moreover, let's not even mention the ordinary agents. Even the super soldiers developed by one of Hydra's fronts, the Centipede organization, would be of little consequence against Claw's personality. Thus, from the outset, Raymond had not regarded Hydra with much seriousness. Had Hydra successfully usurped power and completely supplanted S.H.I.E.L.D., he might have felt a twinge of apprehension. For at that point, Hydra would possess access to a considerable arsenal of weapons of mass destruction. However, one might ponder why Raymond did not simply agree to the deal and take his leave through the hands of Hydra. Is it not evident? A rebellious spirit is not easily subdued. Should he choose such a path, he would not only incur the wrath of S.H.I.E.L.D., but may also find himself in precarious circumstances with Hydra, potentially falling victim to their treachery. Hydra's ranks are filled with a motley crew, and one can only speculate if someone might resent him for acquiring a substantial sum, leading them to take underhanded actions against him. Although he is not particularly intimidated by Hydra's inept henchmen and could retaliate, such an action would simultaneously alienate him from both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. This precarious predicament is not one he wishes to encounter. Thus, after weighing the pros and cons, he made the decision to provoke Raina, tearing their facade apart. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for Hydra's agents to arrive. Chapter 13. As night falls unbeknownst to Raymond, Fury had dispatched Deputy Director Hill to personally escort him back to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Had he known, he likely would have refrained from intentionally provoking Raina. Nevertheless, this course of action posed little risk for him. Meanwhile, after leaving the psychiatric hospital, Raina promptly contacted her superior, Addison, who oversees the Centipede organization, a Hydra front. Raina, still not deemed worthy of direct communication with the clairvoyant, relayed all orders through Addison, as all her matters were communicated with him. Although Addison was currently incarcerated, he maintained unfettered access to the outside world, being reachable at any time. This fact further solidified Raina's belief in the profound backing of the clairvoyant, as few in North America could treat prison as casually as one would their own backyard. What? He refused? After Raina briefly reported the situation, Addison's discontent was palpable on the other end of the line. Indeed, and it seems he is unfazed by my threats. Raina added in a hushed tone. Could it be he has truly lost his mind? I've heard that prolonged exposure to a psychiatric facility can warp even the sanest of individuals, let alone someone already afflicted, Addison mused. I cannot guarantee that. But from my interactions with him, I believe he is mostly sane, Raina replied. How could he not fear for his life? It makes no sense. Is it possible he has clandestine protection? Addison paused momentarily before continuing. Wait a moment. I shall consult with the clairvoyant. Understood, Raina acknowledged. After several minutes, the phone rang anew. The clairvoyant has indicated that there is likely no one protecting him from S.H.I.E.L.D. He may be merely attempting to intimidate you, or perhaps he truly is unhinged, Addison conveyed. And what shall we do next? Next, you shall simply wait for my instructions as I send someone to extract him from the hospital. At that time, you shall personally interrogate him. I refuse to believe that he will maintain his defiance then. Understood? Raina replied. After hanging up the phone, an inexplicable sense of unease lingered within her. Even though the enigmatic seer had assured her that everything was normal, suggesting that Raymond was merely bluffing or perhaps mentally unstable. The memory of his disdainful smile in the hospital and his cryptic remark gnawed at her, leading her to suspect that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Perhaps I am overthinking it. After dinner, as night descended, the patients at the Clockwork Mental Hospital gradually returned to their rooms. The darkness enveloped the surroundings swiftly, and soon it was night. In the southeastern direction of the hospital, a fully armed contingent of approximately 20 to 30 individuals stealthily infiltrated the premises. Along their path, they skillfully disabled the hospital's surveillance equipment. To an observer in the monitoring room, everything appeared entirely normal, as if nothing was amiss. Judging by their agile movements and the weaponry they bore, it was evident that they were seasoned special operatives. Given their formidable presence, breaching a mere mental hospital would pose little challenge. Even a heavily fortified prison would not deter them. Upon successfully infiltrating the hospital, the leader promptly began issuing commands through a wireless earpiece. Team A, head to the monitoring room and secure the perimeter. Team B, maneuver from the rear to prevent any unwanted arrivals. Team C, advance from the front. We must apprehend the target within 3 minutes. Team D, provide external support in case of unforeseen circumstances. Remember, avoid casualties whenever possible. The quieter, the better. Understood? Received. With a sweeping gesture, the leader signaled the operation to commence. In no time, the team divided into 4 groups, executing the leader's orders. The group preparing for a frontal assault was the largest, comprising 8 members, indicating their thorough preparation for capturing Raymond. Even if there were indeed agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. discreetly safeguarding Raymond, they remained confident in their ability to seize him. Simultaneously, in the northwestern sector of the Clockwork Mental Hospital, Agent Hill, garbed in field operative attire, stealthily entered the hospital alongside another female agent of Chinese descent. This agent was no ordinary operative. She possessed a reputation akin to that of the legendary former KGB agent known as the Black Widow. Her full name was Melinda May, codenamed Knight, a seasoned operative of the 7th rank. Director Fury's directive for Hill to rescue the individual did not specify a limit on the number of personnel she could bring. Yet considering the sensitivity of the Tahiti project, Hill understood that she could not bring an excessive number of agents. After careful consideration, she decided to bring only one assistant. And that was Agent May. Much like Coulson, May is a trusted confidant of Fury. In fact, from the perspective of trust, May even be held in higher regard by Fury than Coulson, as she is an exceptionally straightforward agent, devoid of ulterior motives. However, this trait serves as both her strength and her weakness. It is this characteristic that confines her to the role of a formidable enforcer rather than that of a leader, which is why Fury contemplated grooming Coulson as his successor instead of her. Hill's selection of May was influenced not only by her awareness of the Tahiti project, but also by the undeniable fact that May's combat prowess is extraordinary. Within the S.H.I.E.L.D. hierarchy, it is generally acknowledged that higher-ranked agents possess greater combat experience and overall strength. Yet, this is not an absolute truth. At least among high-ranking agents, this method of assessing combat capability can be misleading. May exemplifies this perfectly. In terms of overall combat ability, she surpasses the vast majority of level 8 agents, ranking among the elite agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Additionally, the Black Widow, also a level 7 agent, possesses combat skills that are at least on par with May, if not superior. Although Hill is a level 9 agent, this merely indicates her higher authority within S.H.I.E.L.D. rather than a superior combat capability compared to May. Bringing May along is merely a precautionary measure. The situation appeared dire, as it seemed that other factions were infiltrating the hospital. After observing through her specialized infrared binoculars, May turned to Hill with a grave expression. Other factions? Hill momentarily paused, but her expression quickly shifted. Goodness, they are remarkably swift. What do we do now? May awaited Hill's command. We have no choice but to charge in. We cannot allow them to take Dr. Raymond, Hill stated firmly. Without hesitation, Hill led the way toward the hospital's residential area, and upon seeing this, May followed suit without a second thought. Chapter 14. The adventurer Wayne in the corridor south of the hospital. David, returning alone from the library, paced aimlessly, muttering to himself. Why do I always feel that something is amiss? What exactly is wrong? He alternated tugging at his hair, attempting to stimulate his mind in search of that elusive spark of inspiration. Throughout the day, he felt an unsettling sense of disquiet. Yet, he could not pinpoint what it was. That nagging feeling of knowing something was off, yet being unable to grasp it, left him quite perturbed. Who is there? Show yourself. As David grappled with the unsettling sensation that had inexplicably enveloped him, he suddenly sensed that someone was observing him from the shadows. He swiftly turned to glance in that direction, startling the group of operatives who had been poised to act only after he had passed by. Following the leader's directive, the group was meant to encircle him quietly from that side. However, upon their arrival, they were taken aback to find a patient meandering about, mumbling to himself, while tugging at his own hair. Comprising 5 fully armed individuals, they were certainly not intimidated by a seemingly deranged person. Nevertheless, the leader had instructed them not to resort to lethal measures unless absolutely necessary. In this scenario, revealing themselves without caution could provoke the patient into a frantic outcry, potentially compromising their operation. Thus, the group leader resolutely decided to wait until the patient moved on before proceeding. It was nighttime, and clad in dark tactical attire, they were well concealed under the cover of darkness, making it unlikely they would be easily detected unless someone was specifically looking in their direction. Who could have foreseen that they would be discovered in such an inexplicable manner? The group leader, an African-American man, wore an expression that vividly conveyed his confusion. What to do? One of his team members signaled him to remain still. After a moment's contemplation, the leader responded with a gesture, clearly skeptical that their cover had been blown. The rationale was straightforward. The voice they heard belonged to a mentally unstable individual. The leader could not fathom that a person with such afflictions could pierce through their concealment. To him, it was evident that the patient had merely experienced a bout of insanity, perhaps mimicking lines from a film. Unbeknownst to him, David was not hallucinating. He had genuinely perceived their presence. As a level 5 mutant, even one in an undeveloped state, David's mental acuity surpassed that of ordinary individuals. If someone were watching him, it would be impossible for him not to notice. You'd better come out, or I will call for help. David's gaze remained fixed, his voice low yet commanding. This time, the group members finally acknowledged the truth. They had indeed been discovered. Had David not perceived them, he would not be maintaining such a steadfast stare in their direction. nor would he insistently demand their emergence. If it were merely a case of a mental episode, he would have likely moved on after uttering a line or two, rather than fixating on them. How could this be possible? The group leader's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not comprehend how they had been exposed. It made no sense at all. What to do? The team member looked to him once more. Do not venture outside just yet. Allow me to address this situation. The team leader murmured softly. With that, he first holstered his firearm, removed his mask, and, hands raised in a gesture of surrender, stepped forward with a gentle smile. Sir, please remain calm. I harbor no ill intentions. I am the new security guard at the hospital, rather unfamiliar with the surroundings, and I seem to have lost my way. As he spoke, he made his way towards David's position, his countenance adorned with a benevolent smile, striving to appear as amicable as possible. A security guard? David pondered, momentarily taken aback. Just as he was contemplating why this new guard's attire seemed so dissimilar to those he had encountered previously, the team leader had already approached him. His instincts screamed that this individual was deceitful. Yet, his reaction was regrettably sluggish. By the time he recognized the precariousness of the situation, the self-proclaimed guard suddenly quickened his pace, darting to David's side and delivering a swift strike to the back of his neck. Success! The team leader exhaled in relief. However, to his astonishment, his hand did not strike the intended target's neck as anticipated. It felt as though something had abruptly halted his arm mid-air. Shock washed over him once more. In his bewildered gaze, he observed David stretch languidly, rotate his neck, and then, in a nonchalant tone, remark, "It has been quite a while since I last enjoyed some fresh air. I must express my gratitude to you all. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jack Wayne, an adventurer. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." With a radiant smile gracing his face, David extended his right hand towards the team leader, as if to offer a handshake. Yet at that moment, apart from his eyes, which could still move, the leader had completely lost control over his body, rendering him incapable of reciprocating the gesture. "Oh right. I forgot you can't move. My apologies," David said, scratching his head, feigning embarrassment. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the team leader regained his faculties. However, the instant he returned to normalcy, his hand instinctively reached for his waist. Yet, before he could complete the motion, his firearm abruptly levitated, hovering in mid-air. Its muzzle aimed directly at his head. "This won't do. After all, this lad and I share the same body, and I cannot permit you to act recklessly," David remarked languidly. Upon hearing David's words, the team leader's mind instantly conjured the term split personality. The individual before him was evidently a person with dissociative identity disorder, possessing extraordinary abilities. Realizing the situation, an ominous premonition gripped him. Indeed, in the next moment, he witnessed the smile fade from David's face, his gaze turning icy as he declared, "In appreciation for granting me this opportunity to breathe, I shall grant you a swift demise." With a muffled report, the silenced pistol smoothly chambered a round and fired, instantly claiming the life of the team leader. Meanwhile, not far away, the 4 team members were each struck down by their own weapons. In truth, they had long sensed something amiss, yet the moment David seized control of the team leader, they found themselves utterly immobilized, incapable of retaliating even if they wished to. They could only watch in despair as they fell victim to their own arms. Observing the fallen, David displayed no trace of compassion. Instead, he furrowed his brow and murmured to himself, "That elderly gentleman has truly become increasingly outrageous, persistently interfering with the main persona. It seems I must devise a plan to thwart his success. Otherwise, where shall we find our path to survival?" However, he realized that confronting him alone was clearly futile. He needed to unite with Cindy and Birmingham to have any hope of prevailing. Yet, before that, he resolved to savor the beauty of the outside world. Thus, a delightful decision was made. Chapter 15. Supernatural events on the eastern side of the hospital. The team led by the squad leader had arrived at the area where Raymond resided. At that moment, one of the members urgently reported to the leader, "Boss, we have inexplicably lost contact with our team." The leader's expression shifted at the mention of sudden disconnection. He understood all too well what that signified. It indicated that the 5 members of the team had likely encountered dire circumstances. But what kind of situation could incapacitate 5 fully armed soldiers to the point of being unable to call for help? The leader's heart began to falter at this thought. Clearly, the situation had escalated beyond his initial expectations. In his mind, even if SHIELD had secretly dispatched personnel to protect Dr. Raymond, it would likely consist of mere ordinary agents. With over 20 seasoned warriors at their disposal, he believed that in a confrontation, they would not fear an equal number of SHIELD agents. Thus, he had regarded this mission as nearly foolproof. However, the sudden collective disappearance of his 5 team members had caught him off guard. Yet, at this juncture, he seemed to have little choice but to proceed. If he withdrew without even discerning the identity of the enemy, he would undoubtedly face repercussions upon his return, risking severe consequences. Retreat was not an option. The leader resolved within himself. He commanded his team to immediately head to the area under their responsibility to ascertain the situation. Additionally, he decreed, lift the no-kill order. This directive meant they could engage in combat at any moment. Clearly, the leader had recognized the gravity of the situation. Clinging to previous assumptions could very well lead to their demise without understanding how it occurred. The team might also be unable to progress for the time being. As they too had been attacked, one member suddenly added, "Have we identified the assailants?" The leader inquired urgently. "Uncertain. They are likely still engaged in combat," the member replied. "Ensure they hold their ground. We must act immediately." The leader gritted his teeth, resolved to capture the target before all else. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that the 5 members of the team were in dire straits. Even if they managed to fend off the assault, it was unlikely they could escape unscathed. Some degree of sacrifice was unavoidable. Should they fail to apprehend the target under such conditions, the repercussions upon their return would certainly exceed mere reprimands. With no retreat available, he pressed on, determined to persevere. "What is that?" Suddenly, a low exclamation from one of his subordinates captured his attention. Following the direction of the subordinate's gaze, he beheld an unexpected figure emerging from a courtyard roughly 10 meters away, someone they had previously overlooked, bathed in the moonlight and the glow of the street lamps. The individual was clad in a sleek black suit, with an elegantly crafted pair of round spectacles perched on his nose and a square bandage affixed to his left cheek. However, the most striking aspect was the pair of gloves resembling feline paws, each finger tipped with a blade approximately half a meter in length. "Who are you?" "Stay right there." The leader raised his weapon, aiming it at the figure. "TSK, TSK, TSK, are you not the one sent to capture me? Why the sudden unease when I present myself so conveniently?" The individual adjusted his glasses with a flick of his wrist and chuckled lightly. "Are you Raymond?" The leader's tone betrayed a hint of disbelief. Yet, upon closer inspection, he noted that although this person's attire differed markedly from the photographs of Dr. Raymond he had seen, the resemblance was uncanny. If Dr. Raymond did not have a twin brother, then it was highly probable that this individual was indeed their target. But why was the target dressed in such a manner? The leader's unease persisted. As a mid-level operative of the Centipede organization, he was aware of the existence of superhumans in this world. The recently renowned Avengers could be categorized as beings of extraordinary abilities. These individuals possessed powers beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, embodying all manner of monstrosities. The Centipede organization was engaged in the development and research of super soldiers, which could, in some respects, also be classified as superhumans. The peculiar appearance of the individual before him led him to wonder whether the target they sought to capture might indeed be a superhuman. The thought sent a chill through him. Noticing that the leader had yet to give the command to attack, Raymond, now under the control of his alter ego, felt a twinge of disappointment. "Why are you hesitating? I have been waiting for you for quite some time, you inept fools. If you do not act soon, I shall take the initiative." With that, Raymond began to stride toward the group. "Do not approach. Halt. I will shoot if you come any closer." The leader barked sternly. "Trash is trash. If you want to strike, then strike. Why waste words?" Raymond said languidly. "Forget it. I won't wait for you all. I'll go first." Bang. A dull sound echoed as the leader actually fired a shot. However, he aimed not at Raymond's vital areas, but rather towards his calf. The sound, muffled by the silencer, was not overly loud, yet it startled his subordinates, who were bewildered by the leader's sudden impulsiveness and firing without a word. They were unaware of the existence of a supernatural realm, merely perceiving Raymond as somewhat peculiar. However, given Raymond's reputation for insanity, they dismissed it as merely a manifestation of his condition. It was the leader's heightened state of readiness and abrupt gunfire that struck them as abnormal. What if they accidentally killed their target? Wouldn't that render their efforts futile? "Look, the person has vanished." Suddenly, one of the team members exclaimed. With this utterance, others began to notice the anomaly. The target, who had just been conversing with the leader and approaching them, had inexplicably disappeared, as if he had never existed. What on earth happened? He was just there. How could he suddenly be gone? Could it be a ghost? They say hospitals are rife with lingering spirits. Witnessing this bizarre scene, the team members were divided in their interpretations of the sudden turn of events, yet unanimously felt a chill creeping up from their souls. Only the leader understood that this was far from a ghostly encounter. The target was indeed a supernatural being. "Everyone focus. The opponent is akin to a super soldier." The leader's terse command snapped their attention back, and he clarified in a language they could comprehend. Chapter 16. The spoon regarding the supernatural realm. Even within the Centipede organization, which had one foot firmly planted in that world, such knowledge was not universally known. Only those in middle management or above possessed a comprehensive understanding. At that moment, the leader knew the quickest way to convey the severity of the situation to his subordinates was to reference super soldiers, as they had all witnessed their formidable prowess firsthand. As expected, upon making this comparison, his subordinates immediately heightened their vigilance. Yet, in the face of an absolute disparity in strength, how much difference could mere vigilance make? With a sickening sound of flesh being sliced, one subordinate suddenly clutched his throat, eyes wide with terror. He could no longer utter a sound, for in that fleeting moment, his throat had been severed by a blade. No amount of pressure from his hands could stem the flow of blood gushing forth. How could this happen? Why was there no warning whatsoever? When the leader realized that one of his men had been silenced by a swift strike, he found no trace of Raymond nearby. At this moment, Raymond appeared as an elusive phantom. Before the leader could gather his thoughts, a commotion erupted from the other side. Turning to investigate, he witnessed another subordinate fall victim to a swift cut to the throat. Once again, no one discerned what transpired, nor did they hear any sound. It was as if the necks of these individuals had split open of their own volition, with no one wielding a knife against them. Had they not seen Raymond standing there moments before, they might truly have suspected the occurrence of a supernatural event. Yet, they now comprehended that this was no ghostly phenomenon. It was merely Raymond methodically eliminating them one by one, akin to a deadly game of assassination. Their lives served as mere instruments in this grim tableau, with Raymond as the sole player. "Get out here, you bastard!" The leader, witnessing this horrifying spectacle, felt his eyes redden with rage. He no longer cared about alerting the hospital. He understood that if this continued, their demise was simply a matter of time. If he could rouse others, perhaps they could seize a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, a voice whispered in his ear, a voice he recognized all too well. It was Raymond, who had only just vanished from his sight. Yet that was not the crux of the matter. The true significance lay in the fact that the speaker was right behind him. Unbeknownst to him, the adversary had silently positioned himself at his back, whispering, "By drawing everyone here, are you not compelling me to eliminate you prematurely? I had intended to prolong our game a while longer, but now I must hasten the pace." As the leader spun around, he found no trace of Raymond. Yet, at that very moment, Raymond's voice resonated again. "Spoon." A second later, all 6 remaining individuals, including the leader, collapsed to the ground. Not only them. 2 small trees nearby were severed simultaneously, and upon closer inspection, one would notice numerous gashes on the surrounding walls, evidence of slashing attacks. This was the signature move of Clock's alter ego, the Spoon, coupled with his unique silent steps. It unleashed a barrage of indiscriminate strikes. It is essential to note that the silent steps rival the speed of the Navy's 6th technique, shave, and its most notable feature is its utter noiselessness, making it particularly suited for assassination. This explained why the group had heard no sounds prior. When their sight could not keep pace with Raymond's speed, and their ears could not detect his movement, he effectively ceased to exist for them. "Indeed, I still cannot control the specific targets of my attacks. It is truly vexing," Raymond mused, glancing around at the scene, one hand pressed to his forehead, revealing a hint of frustration. Has someone arrived? In the next moment, upon hearing footsteps approaching, he swiftly vanished from his original position. Shortly after his disappearance, David, clad in a blue and white striped hospital gown, arrived at the scene and discovered the fallen members of his group. "Oh, there are actually a few here?" he mused, hastening towards the bodies of the leaders. He crouched down for a brief examination, then cast his gaze around the vicinity before pondering aloud. 2 with their throats slit, and the other 6 appear to have been slain by chaotic stabbings before they could retaliate. This indicates their deaths occurred in an instant, a feat unattainable by an ordinary individual. Intriguing. Could there be other mutants in this hospital? David stroked his chin in contemplation. However, after a brief moment, he lost interest and shook his head, declaring, "Regardless, it has nothing to do with me. It's best not to meddle, lest I implicate my main persona." With that, he continued walking in another direction, appearing to be on a leisurely stroll. Yet, he had not wandered far when he abruptly turned his head towards the 2nd floor, only to find nothing there. An illusion? He mused, frowning slightly, then shook his head once more and proceeded onward. Unbeknownst to him, on the opposite side of the 2nd floor, Raymond, having deactivated his equipment and reverted to his main persona, was pondering the situation. That is undoubtedly not David. Yet he does not resemble the Shadow King either. Could it be another subpersona? Through the visual perception of the clove subpersona, Raymond discreetly observed the earlier David and formed this judgment. He was uncertain about the nature of the subpersona controlling David's body at that moment, but he was certain it was not the Shadow King. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to remain undetected. While the clove subpersona possessed remarkable speed, it could not evade the gaze of a level 4 mutant. In truth, it was merely his curiosity that led the clove subpersona to investigate who had arrived so swiftly on the 2nd floor, only to find David. Upon realizing that David seemed to be in a rather unusual state, he felt a twinge of regret. If David were indeed under the control of the Shadow King, he would have been unable to evade detection. Fortunately, that was not the case. It seemed the other party had not noticed him either. Listening to David, it appeared he had encountered the companions of those individuals elsewhere. It seemed they had fortuitously crossed paths with David, provoking a reaction that caused a subpersona to emerge. Raymond quickly surmised the general situation. However, this was temporarily irrelevant to him. It was purely curiosity that led him to take a closer look. He wondered how long it would take for the signal to reach Director Egg. As he contemplated, he decided to return to his room. He had no desire to be seen, thereby linking himself to this incident. The Chinese value subtlety, and for now, the clove subpersona was his greatest asset, one he had no intention of revealing prematurely. Chapter 17, The Astonished Duo. As Hill held her gun, vigilantly surveying their surroundings, she turned to May, who was examining the corpses on the ground. There is nothing identifiable. All the weapons are standard issue, and every one of them contains lethal substances in their dental sockets. Without exception, they are all death warriors. I intentionally left 2 alive, yet they chose to take their own lives, May calmly analyzed after inspecting several bodies. Did you take pictures? I did, but I believe they are of little use. The adversary has meticulously eliminated any chance of being exposed in every detail. They would certainly guard against facial recognition technology, May replied. You make a valid point, Hill nodded, then waved her hand. But this is not the time for such discussions. Dr. Raymond is still in danger. We must move. As they spoke, the 2 had already arrived in the courtyard south of the hospital. May immediately spotted the bodies of the 5 members of Team 5 sprawled on the ground, her pupils dilating in shock. It appears they were affiliated with those outside. What could have happened? Hill too looked perplexed, struggling to comprehend the situation. They had engaged in combat with the group outside, and although they emerged victorious, their experience allowed them to discern that these individuals were undoubtedly seasoned soldiers. Had it not been for their status as top-tier operatives and the advantage in weaponry, it would have been impossible to annihilate the external group within mere minutes. The attire of the 5 on the ground clearly indicated their alliance with the outside faction. Why did they suddenly perish here? Could a third party have infiltrated the hospital and clashed with this group? It is noteworthy that they had never considered that the hospital's own security forces could have killed these 5. For even armed, ordinary security personnel would be no match for such a group. Before Hill could issue an order, May swiftly ran towards the corpses, ready to investigate. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never lose a battle. If they did not ascertain how these individuals had died and whether a third party had intervened, they could very well make a grave error due to this oversight. Rescuing Raymond was undeniably important, but it required a methodical approach. Soon, May reached the side of the corpses. To guard against deception, her gun remained aimed at the individuals on the ground. She had confidence that anyone feigning death and preparing to ambush her would not be quicker than her trigger finger. However, these individuals had all been shot squarely in the forehead, and they were undoubtedly beyond the realm of life. After a brief examination, she discerned the cause of death. Yet, the revelation only deepened her solemn expression. What did you find? Hill noticed May's unease. It appears they all died by suicide, using their own sidearms. Without exception, each was shot directly in the forehead, resulting in instant death, May replied gravely. Suicide. Hill suddenly comprehended the reason behind May's peculiar expression. It was undeniably perplexing. The objective of this group was undoubtedly Raymond, so why would they commit suicide? However, she understood May's character well enough to know that such a judgment would not be made without thorough investigation. This indicated that the individuals on the ground had indeed taken their own lives, even if it sounded utterly absurd. Yet, those in their line of work were accustomed to dealing with the unimaginable and were not easily frightened. A special circumstance? Hill suddenly contemplated a possibility, one that seemed quite plausible. It was evident that May had arrived at the same conclusion. After a moment's reflection, Hill's mind conjured various scenarios. But regardless of the specifics, it was unlikely they would have time for further exploration in the immediate future. Since clarity could not be achieved in the short term, they had no choice but to set it aside for the moment. Hopefully, it would not be related to the current incident. The 2 resumed their journey toward the area where Raymond resided. Soon, they found themselves in the courtyard beneath Raymond's residence. Upon arrival, they discovered yet another row of corpses on the ground, evidently linked to those they had previously engaged in conflict with and ultimately vanquished. Alongside the individuals who had committed suicide, familiar with the procedure, May swiftly conducted another investigation. This time, however, the conclusion of suicide was not reached. Yet the outcome was equally troubling. All had been slain instantaneously by cold weapons. Hill found it hard to believe. 8 fully armed professional soldiers had been dispatched, as if they were mere vegetables under the relentless onslaught of blades. This scenario bore an uncanny resemblance to a Bollywood blockbuster. 6 had perished from the frenzy of knives, while 2 had succumbed to a single throat-cutting strike. Furthermore, aside from one who had discharged a firearm, the others had not even had the opportunity to fire a shot, May clarified. May's correction, however, did little to assuage Hill's concerns. Whether 6 or 8 had been swiftly cut down, fundamentally there was no distinction. Both scenarios indicated the presence of a terrifying superhuman within the confines of this hospital. If Hill had merely harbored suspicions upon witnessing the bizarre suicides of the 5 individuals, it was now nearly certain that a superhuman indeed lurked within these walls. As the deputy director of SHIELD, her understanding of the superhuman realm far surpassed that of the Centipede organization. She knew well that countless superhumans existed in this world, with mutants being the most prevalent. It was quite possible that among her acquaintances, there were mutants whose existence remained unknown to her. Moreover, the majority of mutants could go undetected when not utilizing their abilities. Only a select few, those with drastically altered appearances akin to beasts, could not conceal their identities. SHIELD had encountered many mutants in their dealings with various special incidents in the past. The current situation made it difficult for Hill not to draw associations related to this aspect. First, let us ascend to rescue the individual. The matter of returning Dr. Raymond to headquarters can be addressed thereafter. After a brief contemplation, Hill resolved to adhere to her previous strategy, prioritizing the rescue while temporarily setting aside all else. Regardless of the identity of this unknown superhuman, the fact that he had eliminated the intruders in the hospital at least indicated that he was not in league with the clandestine masterminds behind the hiring of the Tide organization. In light of this, there was no need to regard him as a hypothetical adversary at this juncture. Having made their decision, the two swiftly arrived at the door of Dr. Raymond's room on the second floor. Knock, knock, knock. Hill tentatively rapped on the door. Who is it? A male voice responded from within. Upon hearing this voice, both Hill and May felt a slight sense of relief, for they recognized the owner of that voice, Dr. Raymond, the very person they had come to rescue. Chapter 18. Departing the hospital, the sudden knocking had left Raymond somewhat bewildered. What was happening? He had only just entered, and now someone was knocking. What a remarkable coincidence. Could it be David had followed him? Raymond's expression darkened at the thought. If the one knocking was indeed David, it would imply that he had been discovered earlier. Had he known, he would not have been so curious. Curiosity, after all, had led to the demise of the cat. He mused with some bitterness. However, at this moment, not opening the door would equally suggest guilt, which was evidently inappropriate. With this in mind, he steeled himself and asked, "Who is it?" To his surprise, the voice that came from outside was a woman, speaking in slightly awkward Mandarin as she lowered her tone. "Dr. Raymond. It is I, Agent May. Agent May." As this voice resonated, a multitude of fragmented memories surfaced in Raymond's mind, depicting interactions between the original owner of his body and this Agent May. To his astonishment, it was none other than the legendary SHIELD agent, Melinda May. By piecing together the suddenly emerging memories belonging to the original owner, Raymond finally connected this name to the Asian agent he had known. In the original timeline, it would not be long before Coulson began to assemble a special task force, of which Agent May was destined to be a core member. Previously, when Raina had visited, he had encountered numerous recollections of the original owner's past associations with SHIELD, including encounters with Agent May. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the original owner's father was also of Chinese descent, allowing for a rather amicable rapport between them. This must be what they call a fellow villager meeting another fellow villager, with tears in their eyes. Upon realizing that the visitor was not David, but rather his old acquaintance, Agent May, Raymond felt a wave of relief mixed with surprise. The director of the agency arrived rather swiftly, did he not? He had only just stirred up a bit of commotion, and yet it seemed that the bodies below had not even cooled before Agent May had already arrived. With a sense of perplexity, Raymond swiftly approached the door and opened it. To his surprise, he found not only Agent May, a familiar face, but also an old acquaintance known to the original body. "Miss Hill?" Raymond instinctively called out her name. In an instant, fragments of memories regarding Hill were assimilated, as there was little connection to digest, making the process exceedingly swift. It must be noted that the appearance of this deputy director truly captivated Raymond. In his previous life, due to his profession, he had encountered many beautiful women, yet the strikingly spirited woman before him left him utterly mesmerized. Hill, however, remained oblivious to Raymond's reaction, or perhaps had no time to notice. Upon seeing him, she promptly elucidated the situation. "Dr. Raymond, you are currently in grave danger. Staying here could jeopardize your life. We are here under Director Fury's orders to escort you back to headquarters." "I understand," Raymond replied succinctly, nodding decisively. Yet, as if recalling something, he inquired, "Are we leaving directly?" Will there be any issues with the hospital? Before he could finish, Hill interjected, rest assured. We will handle matters here. All right, I appreciate your assistance, Raymond courteously acknowledged. We should be on our way. We can discuss everything en route, May reminded them. Dr. Raymond, please follow us, Hill indicated, leading the way. Half an hour later, the trio had boarded a small combat aircraft produced by SHIELD, a vehicle typically reserved for high-ranking agents on missions. Of course, for May and Hill, this was hardly a remarkable feat. One was a legendary agent, and the other a distinguished deputy director. Summoning a small combat aircraft posed no challenge to them, let alone the few custom-built ones owned by SHIELD. Nevertheless, for a rescue mission, such a small aircraft was undoubtedly more suitable. Finally, when the plane took off, Hill and May could finally relax their taut nerves. Once at ease, May hesitantly asked, Dr. Raymond, have you been well lately? Raymond chuckled, you wish to inquire about my health, do you not? A true expert in psychology. Nothing escapes your notice. May, unperturbed by her revelation, candidly admitted, indeed, I was curious. Actually, I have nearly recovered and have been undergoing some rehabilitation tests. Had you arrived a few days later, you might not have found me here, Raymond boasted nonchalantly. Were Dr. Beth present, she would surely feel a twinge of embarrassment for having once idolized such a figure. Unfortunately, the two present were evidently unaware of the truth, and none could see through his facade. Upon hearing Raymond claim his near recovery, both women harbored no doubts. May let out a sigh of relief, saying, it's a relief to hear that. To be honest, ever since the incident with you, Doctor, we have felt immense guilt. If you hadn't accepted our invitation back then, perhaps things would have turned out differently. However, she chose not to elaborate further, fearing that it might awaken unpleasant memories for Raymond and trigger another episode. Yet, she seemed to overthink it. Even if Raymond were to revisit the images associated with the Tahiti project, they would merely pass before him like a slideshow, eliciting little emotional response. Moreover, his nerves were far sturdier than those of the body's original owner. Even if he were to switch places with the original, he doubted he would descend into madness. Let the past remain in the past, May. You need not blame yourself. After all, it was a path I chose myself, and I harbor no resentment, Raymond reassured her. It is wonderful that you have managed to move on. Now, let us change the subject, he said with a smile, shifting the conversation. How has that fellow, Coulson, been recently? Is he recovering well? He is doing quite well, almost back to his old self, May replied. It's a relief to hear that. The suffering we endured was not in vain. Even if complete promotion is not feasible, at least it holds some significance. At that moment, Hill, who was piloting the aircraft, interjected, Dr. Raymond, due to the previous incident, Coulson no longer remembers anything about the Tahiti project, so he likely won't recognize you. If you encounter him again, please be cautious and refrain from discussing anything related to the project, as it could potentially trigger some undesirable memories. I fully understand, rest assured. Raymond replied with a slight smile, indicating his comprehension. Chapter 19. Information exchange. Raymond was well aware of Coulson's current condition. His sudden inquiry was merely a tactic to divert the conversation, as he wished to avoid further discussion with May about the past. Although he had a general understanding of the original owner's experiences, delving too deeply could inadvertently reveal certain details. Despite having the convenient excuse of mental illness to shield himself, Raymond did not wish to be perceived as a madman continuously. So it was wise to discuss the past sparingly. Dr. Raymond, I noticed that when I mentioned you were in danger, you didn't seem particularly surprised. Have you sensed something? Hill asked suddenly. Finally, we are getting to the heart of the matter. Raymond, upon hearing Hill's question, felt a sense of calm rather than alarm. His composed reaction had been intentional, designed to alert Hill and the others to the underlying tension. Otherwise, it would have been a grave oversight. They had not broached this topic during their journey, and he had begun to think his performance was in vain. Fortunately, Hill did not disappoint his expectations. As for this matter, indeed, even if you hadn't come today, I would have sought a way to contact you swiftly. Raymond pondered, recalling a woman named Rena who had previously sought him out. Could you elaborate on what transpired? Hill inquired, sensing he had struck upon a crucial point. She approached me with an offer of a transaction, Raymond replied with a shrug. She claimed that if I were willing to divulge all I knew about the Tahiti project, she could facilitate my release from the hospital. She even promised me a substantial reward, one that would ensure my family and I would never have to worry about finances again. You refused her? Hill speculated. Naturally, Raymond asserted with certainty. I bore witness to the rise and subsequent concealment of the Tahiti project, fully aware of its inhumanity. If this research were to fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions, it would lead to even greater tragedies. How could I possibly engage in a transaction with an unidentified woman? It was simply out of the question, both morally and rationally. Upon hearing this, Hill pressed further. Did she mention any other significant information? For instance, Did she represent anyone in particular, or what kind of power might be backing her? Raymond regarded Hill with mild surprise. Are you investigating her as well? No, this is the first time I've heard that name, and I am unaware of her identity, Hill responded, shaking his head. However, just a couple of days ago, SHIELD's database experienced a breach, resulting in the loss of a portion of data potentially related to the Tahiti project. We suspect it was perpetrated by a civilian hacking group known as the Tide Rising Organization. Yet, we believe there is a puppet master behind them, and their aim may very well be the Tahiti project. After reaching this conclusion, Director Fury deduced that you, Dr. Raymond, might become the next target of this puppet master, which is why he immediately dispatched me to ensure your protection. Thus, I have reason to suspect that the woman attempting to negotiate with you could very likely be affiliated with this puppet master, if not a direct subordinate. At the very least, an employee. Hill shared the situation candidly with Raymond. Upon hearing this, Raymond finally grasped why Hill and May fortuitously appeared at this moment. Everything was interconnected. The puppet master manipulating the Tide Rising organization was undoubtedly Hydra, or perhaps one of its many fronts, such as the Centipede organization to which Rena belonged. Logically, Hydra had infiltrated SHIELD to such an extent that even the former director was one of their own. If they desired information from the database, they could easily utilize their authority to access it directly. However, perhaps fearing that direct access would leave traces that Fury might detect, they resorted to employing the Tide Rising organization to attack SHIELD's database, extracting potentially relevant data concerning the Tahiti project from an external source. Once they acquired this data, their next step would naturally involve subverting Raymond, who was isolated and vulnerable. However, they may have been overly confident in Rena, completely unaware that Raymond would be so unyielding. Thus, the recent incident involving the invasion of the hospital unfolded. Of course, Raymond played a significant role in exacerbating the situation. Yet it is certain that Hydra would not easily let him slip away. Director Egg certainly remains the most formidable figure in Hydra, demonstrating remarkable quickness in his response. Had I not intentionally provoked Rena, even if Hydra ultimately decided to take action against me, it likely would not have been so swift, and by then, Hill and her team would have already extracted me, ensuring that Hydra would always lag behind. Upon comprehending the entire sequence of events, Raymond could not help but commend Director Egg's astuteness. If he had not possessed extensive knowledge of various intelligence aspects of this world, it is unlikely he could have discerned the intentions behind the Tahiti plan as swiftly as Fury did. With an old fox like Fury around, it is no wonder that Hydra hesitated to act. Noting that Hill was still awaiting his response, Raymond gathered his thoughts and spoke. She is exceedingly cautious, mentioning no individuals, merely expressing that she is backed by a powerful force. I suspect that the entity behind her is likely the very puppet master you referred to. Perhaps due to my rejection of her, she threatened me in a fit of rage, hence I foresaw the likelihood of an impending attack. Ah, I see, Hill acknowledged. Upon learning that the woman named Rena had divulged no useful information, she felt a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, successfully extracting Raymond rendered this mission evidently successful. Did I just see some bodies in the hospital's backyard? Raymond inquired further. Indeed, they have sent someone over. Doctor, your intuition was correct, May responded. Did you two handle them? Raymond feigned surprise. I appreciate your efforts. No, not entirely yes. I am not quite certain of the specifics. I will inform you once we clarify the situation, Hill replied, shaking her head. By the way, once we return, could you assist me in sketching a quick profile of that woman? I hope to see if I can trace anything. At this point, Hill was aware that this endeavor was likely futile, just as they had found no useful intelligence from the deceased warriors. The woman named Rena would certainly not be easier to investigate than those dead soldiers. This action was merely a precautionary measure. Of course, leave it to me. Raymond accepted gladly. With matters reaching this juncture, he understood that he could likely enjoy a period of tranquility for the time being. Chapter 20. The first encounter with Director Egg in the late hours of the night, New York. Manhattan, Park Avenue, Hilton Hotel. After finishing her bath and settling down to watch a movie, Rena was unexpectedly interrupted by a phone call. The caller ID displayed an unknown number, but she knew without a doubt that it must be Addison. This temporary number was known only to him. You'd best take a trip somewhere. It's time to leave North America. Addison's voice came through the line, tinged with an unsettling gravity. What has happened? Rena sensed something amiss in his tone. The team I dispatched to the psychiatric hospital may have fallen into a trap. None have returned. It's utterly preposterous. His voice brimmed with barely contained fury. How could this happen? Rena was taken aback. She was well aware of Addison's capabilities. Those he sent on missions were elite soldiers, the best of the best. What could possibly keep them all at bay? I want to know why this has occurred. Addison's teeth ground together in frustration. The personnel he sent were a third of his current resources, and if they were all lost, many of his plans would inevitably be thwarted. This was a scenario he dreaded above all else. Could it be the work of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Reyna ventured cautiously. I'm not entirely certain about what transpired, which is why I need you to lay low for now. If S.H.I.E.L.D. is indeed involved, they will surely glean information about you from Dr. Raymond, making you a potential target for them. I understand. I will keep in regular contact. Do not return until I instruct you to, she affirmed. Yes. The call ended with a series of beeps, and for a moment, Reyna found herself frozen, momentarily forgetting to hang up. After about half a minute, she abruptly came to her senses. Could it be him? A face emerged in her mind, that of the mixed-blood individual who had once bested her. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable connection between this incident and him. Logically, a mere psychologist would hardly be capable of subduing a fully armed squad, yet she couldn't shake the feeling that he was involved. Lacking any evidence, she refrained from sharing this suspicion with Addison, knowing it would only lead him to question her sanity. Why had the elusive Mr. All-Seeing been able to thwart S.H.I.E.L.D. consistently, yet faltered this time? Doubts began to creep into Reyna's mind regarding his prowess. Until now, she had always believed that he was a figure of immense power within the extraordinary realm, his influence pervasive enough to infiltrate even S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. However, this time, it was evident that the esteemed seer had faltered. Perhaps I was overthinking it. After much contemplation, she realized that she could not untangle the threads of this matter and ultimately decided to set it aside for the moment and retreat instead. The small combat aircraft carrying Raymond and the others did not proceed directly to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters but flew towards the vicinity of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, not far from the Sankei building. Within a villa to the west of the academy, Director Fury awaited their arrival. As Raymond descended from the plane, following Hill and the others, he was greeted warmly by the one-eyed director, who resembled a pirate captain, with an enthusiastic embrace. Welcome back, Dr. Raymond. It has been far too long. A hint of a smile graced Raymond's face. From the memories of the original host, he knew that their relationship was quite amicable. It was Fury himself who had personally invited the original host, persuading him to clandestinely join the Tahiti project and become a guest professor at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. Since then, their friendship had flourished. I apologize for not visiting sooner. I hope you can understand my position, which is rather sensitive. If I were to intrude without caution, it might bring you trouble. Fury expressed, somewhat apologetically. Completely understandable. There is no need for excessive explanations among comrades, Raymond replied with a casual shake of his head and a smile. At that moment, Hill interjected, Gentlemen, shall we move indoors to continue our discussion? Indeed, I was being foolish, Fury exclaimed with a hearty laugh, slapping his forehead. As they entered the villa, May immediately took the initiative to prepare coffee, while Raymond and the others settled onto the sofas in the living room, engaging in light conversation. It is worth noting that Hill had already briefed Fury on the recent events at the Clockwork Asylum through a secure communication channel while still on the plane. Thus, Fury had a general understanding of the situation and did not require further elaboration. Once seated, Fury inquired with concern, I heard from Hill that your health has improved significantly. Doctor? Raymond nodded. Yes, my recovery has been quite satisfactory. Under normal circumstances, I should not relapse. That's good to hear. I was just telling Hill that if your condition had not improved, I would arrange for a doctor to come here to attend to you, Fury replied. Raymond chuckled. That won't be necessary. Have you forgotten that I am my own best doctor? Of course, I trust in that. Otherwise, I would not have sought you out for assistance all those years ago, Fury responded. All right, enough of the flattery. Let us discuss the matter at hand. What is your perspective on the recent developments? Miss Hill has already informed me of your earlier hypotheses. Is there any new progress? It is easier said than done. Fury sighed and smiled wryly, remarking that the operations of S.H.I.E.L.D. had become exceedingly vast. Even if he harbored suspicions, he dared not act recklessly for fear of inciting internal panic. Should such a scenario arise, the council would undoubtedly seek a way to replace him. Given how intolerable they found him, he lamented, to clarify this matter is challenging. Indeed, it is exceedingly difficult. His repetition of the word difficult underscored the complexity of the situation. Raymond pondered for a moment before expressing a differing perspective. Fury, slightly taken aback, inquired, Oh, what is your viewpoint? The current predicament was quite straightforward. In essence, it boiled down to the fact that there were insufficient leads for thorough investigation. Yet it was impractical to scrutinize every suspect. Thus, Raymond proposed a shift in strategy. If investigation was futile, why not cast out a bait and wait for the fish to bite? Are you suggesting we use the Tahiti project as bait to lure them in? Fury shook his head. I had actually considered this approach before, but its feasibility is quite low. They surely know that we have retrieved the doctor and can likely surmise our awareness of their objectives. In light of this, any actions I take regarding the Tahiti project would undoubtedly be met with their vigilance. They would not fall for it easily. Raymond chuckled softly. And what of their vigilance? Fury appeared puzzled by Raymond's implication. When I was a child, I read historical novels collected by my father, and one strategist's words remain vivid in my memory. He stated that strategies can be divided into two categories. One is covert, often relying on the element of surprise. The other is overt, where even if the enemy is aware of the trap, they are compelled to fall into it. Raymond continued with a light laugh. Covert strategies exploit information asymmetry to catch the enemy off guard, whereas overt strategies utilize the enemy's desires to set a visible trap. As long as one possesses something the enemy covets, they will inevitably find themselves ensnared in your trap, regardless of their awareness of its existence. Clearly, the intelligence concerning the Tahiti project is something they will relentlessly pursue, so even if they anticipate your trap, they will still succumb to it. Whether you can capture them hinges on your skill in setting the trap, Director. After a brief reflection, Fury grasped the reasoning behind Raymond's argument. Doctor, it seems your health has indeed improved. Fury raised an eyebrow, half-jokingly. It was evident that he had absorbed Raymond's insight. As the saying goes, even the wisest may overlook something. Previously, he had momentarily fallen into a cognitive blind spot, instinctively believing that if he were to use the Tahiti project as bait, the mastermind would surely be astute enough to recognize it. He had never underestimated the enemy's intelligence. However, Raymond's reminder made him realize that the crux of the matter did not lie in whether the other party could detect it, but rather in the ability to set a trap capable of unmasking the mastermind at once. He was at a loss for how to devise such a trap at this moment. Yet, with this notion in mind and his cunning intellect, it would not be long before he crafted a feasible plan. It was merely a matter of time. If we can apprehend the mastermind, consider it a favor owed to you, Fury exclaimed with delight. At that moment, May approached with a tray bearing several cups of coffee. Upon hearing Fury's words, she interjected, "You owe more than just one favor to the doctor." With May's blunt reminder, Fury recalled that he had indeed said something similar when inviting Raymond to participate in the Tahiti project. The previous favor remained unpaid, and now he found himself accumulating yet another. With this thought, he could only manage an awkward smile to mask his embarrassment. Raymond, with a chuckle, alleviated his discomfort. "Director, you merely fell into a cognitive blind spot. Even without my reminder, you would have eventually arrived at this conclusion. There is no need to dwell on favors. In that case, I shall not be polite with you, Doctor," Fury stated earnestly. "Before we uncover the mastermind, you may need to remain at headquarters for the time being. Here, at least, the adversary would not dare to brazenly trouble you, and we can ensure your safety." Remain at headquarters? Raymond frowned slightly. This was not in line with his earlier thoughts. While he did wish to utilize SHIELD's resources for a legitimate discharge from the hospital, being confined to the headquarters felt akin to being trapped in another prison. Certainly, SHIELD headquarters offered more freedom than the hospital, yet it still failed to satisfy him. Sitting quietly and listening to their conversation, Hill, who had been silent, perhaps perceived Raymond's discontent and suddenly proposed an alternative. "The doctor has spent quite a considerable time in the hospital and is likely weary of that idle existence. How about this? Let the doctor go to the SHIELD Academy." The SHIELD Academy? Both Director Fury and Raymond turned to Hill in unison. The doctor was already a guest professor at the academy, and only a small circle was aware of his recent disappearance. Thus, returning would raise no suspicions. Hill elaborated, moreover, keeping the doctor at headquarters might perplex many, potentially leading to unnecessary misunderstandings. Therefore, I believe having the doctor reside at the SHIELD Academy for a while, engaging in classes with students, could be a prudent solution, especially since the academy is well defended. Upon hearing Hill's reasoning, Fury nodded in agreement. There is merit in what Hill suggests. What are your thoughts, Doctor? In comparison, I personally lean more towards Miss Hill's suggestion, Raymond pondered. Very well. We shall proceed with this arrangement for the time being. I will reach out to the academy, Fury decisively concluded. This decision, while not entirely satisfying for Raymond, was undoubtedly preferable to remaining at SHIELD headquarters. It presented him with an opportunity to experiment with ways to procure additional system rewards. It is worth noting that previously, when he encountered Hill and May at the hospital, the system rated them as a level hero and a level hero, respectively, granting him 50 and 30 exploration points. To be frank, he was somewhat taken aback by this, as the evaluations he had received for others, such as David and Shadow King, had been more predictable. For instance, David was assessed as a level anti-hero and Shadow King as a level villain. He surmised that these ratings were likely based on their mutant levels. The former was a level 5 mutant, while the latter was a level 4 mutant, one being higher than the other. Raymond could comprehend this evaluative method. Even later, when encountering Reyna, who was evaluated as a level villain, he was not surprised. Even if she awakened her bloodline abilities due to the Inhuman's obelisk, her powers would merely equate to those of an ordinary mutant, far from the prowess of Shadow King and David. However, the system's assessment of Hill and May caught Raymond off guard for the first time. To his knowledge, neither would become extraordinary beings in the future, possessing no so-called potential for power. Yet, the system rated Hill the same as it did Shadow King, both at level, which shattered Raymond's prior conjectures, and May's level assessment followed suit. At that moment, he began to question whether his previous understanding of the system's evaluative model was flawed. If the system's ratings of Hill and May were merely perplexing, then the evaluation he received upon meeting Fury after disembarking the plane completely overturned his earlier assumptions. For the system rated Fury as a level hero. What does level mean? It is utterly terrifying. David, a level 5 mutant, received only a level rating. Yet the evaluation of Director Fury was a level, awarding Raymond a staggering 300 exploration points in one fell swoop. This solidified Raymond's realization that the system's evaluations of narrative characters could not solely be based on power or potential. There must be other criteria at play. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable why Director Fury and Hill were rated so highly. As for what these additional criteria might be, Raymond had some theories, but due to the lack of sufficient examples, he could not yet ascertain them and would have to draw conclusions later. Seizing the opportunity to visit S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, Raymond pondered whether he could decipher the system's reward rules, while also contemplating ways to amass additional rewards. If he could acquire a few more subpersonalities, his confidence would undoubtedly be bolstered. At that point, even if disagreements arose with S.H.I.E.L.D., he could depart at his leisure. For now, there was no urgency to leave. As a newcomer, it was essential for him to acclimate for a while. Becoming a teacher at S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy? It didn't sound entirely uninteresting. Accepting this premise, Raymond found himself unexpectedly looking forward to the forthcoming chapter of his life. After arranging Raymond's upcoming plans, Director Egg promptly took his leave. The hour was already late, and given that Raymond had only just been discharged from the hospital, it was evidently not the opportune moment for reminiscing. Hill and her colleagues chose to stay with Raymond at the lodge, intending to depart only once he was settled. This lodge was one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s properties, typically reserved for esteemed guests. Naturally, high-ranking officials like Hill were permitted to utilize it temporarily. Upon returning to the designated room, Raymond did not immediately retire for the night. Instead, he began to review his recent acquisitions. Earlier, in order to avoid arousing suspicion from Hill and her team, he had refrained from scrutinizing the system's notifications during the journey from the hospital to the lodge and upon meeting Fury. Only now did he finally find himself at leisure. System, display my current information, Raymond silently instructed in his mind. Instantly, his information panel materialized within his consciousness. Host, Raymond Strength, 09, Agility, 08, Constitution, 09. Spirit, 17 exploration points. For 20 subpersonality. Clo the Cunning. Was this sudden windfall akin to striking it rich? Observing the exploration points surge to 420. Raymond felt an ineffable sense of satisfaction, akin to discovering a sudden increase in his bank account after a significant endeavor in his previous life. Previously, after redeeming the Clo subpersonality, he had encountered Shadow King and Reyna, collectively earning 60 exploration points. However, due to testing and combat, he had utilized the equipment materialization feature twice, expending 20 exploration points in the process. The rules for equipment materialization dictated that each instance consumed 1/10 of the universal points corresponding to the character card's price. Clo, a bronze tier subpersonality, had a price of 100 universal points, meaning each materialization cost 10 universal points. After 2 instances of materialization, he had thus spent 20 universal points. Given that the exchange rate between exploration points and universal points was 1:1, he was left with a mere 40 exploration points. The 40 exploration points, combined with Hill's 50 points, May's 30 points, and the terrifying 300 points bestowed by the formidable hero Fry, amounted to a total of 420 exploration points. This was sufficient for Raymond to redeem 4 bronze character cards in one go, with some points to spare. The mere thought of acquiring additional trump cards filled him with exhilaration. Despite the late hour, sleep was the last thing on his mind. System, redeem 2 bronze character cards. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to first exchange for 2 bronze-level character cards to see what they would yield. Would you like to activate the bronze character cards immediately? Yes. Raymond thought to himself with practiced ease. Activating bronze character card. Bronze subpersona, Death Marksman Freud Laden. Activation successful. Prototype background. Death Marksman Freud Laden, a key member of the Suicide Squad, excels in hand-to-hand combat and various firearms. Possessing a remarkable talent for marksmanship that enables him to hit targets with unerring accuracy, even without sight, and capable of curving bullets after they have been fired. Activating bronze character card. Silver subpersona, the world's greatest assassin, Tao Bai Bai. Activation successful. Prototype background. The world's greatest assassin, Tao Bai Bai, hailing from the Dragon Ball universe, is the brother of Master Roshi, the founder of the Turtle School. His entire body can be weaponized, and even his tongue can kill, showcasing extraordinary prowess. If Raymond managed to maintain a semblance of composure upon witnessing the activation of the first subpersona, the unparalleled marksman, he could not retain his calm when the second subpersona was revealed. Goodness, Tao Bai Bai. The exhilaration surged through him upon realizing that the second bronze character card had activated a silver-level subpersona. According to the system's novice guide, the probability of activating a subpersona of a higher tier was exceedingly slim, even lower than the chance of drawing an extra bottle when purchasing a uniform iced tea. Having redeemed only 3 bronze character cards thus far, he was astounded to have activated a silver-level subpersona from them. His luck was indeed remarkable. However, when he discovered that this silver-level subpersona was none other than Tao Bai Bai, a feeling of disgust washed over him. Why, he thought, must one resort to using their tongue to kill? The fact that it was a man made it all the more repulsive. When he had watched that particular scene, he had deemed the character utterly deranged and irredeemable. Little did he expect that he would one day find himself entangled with such a grotesque figure in this peculiar manner. According to Raymond's previous observations of Chloe's alter ego, he remained uncertain whether the alter ego was entirely equivalent to their prototype. Nonetheless, their strength, habits, and fundamental memories were indeed consistent. It was as if Chloe's alter ego would subconsciously push up the imaginary glasses on his nose. Despite the fact that he was not wearing any, Raymond undoubtedly possessed absolute authority to switch between personalities, and given that the alter ego shared the same body, it would not intentionally act against his interests. However, when the alter ego was in control of the body, he could not fully restrain its every action. Even if he could sense the alter ego's thoughts, some matters were beyond his guarantee. For instance, if he were to switch to the peach-white alter ego, and that persona were to engage in a fight and suddenly resort to an outrageous act, such as using its tongue to harm someone, he might not be able to intervene in time. The mere thought of potentially licking his opponent to death in the future sent a chill down Raymond's spine. Chapter 23. Breathless Raymond, what a surprise it has been. Observing the third alter ego, Peach White, stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Raymond. Admittedly, he was not particularly fond of the somewhat perverse Peach White, yet he could not deny the terrifying prowess this persona possessed, capable of killing with mere petals and flowers. Although Peach White's combat capabilities appeared somewhat diminished after the Scions arrived on Earth, the comparison depended greatly on whom one was measuring against. Prior to the Dragon Ball universe's narrative expanding into the cosmos, Peach White was, without question, among the most elite martial artists on Earth, with few rivals to his strength. Otherwise, he would not have earned the title of the world's foremost assassin. While Peach White may not hold much significance in the mid to late stages of the Dragon Ball saga, on Earth, he was perceived as no different from a superhuman. A casually thrown stone could soar thousands of kilometers, outpacing even a typical commercial aircraft. Such power far surpassed Chloe's, and in the context of the One Piece world, he would undoubtedly rank among the 7 warlords of the sea, earning a silver tier classification without question. Raymond had previously speculated about the disparity between the bronze level and silver level alter egos. In comparing Peach White to Chloe, he found the difference to be considerably greater than he had anticipated. Initially, he viewed Chloe's bronze-level alter ego as a benchmark and believed that the silver-level alter ego might only equate to a standard rear admiral or vice admiral in the One Piece universe. However, it became clear that he had underestimated the gap between these two tiers. Raymond did not genuinely expect to activate an alter ego with overwhelming combat capabilities, as he recognized the odds were exceedingly slim. His initial hope was merely to awaken 2 alter egos that differed from Chloe in their approach to combat, which he would have deemed a significant achievement. The second persona, the Death Shooter, aligns remarkably well with his original expectations. While the Death Shooter's melee capabilities are rather mediocre, merely on par with elite special forces, he ultimately remains within the realm of ordinary individuals. In a one-on-one confrontation with Chloe, the latter could easily dispatch him in an instant. However, the system's classification of the Death Shooter's persona as bronze level is not without its justification. His true prowess lies in his astonishing talent for firearms, it would not be an exaggeration to describe him as the embodiment of the phrase man and gun as one. His marksmanship is exemplary, achieving perfect accuracy, which is merely the baseline. Building upon this foundation, he can even hit targets with his eyes closed, bending bullets mid-flight to navigate obstacles and eliminate his foes. With such remarkable aptitude, he firmly holds the title of the world's foremost sharpshooter. Indeed, in close-quarters combat, Klo could eliminate the Death Shooter without hesitation. Yet, if provided with a sufficiently powerful sniper rifle and ample distance, the Death Shooter could take down 10 clones without breaking a sweat. Raymond previously perceived Klo's persona as having significant limitations. In scenarios rife with gunfire, Klo's silent steps would likely struggle to make an impact. The presence of the Death Shooter, a firearms expert proficient in various weaponry, undoubtedly serves as a considerable boon for Raymond. Should the activation of the third persona not yield a silver-level persona, the emergence of the Death Shooter would still be a gratifying outcome for him. Even if the third persona proves to be of little assistance, it is of no consequence. However, in the presence of Toru, the appearance of the Death Shooter feels somewhat unremarkable. It seems there is no immediate need to continue exchanging for bronze-level character cards. After comparing the differences between the two newly activated personas, Raymond murmured to himself. Initially, his decision to pursue the activation of a new bronze-level persona was to compensate for Klo's shortcomings. Yet it is evident that such a necessity no longer exists. To be candid, the activation of a silver-level persona from 3 bronze character cards feels almost surreal. With his remaining exploration points, he can exchange for 2 additional bronze character cards, but he does not harbor any expectations of activating another silver-level persona from them. He is self-aware enough to understand that he is neither exceptionally fortunate nor perpetually unlucky. If he were to activate yet another new bronze-level persona, it would hold little significance for him, especially now that he possesses Toru, a silver-level persona. Consequently, he has resolved to conserve his remaining exploration points until such a time when he can exchange them for a silver character card and continue the activation process. At this stage, these 3 personas are more than sufficient to grant him peace of mind. After making up his mind to temporarily refrain from exchanging character cards, Raymond decided to test his abilities by switching to the newly activated dual subpersonalities, curious if the experience would mirror that of transitioning to the Klaus subpersonality. 5 minutes later, he collapsed onto the bed, breathless, his mind echoing a singular thought. What just happened? Initially, when he transitioned to the Deadshot subpersonality, he felt relatively fine, and it was evident that the exertion was not nearly as burdensome as it was with the Klaus persona. In fact, he anticipated no significant change in combat dynamics. Since the Deadshot persona typically avoided direct confrontations, favoring assassination and ambush tactics that required minimal physical energy. However, due to his current lack of firearms, he was unable to further assess the extraordinary marksmanship talent of the Deadshot persona. After familiarizing himself with the sensation of embodying the Deadshot character, he switched back, preparing to explore the Peach-White subpersonality. Yet, complications arose at this juncture. Upon transitioning to the Peach-White persona, before he could even engage in any vigorous activity, he experienced a sudden wave of dizziness. Realizing something was amiss, Raymond quickly reverted to his original state. The moment he returned, he was overwhelmed by the sensation of being utterly drained. In that state, standing even for a moment felt like an insurmountable task. All he desired was to succumb to sleep. Nevertheless, he resisted the urge to doze off and promptly activated the tutorial feature in his mind, seeking to understand the peculiarities of the recent experience. He recalled having seen a detailed explanation regarding the duration of subpersonality transitions within the tutorial, but at that time, he was preoccupied with strategizing his swift departure from the hospital and had not devoted ample attention to those particulars. While simultaneously testing his combat capabilities upon switching to the Klaus persona, he had deduced a correlation. The duration of each subpersonality state inversely related to the physical or energy expenditure incurred. However, it appeared that his self-formed hypothesis lacked completeness. Chapter 24, Composite Value? Such a mechanism exists. After finally locating the section in the tutorial that detailed the duration of subpersonality states and diligently reading through it, Raymond couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. This matter was indeed rather troublesome. According to the tutorial's explanation, his earlier hypothesis was not entirely erroneous. The duration for which a subpersonality can be sustained is indeed inversely proportional to the energy or physical exertion it demands. The greater the expenditure, the shorter the duration. Yet, this was merely one of several factors influencing the longevity of a subpersonality state, not the entirety of the equation. In comparison to the influence of this factor on the duration of the alternate personality state, there exists an even more pivotal element, the host's comprehensive value. What then is this comprehensive value? In simple terms, it is the ultimate figure derived from the weighted average of 4 attributes: strength, agility, constitution, and spirit, found within Raymond's data panel. Although the introduction does not explicitly state the weighting ratios, one certainty remains. The higher the overall values of these 4 attributes, the greater the resulting comprehensive value will be. According to Raymond's understanding, this comprehensive value bears a resemblance to the concept of overall combat power. The 4 attributes, evidently, are integral factors influencing an individual's overall combat capability. While the comprehensive value may not equate precisely to combat power, it is at least a synonym of sorts. Interpreting it in this light, the rules outlined in the Novice Guide suggest that the higher an individual's comprehensive combat power, the longer the duration for which they can maintain the alternate personality state. Concurrently, the higher the power tier of the alternate personality invoked, the shorter the duration will be. With his current comprehensive value, should he switch to the class alternate personality, he could sustain high-intensity combat for a maximum of over 10 minutes before reverting automatically. In contrast, should he assume the Deadshot alternate personality, he might endure even longer, as its power tier is, strictly speaking, inferior to that of the class personality. Only the Taobai by alternate personality, possessing a power tier vastly superior to both Deadshot and class, can be sustained for just a few minutes even without engaging in high-intensity combat. After that, he would revert to his current state, feeling as though his very essence had been drained. If combat were to recommence, the duration would inevitably diminish further, perhaps even down to a minute or mere seconds. Evidently, for the Taobai by alternate personality, the consumption of stamina and energy is no longer the crux of the matter. Even standing still, merely breathing, his current comprehensive value would only allow him to maintain this state for a few minutes, not exceeding 10. Once he becomes active, this time would plummet drastically. If he wishes to prolong the duration of the Taobai by alternate personality, or even employed in battle, the sole avenue available is to find ways to enhance his comprehensive value. This is a pressing issue he must address. Otherwise, it is likely that the Taobai by alternate personality will not be the only one to encounter such a predicament in the future. If he were to activate other silver tier alternate personalities, or perhaps even a gold tier alternate personality down the line, he might find himself unable to sustain even a breath for more than a few seconds, ultimately collapsing into a state of utter exhaustion. What use would it be to accumulate vast amounts of exploration points or exchange for numerous character cards? Cursing under his breath, Raymond silently expressed his disdain for the system, raising an imaginary middle finger in its direction. However, despite the criticism, he was aware that the system could not be entirely blamed. The system had indeed provided prior warnings, suggesting that any uncertainties could be addressed in the Novice Guide. Yet, having never truly had a moment of respite since his arrival in this world, coupled with the tedious and lengthy nature of the guide, he had only skimmed through its contents. Moreover, many subcategories contained even more verbose and detailed descriptions, which he had regrettably lacked the time to examine thoroughly. This resulted in his limited understanding of the duration of the subpersonality state. He was confident that the Novice Guide contained a wealth of important information he had yet to explore, including methods to enhance his overall attributes, among other inquiries. While browsing the section regarding the duration of the subpersonality, he had noticed a subcategory introducing overall attributes, but had not yet found the opportunity to delve into it. He felt he could not endure any longer and resolved to continue his exploration the following day, initially intending to further investigate the detailed exposition on overall attributes. He soon realized that his eyelids were growing heavy. A profound weariness had enveloped him, a consequence of the battle at the hospital, the arduous journey to Washington with Hill, and the significant exhaustion incurred from switching to the subpersonality of Toru. Unable to withstand it any longer, he succumbed to slumber within mere seconds, illustrating his sheer fatigue. The following morning, after sharing breakfast with Raymond and Hill, May returned to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. In truth, May had long since distanced herself from the front lines. Although she, like Black Widow, was a legendary female agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., she bore the psychological scars of a fateful battle that had brought her fame, from which she had yet to recover. Now, she was merely one of the many administrative personnel within S.H.I.E.L.D. Had it not been for Hill's desperate search for someone suitable to assist her, she would likely be seated at a desk in some office at the headquarters, typing away at her keyboard. After May's departure, Hill personally accompanied Raymond to the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. They were greeted by Dr. Annie Weaver, the dean of the Academy's science department and one of the vice presidents, responsible for the institution's personnel arrangements. Agent Hill, Dr. Raymond, it has been quite a while, Dean Weaver exclaimed warmly upon spotting them from a distance, indicating that this was not their first encounter. Raymond recalled memories of the dean, some inherited from the original host, and others from his previous life. If his recollection served him correctly, The two brilliant scientists who would soon be part of the special team that Coulson was assembling were indeed the prized prot.gs of Dean Weaver. As for the original body recognizing this individual, it is due to the fact that after being recruited by Fury, he indeed served as a guest lecturer at S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy on several occasions. At that time, the one receiving the original body was none other than the current Director Weaver. It has indeed been quite some time since we last met. I did not expect you to personally welcome us, Ms. Weaver, Raymond remarked with a smile. We appreciate your assistance once again, Agent Weaver, Hill added politely. Chapter 25. Principal Dugan. The history of S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, strictly speaking, predates that of the S.H.I.E.L.D. organization itself. During World War II, S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy was originally affiliated with one of the predecessors of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Strategic Scientific Reserve, although it did not bear that name at the time. However, one thing has remained constant. It has continuously nurtured the finest military talents, providing a steady stream of skilled personnel for its parent organization. Nowadays, the majority of graduates from this institution automatically enter S.H.I.E.L.D., while only a small fraction opts for other paths, such as remaining at the Academy as educators or joining organizations and departments that maintain favorable relations with S.H.I.E.L.D. Nonetheless, these choices must receive the Academy's official approval. S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy has always operated without tuition fees, relying solely on exclusive sponsorship from S.H.I.E.L.D. for its funding. To gain admission for study here, one must sign a stringent contract with the Academy, which explicitly stipulates that post-graduation employment choices require the Academy's consent. Breaching this contract grants S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy the right to pursue accountability. There have been instances where individuals questioned whether this clause was excessively domineering. However, with S.H.I.E.L.D. standing behind the Academy, an internationally recognized quasi-official organization endorsed by nations worldwide, who would dare to challenge such terms, even if they were indeed onerous? For an organization like S.H.I.E.L.D., it would be remarkable if they did not engage in bullying. Typically, only those with a lapse in judgment would confront them over such matters. Moments later, Weaver escorted Hill and Raymond to her office. Coffee or tea? She inquired as they settled in. Coffee, please, Raymond shrugged. In North America, what is commonly referred to as tea is typically English black tea, and he found himself more accustomed to coffee. Just a glass of water for me, Hill smiled. Emily, could you please prepare 2 cups of coffee and 1 glass of water? Thank you, Weaver instructed her assistant via the phone on her desk. Certainly, came the prompt reply from the other end. Weaver then turned her attention back to the two, stating, originally, after Director Fury contacted the Academy, Principal Dugan intended to personally welcome you both. However, he is currently in Europe and is unable to attend due to unforeseen circumstances. So he has entrusted me with his apologies. Principal Dugan is far too courteous. He is indeed a role model for all of us agents. If he were to greet us, we might feel quite out of place, Hill chuckled. At this moment, Raymond merely smiled and nodded, refraining from immediately joining the conversation. He was swiftly processing the memories of his original body's host regarding Director Dugan, who was being mentioned alongside Weaver and Hill. According to the recollections of his original host, he had only met Director Dugan once, during his previous encounter when he had been granted the title of guest professor at S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. It is noteworthy that S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy comprises 4 major divisions: the Academy of Sciences, the Combat Academy, the Communications Academy, and the Espionage Academy. Weaver holds the position of Dean of the Academy of Sciences, and she is the sole dean who also serves as a vice president among the 4 divisions. Above her, of course, is the Director Dugan she had just referenced. The original host was not particularly familiar with Director Dugan. He only knew that he was a veteran operative with whom he had exchanged but a single greeting. However, Raymond gleaned a significant piece of information from the memories of the original host. The name of this illustrious figure, Dum Dugan. While the original host was unaware of his prominence, Raymond was well aware. Dugan was one of the founding members of S.H.I.E.L.D., an operative of considerable experience, whose origins could be traced back to the Strategic Scientific Reserve during World War II, having fought alongside Captain America and Agent Carter. If Black Widow and Melinda May could be considered to possess a hint of legend, then Director Dugan could undoubtedly be regarded as a living legend. It was no wonder Hill stated that Director Dugan was a role model for all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Such words were far from exaggerated. Raymond mused as he unraveled the identity of Dugan. At that moment, Weaver happened to glance at him. From the conversation with Director Fury, it seemed apparent that Dr. Raymond, upon his return, intended to formally join the Academy. Indeed, I look forward to your guidance, Ms. Weaver, Raymond affirmed with a nod. This notion of formal employment had been discussed with him earlier that morning by Director Egg, who had communicated the necessary terms from S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy to avoid discrepancies. Naturally, Director Egg had not divulged the truth to the Academy, as the details of the Tahiti project remained classified even within S.H.I.E.L.D. Perhaps Director Egg would privately confer with the legendary Director Dugan to clarify the true circumstances, but beyond that, even Weaver before him was likely unaware of the reality. Raymond was indifferent to this. He merely needed to nod in agreement. Upon confirming this situation, Weaver expressed her delight, saying, "That's truly wonderful. I had thought about inviting you to join the academy before, but I never imagined it would actually come to fruition. With your expertise in psychology, Dr. Raymond, Shield Academy can finally stand tall in this field. Ms. Weaver, if you continue to praise me so, I might just float away," Raymond joked. "I am merely stating a fact," she replied. Weaver smiled softly and continued, stating that the onboarding procedures could be facilitated shortly, requiring only Dr. Raymond's signature. A rather simple matter. However, noticing Weaver hesitating, Raymond directly remarked, "If there are any concerns, Ms. Weaver may speak freely. It is quite all right." Upon hearing this, Weaver nodded, organized her thoughts, and proceeded, "You see, since you were previously a visiting professor at the academy, it was inconsequential where you taught. However, now that you are to be officially employed, you must select a specific department to affiliate with. I wonder, Dr. Raymond, would you prefer to join our Academy of Sciences or the Communications Institute next door? Naturally, as the Dean of the Academy of Sciences, I wholeheartedly welcome you to our institution. Yet, I must refrain from excessive persuasion lest those individuals claim I am exploiting my position to recruit talent." Upon being posed with this question, Raymond narrowed his eyes slightly, taking a moment before responding. Chapter 26, The Astonished Dean Weaver. Previously, no one had informed Raymond of this necessity to select a department. Neither Director Egg nor Hill appeared to be aware that joining the Shield Academy entailed such a decision. Even the memories of the original host lacked relevant information, making Weaver's inquiry quite unexpected for him. Nevertheless, he did not deliberate for long. After a brief pause, he declared, "I apologize, Ms. Weaver, but I do not wish to join either of these divisions." Weaver seemed taken aback by his response, her brow furrowing slightly. "Could it be, Dr. Raymond, that you wish to join the Espionage Institute? Indeed, psychology could prove quite beneficial there, but the academic atmosphere is rather weak. I personally would not recommend it." No, Ms. Weaver, you misunderstand. I merely stated that I do not wish to go to the Academy of Sciences or the Communications Institute. I never indicated a desire to join the Espionage Institute. Raymond interrupted before she could finish her thought. "Then, are you suggesting that you wish to join the Combat Institute?" Weaver was utterly astonished. She was not the only one. Even Hill, who had been observing silently, was taken aback by Raymond's unexpected decision, his gaze now tinged with skepticism. Weaver was unaware of Raymond's prior circumstances, believing he had merely been abroad recently. This was also the explanation provided by Director Egg regarding Raymond's sudden disappearance. Others would not delve deeper. However, Hill was aware that Raymond's absence had nothing to do with international travel. Rather, he had suffered from schizophrenia and had been discreetly sent to the Clockwork Psychiatric Hospital for treatment. From the moment Raymond met her after leaving the hospital until now, he had behaved entirely normally, and given that he was a psychology expert claiming to be largely recovered, Hill had harbored no doubts. Moreover, it is not solely her belief that Raymond has recovered. Both Director Liu Dan and May evidently share this sentiment. Under such circumstances, she has tacitly accepted that Raymond is indeed well again. However, Raymond's sudden and inexplicable request to visit the Combat Institute has inevitably stirred her suspicions about a potential relapse. After all, what reason could there be for such a request? Hill herself did not graduate from SHIELD Academy. She was instead appointed to SHIELD by the World Security Council, thus belonging to the category of personnel who were brought in from outside. Nevertheless, as the deputy director of SHIELD, she possesses a fundamental understanding of the academy. Among its 4 major divisions, the Science Division is dedicated to cultivating technologically adept professionals, with most of the agency's scientists hailing from this sector. The Communications Division trains individuals skilled in intelligence, and the vast majority of operatives within SHIELD's intelligence framework are graduates of this division. These 2 divisions can essentially be regarded as the administrative branches of SHIELD Academy. In contrast, the Espionage Division and the Combat Institute, as their names suggest, lean towards combat-oriented training. The Espionage Division specializes in nurturing spies, although the Combat Institute offers related courses. Its specialization pales in comparison to that of the Espionage Division. As for the Combat Institute's focus, it is straightforward. It is designed to train operatives for direct confrontation. A significant portion of the agency's formidable field operatives are graduates of the Combat Institute, with May being no exception. According to Weaver's perspective, Raymond, as a psychologist, enjoys a modest reputation within academic circles, embodying the archetype of a scholarly individual. Logically, even if he were to officially enroll at SHIELD Academy, It would be expected that he would opt for the science or communications divisions, both of which are steeped in academic rigor. Taking a hypothetical step back, even if Raymond were to bypass these two divisions in favor of the espionage division, while she might not highly recommend it, she would not find it particularly odd. After all, psychology is indeed a core subject within the espionage division. To become an exceptional spy, one must possess not only acting skills and adaptability, but also a profound understanding of human psychology. In many respects, the espionage division's demand for psychological knowledge surpasses that of the two administrative branches. However, the Combat Institute bears little relevance to psychology. It is evident that a division solely dedicated to training combatants would have little need for psychological studies. Their curriculum encompasses a vast array of subjects, including but not limited to close combat, firearms proficiency, physical conditioning, survival tactics, and the operation of various modes of transportation. Yet, conspicuously absent from these essential subjects is any mention of psychology. Perhaps a few students at the Combat Institute might choose to take psychology as an elective due to personal interest. However, such individuals are exceedingly rare. As the saying goes, one cannot master every discipline. Unless one is a true prodigy, it is implausible to excel in all fields. It is precisely for this reason that Weaver had never considered that Raymond would choose to join the Warfare Institute. Even Hill, an outsider with limited knowledge of the psyche Academy, found Raymond's decision astonishing and even questioned whether he had relapsed into his previous condition. One can only imagine the extent of Weaver's astonishment. However, Weaver's reaction upon hearing this decision, as well as Hill's response, were, in fact, anticipated by Raymond. With a calm smile, he remarked, "Ms. Weaver, you need not be overly surprised. There are reasons behind my choice. Please, do elaborate." Weaver gestured, inviting Raymond to continue. "If my memory serves me correctly, students from the 4 divisions of SHIELD Academy are permitted to take courses from other divisions, correct?" Raymond inquired, raising his gaze slightly towards Weaver. Indeed, Weaver nodded in affirmation. "Thus, my decision to join the Warfare Institute does not preclude students from other divisions from enrolling in my classes, does it?" Raymond continued to pose his rhetorical question. "While that is accurate, Dr. Raymond, you must also recognize that the majority of students in the Warfare Institute are unlikely to be interested in your courses," Weaver responded earnestly. "Although there is interaction among the divisions, cross-division course enrollment is inherently a cumbersome process, often entailing a significant time investment. I have no doubt that should you truly join the Warfare Institute, many students from other divisions would seek to enroll in your classes. Nonetheless, I fail to comprehend the rationale behind such a choice. With all due respect, I do not perceive this as a judicious decision. I mean no offense, but I sincerely hope you will reconsider." As she spoke, Weaver cast a pleading glance towards Hill, hoping she might persuade Raymond. "Doctor, might you spare a moment to step outside for a private conversation? I have a few inquiries I wish to discuss with you." Hill, true to Weaver's expectations, softly addressed Raymond. "Certainly," Raymond replied with an open-handed gesture, indicating his indifference. At that moment, Hill directed an inquiring look towards Weaver, who understood Hill's intentions and had no objections. Shortly thereafter, the two found themselves in the corridor outside the office. Before Hill could speak, Raymond smiled and asked, "Miss Hill, do you believe my condition has not yet improved?" Raymond's forthright opening caught Hill off guard. She had initially intended to approach the subject more delicately, but since Raymond had addressed it directly, she decided to forego any circumlocution. "I merely believe that Agent Weaver's comments hold some merit. Your choice is indeed perplexing. So, you genuinely think my condition remains unchanged?" Raymond refrained from elaborating and opted once more for direct confrontation. Hill found herself in a somewhat awkward position in response to Raymond's inquiry. How could she respond to such a statement? Deep down, she certainly thought so, yet some words, when spoken aloud, could be quite hurtful. The question posed by Raymond, devoid of any room for negotiation, left her momentarily at a loss. Just as Hill was organizing her thoughts, Raymond continued, "Well, how should I put this? Strictly speaking, you haven't guessed wrong. My illness cannot be deemed entirely cured." "What?" Hill widened her eyes in disbelief, as if she had misheard him. "But you clearly said." Raymond shook his head with a smile. "If my memory serves me right, my exact words were that I was feeling much better. I don't believe I ever claimed to be completely recovered, did I?" Hill reflected on this, and it did seem to hold true. When they were on the plane, Raymond had indeed said he was feeling much better. However, throughout their interactions, both she and May had perceived Raymond as entirely normal. Coupled with his remark about feeling much better, they had implicitly accepted the notion that he was fundamentally recovered. Thus, Hill had informed Director Liu about Raymond's condition, and the director had not doubted her, as he too had found Raymond to be quite normal during their exchanges. It is worth noting that when the original Dr. Raymond had first succumbed to madness, even his primary persona, often spoke incoherently and appeared disoriented, making it rare to witness him in a normal state. Perhaps during his time at the psychiatric hospital, his primary persona exhibited some normalcy, but there were still intermittent instances of abnormal behavior. The current Raymond, however, exhibited none of those issues, which naturally led director Liu and Hill to perceive no problems. Nonetheless, Raymond's assertion bore an air of sophistry. A typical person would interpret the phrase feeling much better as an indication of being largely free from issues. Who would construe it as meaning one was still unwell? While it could be argued, such reasoning would merely constitute a play on words. In truth, Raymond was indeed engaging in this verbal game. When he mentioned feeling much better, his original intention was to convey that he was fundamentally on the mend. Yet, just moments ago, when Weaver had asked him to choose a division to join, he suddenly recalled a rather grave concern. His proficiency in psychology was, in fact, quite troubling. Although he had now absorbed a considerable amount of memories belonging to the original body, most of it remained unprocessed and poorly digested. This level of memory acquisition was akin to merely viewing a series of slides without comprehension. In casual conversation, he might not reveal any significant issues. But if he were to teach a class, numerous problems would undoubtedly arise. Given a few more months to thoroughly assimilate the memories related to psychology from the original owner of the body, such issues might dissipate. However, since his arrival in this world, only 3 or 4 days had passed in total. He barely had the time to peruse the system introduction, let alone to digest the memories of the original body. Upon realizing this, Raymond swiftly conceived a remedy. Since he could not impart knowledge of psychology for the time being, why not teach another subject? It is worth remembering that his Deadshot persona is an unparalleled assassin, a mercenary, and a master of firearms, effortlessly wielding any weapon with finesse and excelling in modern warfare tactics. Even legendary female operatives like Black Widow and May would pale in comparison to the prowess of his Deadshot persona. If he were to embody this persona while teaching at the Combat Academy, it would be a mere trifle, perhaps even an underutilization of his abilities. The sole dilemma was how to explain the sudden emergence of such capabilities. Thus, he devised a somewhat imperfect ruse to masquerade as a mutant. Upon reflection, the feasibility of this plan appeared rather promising. Even on Earth in his past life, there were numerous phenomena that defied scientific explanation, let alone in a world already teeming with extraordinary beings. If he could convince others that his sudden array of personas were merely manifestations of extraordinary phenomena, akin to a mutant, it would undoubtedly alleviate many future complications. People often seek to analyze what they do not comprehend, yet once presented with an acceptable explanation, they tend to cease further inquiry. Even if there were perplexing occurrences, they would all be rationalized under that singular explanation. If he could disguise himself as a mutant, persuading everyone that his abilities stemmed from an imaginative creation of diverse virtual personas, most of which were exceptionally lifelike, then all obstacles would dissipate. Presently, an excellent opportunity arose to test this persona. Observing the bemusement on Hill's face, rendered speechless by his convoluted reasoning, Raymond continued, "I understand, Miss Hill, that you may find my explanation somewhat far-fetched. However, I have deliberated over this matter for quite some time, uncertain whether to disclose it to you, for once revealed, it signifies that my life may never return to its former tranquility." Hill detected an unusual undertone. "If I were to tell you that I was stimulated by the previous incident, which activated certain latent abilities within me, would you believe it?" Raymond spoke slowly. "Mutant?" Hill gazed at him in astonishment. "What mutant?" Raymond commenced his performance. Chapter 28, Raymond's performance. There was no choice but to act. The original body was completely oblivious to the concept of mutants. Despite being specially invited by Director Egg to participate in the Tahiti project, and ostensibly having joined S.H.I.E.L.D. while holding a title as a guest professor at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, he knew little about S.H.I.E.L.D. or the world of superpowers. The concept of mutants does not exist within the memories of their original bodies. Therefore, despite the description of Raymond suddenly awakening his special abilities after a stimulus, which is essentially akin to the awakening process experienced by the majority of mutants, he must feign ignorance. Otherwise, the narrative would falter. Observing Raymond's bewilderment, Hill pondered, "Doctor, you must understand that there are superhumans in this world who live among ordinary people, yet possess extraordinary abilities that far surpass common imagination, much like the superheroes in the eyes of the mundane." "Like the Avengers?" Raymond inquired. "Precisely, just like the Avengers," Hill affirmed with a nod, continuing, "Mutants represent the largest group among superhumans. The situation you just described is precisely the process that most mutants undergo when awakening their powers." "Miss Hill, are you suggesting that I am also one of these mutants?" Raymond asked, pointing to himself. "I cannot say for certain. But if you indeed awaken some ability due to the recent incident, it is quite likely that you are a mutant. Wait. At this juncture, Hill suddenly appeared struck by a thought, gazing at Raymond in astonishment. Does this mean that the two groups of intruders at the hospital were eliminated by you, Doctor? Hill had initially failed to connect this event to Raymond. She had suspected that an unknown superhuman within the Clockwork Psychiatric Hospital had intervened to eliminate the intruders due to their disturbance. However, upon hearing Raymond mention his awakened abilities and possible mutant status, she immediately linked the two events. Two groups of intruders? Raymond was momentarily taken aback. Having resolved to pose as a mutant, he had anticipated that Hill might connect him to the hospital incident. Yet, he had only dealt with one group of intruders. Where did the second group come from? Hill continued, when May and I arrived. We had already eliminated one group outside the hospital. However, upon entering, we discovered that two groups of intruders had been killed. The first group appeared to have committed collective suicide, each shot dead. The second group seemed to have been violently slain in an instant. Upon hearing this, Raymond's brow furrowed slightly, for he discerned the crux of the matter. Undoubtedly, the second group of intruders had been eliminated by the 8 individuals dispatched by the alternate persona of Clark. However, he had no relation to the deaths of the first group. He currently lacked the ability to compel others to take their own lives, indicating that another party was responsible. Is it him? Raymond's mind suddenly conjured the image of David, who had almost discovered him the previous night, but was not the Shadow King. At that moment, he speculated that this David was likely one of the many subpersonalities of the primary David he was familiar with. From what he gathered, this David had indeed encountered another group of intruders elsewhere, although Raymond was uncertain about what had transpired between that David and those individuals. However, piecing together what Hill had described, he quickly clarified the situation. It must have been that those intruders had coincidentally confronted the primary David and, upon attempting to cause him harm, inadvertently triggered one of his subpersonalities, which then dispatched them all. Control suicide? What kind of ability is this? Psychic power? Or telekinetic control? For the moment, Raymond could not ascertain the true nature of that David's abilities and could only speculate vaguely. Noticing Raymond lost in contemplation, Hill pressed on, "Is it not you?" "It is me, yet it is not," Raymond initially conceded before promptly retracting his statement. "What do you mean?" "You mentioned the second group of intruders might indeed have perished by my hand, or more accurately, by the hand of one of my subpersonalities. But the demise of the first group of intruders bears no relation to me," Raymond pondered. He chose not to let that David take the blame, nor could he elucidate the nature of that ability. "Are you saying that, aside from you, there was indeed another superhuman at the hospital last night?" Hill rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache coming on, as this matter was evidently far more intricate than she had anticipated. "I cannot say for certain," Raymond shook his head. He had no intention of letting that David take the fall, but neither did he plan to divulge everything. "By the way, Doctor, what exactly is your ability? Also, you mentioned that the second group of intruders was slain by one of your subpersonalities. What does that mean?" Hill inquired further. "My ability is my multiple personalities. I am unsure how to categorize this ability. If I were to explain, it is as though these subpersonalities are distinct individuals who have lived real lives, each possessing various identities and professions. Some are martial arts masters, others are private detectives, and still others are special forces operatives, and so forth. The knowledge they possess is often beyond my prior experience, yet it is undeniably real." Raymond reflected as he explained, "Although they sometimes emerge unexpectedly, such as that night when I faced potential life-threatening danger, it was the martial arts master subpersonality that suddenly manifested to help me deal with those intruders." "Doctor, how do you know he only killed one group of people?" Hill asked, puzzled. To her knowledge, multiple personalities typically do not share memories. When one personality is in control of the body, the specifics of their actions remain unknown to the others unless that personality chooses to communicate with them. Thus, she was curious as to why Raymond was so certain that the subpersonality had only eliminated one group of intruders. Raymond was certainly aware of this and had prepared for it in advance. He explained, "This is likely a result of my abilities. Even when my alter ego is in control of my body, I can still perceive the external circumstances to some extent. Thus, I am well aware of his actions." Hill nodded in understanding. Chapter 29, Truth and Deception. Noticing Hill's reaction, Raymond realized that his narrative had already achieved partial success. He intentionally portrayed his abilities as those of an alter ego with diverse professions, likening them to archetypal roles such as a martial arts master, a private detective, and a special forces operative. This itself was a form of a half-truth, a strategic revelation. Such mixed information is often the most challenging to unravel, which was precisely the reasoning he had devised when he decided to masquerade as a mutant. For his current situation, this level of revelation undoubtedly outweighed the potential drawbacks. The advantages were self-evident. Foremost among them was the alleviation of the risks associated with the psychiatric hospital, by ambiguously disclosing that he possessed abilities, specifically multiple personalities. Even if Director Liu's people were dispatched to the hospital to inquire about his condition, it would not raise suspicions. After all, he had not truly recovered. Thus there was no risk of exposure. Furthermore, once Hill and her associates discovered that other intruders had been killed in the hospital, it was highly likely they would send someone back to investigate further, potentially uncovering some clues. Although Raymond believed he had left no traces, one can never be too cautious. His selective revelation at this juncture effectively mitigated a potential threat. On the other hand, it provided a coherent explanation for any unusual behavior he might exhibit in the future. For instance, if he were to switch to the Deadpool alter ego for teaching, it would not raise any doubts. However, drawbacks undeniably existed. For instance, he was not a true mutant, and specialized genetic testing would reveal this fact. Yet, he had never claimed to be a mutant. It was Hill who had unilaterally deduced the possibility based on his abilities. Even if it were later discovered that he was not a mutant, the blame would not fall upon him. Moreover, in a world teeming with various superhuman groups, mutants were merely the most prominent, often the first to come to mind. Numerous other superhuman entities existed, such as the Inhumans created by the Kree, or those like Spider-Man and the Hulk, whose genetic mutations were induced by external stimuli. These were just the more well-known examples. Countless lesser-known groups existed. No one could guarantee they knew every superhuman faction on Earth, and neither could S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, Raymond felt little concern on this front. Even if a day of exposure were to arrive, Director Liu Dan would hardly harbor any doubts about this victim. Driven to madness by the Tahiti plan, over such a trivial misunderstanding. There is something else I fail to comprehend, Hill hesitantly began after digesting this sudden explosive news. Please continue, Raymond encouraged her. Even if, Doctor, you could have your Special Forces alter ego teach at the Combat Academy, wouldn't that be significantly more troublesome than personally imparting your knowledge of psychology? Hill pondered aloud. If someone else had posed this question, I might have concocted a casual excuse to deflect it. However, Miss Hill, since you are one of us, I shall not deceive you. At this juncture, a grave expression settled upon Raymond's face. My reasoning for this choice is rather simple. I wish to distance myself from psychology as much as possible, unless absolutely necessary. I have no desire to delve into this field again, and I hope you can understand, Miss Hill. Raymond's response did not directly address Hill's inquiry. He merely articulated his reluctance to engage with psychology. Yet, in light of his experiences and the weight of his expression, Hill instinctively constructed a narrative in her mind. To her, it was evident that Raymond harbored psychological scars from the Tahiti plan, leading to a disdain for his work, hence his aversion to the subject. He would rather expose his unhealed affliction and the unexpected emergence of a suspected mutant awakening than revisit the realm of psychology. The depth of his aversion was unmistakable. Contemplating this, Hill solemnly stated, "Thank you, Doctor, for your trust. I understand your feelings, and please rest assured, I promise to report this matter only to Director Fury, and I will not disclose it to anyone else without your consent. I am truly grateful to you, Miss Hill," Raymond replied, visibly relieved. However, deep down, he did not genuinely regard Hill's assurance as binding. He felt no apprehension about revealing this persona, nor did he mind if it became public knowledge. "We should be thanking you, Doctor. This is indeed something we owe you," Hill countered, shaking her head. "I will also find a way to explain things to Agent Weaver. So do not worry." Seeing Hill's understanding demeanor, Raymond chose to withdraw from further dramatics. At this juncture, the issues he faced had clearly become manageable. There was no need for excessive theatrics. Moderation is key. Later that evening, Hill returned alone to the Triskelion, making her way straight to the director's office on the top floor. Fury, who had been engrossed in official duties, rose with a hearty laugh upon her return, greeting her warmly. "You've truly borne a heavy burden, Hill. Consider this a favor owed to you. You might want to settle the favor owed to Dr. Raymond first," Hill retorted, her mood lacking any inclination for jest. Fury certainly noticed her unusual demeanor and promptly inquired, "What has transpired? Is there an issue with the Academy's arrangements?" "Not exactly," Hill replied, shaking her head, and proceeded to recount the essence of her exchange with Raymond. "Mutants?" Upon hearing Hill's account, Fury's expression grew considerably somber. It was evident that this revelation lay beyond his expectations. He had anticipated that Hill would express concern primarily over the Academy's misguided arrangements regarding Raymond, leading to her dissatisfaction. But he had not foreseen such a development. "I cannot definitively ascertain whether he is a mutant, but the doctor's experiences evidently mirror the awakening process of most mutants, which are often sparked by stimuli, making their abilities strikingly similar," Fury reflected. "What do you intend to do about this matter?" Hill inquired. "I hope that this issue can be resolved quietly," Fury replied. You should be aware of the various government stances on mutants. their situation is far from favorable. Some radical factions even pursue them covertly, Fury said gravely. Our role within SHIELD has always been to act as a lubricant between the world of superhumans and that of ordinary people. We may choose not to align with either side. Yet we cannot influence the radicals' attitudes toward them, nor is it appropriate for us to intervene in such disputes. What we can do is minimize the potential for further conflict between both parties, allowing them to coexist peacefully. Fury leaned over the table, his expression darkening. However, the doctor should not be entangled in these matters. I specifically sought him out. He is unlike us. We chose this path many years ago, and regardless of how arduous it may be, it remains our choice. The doctor, however, has never opted for this life. I currently do not wish to ascertain whether he is indeed a mutant, whether he is or is not. I do not desire anyone to perceive him as such. That is my plan. As Fury concluded, his solitary eye bore into Hill's with intense scrutiny, gravely asking, Agent Hill, do you find my approach suitable? Unbeknownst to him, Fury's address had subtly transformed from Hill to Agent Hill. This mere prefix altered the connotation entirely. Clap, clap, clap. Perfect, Hill suddenly exclaimed, applauding with a smile. The previously solemn Fury burst into hearty laughter. Let us abandon such weighty topics. I hear there is a splendid new sushi restaurant on Rose Avenue. Come, it's on me. Raymond remained unaware of how Hill had communicated with Weaver. Nevertheless, following their discussion, Weaver readily agreed to his integration into the Combat Academy, granting him considerable autonomy and boasting that the Academy would endeavor to meet his requests as long as they were not excessively outrageous. However, Raymond was not a person lacking in discretion. Hill was quite content as long as he could assist him with a significant dilemma, and naturally, he would not impose any excessive demands on the Academy. After accompanying Weaver to arrange for Raymond a top-tier faculty apartment from the Academy, Hill departed to return to headquarters and report. At last, Raymond had found his first home in this world. With a deep breath, he collapsed onto the bed, stretching his weary limbs and exhaling a long sigh, finally allowing himself to relax. Reflecting on the past few days' experiences, they were infinitely more thrilling than his previous life as a private detective. Although he had danced dangerously close to peril on several occasions, he found himself unperturbed by those memories, even experiencing an indescribable thrill and excitement. Deep down, he was not one to lead a placid existence. Otherwise, he would not have abandoned the stable position arranged for him by his former superior after his service, opting instead to establish his own private detective agency. In truth, the profession of a private detective in his former life belonged to a gray area, so he publicly operated a small information consultancy. However, after entering the field, he discovered that it was not quite as he had envisioned. Most of the cases he received revolved around matters of the heart. Encountering a family inheritance dispute was akin to hitting the jackpot. The truly exhilarating cases were few and far between. Nevertheless, no matter the magnitude of any case, the thrill it provided paled in comparison to the experiences of the past few days. The unpredictable time bomb, David, the skirmishes between Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D., and that twisted manipulator, the perverse king of shadows, who nearly drove him to madness. One event after another cascaded upon him, akin to riding a roller coaster. However, after days of heightened tension, he felt a degree of fatigue creeping in. Only now could he genuinely unwind, not just physically, but mentally and emotionally as well. He could finally allow himself to become as idle as a salted fish, clearing his mind and closing his eyes for a moment of respite. Half an hour later, Raymond abruptly opened his eyes, a look of exasperation adorning his face. It appeared that he was ill-suited to the role of a languid fish. Lying flat, he attempted to empty his mind and rest, yet his thoughts became even more fervent than before, swirling in a relentless torrent. Among these thoughts, one term surged to the forefront with the highest frequency, the comprehensive value that determined the upper limit of his alternate personality's duration. Last night, he had been too fatigued to delve into the detailed guide concerning the comprehensive value, yielding to sleep before he could absorb the information. Upon awakening this morning, his first action was to thoroughly read the detailed explanation of the comprehensive value. Upon reflection, he realized that many seemingly inconspicuous features of the system, which he had previously overlooked, actually contain methods to enhance his overall capabilities. Aside from discovering the function that allows general points to be exchanged for character cards, he had only paid attention to the equipment materialization feature, as it was evidently linked to the combat prowess of the secondary persona. However, beyond this function, there existed a feature known as immersive experience, which he had yet to explore in depth. The name itself was somewhat enigmatic. Were it not for Raymond's perusal of the introduction in the novice guide, he would never have deduced its purpose on his own. Nevertheless, while he grasped the general concept, the specific experience this function offered remained uncertain, necessitating his personal exploration to ascertain its true nature. Thus, he resolved to test it out. System, activate the immersive experience feature. Raymond silently commanded in his mind. In the next moment, the system's textual prompt appeared in his consciousness. Immersive experience feature activated. Please select a scene. He chose the scene of Chloe's initial training in basic combat. Chloe is a bronze-level secondary persona. Activating the immersive experience will consume 10 general points. Would you like to activate it now? Yes. Without hesitation, Raymond affirmed his choice. With that decision, a shroud of impenetrable darkness enveloped him in an instant, rendering him unable to perceive anything. After a brief moment, accompanied by an unexpected sensation of freefall, light returned to his vision. Where am I? As he took in his surroundings, he was astounded to find that he was no longer in the teacher's dormitory arranged by Weaver, but rather aboard a swaying, somewhat dilapidated ship. The salty, fishy scent in the air confirmed that the vessel was indeed navigating the open sea. Chapter 31. Second entry. Chloe, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and come over here. A sudden bellow interrupted Raymond's thoughts, pulling his attention away. When he turned to locate the source of the voice, he was met by a one-eyed man, akin to the bald captain, who sported an eye patch and a gleaming bald head. The only distinction was that this man appeared to be of Asian descent and spoke in Japanese. Although Raymond did not understand Japanese, and the original owner of this body did not either, inexplicably, he comprehended every word the bald man uttered. Moreover, despite the fact that the man was clearly calling Chloe, Raymond instinctively knew that he was addressing him. Am I now Chloe? Having once experienced a body swap and having been deceived in the process, he immediately considered a possibility. He hurried to a nearby bucket, lifted the lid, and peered inside. Indeed, before him stood a boy of about 15 or 16 years, unmistakably the youthful version of Chloe, with a face still bearing the innocence of youth and lacking the iconic round glasses perched upon his nose. Even the scars that should have marred his visage were conspicuously absent. Is this what it means to be immersed in reality? Raymond was taken aback by this vivid scene. Had it not been for the clear memory of just spending 10 universal points to activate this scenario, he might have genuinely believed he had traversed time once more. Undoubtedly, everything he was witnessing and feeling was a scene simulated by the system, depicting Chloe's experiences in his youth. What are you doing there? Feeling a bit itchy? The bald man thundered, seeing that Chloe seemed oblivious to his words, wandering to the bucket as if lost in thought. What are you shouting about? I'm not deaf. Raymond's patience was beginning to wear thin. You, a mere simulated sparring partner, trying to act all high and mighty? How audacious. The bald man, infuriated by Chloe's audacious retort, swiftly drew a whip from his waist and lashed it through the air towards Raymond. Crack! With the sharp sound of the whip, Raymond let out a pained shriek. System, you miserable entity. In that moment, tears nearly sprang to his eyes. The pain. It was excruciating. He had never anticipated that what was merely a virtual scene reminiscent of those found in novels from his past life could inflict such tangible pain. At least in virtual games, there was an option for a pain percentage. Yet this simulation offered no such choice, delivering a full 100% of authentic agony. This was utterly unacceptable. As Raymond mentally cursed the system's very lineage, a prompt appeared in his mind. You may choose to exit the scene early. Would you like to exit? Yes. Gazing at the bald man, who was grinning wickedly and preparing to deliver a second lash, Raymond chose without hesitation. Surely, he did not wish to endure further torment at the hands of that brute. He had no desire to be subjected to such cruelty. If not now, then when? Just as Raymond resolved to exit the scene, everything before him abruptly froze, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Even the second lash from the bald man hung suspended in midair, mere centimeters from Raymond, poised to strike. Suddenly, the sights that met his gaze appeared as if they were shattered glass, gradually dissolving and enveloping Raymond in an endless darkness. Following this was the familiar sensation of falling. After a moment, Raymond suddenly opened his eyes, only to realize that he had not moved at all, still lying on the soft bed in the teacher's dormitory. Gazing up at the ceiling, he abruptly sat up and instinctively glanced at the spot where he had been struck by the whip, only to comprehend that he was, in fact, inhabiting a different body from before, rendering any impact impossible. Nevertheless, the vivid memory of that pain lingered in his mind. The virtual scene was restored, offering a 100% authentic sensation of pain, and the bald-headed figure within appeared perfectly normal, unlike the mindless characters in typical games who could be recklessly engaged without consequence. Reflecting on the recent scene, Raymond calmed himself and began to analyze. This meant that the immersive experience was a virtual recreation of a scenario his alter ego had once encountered, allowing him to embody that character and interact normally with the figures present in the scene or receive their guidance. He pondered whether anything he truly learned within that context could be directly applied to reality. Rubbing his chin, Raymond contemplated the specifics of this immersive function. Additionally, he realized he had forgotten to keep track of time, leaving him unable to ascertain whether the duration spent in the virtual scene aligned with the passage of time in reality. Let us try again, he resolved. Determined not to be careless this time, he retrieved his phone, placed it beside him, and prepared to press the timer before beginning anew to measure the time discrepancy between the two realms. Having previously exchanged 2 bronze character cards, he had 220 exploration points remaining. After utilizing 10 points, he still had 210 left. Fortunately, activating a bronze-level alter ego's virtual scene required only 10 general points, allowing him to endure a few failed attempts without significant loss. If he were to engage with a silver-level scene, it would cost him 100 points per activation, a risk he could scarcely afford. Once more reclining and positioning his phone nearby, Raymond pressed the timer and reactivated the previous scene. Suddenly, the familiar darkness and the sensation of falling returned, followed by the swaying of a rickety ship, the briny air, and that recognizable one-eyed bald figure. "Chloe, what are you dawdling over there for? Hurry up and get over here." The familiar bellow echoed as expected. Just as I thought. Each activation felt akin to entering a game level. Even if the same scene was activated twice, each entry reset everything to the beginning. Observing the well-known surroundings, this time, Raymond felt no shock. Instead, he found the experience intriguing. He resolved to follow the unfolding narrative. Chapter 32. A notable transformation. Stand firm. Do not waver. The thunderous voice of the one-eyed bald man resonated, causing Raymond's head to throb painfully. However, this time he refrained from confronting the bald man directly. Instead, he complied with the man's command, maintaining a horse stance atop 2 wooden barrels, resolute and unmoving. After all, he had invested his universal points to learn the combat techniques mastered by Chloe, not to engage in a futile contest of wills with a mere figment of imagination. With this realization, he felt little concern. He certainly did not wish to endure another lash or squander an additional 10 universal points for trivial reasons. Listen well, boy. On the ocean, your foundation is of utmost importance. The bald man, hands clasped behind his back, bellowed as he instructed Raymond. The ship will sway incessantly due to the tumultuous waves. When engaged in combat, should you lose your footing and fall, it signifies that you have already forfeited half your life. Your adversary will seize that opportunity without hesitation. Therefore, the first lesson I shall impart is to learn to stand firm. Shortly, I will strike the barrel beneath you unexpectedly. You must neither rise nor fall. Should you stand, it will earn you a lash, and the same applies if you topple. The bald man grinned menacingly. Upon hearing this, Raymond felt a chill run down his spine. He had experienced a lash from the bald man during his previous entry and was all too aware of the excruciating pain it entailed. Instinctively, he considered retreat. However, withdrawing would render his cumulative 20 universal points utterly wasted. More importantly, it would hinder his aspirations to enhance his overall capabilities. Resolute, he clenched his teeth and decided to endure. Just as he wrestled with his inner conflict, perhaps sensing his distraction, the bald man delivered a swift kick to the barrel beneath him, causing it to sway violently. Caught off guard, Raymond lost his balance and fell onto the deck. Crack! The sound of the lash echoed, accompanied by Raymond's anguished cry. "Get back up." Again, the bald man coldly gestured toward the barrel. With a grimace, Raymond suppressed his pain, rose to his feet, and righted the fallen barrel before once again assuming his horse stance atop it. Ding! When Raymond pressed the timer on his phone, he was astonished to find that barely 3 seconds had elapsed. Considering the time taken to press the button and the fleeting moment of disorientation upon awakening from the virtual scene, those 3 seconds felt almost instantaneous. Yet, he had spent no less than 4 or 5 hours in that virtual environment, enduring over a dozen lashes from the bald man before finally grasping the true essence of standing firm. Regardless of how vigorously the bald man kicks the barrel, as long as he does not completely topple it in one go, he can remain balanced atop it, undeterred by its tumultuous swaying. Although he has lingered within for 4 to 5 hours, it feels as though only a fleeting moment has passed outside. Does this not imply that no matter how long I remain inside, the reality outside merely equates to a momentary lapse in concentration? Observing the timer on his phone, Raymond pondered deeply. Previously, he had exited the virtual realm partly due to the searing pain that coursed through his body after enduring a dozen lashes, reaching a point of near exhaustion. Yet, had he truly resolved to persist, he believed he could have held on a while longer. However, uncertainty concerning the flow of time between the two realms plagued him. He feared that spending several hours inside might equate to the same duration passing outside, rendering his prolonged absence inappropriate. What if someone sought him out and presumed him to be in peril? Yet, it appeared his concerns were unfounded. Even if the flow of time was not as he imagined, wherein any duration spent within resulted in merely a moment passing outside, It was undoubtedly an exaggerated ratio, alleviating any need for worry. Having unraveled the crucial query of time flow, Raymond's attention swiftly shifted to another pivotal aspect, the implications of his learning within the virtual environment on reality. System, display my current data, he silently commanded. As he contemplated, the system's prompt materialized within his mind. Host, Raymond strength, 0-9 agility, 0-9 constitution, 0-9 mentality, 17 ability, Clo combat technique 1 exploration value, 200 subpersonalities, by G. Clo. Death shooter Freud, world's #1 assassin Tao Bai Bai. To his astonishment, it truly proved effective. His heart raced as he beheld his data panel. Compared to his last assessment, aside from a decrease in exploration value and an increase in the number of subpersonalities, there were 2 additional changes. The first was his agility score. He distinctly recalled that during his previous evaluation, both his strength and constitution stood at 0-9, while his mentality was 17, significantly higher than the others, yet his agility lingered at a mere 0-8. However, this time, his agility had inexplicably risen by 0-1, matching the scores of strength and constitution at 0-9. During this period, aside from entering the virtual scene, he had not engaged in any additional training, making this sudden enhancement of agility utterly unfathomable. He recognized that this transformation was undoubtedly a consequence of the immersive experience. Moreover, there was an undeniable piece of evidence. A new ability section had emerged within his data, prominently featuring the Clo combat technique. Though it noted he had only mastered it at level 1, this was sufficient to affirm the effectiveness of his training within the virtual realm, allowing tangible gains to be seamlessly manifested in reality. In merely 4 or 5 hours, mastering the fundamentals of Krog combat has enhanced my agility by a remarkable 0-1. It seems my numerous lashes were not in vain, Raymond mused to himself. He certainly understood that the reason he could witness such effects in such a short time was largely due to the original body's frail foundation. It is akin to an indolent individual who has never exercised suddenly deciding to embark on a weight loss journey. Even the slightest amount of physical exertion could yield immediate and conspicuous results. However, such effects are evidently not sustainable and will soon plateau. He is likely experiencing the same phenomenon, apart from his mental acuity, which far surpasses that of an average individual. His other 3 attributes have yet to reach the average value of 1 for a healthy adult, underscoring the extent of his inherent frailty. Nevertheless, for the time being, my plateau should not arrive too swiftly. As long as I can thoroughly master Krog combat, it will undoubtedly lead to substantial improvements in my various attributes. He thought with palpable excitement. Now is the prime moment to seize the opportunity. With this resolve, he reset the timer on his phone to 0 and prepared to commence timing once more. This time, he might stay longer, needing to further ascertain the time dilation ratio between the inside and outside. Chapter 33, I Disagree S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, Operations Institute, Director's Office. Agent Weaver, are you certain you are not jesting with me? Spoke a robust middle-aged man resembling a polar bear in stature. His name was Leonid, a Russian and the current director of the Operations Institute. Unlike Weaver, the head of the Academy of Sciences, Leonid had not always been affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. 10 years prior, he was renowned within the agency as one of the high-ranking field agents celebrated for his combat prowess, bearing the code name White Bear, his reputation rivaling that of the knighted Agent May. However, like May, he could no longer undertake missions with a normal mindset due to certain circumstances. Thus, he chose to retreat to a secondary role, teaching at S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy until 2 years ago when he succeeded the former director. In truth, he was not alone in this transition. All previous directors of the Operations Institute had been distinguished field agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Without such credentials, gaining the respect of others would be impossible. In the realm of espionage, mere training is insufficient. Without the trials of fire and blood, one remains a mere theorist. Similarly, the departments of espionage and communications follow suit. The vast majority of instructors and directors have also held positions within S.H.I.E.L.D., with few exceptions. The Academy of Sciences, however, presents a different scenario. Scientists do not require combat experience, as they can conduct research anywhere. Thus, many faculty members in the Academy of Sciences choose to remain after graduating from the institution. Agent Leon, I have come to you not for jest, but with earnest intent. Director Fury has communicated with me on this matter numerous times, and I ask that you respect my work. Observing the bewildered expression on the face of Leonid, the director of the Operations Institute, Weaver felt compelled to invoke the name of the esteemed director. Agent Weaver, this is not a matter of respect for your work. Rather, it appears you are trivializing the Operations Institute. Leonid retorted, his dissatisfaction palpable. Have you all collectively lost your senses? What need does the Operations Institute have for the study of psychology? You misunderstand, Weaver replied, shaking his head. Although Dr. Raymond is an expert in psychology, his choice to join your Operations Institute was not to teach a course in psychology. Then what is his intent? Leonid inquired. He is to conduct a course on comprehensive operations. With a thunderous slap upon the desk, Leonid erupted. A course on comprehensive operations? What jest is this? Have you truly mistaken our Operations Institute for an amusement park? Agent Leon, this is an order, not a discussion, Weaver asserted. To hell with your orders. I cannot acquiesce to this. Leonid's face flushed with anger. I shall report this to Senior Dugan. I refuse to believe he will allow you to desecrate the course he established. You may be disappointed, Agent Leon, for I have already briefed Principal Dugan on this matter, and he has granted his approval, Weaver replied with a smile. That is impossible, Leonid instinctively countered. Yet, he soon realized that it would be futile for Weaver to deceive him regarding this issue. Though Principal Dugan was in Europe, reaching him was merely a phone call away. If this were indeed a falsehood, it would be exposed in an instant. Weaver was not prone to such elementary errors. In other words, Weaver had likely reported to Principal Dugan and received his consent. An order from the esteemed director, coupled with the agreement of Principal Dugan, rendered this matter nearly irrevocable, even beyond the authority of Leonid as the director. Understanding this, his countenance turned a shade of iron gray, just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. A sudden knock echoed through the room. Come in, Leonid said, somewhat irked. To his surprise, the very subject of their heated debate, Dr. Raymond, entered the room. He recognized Raymond, having met him twice during his tenure as a visiting professor at the academy, so he was not a stranger. Weaver also appeared taken aback. Dr. Raymond? What brings you here? I intended to visit you in Ms. Weaver's office for a matter, but upon discovering you were absent, I inquired with your assistant and learned you were here, Raymond replied with a smile. It seems I arrived just in time to overhear your debate. If I am not mistaken, you two were discussing me? When confronted directly by Raymond, even Leonid, who had been previously agitated, found himself feeling somewhat awkward. However, adhering to his principles, he steeled himself and explained, Dr. Raymond, please do not misunderstand. I bear no ill will towards you and greatly admire your achievements in psychology. Nonetheless, the standards for the integrated combat course are exceedingly high. Even teachers from the Academy of Combat often do not meet the requirements to teach this course. I am fully aware of this. Raymond nodded in agreement. The integrated combat course is a unique offering of the Academy of Combat, theoretically open for application to students from the 4 major divisions, yet it has always been reserved exclusively for the true elite among them. To enroll in this course, one must secure a recommendation from any of the division heads, a stipulation that eliminates 99% of applicants. After all, only those who excel in their respective division can hope to receive such a recommendation. Conversely, the rigorous selection process corresponds to an equally formidable teaching faculty. Those qualified to instruct this course are none other than top operatives proficient in various combat methodologies. Each instructor not only possesses exceptional combat capabilities, but must also have a broad understanding of related disciplines. Leonid had previously served as a teacher for the integrated combat course. Thus, he was keenly aware of the stringent requirements placed upon instructors. Currently, even counting himself, only 2 individuals at the Academy of Combat are qualified to teach this course. Since his promotion to headmaster, he typically does not engage in teaching, resulting in the Academy offering only 1 integrated combat course. Consequently, there is a persistent imbalance between supply and demand for this course. Among the vast student body at Shield Academy, the elite students eligible to apply for this course are not few, yet ultimately only a small fraction can be selected from among them. As the headmaster of the Academy of Combat, Leonid naturally wishes for more instructors to be able to teach this course. However, the standards remain unchanged. If no one meets them, he is powerless to alter the situation. He cannot lower the standards merely to accommodate more instructors, as such self-deception would tarnish the Academy's reputation. As for Raymond, to be candid, he not only deemed Raymond unqualified to teach the integrated combat course, but he also doubted Raymond's capability to instruct any course at the Academy of Combat. Chapter 34. Acquiring attire. Raymond was well aware of Leonid's sentiments. Undoubtedly, in Leonid's mind, he perceived Raymond as a scoundrel, leveraging some substantial background to coerce the Shield Bureau into compliance with his whims. Thus, Raymond did not take offense. Instead, he smiled and inquired, "Is it that you, Director Leonid, oppose my teaching the integrated combat course due to my appearance, which you perceive to be that of a bookworm, leading you to believe I am incapable of instructing this course?" "That is not my intention," Leonid replied reluctantly. However, his reaction made it abundantly clear to anyone that he indeed meant just that. Raymond was not blind. How could he not perceive it? Yet, he remained unperturbed and continued to smile. saying, "I previously heard that Dean Leon, you once taught this course as well?" Indeed. Leonid was puzzled as to why Raymond would pose such a question at this moment. "How about this, then? Let us engage in a contest, shall we?" Raymond beamed at him. "The events shall be determined by you, Dean Leon. You may select 3 challenges related to the comprehensive combat course, and we shall compete." Leonid was taken aback by Raymond's sudden proposal. "What, is Dean Leon afraid?" Raymond observed him with a smirk. "Afraid? Huh." Leonid scoffed dismissively, unwilling to refute, and merely countered. "How will we determine the outcome? In the event of 3 contests, should I lose any one of them, I will concede defeat," Raymond replied lightly. "And if I win? If you prevail, I will grant you unimpeded access to all matters concerning you. I shall offer no obstruction," Leonid declared emphatically. "Furthermore, let us not speak of losing any single event equating to defeat. We shall compete fairly, best 2 out of 3. Are you certain?" "Absolutely." "Excellent. Then let us enlist Miss Weaver as a witness," Raymond said, glancing toward her. "I have no objections," Leonid shrugged. Seeing both men looking her way, Weaver nodded in acquiescence. She had initially contemplated intervening. For objectively speaking, Raymond had no need to engage in such a wager with Leonid. The matter was already settled by Director Lugedin and Principal Duggan. Even Leonid, the head of the Combat Academy, had no authority to obstruct Raymond's arrival. Despite Leonid's displeasure, he would not dare create a scene over such matters. However, since the wager was proposed by Raymond and both parties appeared agreeable, her intervention would only invite trouble. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, she consented. "Let us schedule the contest for this afternoon. Dean Leon, please prepare the venue. I have some matters to discuss with Ms. Weaver." "And you may notify her once everything is arranged," Raymond said with a smile. "Not a problem," Leonid replied readily. Preparing the contest venue was a task well within the capabilities of a Combat Academy dean. A simple word with his subordinates would suffice, requiring no personal effort on his part. "Until we meet again, Dean Leon," Raymond waved. "See you this afternoon." Weaver also stood and bid farewell to Leonid. As he watched the two depart, Leonid let out a couple of cold laughs before picking up the phone on the table to issue his commands. Clearly, he recognized that Raymond had been goading him, yet he remained unfazed, for he did not believe Raymond had any chance of victory. Should it be a current high-ranking field agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. who challenges him, he might indeed find himself apprehensive about the possibility of capsizing. After all, he has been relegated to a secondary role for a decade. Even though he has not ceased his training, his overall combat capabilities are undoubtedly inferior to those of his peak. However, Raymond is merely an academic figure, and there has been no record of his prowess in combat. Even if he is an expert in psychology, that bears little relevance to comprehensive combat skills. If Leonid were to fear even this, he ought to resign from his position as director and simply return home to rest. Raymond's primary purpose in seeking out Weaver was to request assistance in acquiring some essential items, including, but not limited to, a change of clothing, a laptop, a new phone, and a new number, among other necessities. The attire he currently wears is a standard work uniform that Hill and her colleagues had procured for him from the previous estate. Apart from that, he lacks even a change of undergarments. His phone, too, is a nondescript brand that they hastily provided, serving little purpose beyond making calls and sending texts, which has been a source of considerable frustration for him. Previously, he had been preoccupied with exchanging character cards and activating his alternate persona, or exploring the immersive functionalities, and thus had not paid much attention to these practical matters. It was only after he began to grasp the effects of immersion and found some time to rest that he realized, having just been discharged from the hospital, he was devoid of even the most basic essentials, an exceedingly awkward predicament. As a denizen of the 21st century, a mobile phone and a computer are indispensable, not to mention the necessity of undergarments. Thus, he promptly sought out Weaver, hoping she would assist him in procuring these items. Of course, prior to that, there was another crucial matter. He needed Weaver to help him replace the bank card belonging to the original owner of his body. The original owner, being a luminary in psychology, held various positions and titles across numerous educational institutions and enterprises, and with additional lecture fees and writing royalties, his fortune was no less than a 7-figure sum. When converted to soft currency, it exceeded even the wealth he had amassed in his previous life as an entrepreneur. Moreover, this was due to the original owner's lack of enthusiasm for monetary gain. Otherwise, his fortune could have easily multiplied several times over. While Raymond intended to acquire necessities, he did not plan for Weaver to expend any of this wealth on his behalf. In truth, he had not anticipated that in seeking Weaver's assistance, he would inadvertently overhear her dispute with Director Leonid of the Combat Institute. The crux of the argument, fortuitously, revolved around him. He understood that he need not involve himself, for regardless of Director Leonid's opposition, the Egg Director would undoubtedly find a way to resolve the matter. However, Considering that he would be stationed at the academy for the foreseeable future, he did not wish to contend daily with a superior harboring strong dissent against him. Hence, he took a stand, aiming to seize the opportunity to earn Leonid's respect and acquiescence. It is precisely fitting that you serve as a catalyst for the dormant persona of the Deadshot, allowing me to witness his capabilities. As Raymond sat in the passenger seat of Weaver's vehicle, preparing to replace his bank card, he mused internally. Chapter 35. The leak of information. The director of the Combat Academy, known by the codename White Bear, and Leonid, a former Level 7 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., were set to engage in 3 contests with a newly appointed instructor concerning the topics covered in the comprehensive combat course. From the moment the news broke, it spread like wildfire throughout the Combat Academy, and even students from the other 3 divisions began to inquire about the unfolding events. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy is designed to cultivate exceptional talents, attracting only the elite among elites. Consequently, the atmosphere within the institution has always leaned towards the serious, with rare occurrences of extraordinary events. Thus, when such unique incidents arise, they invariably ignite the flames of gossip among the populace, from the director to the newest students. Upon returning to the academy with Raymond, who had just procured his new gear, Weaver received an immediate phone call from the director of the intelligence division, inquiring about the details of the situation. Upon realizing the nature of the inquiry, Weaver's tone shifted to one of unfriendly reticence. Don't ask me. I have no idea what's going on. If you wish to know, you should inquire directly with Leonid. Don't be so heartless, Agent Weaver. My sources clearly informed me that you were in the office at that time. You must know something, don't you? The director of the intelligence division pressed on. Your sources? Have you embedded spies in the Combat Academy? Weaver raised an eyebrow. Spies? I merely seek to hone their infiltration skills. This is part of our curriculum in the intelligence division. The director corrected her with an air of righteousness. They? Weaver did not follow the director's line of reasoning, but rather astutely detected another key phrase in his words. Ahem, if you are unwilling to speak, so be it. You will find out soon enough, the director conceded, recognizing that Weaver had no intention of divulging any information. Raymond, seated in the passenger seat, had been adjusting his newly acquired smartphone. Noticing the troubled expression on Weaver's face as she ended the call, he speculated about the matter at hand. Has the news gotten out? This Leonid is utterly outrageous, Weaver exclaimed in frustration. She could easily deduce that the rapid spread of this information was due to someone clandestinely leaking it, perhaps even exacerbating the situation. Who could that person be? It was evident. Leonid, it seems, is fearful that should I lose, I might refuse to concede. Continuing to exert pressure through Director Liu Dan and Principal Dugan to maintain my position. Now that the news has circulated, it effectively cuts off his escape route, utilizing public opinion as leverage. Originally, I intended to spare you some dignity, but it appears you have dug your own grave, so I cannot be blamed for it. Can I? Raymond shook his head with a smile. In truth, he did not care much about Leonid's attitude. After activating the Deadshot and Toast personalities and realizing the immersive effect, he became indifferent about whether to remain at S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. If he wished to leave, he could easily do so and thrive wherever he went. His decision to stay was merely a desire to rest for a while, avoiding the hassle of moving around, while also familiarizing himself with this world and observing the differences between it and the myriad versions of the Marvel Universe he knew. During this time, he could further contemplate the various operations of the system. It was a win-win situation. As for being a teacher at S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, it was simply a novel experience for him. Whether he chose to teach or not depended on his mood. Leonid's intense reaction did not trouble him. Rather, it made the situation all the more intriguing. Weaver, however, was unaware of this. From her perspective, the matter was initiated by Leonid. Dr. Raymond, given Leonid's reckless behavior, you may choose to suspend the competition. I will inform Principal Dugan about this, and it will not affect your employment, Weaver reassured. No. Thank you for your kindness, Ms. Weaver, but I find Leonid's actions quite to my liking. I am looking forward to the competition even more, Raymond replied with a smile. His reaction left Weaver somewhat taken aback. However, recalling what Hill had instructed her, she chose not to say more. Let us proceed as he wishes, and hopefully, it will not end in embarrassment. The competition venue arranged by Leonid was a multifunctional outdoor base typically utilized for training by the students of the Combat Academy. When Raymond arrived with Weaver, the place was already packed to capacity. Numerous small drones hovered above the base, capturing the scene from all angles, leaving no area unrecorded. Upon witnessing this, Weaver felt increasingly dissatisfied, but since Raymond said nothing, she refrained from meddling. Upon seeing Raymond and Weaver's arrival, Leonid was the first to speak. I sincerely apologize. I am not sure who among my subordinates leaked the news. By the time I realized it, it was too late to prevent it. After this matter concludes, I will thoroughly investigate and find the culprit. Leonid's grandstanding made it seem as though he truly believed his own words. However, both Raymond and Weaver could easily see through his pretense. It was akin to a thief shouting to catch a thief. Is that so? In that case, allow me to send someone to assist you in uncovering the truth promptly, Weaver replied nonchalantly. Oh, that won't be necessary, Agent Weaver. We at the Combat Academy can handle it ourselves, Leonid politely declined. However, his reaction undoubtedly indicated the issue at hand. Yet, in the absence of concrete evidence, even as the vice principal, Weaver could not publicly humiliate Leonid, the dean of the Combat Institute, before so many people, as it would tarnish the reputation of the SHIELD Academy. Enough of this idle chatter. Raymond interjected into their conversation, urging, let us not dwell on trivial matters. Dean Leonid, please state your intentions clearly, so we may commence and conclude this promptly. Leonid nodded in agreement, relieved that Raymond did not persist with the topic of information leakage. He hastened to introduce the 3 carefully selected competition projects. The Comprehensive Combat Course is a unique program exclusive to our Combat Institute. Over 30 years ago, Principal Dugan personally designed this course, establishing its educational direction and standards. After more than 3 decades of development and refinement, the course content has continually evolved, keeping pace with contemporary trends and technological advancements. Leonid began by providing a brief overview of the Comprehensive Combat Course, including details both familiar and unfamiliar to Raymond. Thus, despite not immediately addressing the main topic, he did not interrupt. Chapter 36. Something awry in contrast to ordinary training and curricula. The most notable feature of the Comprehensive Combat Course is its holistic nature. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that this course encapsulates the essence of the 4 major divisions. Graduates of this program can be exceptionally promoted to level 5 agents within the SHIELD Bureau. Leonid proudly elaborated. Not only because this course is unique to the Combat Institute, but also due to his own experience as a former instructor of the Comprehensive Combat Course. Raymond remained silent, attentively listening. Leonid soon realized that he had digressed, and, after clearing his throat, returned to the matter at hand. Considering the distinct nature of the Comprehensive Combat Course, I have refrained from selecting singular testing elements such as shooting or hand-to-hand combat, as determining a victor in such contests would be meaningless. Instead, I have designed several segments that specifically assess comprehensive combat abilities for the 3 competitions. I would like to know if you find them satisfactory. Should there be any differing opinions, we can make further modifications and adjustments until both parties are content. With that, Leonid began to outline the competition details. The events he devised were not overly complex. The first 2 contests were nearly identical, with the only difference being a switch of offensive and defensive roles. Nevertheless, they indeed tested the participants' comprehensive combat capabilities, as any shortcomings could potentially lead to failure. Specifically, in the first 2 rounds, both participants would enter a weapons assembly room filled with numerous firearm components, all jumbled together. The crucial challenge was that there was not a single correct assembly method. The parts originated from various firearms, and the number of complete weapons they could assemble remained uncertain, compounded by numerous distractions. Each participant is allotted merely 2 minutes for discernment and assembly before they must proceed to the main battlefield. The layout of the battlefield is straightforward, characterized by a defensible high ground, adorned with obstacles that serve as barriers. In the first round, Leonid will guard the high ground while Raymond launches an assault. In the second round, the roles will be reversed, with Raymond defending and Leonid attacking. Both offensive maneuvers are timed at 30 minutes. A successful capture of the high ground signifies victory, while failure denotes defeat. Moreover, within the high ground and its surrounding area, numerous auxiliary high-tech devices, predominantly unique to the SHIELD, are available for the participants to utilize flexibly. Naturally, the weapons and equipment at their disposal are laden with training rounds designed for the trainees, ensuring that even direct hits will not be fatal. However, both individuals will don specially designed training suits capable of assessing damage. Should one be struck or assaulted, the suit will automatically calculate the extent of the damage. Once the damage threshold is reached, the individual will be deemed dead and unable to continue resistance. As for the third contest, it is equally straightforward, a comprehensive task of rescuing hostages, where each participant will undertake the rescue independently, and a comparative scoring system will determine the victor. I have no objections. Let us commence. Raymond consented immediately upon hearing the introduction. Leonid, initially prepared to modify the contest parameters, was taken aback upon realizing that Raymond had not expressed any dissent. He gazed at Raymond in mild astonishment. You agree? It is a rational design. Why would you disagree? Raymond simply shrugged. Very well then. I shall have them finalize the preparations for the venue. Let us change into our training suits, and we can then prepare to begin. Leonid, surprised by Raymond's unexpected acquiescence, felt a peculiar sensation arise within him, for it diverged from his prior expectations. Nevertheless, there was no time for further contemplation. He decisively confirmed the arrangements. 10 minutes later, both individuals had donned their training suits. Upon re-encountering Raymond in his training attire, Leonid was struck by an inexplicable feeling that something about Raymond had changed. Particularly, the intensity of Raymond's gaze instilled within him a slight sense of apprehension. Something is amiss, something feels distinctly wrong. His instincts, honed through years of his espionage career, alerted him to the anomaly. Countless times, he had relied upon this intuition to navigate perilous missions and find a path to survival in dire situations. Now, facing Raymond anew, his instincts were adamant that something was indeed amiss. Yet, despite his ruminations, he could not discern the source of his unease. If Raymond could hear his unspoken thoughts, he would marvel at the accuracy of a man's intuition. For at that moment, Raymond was no longer himself. He had become the embodiment of Deathstroke's secondary persona, in command of the body. S-H-I-E-L-D. Is this world akin to a department reminiscent of the Eye of Heaven? Observing Leonid, who furrows his brow, the persona of Deathshot murmurs to himself in a tone only he can hear. Not entirely dissimilar, one could argue. Nevertheless, even if it is not an exact match, it is indeed an organization of a somewhat analogous nature, is it not? Truly, this abhorrent, formulaic type of competitor is quite nauseating. A hint of disdain flickers in Deathshot's gaze as he regards Leonid. In a different world, he was once controlled by the Eye of Heaven through the implantation of an explosive chip for a protracted period. And he even formed a notorious task force with several teammates who were similarly constrained. The role of the Eye of Heaven in that world bears a certain resemblance to that of S-H-I-E-L-D. In this realm, the distinction lies in the former's absolute subjugation to the North American government, while the latter, though also bound by the World Security Council, does not exist in a relationship of complete subordination. His deep-seated aversion to the Eye of Heaven has consequently led him to harbor disdain for S-H-I-E-L-D as well. At this moment, Leonid, in his eyes, equates to the detestable Eye of Heaven, even though he is entirely oblivious to what the Eye of Heaven entails. However, this ignorance does not mitigate his loathing for the other party. Leonid, perplexed by Raymond's sudden expression of disgust and disdain directed at him, approaches and inquires, "Shall we commence, Doctor?" Yet, Raymond disregards him entirely, merely gesturing across his throat with a swift hand motion, the meaning unmistakable. This act incites Leonid's ire. He is not one known for his patience, and he cannot abide such humiliation. With a cold snort, he reciprocates Raymond's gesture with a throat-slitting motion of his own. Chapter 37. A stark contrast. After escorting Raymond to the open-air base, Weaver, guided by the staff, proceeded to the central control tower of the base. Here, one could meticulously observe the entirety of the competition through surveillance equipment. However, upon Weaver's arrival, she found that her two old friends had already arrived ahead of her. The first was Claude, the head of the Espionage Institute, who had previously engaged her in gossip regarding the matter. He appeared to be a middle-aged Caucasian man in his 50s, impeccably dressed in a tailored gray suit, sporting a pair of classical gold-rimmed glasses perched upon his nose, and leaning on a peachwood cane, a veritable gentleman who seemed to have stepped straight from the cover of a fashion magazine. Accompanying Claude was a somewhat frail-looking Asian man, adorned with square black-rimmed glasses. Perhaps due to his impeccable maintenance, his exact age was indiscernible. His name was Vincent, the head of the Communications Institute. Thus, among the four institute heads, aside from Leonid, who had personally descended into the fray, the remaining three were all present. Claude's gaze was sharp, and he immediately spotted Weaver, enthusiastically approaching him. "Agent Weaver, why have you only just arrived? We've been waiting for you for quite some time." "Waiting for my intelligence, I presume?" Weaver retorted with an exasperated roll of his eyes. "Good afternoon, Agent Weaver," Vincent greeted with utmost gentlemanliness. Though Claude appeared more refined in attire, their behaviors contrasted sharply. "I thought only Claude had such a penchant for gossip. It seems you are no different, Agent Vincent," Weaver remarked, his demeanor towards Vincent noticeably more courteous than his casualness with Claude. However, politeness often inversely correlates with familiarity. It was clear Weaver shared a closer rapport with Claude, hence his lack of formalities. Vincent smiled faintly, saying, "If it were merely a matter concerning Agent Elon, I might not be particularly interested. However, the situation involving Dr. Raymond cannot be overlooked. Agent Weaver, you must be aware that I have long contemplated recruiting Dr. Raymond to our Communications Institute, but it seems." Weaver nodded in understanding. Perhaps it was due to Raymond's mixed heritage that he had maintained a cordial relationship with Vincent, the director, during his tenure as a visiting professor at the institute. If Raymond were to choose based on connections, he would undoubtedly opt for the Communications Institute. Agent Weaver, at this point, are you still intent on keeping this a secret? What exactly is the agreement between Leonid and Dr. Raymond regarding this match? You might as well divulge it, Claude pressed. Weaver hesitated momentarily, likely realizing that the matter had reached a stage where confidentiality was unnecessary. As they would soon learn the details anyway, he succinctly summarized the situation. What? A comprehensive combat course? Claude exclaimed, his astonishment evident. No wonder Leonid reacted so dramatically. I would have been equally incensed. Vincent's focus, however, diverged as he frowned slightly, pondering aloud. Agent Weaver, are you implying that Principal Dugan had already consented to this matter? Indeed, Weaver affirmed with a nod. Is that so? Vincent mused thoughtfully. It appears Agent Leon is in for a setback. Claude regarded Vincent with confusion, even tapping his forehead. Agent Vincent, are you all right? Have you perhaps caught a fever? Enough chatter. It's about to begin, Weaver suddenly interjected. Noticing the central screen in the control tower displaying two split screens featuring Raymond and Leonid, now clad in their combat training attire. The loudspeakers of the outdoor base crackled to life, commencing a countdown. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1, begin. At the instant the command echoed through the speakers. Leonid sprang into action, moving like a cheetah as he dashed towards his designated armory. In a distance of approximately 50 meters. He dashed forward in a mere 6 or 7 seconds, while simultaneously, his corresponding camera angle transitioned to an interior shot of his armory. A countdown timer was displayed on the screen. Both he and his partner had to enter the armory from their starting point within 2 minutes, and, within this time frame, identify and assemble their firearms before exiting. Should they fail to leave within the 2-minute limit, the armory door would lock, resulting in an immediate failure. This urgency was the reason behind Leonid's rapid pace. In stark contrast, however, was Raymond, who ambled leisurely toward the armory, showing no sign of urgency whatsoever. Covering the short distance of 50 meters, he took nearly half a minute, as if on a casual stroll. Observing Leonid on the left side of the screen, who was hurriedly sifting through a pile of components and had already selected several, it was evident he was making progress. Meanwhile, on the right, Raymond had only just entered the armory, leaving Claude somewhat astonished. Had Dr. Raymond resigned himself to defeat? Not only Claude, but even Vincent, who had just moments ago speculated that Leonid might face setbacks, began to doubt his previous assessment. Weaver, too, appeared puzzled, deep in thought. As the countdown reached 1 minute, Leonid on the left side of the screen seemed to have completed his selection and commenced assembling the chosen components rapidly. In contrast, Raymond maintained his unhurried pace, leisurely selecting from the array of parts as if perusing a supermarket, showing no signs of haste. When the timer hit 1 minute and 20 seconds, Leonid had finished assembling his weapon. He had constructed a reconnaissance rifle, which many watching the competition recognized through the split screen, the Bird Sniper, a portable version of a sniper rifle. Although its power and range were inferior to that of a traditional sniper rifle, its lightweight design made it an impeccable choice for such a scenario involving a limited number of adversaries. Both Claude and Vincent, having once served as high-ranking agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., immediately recognized the firearm. Even Weaver, a non-field operative, could identify it. The ability to select the most suitable weapon in such a brief span left Leonid, who had identified the rifle, feeling a twinge of concern for Raymond. It appears Dr. Raymond has also selected his components and is beginning to assemble, Claude remarked. His observation prompted Weaver to shift his attention to the right side of the screen. Desert Eagle? At that moment, Vincent's voice, tinged with a hint of peculiarity, echoed in their ears. Chapter 38, The Impossible Kill. Indeed, the renowned Desert Eagle. A firearm so well known in North America, where gun ownership is legal, that it is virtually recognized by all, due to its remarkable frequency of appearance in various Hollywood blockbusters. The Desert Eagle has achieved an astonishing level of fame, captivating numerous firearm enthusiasts who have added this iconic pistol to their collections. Undeniably, the Desert Eagle boasts one of the most formidable powers among handguns. When discussing powerful pistols, the name that often springs to mind for many is indeed the Desert Eagle. However, its practical utility pales in comparison to its renown. The reason is quite simple. Despite its considerable power, it also possesses an astonishing recoil, and its weight significantly exceeds that of conventional handguns, rendering it challenging for the average individual to handle. Perhaps only a select group of individuals can truly master it. Nevertheless, this does not stem from any peculiar reasoning on Vincent's part. While the Desert Eagle may indeed pose difficulties for the average person, it is far from daunting for the majority of agents from the Shield. Even if Raymond were capable of wielding the Desert Eagle, it would hardly surprise him. The issue, however, lies in the current context of the competition, which is a fixed-point offensive and defensive scenario. Handguns are typically suited for urban combat or close-quarter engagements. rendering them ill-suited for the present situation. At this moment, Raymond assembling a Desert Eagle appears utterly nonsensical. Am I overthinking this? Vincent murmured to himself. In the armory, Raymond, having just completed the assembly of the Desert Eagle, moved his lips slightly. Though he scarcely uttered a sound, it was evident he was engaged in a monologue. Rest assured, how could I possibly be defeated by such a formulaic contender? No, no, no. In the face of an absolute disparity, there has never been such a thing as an accident. A confident smile adorned Raymond's face as he retrieved ammunition from a nearby shelf. As he exited the armory, the countdown indicated precisely 1 minute and 57 seconds remaining, with merely 3 seconds left before the door would automatically lock. Meanwhile, Leonid had long departed from the armory and ascended to the high ground. Having prepared in advance, Leonid swiftly began to explore the high-tech equipment available in the area and quickly located several useful gadgets. By the time Raymond entered the arena, Leonid was fully prepared, merely awaiting Raymond's appearance. He was confident that as long as Raymond dared to show himself, there would be no further opportunities for offense. He need not remain on the defensive. The best defense is a good offense. As long as he could eliminate Raymond, this initial defensive mission would be deemed a success. Crouched behind a cover, Leonid observed his surroundings through a small device, a cold smile playing on his lips. Though I do not know where you derive your confidence to think you can compete with me, the outcome is already predetermined. Just then, a tremendous force, seemingly from nowhere, pressed him downward, followed by the sound of metal clashing, causing his head to spin momentarily. What just happened? The sudden turn of events left Leonid utterly bewildered. Before he could grasp the situation, the loudspeaker of the base blared with a mechanical announcement. Agent Leonid has perished, and in the first contest, Dr. Raymond emerges victorious. I have perished? Upon hearing the announcement, Leonid felt as though the ground had been pulled from beneath him. What had transpired? He had not even caught a glimpse of his opponent. How could he have fallen? Unbeknownst to Leonid, he was not the only one in confusion. The audience watching the competition through 2 separate cameras was equally perplexed. The gathering of students and teachers outside the open-air base erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Even the 3 deans within the control tower were engulfed in disbelief. What had just occurred? Weaver glanced at Claude, hoping to discern whether he had comprehended the situation. As a civilian, Weaver was not well versed in matters of combat, so when she found herself at a loss, her immediate instinct was to consult Claude. Although Claude, the head of the Espionage Academy, had not been as renowned as Leonid, he was nonetheless a high-ranking agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and it was reasonable to assume his perspective would not be inferior. Thus, Weaver promptly sought his insight. To her surprise, Claude mirrored her uncertainty, shaking his head before turning to Vincent. Did you understand what just happened? Vincent furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought. Moments later, he sprang into action. He swiftly made his way to the control panel of the control tower. Good day, Dean, greeted the personnel operating the console, acknowledging their superior's arrival. However, Vincent had no time for pleasantries. He nodded curtly and waved them aside. His hands swiftly glided across the console, and as he did so, the central screen transitioned rapidly, shifting to a lateral view. Before long, the footage began to replay, revealing a red virtual arc. This arc originated from Raymond's position, terminating behind the obstacle at Leonid's vantage point. Could this be the case? Vincent's eyes lit up, and he continued to maneuver his hands, the screen shifting once more. The angle of the shot changed again, this time capturing Raymond from the side, and the footage resumed playback, extending back to mere seconds before Leonid's announced demise. This must be the moment. Look. Vincent gestured toward the screen, urging Claude and the others to observe closely. Claude focused intently, fixated on the screen displaying Raymond, who had been gazing toward the high ground. Suddenly, he noticed Raymond casually flicking his arm holding the weapon. Immediately after, the mechanical announcement echoed through the footage. My God, was that action just now actually a shot? Leonid was indeed struck down by that bullet. Claude exclaimed suddenly. It seems so. Vincent appeared equally astonished. Judging from the recent transitions in the footage, there was no conceivable way that shot could have reached Leonid, who was taking cover behind some obstacle at a high vantage point. Both the angle and trajectory made it impossible to hit him. Moreover, given that it was a training round, the possibility of a bullet penetrating walls to kill an enemy was non-existent. A direct hit was essential for a kill to be confirmed. To strike Leonid from that angle, the bullet would have to curve. But how could that be possible? Chapter 39. The second kill. For a moment, the control tower fell into an eerie silence. Those present, even someone like Weaver, who was not a combatant, had received professional military training and were seldom entirely ignorant of such matters. Therefore, upon viewing the footage Vincent had pulled up, they quickly grasped the situation. Yet, it was precisely this understanding that rendered the scenario even more astonishing. No matter how they pondered, they could not fathom how Raymond managed to hit Leonid. Concealed behind an obstacle, with a single shot to the head. It was nothing short of extraordinary. It is worth noting that although the distance between the two parties was not excessively vast, it was certainly not close, being at least 200 to 300 meters apart, which exceeded the normal effective range of a handgun. At such a distance, the bullet could easily experience a deviation in its trajectory. In this scenario, even without any obstacles, had any one of them taken the shot at Leonid, they might not have hit their target, let alone shoot through an obstacle and achieve a headshot. Faced with this bewildering situation, they were compelled to remain silent. Let us continue watching. Vincent switched the footage back to a dual camera mode, but remained at the control panel. Even those like Vincent, who could replay the footage, were unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Thus, Leonid, who was in the midst of it all, was even less likely to unravel the mystery. The only thing he could think of was the sudden force that had struck him from above. Following that force, the announcement blared through the speakers, declaring him deceased, and he was directly deemed the loser of the first match, which was quite telling. I was shot in the head. Leonid was utterly bewildered. Although he had no idea where Raymond was or from where the shot had been fired, he could not comprehend why he had been hit above while positioned there. However, he had no time to delve deeper into this matter. As the second match was about to commence, the roles of offense and defense were about to switch. He could not afford to be careless this time. Victory was imperative. Leonid steeled himself inwardly. There was truly no turning back for him now. Although Raymond initially stated that losing just 1 out of 3 matches would signify defeat, Leonid expressed that such a stipulation was unnecessary and modified it to a best-of-3 format. This alteration implied that should he lose the second match, it would immediately result in his defeat, rendering any potential victory in the third match meaningless. Shortly thereafter, the two competitors were guided by the staff to exchange positions. As the armory was rearranged, the second match commenced. Observers following both parties through split-screen views quickly noted that the circumstances mirrored those of the first match, with Leonid once again dashing to the armory at remarkable speed to make his selection. Meanwhile, Raymond maintained his leisurely pace, advancing without a hint of urgency. However, unlike the first match, no one now deemed his demeanor as self-destructive. A fool is one who boasts without the strength to back it up. While a truly formidable opponent garners respect, and Raymond had successfully demonstrated his prowess in the first contest. Although none had yet deciphered how he managed to eliminate Leonid from behind an obstacle, the evidence spoke for itself, and denial was futile. In a swift manner akin to the first match, Leonid assembled the weapon he had chosen. This time, he opted for a submachine gun rather than a sniper rifle, as the latter's characteristics were suited only for static defense and ill-fitted for offensive maneuvers. Given that Leonid was now on the attack, a strategic change was essential. In contrast, it was evident that Raymond had chosen to replicate his earlier decision, methodically reassembling a Desert Eagle and departing the armory with the same precision as before. Could it be that Dr. Raymond was only proficient with this particular firearm? Within the control tower, upon witnessing Raymond's assembly of the Desert Eagle, Claude's expression turned peculiar. Vincent shot him a glance, inquiring if he had come to comprehend how Agent Leonid had met his demise in the first match. Vincent's remark effectively rendered Claude speechless. He clearly understood Vincent's implication, that if he could not discern the opponent's method of attack, he had no grounds to question whether Raymond was limited to a single firearm. Yet, he found himself unable to counter this assertion, as he had pondered for some time without clarity. Feeling somewhat cornered by Vincent's observation, Claude hastily attempted to shift the topic, directing his gaze towards the central screen. I wonder if Leonid can redeem himself this time. Look, he is stealthily approaching the high ground. Once he closes the distance, the firepower of the submachine gun will far surpass that of a handgun. Agent Leonid has been eliminated. The result of the second match, Dr. Raymond triumphs. The announcement reverberated through the speakers, abruptly interrupting Claude's unfinished thought. A profound silence enveloped the control tower. What had just transpired? Despite everyone's unwavering attention on the split screens depicting both competitors, it seemed Leonid was evidently better prepared and was steadily advancing. Raymond appeared almost as if he were on an excursion. After reaching the vantage point, he merely surveyed the terrain and then settled in leisurely. Unlike Leonid in the first match, who swiftly manipulated the high-tech equipment at the peak, or Leonid in the second match, who acted decisively and relentlessly, Raymond's demeanor was unexpectedly relaxed. How had he suddenly claimed victory? At this moment, the astonishment and disbelief were not confined to Claude, who had been so abruptly proven wrong. All who were observing this contest fell into a profound silence. Vincent remained mute, once again retrieving footage from half a minute prior on the control panel. This time, he split the central screen into 4 perspectives, each capturing Raymond from different angles. As the footage began to replay, they noted that Raymond had, just as in the first match, seemingly nonchalantly flicked his arm that held the weapon. This was immediately followed by the announcement of Leonid's demise. With two identical kills under circumstances that could no longer be dismissed as mere coincidence, it became evident that the individual they had initially deemed reckless for challenging Leonid, Dr. Raymond, was indeed a concealed expert. Based on those two moves alone, few could rival him among the top agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Weaver. Had you already known of Dr. Raymond's prowess, waiting to witness our folly? Claude cast a wry smile towards Weaver. Do you believe me if I say I didn't know? Weaver appeared equally stunned, his reaction no more composed than Claude's. Chapter 40. Gunplay according to the original plan. Regardless of the outcome, all 3 matches were to be completed. However, after Leonid was killed twice in rapid succession, both times without grasping the situation, he was no longer inclined to continue the contest. He therefore called a halt to the matches. While this decision certainly tarnished his pride, he believed that persisting would be even more humiliating. 10 minutes later, both competitors had changed back into civilian attire and gathered at the control tower. With his dominant persona restored, Raymond smiled at Leonid and inquired, Director Leonid, may I now commence the comprehensive combat course? I stated that as long as you could defeat me, I would greenlight all your endeavors. I keep my word. Leonid waved his hand, assuring Raymond that he need not worry about him breaking his promise. As Raymond conversed with Leonid, the other 3 branch directors, including Weaver, approached. Upon seeing Raymond, Vincent exclaimed in Chinese, Raymond, you've truly shown me what it means to be a scholar who has been apart for 3 days should be viewed with new respect. Raymond also noticed the newcomer, and memories of the Asian gentleman conversing with him in Chinese, as well as the unfamiliar middle-aged gentleman beside Weaver, swiftly surfaced in his mind. The directors of the Communications Institute and the Espionage Academy, he recalled. With a smile, Raymond responded in Chinese, long time no see, Vincent. You still remember long time no see? After disappearing for so long without so much as a greeting, I thought you had completely forgotten about your old friend. Vincent feigned displeasure. I sincerely apologize. I did intend to reach out, but the places I visited made it quite inconvenient to contact the outside world. Raymond casually offered an excuse. However, it wasn't entirely a fabrication. A mental hospital is indeed a place where one cannot easily communicate with the outside. Is that so? Well, in light of your unintentional absence, if you treat me to a drink later, I shall forgive you, Vincent jested. Agreed, Raymond readily acquiesced. As their conversation flowed merrily, Claude suddenly interjected, Gentlemen, there are others here who do not understand Chinese. Could we perhaps exhibit a bit of gentlemanly decorum? Are you so fearful of others not noticing you? Vincent retorted with a smirk. Vincent, being more familiar with Claude, felt at ease to jest, but Raymond was not intimate enough with him for such banter. So he merely smiled and greeted, Good afternoon, Director Claude. Dr. Raymond, you have finally arrived. Pray tell, what just transpired? How did you manage to hit Leonid? Claude asked eagerly, his curiosity overtaking basic formalities. It was evident that he was not the only one intrigued. Both Vincent and Weaver shared his curiosity, and even Leonid, the unfortunate target, perked up at Claude's question. Curious, are we? Raymond surveyed the group. The directors nodded in unison. He cleared his throat and spoke in a mysterious tone. Have you heard of Gunfu? Gunfu. The group exchanged glances, realizing they were all unfamiliar with the term. Legend has it that during World War II, a sharpshooter from Huagua single-handedly eliminated thousands of Japanese invaders. Raymond introduced, his voice imbued with gravitas. The reason for this sharpshooter's prowess lay in his creation of an extraordinary shooting technique, which he named Gunfu. The most astonishing aspect of Gunfu is that it allows bullets to curve. Bullets can curve, Claude and Leonid exclaimed in unison. Vincent and Weaver, though less vocally shocked, wore expressions of disbelief as they looked at Raymond. In truth, while reviewing the footage earlier, they had speculated that it was impossible for Raymond to hit Leonid from that angle unless the bullets could indeed curve. Yet, that notion had barely crossed their minds before being dismissed. This is fundamentally an unreasonable conjecture. If bullets were capable of curving, could Newton's coffin still be secure? What they could never have anticipated was that the ultimate answer provided by Raymond was indeed this fleeting notion, dismissed and left behind. Indeed, bullets can curve, Raymond elaborated. At the very moment a bullet exits the chamber, a rapid flick of the wrist can cause the bullet to veer midair. This is the ultimate essence of Gunfu. My prolonged absence was spent in Huagua, learning this legendary martial art, and I returned to North America only after mastering it. It all makes sense now. Claude and Leonid's eyes sparkled with excitement. Both of them had once been high-ranking field agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., specialists in the realm of combat. And upon hearing of such an incredible technique, how could they not be stirred? Especially Leonid, who was already imagining the possibility of glimpsing the wonders of Gunfu from Raymond. Perhaps he could even learn a bit himself? However, Weaver, standing nearby, hesitated and remarked, applying a rotational force to a moving object can indeed result in a deviation in its trajectory. as observed in various ball sports. This phenomenon is a consequence of Bernoulli's principle. Yet, given the bullet's immense speed, how could a mere wrist flick alter its course? That defies logic, does it not? Agent Weaver, you are being obstinate. The evidence lies before you, yet you refuse to believe it, clinging to some theorem. Do you not understand that existence itself is justification? Without waiting for Raymond's response, Claude interjected, Dr. Raymond has stated that this extraordinary technique hails from Huagua. If it were so easily comprehensible, could it still be deemed miraculous? At that moment, Claude had transformed into a fervent disciple of Gun Fu, passionately defending their beliefs. Well said. Leonid, another devotee of Gun Fu, who had just faced defeat at Raymond's hands, appeared even more exhilarated than Claude. The marvels of Gun Fu cannot be explained away by some trivial theorem. There are countless phenomena in this world that evade scientific explanation. Have we not witnessed many of them ourselves? Weaver, listening to their fervent discourse, found himself wavering. Leonid's argument held a semblance of merit, as agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Particularly at their level, they had encountered many extraordinary occurrences. Indeed, there are numerous supernatural events that cannot currently be elucidated by science, a fact that stands true. Chapter 41. Returning home, it must be noted that Claude and Leonid's reactions somewhat surprised Raymond. The notion of Gun Fu was certainly a fabrication of his imagination. Although the Deadshot alter ego possessed a technique capable of making bullets curve, it was certainly not achieved through a mere wrist flick. Yet, confronted by Claude and the others, he could not remain silent. Thus, he concocted some whimsical tales to appease their curiosity. As for whether they believe it or not, that is no longer a concern for Raymond. Yet, even he did not anticipate that Leonid and Claude would be so easily swayed. While Raymond could somewhat understand Leonid's defense of the so-called gunsmanship, given that Leonid had indeed fallen victim to it, he certainly would not deny the skill that led to his defeat. Even for the sake of pride, he must support Raymond's assertions. However, it was Claude's enthusiastic endorsement of gunsmanship that took Raymond by surprise. Once I return, I will immediately arrange the internal announcement and promotion for the comprehensive combat course for you, Doctor. It should be ready before the next semester begins. Leonid remarked at that moment. Then I shall rely on you, Raymond replied. Not at all, Leonid responded. His demeanor towards Raymond now a stark contrast to the reluctant politeness he had exhibited in his office earlier. The Combat Academy was fortunate to have Raymond as a formidable asset. He was delighted and certainly would not consider it a burden. Claude's tone carried a hint of jealousy. Yet, given his shrewd nature, it was unlikely that he would overtly express all his emotions. The jealousy he displayed was, in essence, a deliberate act. Raymond, not being a naive newcomer to society, did not allow himself to feel overly pleased, merely offering a smile and choosing not to elaborate further. Given that it was already mid-semester, even if Raymond were to initiate a course, it could not be established overnight. It would inevitably have to wait until the next semester, which was still more than a month away. A month might not seem long, but for Raymond, who had only been in this world for less than a week, it felt substantial. This interval provided him an opportunity to clarify various matters, foremost among them being the relationships and connections of the original owner of this body, family, friends, and so forth. After all, he had taken on another's identity and would continue to live as such. These relationships were something he ultimately had to confront. Even for the sake of his own peace of mind, he could not entirely sever ties with the past of the original owner. Moreover, he did not harbor a strong aversion to these connections. In his previous life, he had been an orphan. Shortly after leaving the orphanage, he chose to enlist in the military, and upon retiring, he established his own firm. The notion of family was, in fact, a novel experience for him. Richmond, Virginia. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Clarice, please go answer the door and see who has arrived. Okay, Mom. With a flurry of footsteps, the front door was opened slightly, just enough for a hand to pass through, as the security chain remained in place. At that moment, an eccentric-looking Asian girl appeared at the narrow opening of the door. Upon seeing the visitor through the crack of the door, she was utterly astounded. Are you not going to let me in, little Cleary? Inquired the mixed-race gentleman outside with a gentle laugh. It was needless to say that this gentleman was indeed Raymond. After settling matters related to the commencement of classes at the academy, there was no pressing need for him to make an appearance, as Leonid would handle the course arrangements and enrollment on his behalf. He found himself reminiscing about the family background of the original owner of this body, prompting him to come over directly. Through those memories, he learned that the original owner's father was named Fong Mo, with the English name Edward, a detective at the local police station and the only Chinese detective in Richmond. His mother, Roland Aden, was a local Caucasian and a public prosecutor. The union of these two individuals was initially met with disapproval from Raymond's maternal grandfather's family. At that time, Fong Mo was merely an ordinary policeman, while Roland was a high-achieving graduate from an Ivy League law school. In every regard, Roland's future prospects far exceeded those of Fong Mo. Although parents in North America generally refrain from excessively intervening in their children's marriages, it does not imply that they are entirely indifferent. At least, there would still be significant subjective differences in attitude. In Raymond's grandfather's eyes, his daughter should have had better options, believing that she must have been deceived by Fong Mo's sweet words into marrying a man with little promise. Additionally, Fong Mo's inherently stubborn nature, which refused to bend, strained their relationship with Raymond's grandfather's family in the initial years of their marriage. It was only after Raymond's birth that the tensions began to ease. Notably, Raymond does not bear the surname Lei, that is merely his English name. His Chinese name is Fong Mingxian, while his registered name is Raymond Fong. The Asian girl currently opening the door for him is his sister, Clarice. However, Clarice is not the biological child of Fong Mo and his wife. She is an orphan they adopted after Raymond left for university. Given the professions of Fong Mo and his wife, adopting children was certainly within their means. Clarice? Who is it that has come, and why is there no sound? Just as Clarice stood in astonishment upon recognizing Raymond outside, Roland, who had been preparing dinner, hurried to the door, concerned that something might be amiss. Clarice, regaining her composure, excitedly turned to Roland and exclaimed, "It is brother who has returned." Brother? Roland paused, clearly not grasping whom Clarice was referring to. Seeing that Roland had not yet comprehended, Clarice swiftly shut the door, unlatched the security chain, and opened the door once more to reveal Raymond outside. Similarly, Raymond caught sight of the poised middle-aged woman in the hallway. "Mother." Unfamiliar words flowed from my lips as though they were instinctual. With a thud, Roland stood motionless in the corridor, wooden spatula in hand, utterly transfixed at the sight of Raymond, the spatula slipping from his grip and clattering to the floor. Chapter 42, A Visit from Strick. In the living room. After omitting crucial details, Raymond briefed Roland on recent events. The original inhabitant of this body had previously shared certain information regarding SHIELD with the Fong couple, yet refrained from disclosing any specific details, merely referring to it as a special department. Being public servants themselves, the Fong couple understood that such unnamed special departments adhered to confidentiality agreements, hence they did not press further, lest they inadvertently jeopardize their son. It was only after the original inhabitant fell ill and was secretly transported to New York for treatment that Director Egg had personally visited, informing the Fong couple that the original inhabitant had sustained injuries during a mission and, for safety reasons, was now being discreetly sent to a location for recovery, likely not to return for an extended period. Initially, the Fong couple dismissed this as deceit, suspecting Director Egg of being a fraud, but given the influence he wielded, it was not difficult for him to prove his authenticity. Ultimately, they were compelled to accept this harsh reality. Roland, a formidable woman, had wept in silence countless times over this matter, while Fong often found himself alone in the yard, smoking in silence. Even Clarice, who had been kept in the dark, gradually sensed something amiss and, through persistent inquiry, extracted the truth from the Fong couple. It is worth noting that although they were not biological siblings, the original inhabitant had treated Clarice with more kindness than many brothers would bestow upon their sisters. Thus, upon learning the truth, Clarice fell into a prolonged state of melancholy. Eventually, the three of them reached an unspoken understanding, deliberately avoiding the topic to spare one another pain. This explains why, when Clarice saw Raymond and exclaimed that her brother had returned, Roland momentarily failed to react. His return was a relief. Seeing her son reappear before her, Roland, the formidable woman who commanded the courtroom, could not restrain her tears. Beside her, Clarice wept as well, leaving Raymond feeling quite awkward, as he clumsily handed them tissues and offered awkward comforts. In all honesty, he had never encountered such experiences in his previous life. Perhaps sensing Raymond's discomfort, Roland quickly composed herself, yet her concern was palpable as she inquired, "What department do you work for, to have caused you, a psychologist, to manifest mental issues?" "Mother, you promised not to ask me about this," Raymond replied with a bittersweet smile. "Previously, I refrained from asking to avoid affecting you. But now that such a significant event has transpired, do you still intend to conceal it from us?" Roland's demeanor shifted, her resolve unwavering. "Very well, once father returns, I shall explain everything alongside you," Raymond shrugged. He could perceive that this time, his obstinate mother would not relent until her objectives were achieved, and he surmised that their equally stubborn father would likely prove even more relentless. In such circumstances, any attempt at secrecy would undoubtedly lead to a standoff. And considering he was not the original owner of the body, he felt no deep-seated need to conceal such minor secrets of SHIELD. After all, what was the significance of such matters? Ultimately, the world would not remain tranquil for many years to come. The realm of superpowers would inevitably unfold before the public eye. And there was nothing to hide. Upon hearing Raymond's words, Roland finally felt satisfied. She had just contacted Fong Mo, urging him to return with utmost haste. And he should be en route now. At SHIELD headquarters in the director's office. Come, Fury. Allow me to introduce you to the former director, Pierce, who serves as the liaison between the council and SHIELD. A slightly portly middle-aged man entered the office. No need for introductions. We have met on 2 occasions. Colonel Strick, the director, known as Egghead, rose from behind his desk and shook hands with the middle-aged gentleman, clearly not a stranger to him. Previously, when discussing various governments' attitudes towards mutants with Hill, he had mentioned that many radical factions had never abandoned their pursuit of mutant extermination and were operating covertly. The individual before him, Colonel Strick from the North American military, was a quintessential representative of such radicals. The Sentinel Special Operations Division he commanded was established as a secret department with the tacit approval of certain hawkish figures within the North American military. Despite the absence of any formal documentation regarding the Sentinel Special Operations Division within the North American military, and their inability to acknowledge its military affiliation, it was evident to discerning eyes that Strick, an active-duty colonel, was involved in a rather dubious charade. For the director of SHIELD, who possessed a vast intelligence network, this was hardly a secret. Was the last time we met 2 years ago? The portly middle-aged man, Colonel Strick, inquired with a smile. Seems about right. My memory is a bit hazy, the director replied noncommittally, then shifted the topic. Colonel, you are quite the busy individual. What brings you to my office? Colonel Strick did not immediately respond to the question, but glanced at Pierce beside him. Noticing this, Pierce aptly interjected, you two carry on. I have a few matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. The director did not hinder him, nodding in acknowledgement as he watched Pierce depart. It was only after Pierce had exited that the director spoke again. Shall we proceed? The name Mental Health Hospital should not be unfamiliar to you, Director Fury, Colonel Strick remarked, his gaze unwavering from the director's eyes, keenly observing his reaction. However, the director was no ordinary individual. It was implausible for Strick to discern anything from his expression. However, since Colonel Strick had taken the initiative to approach SHIELD and explicitly mentioned that name, Director Fury certainly did not perceive this as mere coincidence. In light of prior events, Director Fury had already surmised the reason for Colonel Strick's visit. The colonel might as well speak directly about his inquiries without any circumlocution. Fury pondered. Very well, I shall be direct, Colonel Strick replied in a grave tone. My intelligence network has uncovered that a mutant had indeed been present in that hospital, resulting in numerous fatalities. However, when my team arrived to investigate further, they discovered that the bodies had already been disposed of. And so, Director Fury inquired. Upon further investigation, it was revealed that the individuals responsible for the removal of the bodies were likely agents of SHIELD. Hence, I have come to ask you, Director Fury, if you could provide any leads regarding this matter. Colonel Strick maintained a smile as he continued. Of course, I would not impose upon you without offering something in return. Should you require assistance from my Special Operations Unit in the future, I will do my utmost to oblige. Then I shall thank you in advance. Colonel, Director Fury responded with a faint smile. Of course, it is only proper, Colonel Strick replied, mirroring the smile. However, I must admit that even if I wish to assist, I am at a loss. The smile that had just graced Colonel Strick's face abruptly faltered, and he questioned in a somewhat rigid tone, what do you mean? What I mean is, I am entirely unaware of this incident. Director Fury shrugged, feigning innocence. I can assure you on my honor that I have not dispatched anyone to that hospital you mentioned, so it appears you have come to the wrong person. Are you implying that my team is deceiving me? Colonel Strick's tone turned decidedly less amicable. I did not say that, Director Fury quickly clarified. Based on the current circumstances, there are 2 possibilities, the first being that your team has erred, and this matter is unrelated to SHIELD. The second is that your team is correct, and this incident indeed involves SHIELD, but I remain oblivious to it. Should that be the case, it is quite serious, suggesting internal issues within SHIELD. As Director Fury spoke, his demeanor turned grave. Rest assured, if that is the case, I will launch a thorough investigation to expose the culprits and provide you with an explanation, Colonel. Upon hearing this, Colonel Strick took a deep breath, gazing intently at Director Fury before gritting his teeth. So, I should thank you, Director? Of course, it is no trouble at all. Director Fury waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for concern. I shall await your favorable news, Director. Colonel Strick turned abruptly and strode toward the exit. his expression unreadable. Take care, no need for formality. Director Fury gestured to his retreating figure. Once Colonel Strick had departed, Pierce entered from outside, curiosity etched on his face. What did you discuss with Colonel Strick? He seemed rather displeased as he left. Nothing of consequence, merely a minor misunderstanding. Director Fury replied nonchalantly. Pierce spoke with a hint of concern. Regardless of whether this is merely a minor misunderstanding, I must remind you that while Strick may not be of great significance, he is backed by the North American military. In a sense, he can indirectly influence the attitudes of the North American Council. Offending him would not be advantageous for you. Fury, I am well aware of this, came the reply. I have already indicated that it is a trivial misunderstanding. What more can I do? Well, let us hope there will be no repercussions. Pierce sighed. After exchanging a few casual remarks, he departed from the office. Director LD.N. gazed at Pierce's retreating figure, a slight frown knitting his brow as he pondered something unknown. Meanwhile, upon returning home, the frugal father, Fong Mo, was candidly briefed by Raymond, just as he had promised Roland, regarding the general circumstances surrounding S.H.I.E.L.D. Essentially, he divulged everything known to the original host. Aside from details about the Tahiti project, Fong Mo and his wife were rendered speechless after hearing the revelations. Even the young Clarice was profoundly shocked, feeling as though she were watching a Hollywood blockbuster. I always believed that the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics was simply a subsidiary of the Department of Homeland Security, but I never imagined it to be this complicated, Fong Mo mused, feeling his worldview shaken. The name he mentioned, the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, was indeed the full name of S.H.I.E.L.D. A cumbersome title likely concocted by an individual with obsessive tendencies in an effort to lend an air of formality to the organization. As a detective in Richmond, a city so close to Washington, D.C., Fong Mo had previously encountered S.H.I.E.L.D. However, whenever they operated in the field, they would invariably introduce themselves with that lengthy and unwieldy name. The standard reaction from local law enforcement was to escalate the matter to their superiors, who would then consult with even higher authorities until a figure of significance familiar with S.H.I.E.L.D. issued the order to cooperate. Most individuals were indifferent to the origins of this cumbersome department, and upon hearing the name, their first instinct was to associate it with the Department of Homeland Security. At that moment, Raymond unveiled the mystery, prompting Fong Mo to recall certain past experiences. So, the reason those peculiar cases are handled by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents is that they often involve superhumans? Fong Mo inquired further. Raymond shook his head, not entirely. Sometimes, cases that appear to be special events may not turn out to be so, but most certainly, the majority are. Is that so? Fong Mo acknowledged, understanding. Roland, observing Fong Mo's interest in what she deemed a trivial matter, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After casting him a sidelong glance, she asked, why would they need a scholar like you when they are constantly embroiled in battles against dangerous individuals? I have told you before, Mother. I merely joined their academy in the past, primarily responsible for educating students. The incident last time was simply an accident. Roland was far from satisfied with this explanation. Raymond, feeling helpless, turned to his stepfather, signaling for assistance with his eyes. Upon noticing this, Fong Mo stepped forward, stating, Roland, this is his profession, we should not interfere. Roland, upon hearing this, became even more irate. Does work hold more significance than life? Fong Mo responded. Do you remember when your father believed my job was too perilous and urged me to resign? What did you say then? Roland fell silent, unable to retort. The role her grandfather had played back then mirrored her current position, and she had once convinced her father with her legal eloquence. In matters of rhetoric, neither Fong Mo nor Raymond could rival her as a renowned attorney. Yet, Fong Mo effectively wielded her own argument against her, leaving Roland speechless. However, arguing with a woman proved futile. Realizing her words lacked foundation, Roland abruptly stood and declared, every fault is mine. Are you satisfied now? Without waiting for Raymond or Fong Mo to respond, she stormed back to her room. Witnessing Roland's outburst, Raymond felt a pang of frustration. He had dealt with many women, but had never encountered a mother so devoid of reason. Feeling lost, he thought, it's all right, let her cool down. She will be fine. Fong Mo shook his head, signaling to Raymond not to worry, and discreetly gestured to Clarice, indicating she should go inside to comfort Roland. Clarice understood immediately and hurried into the room to console her. Chapter 44. The identity of the sister. Raymond discerned that Fong Mo, his stepfather, was not particularly eloquent. In terms of oratory skills, he might be outclassed by Roland by a considerable margin. Yet, based on the original owner's memories, Fong Mo was indeed the true head of the household, a fact not without reason. Indeed, The very next day after returning home, Mo successfully resolved matters with Roland. This instilled a measure of respect in Raymond for his stepfather, as well as a curiosity about how he had managed to do so. However, despite his curiosity, he knew better than to inquire. Nonetheless, while Mo had adeptly alleviated a significant dilemma for Raymond, Roland soon fired her second shot. The following morning, as the family gathered for breakfast, Roland abruptly stated, "Son, I believe it is time for you to consider finding a partner." Taken aback by this unexpected remark, Raymond struggled to comprehend his mother's line of thought. "Because I think you need someone to take care of you. I am well into my 30s. I am not a mere 13-year-old in need of care. Are you even aware of your age? Just tell me whether you are seeking help or not. And spare me the unnecessary chatter. It's evident that my mother is employing her usual tactics." And once again, Raymond cast a glance at Mo. However, this time his approach seemed ineffective, as Mo was solely engrossed in his battle with the food on his plate, showing no inclination to acknowledge him. Observing Mo's demeanor, Raymond quickly deduced that he had been betrayed. It was clear that the couple had conspired to orchestrate this scenario. With Mo having seemingly sided with the other party, Raymond found himself compelled to resort to his ultimate tactic. "I have just recovered from my illness. Might I not be allowed a moment's respite? If you continue like this, I might as well return home." Upon hearing Raymond mention his health, Roland felt compelled to swallow her prepared retort. After all, her son's well-being was paramount. Everything else was secondary. As for Raymond's mention of returning home, he referred to the apartment that the original owner had purchased in Washington, where he typically resided, only occasionally visiting during holidays. Richmond was conveniently close to Washington, making it easy to return. Raymond intended to stay until the beginning of the next semester at S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, not planning to return so soon. But threatening his mother with the prospect of leaving proved quite effective. Noticing that his mother had momentarily ceased her inquiries, Raymond promptly stood up, pulling Clarice in as a shield. "I'm taking Clarice to school. We can discuss this later. Goodbye." Clarice, who had been enjoying her milk, was swept away in a daze by Raymond. This left Roland, still simmering with frustration, and Mo, who continued to gaze vacantly at his plate. "Brother, is this your new car?" Clarice inquired cheerfully as she settled into the vehicle. "I borrowed it from a colleague," Raymond replied casually as he backed out of the garage. The original owner indeed possessed a vehicle, but it remained parked in the apartment's underground garage, and he currently had no time to return. Thus, he opted to drive a government car from the academy. As a standard vehicle of S.H.I.E.L.D., this car boasted bulletproof and waterproof features, far surpassing the capabilities of its commercial counterparts. Once the car was on the main road, Raymond asked, "Has everything been well at home during my absence?" Clarice pondered for a moment before responding. Aside from our parents occasionally feeling down about missing you, there hasn't been much else." "And you?" "Of course. I miss you." "Who asked you that?" "I meant to inquire how you have been lately." Clarice hesitated slightly before shaking her head. "I'm doing well. Mom says my grades are even better than yours were." Clarice likely believed her reaction was entirely appropriate, yet to Raymond, it presented a significant concern. Whether as the private detective of his past life or as the psychological expert of the original owner, he was accustomed to engaging in a constant battle of wits with others. The acting skills of young Clarice paled in comparison before him. "Are you hiding something from me? Have you started dating someone or gotten into a fight?" Raymond pressed on. "I really haven't." At this moment, Clarice seemed to realize that her performance was ineffective against her brother, a psychologist, and promptly changed her tactics, employing the art of charm. This time, Raymond, indeed, found himself bested and yielded. Before long, he escorted the little girl to the school gate. Just before she got out of the car, Raymond inquired once more, "Shall I pick you up after school?" "No need. One of my classmates is having a birthday party, and I'll head straight there after school. I've already cleared it with Mom," Clarice exclaimed, and before she finished speaking, she had dashed away. Observing the girl's retreating figure, Raymond furrowed his brow. Has she already begun to socialize? He certainly would not have tested Clarice without reason. It is perfectly normal for a young girl to harbor a few secrets, particularly since Clarice is now in high school. In North America, dating at this age is quite commonplace and does not equate to early romance. Nonetheless, he still probed her a few times, even choosing to use Clarice as a shield, voluntarily offering to drive her to school as a means to gauge her. His motives were straightforward. Upon first laying eyes on Clarice, he received a message from the system. Ding. You have encountered the level hero, Clarice Fawn. Exploration value, 30. You may convert exploration value into system points to redeem various system functions. When Raymond saw this prompt, he was somewhat bewildered. What was supposed to be a simple familial visit had unexpectedly led to an encounter with a plot character. He was aware that Clarice was the sister of the original body, having digested that portion of memory in advance. Yet the original host had no recollection linking this sister to superpowers. This sudden revelation caught him off guard. However, he was soon overwhelmed by the tears of his dear mother, Roland, leaving him no time to reflect on the identity of this unexpected sister, who was also a level hero. It was not until that night that he suddenly recalled Clarice's identity. On Earth in his previous life, few would recognize the name Clarice. But her other name would surely ring a bell for many. Blink, Clarice Fong. Chapter 45. The two female detectives when it comes to Blink. She is most famously portrayed in the X-Men, Days of Future Past universe by a certain actress. Furthermore, there is the version of the Asian girl from the Gifted universe. Regardless of the iteration, her primary ability remains consistent. The power to create portals, or more precisely, to open spatial gateways at will for teleportation and transfer. However, in the realm of film and television, the abilities of Blink have been markedly diminished, relegating her to the role of a mere support character. Raymond finds himself perplexed regarding his inexpensive sister's alignment with which iteration of Blink, as the Marvel multiverse is exceedingly vast. Observing the current world he inhabits, it bears no resemblance to any known Marvel universe. At best, it may seem vaguely familiar. Yet, based solely on the name Clarice Fong and her status as a high school student, it is evident that she aligns more closely with the Gifted universe's version of Blink. Although their origins diverge somewhat, the overarching similarities are striking. Following this line of reasoning, it is highly probable that this girl will soon establish contact with the underground mutant organization, or perhaps she has already done so. Raymond's earlier probing was an attempt to discern whether there was any deceit lurking within her heart. To his surprise, his suspicions were indeed confirmed. Whether he is merely overthinking the situation or if it genuinely is as he fears, it seems he must resort to a bit of covert following. Resolute in his decision, Raymond plans to trail Clarice after school. Should his fears prove accurate, and she has already made contact with this dubious organization, he, as her brother, would be compelled to take on the role of the antagonist, seeking to sever her ties with this nefarious group. Though this organization has been chosen by the professor as a seed group, akin to the Warlock subordinates or successors, it pales in comparison to the Warlocks themselves. The Warlocks, despite their efforts, were unable to stir any significant upheaval or resolve the discord between mutants and ordinary humans. Thus, what utility could a group far inferior to them possibly have? In truth, Raymond does not harbor significant concerns for Clarice's safety. Given her abilities, unless she is extraordinarily unlucky, she should be capable of self-preservation. Even in the extreme circumstances of the Gifted universe, that version of Blink has managed to survive repeatedly, which speaks volumes. Nevertheless, the issue remains that in that universe, Blink's parents fell into peril due to her affiliation with the underground mutant organization, resulting in their tragic demise. Admittedly, the circumstances in this world are distinctly different, and with his presence, it stands to reason that even if Clarice were to find herself in similar predicaments, the Fong couple would remain unharmed. Yet, one cannot be too careful. It is impractical for him to be at the Fong couple's side every hour of every day. Who knows if one day he might return home only to find the family lying in disarray. By then, even if he were to eradicate the perpetrator's entire lineage, it would be too late. From his perspective, the underground mutant organization is synonymous with trouble, a quintessential example of a group that achieves little but causes significant chaos. Aligning too closely with such a dubious organization would undoubtedly yield more harm than benefit. Certainly, these are merely speculations made by Raymond based on the peculiar circumstances of the Gifted universe. Perhaps, in reality, there exists no underground organization of mutants at all. Ding ding ding. As the bell signaling the end of class rang, students rushed out of the classroom like the wind, most of them eager boys heading off to play, while the girls were leisurely organizing their backpacks. Clarice was no exception. At that moment, someone suddenly tapped her shoulder from behind. Chris. A delightful new Chinese restaurant has opened near the school, and Aaron and I are planning to try it out. Would you like to join us? Another female voice chimed in with an invitation. Clarice, seemingly lost in thought, was startled when her name was called. It took her a moment to realize it was her close friends, Michelle and Aaron. No, I have a few things to attend to, you go ahead. Michelle raised an eyebrow at her response, but said nothing further, merely replying, all right, then we'll go. If it's good, we'll take you there tomorrow. Okay, sure. Clarice nodded quickly. Michelle said nothing more and departed with Aaron. What's wrong, Michelle? Are you feeling unwell? After they had walked a short distance from the classroom, Aaron noticed Michelle's unusual demeanor and asked with concern. I'm fine. It's Clarice who seems off. Michelle hesitated before speaking. Clarice? What is wrong with her? Her reaction just now was clearly problematic. She is hiding something from me. Isn't it quite normal for her to keep things from you? Haven't you ever concealed something from her? Aaron retorted playfully. That is not what I mean. Michelle shook her head. I understand that having little secrets is perfectly normal. But Clarice's response was certainly more than just a trivial secret. Could it be that you're overthinking it? From what I know of her, it's definitely not mere overthinking. She has been acting strangely lately, and I suspect she might be facing some trouble that she is afraid to share. Since you're so concerned, why don't we investigate a little? Aaron suggested. Investigate? Michelle blinked in surprise. Yes, we can always visit the new restaurant later. Why not play detectives for a change? Aaron proposed excitedly. For girls of their age, the idea of being detectives was filled with intrigue and thrill, and the opportunity to play such a role was undeniably enticing. You mean to follow Clarice? That seems a bit inappropriate. Michelle hesitated. What is inappropriate about it? You care for her. If it turns out that you're merely overthinking, she won't even notice us trailing her. But if she truly is in some sort of trouble and is simply too embarrassed to confide in us, she should be grateful for our concern and wouldn't mind the details. Michelle, already somewhat uneasy, found herself swayed by Aaron's words. After a brief discussion, the two of them hurried to hide around the corner of a nearby staircase, discreetly observing the entrance of Clarice's classroom. Before long, Clarice emerged from the classroom, her backpack slung over her shoulder. She's out hide, Aaron whispered urgently as she caught sight of Clarice. The two quickly crouched down, peering cautiously like thieves. It wasn't until Clarice exited the school gate that they stealthily followed, maintaining a considerable distance to avoid detection even if she happened to glance back. Thus, they trailed behind Clarice for some time. Once they had moved a fair distance from the school, Clarice abruptly halted by the roadside, glancing around before taking out her phone and seemingly making a call. Chapter 46. Thunderbird and Polaris. It seems she's waiting for someone. Could it be she has someone picking her up? Aaron conjectured. That could be problematic. If someone is indeed coming for her, we won't be able to keep up. Michelle realized, prompted by Aaron's words, and quickly produced her own phone. Who are you calling? Aaron inquired. I'm not calling anyone. I'm ordering a ride just in case. Michelle replied as she opened the ride-hailing application on her phone. A few minutes later, the vehicle Michelle summoned arrived, yet Clarice remained stationary, waiting. The two girls quietly climbed into the car. The driver, a corporate professional, chuckled upon seeing two high school girls and asked, "Are you two lovely young ladies heading to Parasun Park?" The location was merely a random destination Michelle had selected when ordering the ride. Hold on. Don't drive off just yet. Let us see where she goes. Michelle gestured towards Clarice in the distance. The driver, upon hearing this, became wary. What are you planning? I must clarify that I won't engage in any illegal activities. What nonsense. She's our friend, Aaron retorted, exasperated. And look at us. We're in school uniforms. Do we really look like we're up to no good? The driver pondered this for a moment, realizing the logic in her words, yet he hesitated, asking, if she is your friend, why not just approach her directly instead of stalking her? Michelle hadn't intended to divulge so much, but seeing the driver's demeanor, she understood that clarity was necessary for cooperation. Thus, she explained, she has been acting strangely lately, and we suspect she might be threatened by some unsavory individuals and is too frightened to confide in us. We plan to follow her to ascertain the situation. If it turns out to be a misunderstanding, we'll leave, but if she is in trouble, we can assist her. Only then did the driver's apprehension dissipate. All right, I'll wait with you. At that moment, a gray van slowly came to a stop in front of Clarice. The side door of the van was opened from within, revealing Clarice skillfully jumping inside. The vehicle did not commence its journey until the door was securely closed once more. Are you certain she was threatened? This scene prompted the white-collar male driver to cast a dubious glance at Michelle and Aaron. If certainty existed, why not simply alert the authorities? Was it necessary to follow and observe? Hurry up, don't lose sight of her, Aaron said irritably, although the white-collar driver remained somewhat skeptical. He pressed the accelerator and followed suit. Ahead, inside the van, Clarice was animatedly chatting with a girl sporting long, dark green hair in the rear seat, exuding an air of joy. The driver was a short-haired young man of somewhat burly build, while a woman with wine-red hair sat beside him in the passenger seat, appearing to be of similar age. Lorna, wait a moment. My eyes feel a bit uncomfortable. Let me remove my contact lenses, Clarice suddenly remarked, interrupting her conversation with the dark-haired girl. Do you need me to stop? The short-haired driver, John, inquired, glancing back. Thank you, Brother John, but it's unnecessary, Clarice replied as she deftly removed the lenses, revealing eyes that sparkled like emeralds, and carefully stored the lenses in a small case. John was indeed the name of the driver, his full name being John Prastad, codenamed Thunderbird, a mutant endowed with extraordinary perception, super speed, and immense strength. The woman in the passenger seat was his girlfriend, Sophia Simonson, known as Dreamweaver, possessing the ability to alter others' memories. Seated beside Clarice was the girl with dark green hair, named Lorna Dane, codenamed Polaris, whose powers closely mirrored those of the notorious mutant, Old Man Juan. However, due to her current developmental stage, She was far from matching his prowess. The reason for this was straightforward. She was, in fact, Old Man Juan's biological daughter. Although her notoriety could not compare to that of her half-siblings, she had perfectly inherited her father's abilities and could essentially be regarded as his successor. If Raymond were in the vehicle, he would likely reflect on how he had indeed underestimated the situation. Eventually, both John and Lorna would become leaders of the mutant underground organization, alongside another mutant named Marcos, known as Devourer. However, given Lorna's age, she likely had only recently joined this fledgling organization and had yet to ascend to leadership, while Marcos might not have even been recruited yet. Please secure yourselves, John suddenly reminded as Clarice was about to continue her conversation with Lorna. Without waiting for questions, the van abruptly swerved to the right under John's control. What is happening? John, in the back seat, Lorna, feeling quite uncomfortable from the jostling, inquired. I noticed a vehicle seemingly trailing us when I turned back. I merely wanted to test it. What is the situation now? John replied while glancing at the rearview mirror. Indeed, it continues to follow us, he continued. Should I intervene? Lorna asked. No, if you act. It will only escalate the situation, and those from the Special Operations Department, with their keen senses, will undoubtedly trace us. John shook his head. Then what should we do? Clarice asked, her anxiety evident. Let me ascertain whether that vehicle is truly following us. If it is, we will find a place to stop and discern who it is. John pondered aloud. He then turned to Clarice and asked, Is your ability stable lately? Yes. Clarice nodded vigorously. As long as I remain calm, I should be fine. John continued. If, hypothetically, we need to stop and discover that it's the Special Operations personnel tailing us, how far could your ability help us escape? After a moment's contemplation, Clarice replied softly. I haven't attempted a large-scale teleportation, but through a few smaller ones, I could at least help us flee quickly for about 10 kilometers. That will suffice. After a brief moment of thought, John formulated a strategy. Chapter 47. Mutation with a sudden screech. The white-collar man slammed on the brakes after a sharp turn. In the back seat, Michelle and Aaron, caught off guard, collided against the front seat's backrest, letting out a cry of pain. Why the sudden stop, old man? Aaron complained, rubbing her head. It seems your friend has spotted us. The white-collar man shrugged helplessly at the two girls in the back, indicating it was not his fault. Michelle and Aaron soon recognized the situation ahead, exchanging glances filled with concern. They had never intended to reveal themselves, for should Clarice discover this, they would undoubtedly find themselves in an awkward predicament, regardless of their good intentions. However, seeing the van suddenly blocking the road, they could only lament that their fears had indeed materialized. In the next moment, they observed a man and a woman emerging from the van's front seats. The man called out, Friends in the car, let us have a chat. Realizing there was no way to evade the encounter, they steeled themselves and exited the vehicle. The moment they stepped out, Aaron demanded, Who are you? And what have you done to Clarice? Michelle tugged at Aaron, signaling her to be cautious, but Aaron remained undeterred. The couple who stepped down from the van were, of course, John the Thunderbird and Sonia the Dreamweaver. They had been prepared to act at any moment. But when they noticed that the individuals emerging from the vehicle were two high school girls in uniforms, they quickly realized it was likely a misunderstanding. It was not until Aaron voiced her inquiry that their conviction regarding the misunderstanding solidified. Are you classmates of Clarice? Sonia inquired. Aaron instinctively nodded, but soon felt it was inappropriate. It was she who was supposed to be asking questions, not the other way around. You haven't answered my question. Aaron's tone grew somewhat irritable, and she added, I warn you not to act recklessly. The gentleman in the car has a phone, and should you cause any trouble, he will not hesitate to call the authorities. To her, John appeared far from trustworthy, as evidenced by the numerous scars adorning his exposed arms. However, before John or Sonia could respond, the side door of the van swung open, and Clarice, having reapplied her contact lenses, bounded out, astonished to see Michelle and the others. Michelle, Aaron, what brings you here? I noticed you've seemed a bit off lately, and suspected you might be in trouble. So I discussed with Aaron the idea of coming to check on you. Michelle replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Clarice understood immediately, feeling no resentment towards her friends for following her. Rather, she felt a touch of gratitude. Thank you, I'm all right. Yet Aaron remained skeptical. Are you truly fine? Did they threaten you into saying that? Don't be afraid. With us here, they wouldn't dare harm you, and you can speak the truth. Aaron, you're mistaken. They are all my friends, really. Watch out. Lorna's warning abruptly interrupted Clarice. Simultaneously, Lorna had stepped from the van, her hand raised high, pointing towards the direction behind Michelle and Aaron. Prompted by Lorna's alert, everyone turned to see that the white-collar man from the vehicle had also exited, holding a silenced pistol aimed in their direction. However, that was not the most startling aspect. The truly striking sight was the bullet, suspended motionless in midair. Michelle and Aaron were utterly astonished by this scene. They could not fathom how the previously timid and trouble-averse driver could transform into a figure wielding a silenced handgun. Even more bewildering was the sight of the bullet hovering in place, completely still. Aaron and Clarice were equally taken aback. She had never anticipated that her friends would accompany her to such a perilous situation, especially given the evident malice behind the assailant's actions. Had Lorna not intervened, that shot might have injured one of them. He is merely a driver we hastily summoned to keep up with you, and we are not acquainted with him at all. Michelle hastily clarified. She spoke no falsehood. At that moment, Sonia unexpectedly interjected from the side. Upon hearing Sonia's words, both Clarice and John, along with Lorna, instantly chose to believe her, for Sonia possessed the remarkable ability to discern truth from deception. Brother John? Clarice glanced at John, somewhat flustered. John raised his hand to signal Clarice to remain calm, while fixing a piercing gaze upon the white-collar man, inquiring, "Are you from the Special Operations Department?" At this point, the white-collar man had shed his earlier timidity, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he focused on Lorna, who had raised her hand towards him. "Such a familiar ability, young lady. Would you be interested in abandoning the shadows for the light? Answer my question." John, feeling slighted by the white-collar man's disregard, became irate. "Today's youth have such audacious tempers. Your tone vexes me greatly. I had intended to grant you a swift end, but it seems I must reconsider." Upon hearing the white-collar man's taunt, John's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately commanded Lorna, "Take action." Without hesitation, Lorna clenched her raised hand into a fist. With her movement, the bullet suspended in midair suddenly shot towards the white-collar man. Clang! After a sharp sound of collision, the white-collar man did not fall. Instead, he transformed into a completely transparent, humanoid crystal sculpture. "This is bad. He is also a mutant." John's face paled at this sight. Sonia and her companions appeared tense, having not anticipated such a turn of events. Initially, they believed the white-collar man was merely an agent from the Special Operations Department, and with their collective abilities, they would pose little danger unless surrounded by a multitude of agents. However, they had not expected him to be a mutant and seemingly possessing formidable powers, capable of transforming to deflect bullets. He. Aaron and Michelle were utterly bewildered, gazing at the unbelievable spectacle before them, questioning whether they were trapped in a dream. Just moments ago, the white-collar man had been a somewhat timid driver. How could he suddenly wield a firearm and instantaneously morph into a humanoid crystal sculpture? Chapter 48. Engage in the aftermath of the New York battle. The world became acutely aware that extraordinary individuals akin to the superheroes of comic books truly existed. Yet, aside from the Avengers, how many others possessed similar superhuman abilities remained largely unknown. While many superhero collectives were renowned in certain regions, few garnered the global attention of the Avengers. Most operated in secrecy. Furthermore, with SHIELD trailing behind to wrap things up, efforts were made to minimize their influence as much as possible. This has led to the vast majority of ordinary individuals remaining oblivious to the fact that this world is inextricably intertwined with the realm of superpowers, and that within each person's social circle, there may lurk some unrecognized super beings. Consequently, when confronted with situations that exceed their comprehension, their initial reaction is one of disbelief. This is akin to the current state of Michelle and Aaron, who are so astonished that their eyes seem poised to pop out. However, the onlookers present do not have the luxury to soothe them. Upon witnessing that the corporate man is also a mutant, John intones gravely, "You are not a member of the Special Operations Department. I don't believe I've ever claimed to be, have I? It has always been you speaking for yourself." The corporate man retorts, maintaining his form as a humanoid crystal sculpture. "State your intentions," John demands, brimming with vigilance. "My intentions? There is nothing I cannot divulge. I originally came for her." The corporate man gestures towards Clarice, standing beside John. "For me?" Clarice responds, somewhat bewildered, pointing to herself. "Approximately 6 months ago, you showcased your abilities in Blackstone Park, inadvertently discovered by our agents." The corporate man continues unperturbed. "If I am not mistaken, at that time, you had just awakened your powers and were unable to control them, correct?" Upon hearing the corporate man's words, Clarice reflects and realizes there is truth in his statement. Her abilities indeed manifested 6 months prior, triggered by the immense psychological stress after learning from the Fong couple that Raymond might have met with misfortune. At that time, her newfound powers frightened her, and it took over a week for her to regain her composure. Subsequently, she sought secluded places to hone her abilities. Eager to ascertain their potential, Blackstone Park was one of the locations she had chosen. Seeing that Clarice did not refute him, the corporate man continued with a smile. "After your discovery, our team reported the incident, and following internal discussions, we decided to send me to recruit you. However, I was delayed due to some matters and only became available to come to Richmond this week. Initially, I intended to confront you today, But it seems there are unexpected surprises. At this point, excitement tinged his voice, and undoubtedly, the surprise he referred to was the presence of the other 3 mutants apart from Clarice. John and the others finally grasped the situation. In essence, the corporate man appeared to be affiliated with a mutant organization that had inadvertently discovered Clarice, a newly awakened mutant, and intended to recruit her into their fold. It seems that today, while planning to confront Clarice at school, he fortuitously discovered Michelle and the others stealthily trailing her, and thus followed along, leading to the current scene. Regardless of which organization you represent, Clarice has already joined us. You are too late. Upon hearing the explanation from the white-collar man, John immediately asserted his position. Have you joined them? The white-collar man tilted his head and asked, Who are you? We are the underground organization of mutants. Lorna, standing behind John, responded with a hint of pride in her voice. So, you are the ones so impoverished that you cannot afford a meal, wandering aimlessly to evade the pursuit of the Sentinels? How pitiable, the white-collar man remarked with a tone filled with condescension. I hear your leader is someone named Thunderbird. That wouldn't happen to be you, would it? He glanced at John as he finished his statement. Who are you calling a petty child? Lorna seethed at the white-collar man's derogatory description of them. John, though less emotionally charged than Lorna, spoke with a similar harshness. If you have finished your remarks, I suggest you leave. No matter who you are, Richmond does not welcome your presence. Leaving is out of the question, at least not until I've dealt with you. The white-collar man shook his head. How about this? Come with me, and I can assure you that joining our organization will vastly improve your current conditions. Rest assured, once you join, you will be allocated resources. If you wish to bring other mutants along, that can be arranged. Though they will not enjoy the same privileges as you, and will have to start as ordinary members. The white-collar man ignored John's dismissal and continued his self-serving introduction. Even though John's patience had been tested, he was still incensed by the white-collar man's insistent demeanor. Enough. Do not push your luck, he retorted, seeing John interrupt him again. The white-collar man's tone turned icy. So there is nothing to discuss? It appears I will have to subdue you first. Lorna. John finally lost his composure and shouted. Lorna understood immediately, raising her hands towards the white-collar man's vehicle. Suddenly, it seemed as if an invisible force lifted the car and slammed it down toward the white-collar man's position. With a thunderous crash, the car was sent flying. The white-collar man, transformed into a crystalline figure, emerged unscathed, effortlessly swatting the vehicle aside with a single punch. Clarice, take them and go, John commanded urgently. Sensing the dire situation, Clarice, already tense from the unexpected turn of events, attempted to open a portal but found her powers faltering, the portal flickering unpredictably. My abilities are unstable again. Using them now is dangerous, she informed John anxiously. John had not anticipated such a situation arising. He quickly instructed Sonia, take them and run. Lorna and I will hold the rear. Without hesitation, Sonia nodded and led Clarice and Michelle away in the opposite direction. She understood well that her abilities were ill-suited for combat, and staying behind would only be a hindrance. Similarly, Clarice, now overwhelmed by her own mental strain, finds herself unable to contribute meaningfully. Remaining in the fray would only exacerbate the chaos. However, John remains oblivious to the fact that the white-collar man observes Sonia as she leads the 3 young girls away, exhibiting no sign of urgency, instead wearing a peculiar smile. Clarice, what on earth is happening? Why are we out of breath, being dragged along by you? Michelle stammered, her voice fragmented with anxiety. There is no time to explain now. I will clarify everything once we are safe, Clarice replied. Although Michelle and her companion were still engulfed in panic, they chose to trust that Clarice would not lead them into harm, refraining from further inquiries and simply following her lead. Before long, they found themselves in an area resembling a derelict mining site, where several crumbling buildings stood as remnants of a forgotten past. Upon spotting the structures, Sonia's eyes brightened. Let us take refuge inside. Her intention was straightforward, to find a hiding place until Clarice regained her composure, at which point she could utilize her spatial abilities to transport them again. Without such a plan, their stamina would allow them to run only so far. Yet, Sonia's optimistic scheme clashed harshly with reality. Just as she resolved to lead the 3 girls into the building for shelter, a thunderous roar of engines erupted from their surroundings. Suddenly, 7 or 8 vehicles surged forth from the perimeter of the abandoned mine, encircling the 4 of them. The sight caused Sonia's complexion to drain of color. Michelle and Erin, the 2 young girls, were equally terrified, nearly breaking into tears. They clutched Clarice's hands tightly, their bodies trembling slightly. Although Clarice was somewhat steadier than the 2, she too was far from calm. A throng of individuals, clad like mercenaries, poured out of the vehicles, aiming their weapons at the encircled Clarice and her companions. Faced with such a dire situation, it was futile for Clarice to rely on her unstable abilities. Even if she were at her peak, There would be no time to facilitate an escape for the others. The firearms wielded by these individuals were no toys. They would not permit an escape. As for Sonya, her powers revolved around memory alteration, necessitating proximity and a lack of defenses from her target. Surrounded by so many adversaries, her abilities became utterly ineffective. Listen closely. Kneel and surrender immediately. You have 10 seconds. When the time is up, I will not hesitate to eliminate you, declared a figure who appeared to be the leader, stepping out from one of the vehicles with a chilling demeanor. Upon hearing the threat of execution, Michelle and Aaron succumbed to fear, collapsing onto the ground. After all, they were merely ordinary high school girls, unaccustomed to such terrifying confrontations. The mere sight of armed assailants was horrifying enough, let alone the implication of impending violence. Sonya and Clarice were slightly stronger than their adversaries. Yet they were both drenched in sweat. They exchanged glances, recognizing the struggle reflected in each other's eyes. At that moment, the menacing leader began to count down. 10, 9, 8. Suddenly, a sound akin to a watermelon bursting echoed through the air, and the leader's head exploded, leaving only his body standing in place. However, due to inertia, it toppled backward. Ambush. Take care. Stay concealed. The seasoned fighters immediately discerned from the leader's gruesome fate that they were under siege, realizing that someone was firing at them from the shadows. The horrifying scene startled Clarice and her companions, causing Michelle and her friend to tremble and scream in terror. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. As a few mercenaries shouted warnings of the ambush, they too were swiftly met with a fatal shot to the head. The shooter is in the building to the left. Instantly, someone identified the direction of the gunfire based on where the fallen had collapsed. However, scarcely had the words left his lips than his own head burst open with a resounding crack. This horrific scene ignited a frenzy among the remaining mercenaries, who unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards the left building. Yet, their frantic assault did little to improve their dire situation, as more and more were gunned down. Within mere seconds, nearly half of the 30-odd individuals who had disembarked from the vehicle lay dead, leaving only a dozen or so survivors. Retreat. If we don't leave now, we will all perish. Someone shouted, though the warning came too late. Had they collectively retreated from the outset, perhaps a few might have escaped. Now, however, the sound of gunfire rang out like fireworks, each shot resulting in another head exploding, as if the concealed assailants never missed their mark. Moments later, only 3 individuals remained with their heads still attached to their bodies. Yet, their limbs bore the wounds of gunfire, collapsing like rag dolls. It was evident to all that the hidden shooter had intentionally left them alive. This gruesome spectacle left Clarice and her companions pale with fear. Although the unknown assailants had effectively rescued them, they were oblivious to their identities or intentions, wondering if they too were merely captors like the others. Amidst this uncertainty, they beheld a mysterious figure clad in a crimson combat uniform, donning a silver full-face helmet, emerging from the dilapidated building and approaching them steadily. This enigmatic individual bore a striking blood-red long rifle on his shoulder, seemingly a coordinated piece with his combat attire. They instinctively glanced behind the mysterious figure, yet found no one else present. One person, Sonya and Clarice exchanged incredulous looks. How could a single individual annihilate that group in such a brief span of time? And with such precision? The thought instilled a sense of trepidation within them. As the enigmatic figure approached, the oppressive aura intensified, prompting them to retreat a few steps. However, they dared not act rashly, let alone flee, having previously been unable to escape from those mercenaries. Could they possibly evade a fearsome individual capable of obliterating an entire squad of mercenaries in under 30 seconds? Yet, despite their apprehension, fear was inescapable. When the mysterious figure halted just a few meters away, a voice emerged from beneath the mask, one that struck a familiar chord with Clarice. Is this what you call your friend's birthday? Sonya and Michelle were left baffled by this statement. What birthday? Only Clarice felt a jolt of disbelief as she looked at the mysterious figure, stammering, You. As she faltered, the figure reached up and removed the silver mask. Chapter 50, Brother? Upon seeing the familiar face beneath the mask, Clarice questioned her own sanity. In truth, the moment the mysterious figure uttered the words about the birthday, a suspicion had already begun to form in her mind. The mention of a birthday had merely been an excuse she fabricated on the spot, shared with only 2 individuals, her mother, Roland, and her brother, Raymond, who had just returned home. Coupled with her familiarity with Raymond's voice, even though she was initially too stunned to recognize it, she soon connected the dots when he mentioned the birthday. It was only when Raymond removed the mask that she was certain she had not misheard. Yet, this revelation only deepened her disbelief. All along, Raymond had been her role model, excelling academically and becoming a well-known figure in the field of psychology. Guests who visited their home would often praise the Fong family for their exemplary parenting. Thus, Clarice had always aspired to emulate her brother. determined to become as remarkable as he was. Yet, here stood Raymond, a solitary figure who had dispatched an armed squad of mercenaries within half a minute. Such prowess seemed worlds apart from that of a psychology expert. Is this what psychology teaches? Bang! Just as Clarice remained lost in shock, Raymond suddenly drew a handgun from his waist and fired a shot backward without even glancing. At that moment, Sonia and the others noticed that among the 3 remaining survivors, one had attempted to stealthily reach for a nearby weapon, only to have his hand blown apart by Raymond's gunfire. Stay put and do not approach that area, Raymond instructed without exchanging pleasantries with Clarice, merely gesturing toward the dilapidated building before striding toward the 3 survivors. As he reached their vicinity, he casually fired another shot at the one who had just tried to grasp the gun, instantly obliterating his head. He then holstered his pistol, slung the red rifle across his back, and effortlessly lifted the 2 remaining survivors to escort them toward the crumbling structure. Before long, they vanished from the sight of Clarice and her companions. Unbeknownst to Clarice, the individual with whom she had just exchanged words was, although technically Raymond, in the persona of his lethal alter ego. Even the initial query posed was crafted by Raymond to prevent Clarice from noticing any anomalies. However, adhering to the principle of the more one speaks, the more one errs, this lethal alter ego refrained from engaging in extensive conversation with Clarice and simply took the survivors for interrogation, a task he performed with the ease of a mundane routine. It was not until Raymond had completely disappeared from their view with the 2 captured individuals that Sonia finally exhaled in relief and turned to Clarice, inquiring, "Who was that just now?" "That was my brother. I believe I may have mentioned him to you, Sister Sophia," Clarice replied, still somewhat dazed from the shock. "Your brother? The one you mentioned who is a PhD in psychology?" Sonia's reaction mirrored the disbelief that Clarice had felt upon recognizing Raymond beneath the hood, her face a canvas of skepticism. Even Michelle and Aaron, who had been slumped on the ground, regained a measure of strength and supported each other as they stood, both exclaiming in astonishment, "That's your brother?" Clearly, Clarice had shared tales of her brother with her 2 closest friends. Yes, Clarice nodded, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. She had been teetering on the edge of despair, never anticipating that her brother, who had just returned home, would rescue her in such a dramatic fashion reminiscent of a 007 entrance. "Absolutely stunning," Michelle exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with admiration. "Does your brother have a girlfriend?" Aaron's inquiry was decidedly more pragmatic. The moment her words left her lips, she met Michelle's fierce gaze, a silent challenge exchanged between them. Yet Aaron showed no signs of yielding, returning the stare with equal intensity. "Honestly, you 2 are still in the mood to bicker at a time like this?" Clarice found herself amused yet exasperated. She felt her friends were far more composed than she, as her heart continued to race. Still engulfed in the panic of being surrounded by mercenaries moments ago. What on earth is your brother capable of? How is he so formidable? Sonia, however, was not as infatuated as the 2 girls. Her focus lay on the enigmatic nature of Raymond. Initially, she intended to describe him as ruthless, but upon reflection, considering he was Clarice's brother, she deemed such a characterization inappropriate and opted for the term formidable instead. It puzzled her how he had become so powerful, and she believed he was oblivious to her circumstances as well, even questioning his unexpected appearance, as Clarice whispered. Of course, she did not convey the entire truth, particularly withholding the details about the SHIELD incident that Raymond had mentioned the previous day, as she was uncertain of its implications for him. Sonia likely sensed that Clarice was not being entirely forthright, a talent of hers, yet chose not to press further. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and she too possessed mysteries unknown to Clarice. It is a natural trait of human relationships that even friends cannot be completely candid. Thus, she merely nodded and remarked, "In any case, we owe a great deal to your brother this time. Otherwise, we would have truly been captured. What shall we do now?" Michelle and Aaron, after exchanging glances, suddenly remembered that they had not yet fully escaped their perilous situation and turned to Clarice. "My brother instructed us to wait here, so let us do just that." Clarice hesitated. Suddenly, before she could finish her sentence, a chilling wail emanated from the derelict building, reminiscent of someone enduring unspeakable torment. Given that Raymond had intentionally left a few alive and instructed them to remain away from the old building, they quickly deduced the rationale behind his orders. Michelle and Aaron remained relatively unfazed, still entrapped in their previous infatuation. However, Sonia's expression shifted slightly, revealing a glimmer of compassion. Despite the recent attack on them, she could not fathom delivering lethal blows to such individuals. It was simply not in line with the modus operandi of mutant underground organizations. Nevertheless, Raymond was not one of them, and having just rescued them, she felt she had no grounds to voice any objections. Chapter 51. Hellfire Club within the dilapidated building. Raymond had reverted to his primary persona, disengaging from his equipment manifestation, and was contemplating the current situation. He had initially planned to tail Clarice after school to ascertain if she was indeed mingling with the mutant underground organization he had suspected. To his surprise, his conjecture proved correct, and he unexpectedly encountered the presence of the corporate man. When the corporate man was verbally sparring with John and the others, Raymond had been lurking in the shadows, prepared to intervene at a moment's notice. It was during this time that he received multiple prompts from the system. Among the individuals recognized by the system as notable anti-heroes, Polaris Lorna Dane granted him 50 exploration points, while the esteemed hero Thunderbird John Proudstar and the enchanting couple dreamer Sonia Simonson contributed 30 and 10 exploration points, respectively. The appearance of these three figures allowed Raymond to confirm that Clarice was indeed in contact with the mutant underground organization, a fact later corroborated by John. The only unexpected element for Raymond was the sudden emergence of the corporate male. Through the system's notifications, Raymond swiftly discerned the identity of the corporate male as the villainous absorbing man, Carl Creel, who also awarded him 30 exploration points. Collectively, these four individuals provided a total of 120 exploration points, a rather fortuitous gain. However, at that moment, Raymond's focus was not on this accumulation. While 120 exploration points were certainly a benefit, they did not evoke a sense of excitement in him. His true concern lay with the corporate male's intentions towards Clarice. He had a vague recollection of absorbing man, a being capable of transforming his body into the properties of any material he touches. The origin of his abilities varies across different Marvel universes. In some versions, he is a magical construct created by Loki to serve as a weapon against Thor, while in others, he is a mutant who awakened his powers independently. Merely from the system's hints, Raymond could not ascertain the specifics of Absorbing Man's situation in this world. However, when Absorbing Man stated his purpose was to absorb Clarice on behalf of the mutant organization behind him, Raymond could reasonably conclude that he was likely a mutant as well, although the exact nature of the organization remained unclear. After Clarice and her companions fled separately, Raymond discreetly followed, discovering that others were also pursuing them. Under such circumstances, even if he switched to his alter ego, Cloak, he would be unable to ensure Clarice's safety while confronting all enemies. His other alter ego, Tohu Bai Bai, posed no issues, and his overall capabilities had improved enough to endure longer than before. Nevertheless, Tohu Bai Bai's power was formidable, and Raymond was reluctant to resort to this ultimate card unless absolutely necessary. Thus, he opted for the most prudent choice, the manifestation of his Deadshot alter ego's equipment. Faced with this predicament, particularly in a scenario where the enemy was aware of their advantage, employing the Deadshot persona was almost assuredly a safe bet. Ultimately, Raymond's decision proved wise. The Deadshot alter ego dispatched the threats in under half a minute, leaving several alive at Raymond's request. Otherwise, a swift headshot would have been far simpler for him. After the interrogation by the Deadpool's alter ego, Raymond finally discerned the origins of the organization behind the Absorbing Man, an entity he was not unfamiliar with, the Hellfire Club. This mutant organization, which has persisted since the 18th century, boasts a history far more extensive than the two largest contemporary mutant organizations. Its existence is characterized by a unique approach. It neither confronts governments head-on like the Brotherhood of Mutants, which has seemingly evolved into an international terrorist organization, nor does it adopt a partially cooperative stance with governments like the X-Men, who strive to alleviate tensions between mutants and ordinary humans. Instead, it operates discreetly within the fabric of society. Prior to the advent of genetic testing methods, the members of this organization were influential elites from various nations, manipulating ordinary people at will. Even the former Magneto had once been a part of this organization and had briefly assumed leadership. Although genetic testing technology was later developed, it failed to undermine the core interests of the organization, as its members could easily retreat to the shadows, allowing their proxies to ascend. These proxies were not mutants and, regardless of testing, would remain unaffected. Currently, the extent of this organization's power remains largely unknown to anyone outside its core members. In comparison to the Hellfire Club, John's underground mutant organization seems almost trivial, which explains the Absorbing Man's indifference upon hearing that Clarice had joined them. The two factions are not even in the same league. So why concern oneself with such matters? In a world where both the Hellfire Club and the Brotherhood of Mutants coexist, what role does Magneto play? Is he simultaneously the leader of both organizations? Raymond pondered. Since realizing that this world was not a version of the Marvel Universe he recognized, he had refrained from making subjective judgments. While many aspects were broadly similar to what he knew, numerous differences also existed. If he assumed he was all-knowing, he could easily meet a grim fate. Nevertheless, based on the intelligence extracted from the Deadpool's alter ego, it appears that the Hellfire Club in this world aligns closely with his understanding. Aside from uncertainty regarding whether the leader is indeed the former Magneto, the organizational structure remains consistent, with core members designated by chess piece codenames, one each for the Black King, White King, Black Queen, and White Queen, and two each for the Black Rook, Black Bishop, Black Knight, White Rook, White Bishop, and White Knight, totaling 16 core members. The Absorbing Man, who led this mission, is one of the two Black Knights. This presents a dilemma for Raymond. After uncovering the origins of the Absorbing Man, he found himself troubled. He had initially believed that Clarice was merely entangled with the underground mutant organization. If that were the case, severing their connection should not be overly difficult. However, now the Hellfire Club has become entangled in the situation, complicating matters significantly. Chapter 52. Contemplating Strategies. Compared to the Hellfire Club, which boasts a history spanning over 2 centuries, the underground mutant organization is merely a minor entity of little consequence. Any core member of the Hellfire Club possesses the power to obliterate such an insignificant organization with ease. After all, based on the historical modus operandi of the Hellfire Club, its core members are not merely formidable in strength. The influence they wield is what truly instills fear. At the height of its power, the Hellfire Club could even covertly instigate conflicts between superpowers, underscoring the vastness of their reach. Military factions like the Sentinel Service, which pose a significant threat to the underground mutant organization, are hardly regarded as a challenge by the Hellfire Club. For instance, had Raymond not appeared unexpectedly, even if John and Lorna managed to escape from the Absorbing Man, Clarice and Sonya would have undoubtedly been captured. This was the outcome with only one core member of the Hellfire Club, the Absorbing Man, present. Furthermore, the Absorbing Man did not come specifically to confront the underground mutant organization. His initial intention was merely to recruit Clarice into the Hellfire Club. Had he been determined to target the underground mutants, he would have summoned more than just a handful of non-core mutant members from the club. In such a scenario, the underground mutant organization, relying solely on John, a moderately powerful third-tier mutant, and Lorna, who possesses untapped fourth-tier potential, would stand little chance in a confrontation. Thus, Raymond's assessment of the underground mutant organization remains quite objective. It is indeed a failing entity, even with the inclusion of Lorna, the daughter of the old man currently. The underground mutant organization pales in comparison to the 2 third-rate mutant groups, Third Generation and Summer Island, which are embroiled in a conflict with David. Raymond is confident in severing Clarice's ties with the underground mutant organization due to its overly weak operational style and the fact that he is Clarice's brother. With his persuasive skills, convincing John and the others to release her should pose little challenge. Alternatively, if discussions fail, his physical prowess surpasses that of John and his companions, and he could resort to the iron fist of love to assert his point. However, the dynamics change when faced with the Hellfire Club. The Absorbing Man's strength is noteworthy, as evidenced by his encounters with numerous superheroes and his continued survival. Yet, his vulnerabilities are equally pronounced, once the means to counter him are understood. Raymond could easily neutralize him without even resorting to his alter ego, Tao Bai Bai. Should he choose to employ Tao Bai Bai, the Absorbing Man would be effortlessly vanquished. Nonetheless, the crux of the issue remains. Eliminating the Absorbing Man does not resolve Clarice's current predicament and could potentially exacerbate the situation further. The Hellfire Club would never remain indifferent to the demise of a core member. It is likely that they will dispatch additional, more formidable members to ascertain the circumstances surrounding the death of the recruit. Even if Raymond could continue his killing spree, the Hellfire Club is not comprised of fools, and they would not simply send individuals to grant him experience indefinitely. Eventually, they might resort to some extraordinary measures. It is worth noting that even if Raymond could temporarily shift into the persona of Tao Bai Bai, it would be impossible for him to act with impunity, even if Tao Bai Bai were physically present. Therefore, Raymond preferred to avoid a direct confrontation unless absolutely necessary. As for the mercenaries who have been eliminated, they are merely insignificant pawns in the eyes of the Hellfire Club. Their deaths would not provoke a substantial response, nor would it alter the grand scheme of things. Of course, if it were Raymond in that position, he would not resort to indiscriminate slaughter. However, the Deadshot persona is not one to be trifled with. Raymond's directive was to eliminate those individuals only after ensuring the safety of Clarice and the others, a choice that the Deadshot persona deemed the most prudent. The only certainty lies in the fact that the dead are the safest. With that in mind, Raymond decided to escort them away first and contemplate his next course of action later. Shaking his head, he walked out of the building. A few minutes later, he arrived at the location of Clarice and her companions, driving up in his car. "Get in," he called out to the 4, rolling down the window. "Hello, Brother Raymond. I'm Michelle Aaron, a classmate of Clarice." As soon as they entered the vehicle, Michelle and Aaron chimed in unison, attempting to bond. Upon realizing that they both had similar intentions, they exchanged wary glances. In contrast to these two boisterous girls, Clarice and Sonia maintained a somber silence once inside the car. The former was embarrassed after being caught in a lie, while the latter felt uneasy about the earlier gruesome scene, uncertain of how to interact with Raymond. "Greetings," Raymond said with a polite smile to the two girls before turning his attention to Clarice in the front seat. "Aren't you going to provide me with an explanation?" Clarice hesitated, glancing back at Sonia. Seated in the middle of the back seat, Sonia instantly understood, placing her hands quietly on the heads of both Michelle and Aaron. In mere moments, they both succumbed to slumber, leaning back against the seats. Raymond recognized that this was likely one of Sonia's abilities, somewhat akin to the mantis from the Guardians of the Galaxy, though perhaps not as potent. "You're a mutant?" Raymond inquired through the rearview mirror as he cast a glance at Sonia. "Brother, you truly know about mutants?" Clarice responded, her surprise minimal. Previously, when Raymond spoke of S.H.I.E.L.D. at home, Clarice had suspected that he might be aware of the existence of mutants. However, Clarice was uncertain about how Raymond would perceive mutants. Hence she refrained from disclosing the truth at that moment. After all, from the first-hand experiences of many mutant companions, even family members often held negative attitudes towards the emergence of mutants. Clarice was unsure of how both Raymond and the Fawn couple would react to this matter, which is why she had kept the truth hidden, not wanting to jeopardize her relationship with her family. Yet, it seemed that maintaining her silence was no longer feasible. She had no choice but to confess. "Actually, I'm also a mutant." As Clarice spoke, she removed her colored contact lenses, revealing a pair of emerald-like eyes that had changed after her awakening. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Raymond continued driving, displaying no particular reaction. Clarice found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. It was Sonia who stepped in to assist her, saying, "Mr. Raymond, since you are aware of the existence of mutants, you must also understand that the fates of many mutants are far from pleasant, especially those whose appearances have altered after awakening. Many have suffered unfair treatment." Chapter 53. "Then let us go all out, did I ask you?" Without allowing Sonia to finish her thought, Raymond abruptly interrupted her with a cold tone. He was well aware of why Clarice had chosen to conceal her identity. In fact, he understood their situation even better than they did themselves, rendering Sonia's input unnecessary. His inquiry was merely a means to admonish Clarice, ensuring she would remember not to take such matters for granted in the future. Sonia, caught off guard by Raymond's abruptness, could only stand there, her prepared remarks swallowed back, looking utterly astonished. "Brother, why are you speaking to Sister Sonia like that?" Seeing Sonia rendered speechless by Raymond's remark, Clarice could hardly believe such words came from him. To her, Raymond had always been the gentle and polite scholar. This was the first time she had witnessed such a brusque attitude from him. "How should I speak to her?" Raymond replied coldly. "If I hadn't come along, you would have been taken today. What value does an organization that cannot even protect its own have?" But Clarice felt a surge of defiance. Yet she struggled to formulate a counterargument. "I don't wish to engage in this meaningless debate. I will find a place to drop you both off shortly. Then I need to attend to some personal matters. When I return, if you cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I will inform Mom and Dad and let them discuss it with you. Please don't." Upon hearing that Raymond intended to inform the Fawn couple, Clarice became anxious. She understood them all too well, especially her mother, Roland. If she learned that Clarice was entangled in such matters, she would undoubtedly impose restrictions on her, leaving her unable to go anywhere but school. "I awaited your explanation." This time, Raymond remained resolute. After 10 minutes, he found a place to let the four women disembark before departing. Clarice likely believed the matter had reached a conclusion. Yet Raymond understood that it could not simply end here. If left unaddressed, troubles would inevitably follow. However, he was momentarily at a loss for an effective solution. Hence, he decided to resort to extreme measures. Boom, boom, boom. Under Lona's control, the car doors repeatedly slammed against the absorber, Carl. The scene was quite spectacular. Yet Carl stood motionless, allowing Lona to assault him, exuding an air of indifference as if conceding defeat with a mere step. John, of course, was not idle either. Somehow, he procured a bag containing spears approximately 1 meter in length. While Lona attacked the absorber, he seized the opportunity to strike. With his super strength, the destructive potential of these spears surpassed that of ordinary firearms, and each of his throws targeted vital areas of Carl, such as the neck, eyes, and other sensitive spots. Yet, despite the relentless barrage from Lona and John's occasional ferocious strikes, they could not affect Carl, who seemed unperturbed, as though they were merely tickling him. He appeared in no rush to retaliate, simply allowing their attacks to unfold. Something felt amiss. After the 6th futile throw, John finally recognized the peculiarity of the situation. Although it seemed that he and Lona had the upper hand, their prolonged assaults yielded no results. Carl appeared utterly unscathed, indicating that his defensive capabilities far surpassed their destructive power. rendering their efforts ineffective. If that were the case, why would he stand there, enduring their attacks? With such impenetrable defenses, he could easily disregard their strikes and launch a direct assault against them. Even if John could evade with his super speed, Lorna lacked such abilities. And although she might not be immediately defeated, she would certainly find herself in a precarious position. He could not fathom why the opponent would merely stand there, allowing them to attack without countering. Was it merely for amusement? That seemed rather tedious. Wait, his target was in jeopardy. As he considered that the adversary could not possibly be so bored as to come merely to toy with them, John suddenly realized that their original target was, in fact, Clarice. Coupling this revelation with the opponent's illogical behavior, he suddenly entertained a possibility. So, he had finally caught on, but surely, the others had already succeeded in their objective. The absorber, Carl, noticed the change in John's expression and anticipated that John had grasped the situation. However, he calculated the time and deduced that it was likely sufficient for the others to have captured their target. He remained here with the intention of temporarily stalling John and Lorna, the primary forces, in order to allow others to capture Clarice and her companions. He understood well that with only himself and the few individuals he had brought along, it would be nearly impossible to ensnare John and his group completely. Had he known in advance that Clarice had joined the mutant underground organization and had come well prepared, there might have been hope. However, now the prospects seemed dim. After all, his abilities were ill-suited for capturing others. He could hardly keep pace with John if he attempted to flee. Thus, he refrained from attacking hastily, fearing that such an action might frighten John and his companions away, thereby jeopardizing the situation on the other side. Let us go. Realizing the crux of the matter, John immediately called for Lorna to prepare for their retreat. Carl did not attempt to stop them, fully aware that even if he wanted to, it would be futile, so he deemed it unnecessary to exert himself in vain. Watching the two depart, Carl chuckled to himself, musing, what an intriguing ability. Could it possibly be related to that individual? Just for this discovery, my visit has not been in vain. If I were you, I wouldn't celebrate too soon. Just as Carl reveled in his newfound knowledge, an unfamiliar voice suddenly emerged, suggesting that knowing too much is not always advantageous. Carl's expression shifted slightly as he turned towards the source of the voice. He beheld a mixed-race man of Eurasian descent who had appeared at some point behind him, arms crossed and leaning casually against the wall, a half-smile playing on his lips. That previous remark had undoubtedly originated from this individual. The fact that he had materialized here unnoticed at this moment led Carl to suspect that the stranger was no ordinary passerby. Who are you? Carl asked in a low tone. My name is Raymond. Yes, this is likely the first time you've heard it, the mixed-race man replied with a light chuckle, revealing himself to be Raymond, the persona governed by the Claw's alternate personality. By the way, the girl you intend to capture is my sister. Chapter 54. The Black Emperor. Carl had certainly never heard the name Raymond before, but upon hearing the latter part of the statement, he comprehended why Raymond had come to him. It appeared that the younger had summoned the elder. Such occurrences were not uncommon. Members of their Hellfire Club had often sought help after being wronged. In the realm of the extraordinary, this situation was frequently encountered, especially among those who had previously joined organizations. Furthermore, it was quite common for multiple mutants to emerge from the same family. A notable example would be the renowned brothers Cyclops and Havoc from the mutant community. He had not previously investigated Clarice's family background in detail and was unaware that she had a brother. Nevertheless, such information could easily be uncovered, leading him to believe that the other party would not deceive him. Are you here to support your sister, Mr. Raymond? Upon discerning the identity of the other, Carl felt a sense of relief. In truth, there was no need for such concern. My purpose in coming here was merely to absorb her, devoid of any ill intentions. Raymond replied nonchalantly, yet, I would prefer she not be drawn into these tumultuous affairs prematurely. As for what transpires later, I believe she should be allowed to decide for herself upon reaching adulthood. Carl shook his head in disagreement. You have arrived too late. Not at all. Raymond responded with a smirk. If you refer to the few expendables you sent to capture her, I have already taken the liberty of resolving that issue for you. What did you say? Carl's expression darkened suddenly. There was no choice. They were all armed and quite menacing. To prevent any foolish actions on their part, I had to send them on their way. Raymond shrugged. You likely do not comprehend whom you are dealing with. Carl's tone turned hostile. Is it not the Hellfire Club? Raymond feigned surprise. Do not be so agitated. I merely conducted a brief interrogation before sending them off, Raymond said with a smile, revealing that Mr. Carl was indeed a formidable Black Knight. How audacious to betray the club. Carl ground his teeth in anger. This cannot truly be blamed on them. Few can withstand my personal interrogation. I believe if it were you, Mr. Carl, the outcome would not differ. You have slain my men, yet still dare to confront me. Do you presume you have me at your mercy? Why not check your back? Raymond gestured with a smirk. Check my back? Carl was perplexed by Raymond's sudden remark, but did not inquire further. He casually reached behind him, curious about Raymond's intentions. The moment his hand made contact, he discovered an unexpected note had been affixed to his back, causing his expression to darken considerably. But that was not the end of it. Upon removing the note, he read a line that instantly soured his countenance further, as it contained the precise method to counter his abilities. The fact that Raymond could affix the note without his awareness was ample evidence that Raymond could effortlessly employ the method therein to eliminate him. Had John and Lorna seen this note earlier, he might have already knelt in submission. After folding the note several times and tearing it to shreds, he spoke in a low voice. Even if you believe you have the upper hand, are you certain you can withstand the club's retribution? If I were certain, do you think I would still be standing here, engaging in idle chatter? Raymond scoffed. Carl fell silent for a moment before stating, I could leave without further incident. I do not trust your words. Raymond interrupted him directly. What do you expect me to do? Carl retorted, slightly irritated. Assist me in contacting someone authoritative within your club. I wish to communicate with them directly. Raymond articulated his request. Is that so? Are you unwilling? I shall dispose of you directly and await their arrival, he proclaimed. Wait, I consent, Carl hastily replied. Deep down, he did not truly believe that Raymond would dare to eliminate him, especially after having gleaned some intelligence regarding the Hellfire Club from his associates. Yet, he could not afford to take that gamble, for the stakes were his very life. Once lost, there would be no chance for redemption. Thus, he deemed it unwise to wager his existence. After a brief internal struggle, he reverted to his original self, retrieving his phone to dial a number. Upon connection, he communicated succinctly before handing the phone to Raymond. Raymond took the call, and a rugged voice emerged from the other end. I am the Black Emperor. This straightforward introduction sufficed for Raymond to ascertain that he was indeed conversing with someone of authority. According to the protocols of the Hellfire Club, both the Black Emperor and the White Emperor stood as the club's highest leaders, equal in rank. However, as the adage goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Thus, most of the time, one position remains vacant. For both positions to be occupied simultaneously, mutual recognition of equal merit is essential, a rare occurrence indeed. At that moment, even Raymond was unaware of who occupied the upper echelons of the Hellfire Club, and neither could the persona of Claude speculate, as his knowledge of the club stemmed solely from Raymond. Nevertheless, he did not require the identity of his counterpart. All he sought was an opportunity for negotiation. Hello, I am Raymond. Yes, I have heard the general situation from Carl. State your purpose, the unidentified Black Emperor stated directly. I wish to join your club. Very well. However, do not be hasty in your agreement. I have demands. Oh, I desire a title. That is against the rules, the Black Emperor responded gravely. You must demonstrate your strength by ensuring that Carl does not pursue retribution for the death of his men, proving your worthiness for recognition. To become a core member of the club, substantial contributions are required. I cannot grant your request outright. Please do not attempt to deceive me with such rhetoric, Black Emperor. Rules are established by men and can also be amended by them. I trust you possess the authority to alter the rules, Raymond replied with a subtle smile. Why should I alter the club's regulations for you? Because I have unwavering confidence in myself. Upon hearing this, silence enveloped the other end for several seconds, after which the Black Emperor responded, I will personally visit Richmond tomorrow. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Chapter 55. Convergence. Raymond was not taken aback by the situation. Tossing the phone back to Carl, the informant. What did the Black Emperor say? Carl inquired tentatively. He stated he would come to Richmond tomorrow. Raymond replied nonchalantly. Carl appeared somewhat astonished, realizing the Black Emperor held considerable regard for Mr. Raymond. Please provide me with your contact information, as I plan to reach out to you tomorrow. Raymond did not acknowledge his words and shifted the conversation, stating that he hoped his sister would not be disturbed again before he met their esteemed Dark Sovereign. Otherwise, that would certainly be unacceptable. Carl readily acquiesced, without much hesitation. Regardless of whether Raymond could ultimately persuade the Dark Sovereign to make an exception and grant him core membership, he saw no reason to offend someone who held sway over his vulnerabilities for the sake of a mere recruitment task. He certainly contemplated eliminating Raymond. But after much internal conflict, he restrained himself, uncertain of the outcome should he act impulsively. After all, Raymond undeniably possessed knowledge of his weaknesses, a fact beyond dispute. Additionally, Raymond was no ordinary individual. Carl was unaware of the extent of his abilities, and to strike under such circumstances would be akin to flirting with death. Therefore, he ultimately resolved to temporarily concede. With that, Raymond turned to leave. Please hold on, Carl suddenly called out to him. Raymond paused and looked back. Are you attempting to test whether I possess the capability to eliminate you? No, Mr. Raymond, do not misunderstand me. I merely wish to inquire about your earlier statement regarding the notion that knowing too much can sometimes be detrimental. What did you mean by that? Oh, that, Raymond replied, pausing momentarily before shaking his head. It's rather complicated. I will elaborate when I have the opportunity. In any case, let me offer you this piece of advice. When it comes to matters involving significant individuals, it is often wise to remain a bit confused. Just as Carl was attempting to grasp the depth of Raymond's words, he suddenly realized that the latter had vanished without a trace. As if he had never been there at all. He hadn't even noticed how Raymond had departed. This elusive ability left Carl slightly astonished, and he felt fortunate that he had not acted rashly and severed ties. However, he was not too surprised, having suspected as much beforehand. It was Raymond's earlier caution that lingered in his mind, prompting deeper contemplation. Did it truly relate to that prominent figure? The image of a girl with long, dark green hair surfaced in his thoughts, and he murmured to himself. Meanwhile, after John and Lorna managed to shake off Carl and reconnect with Sonia and the others, they were astonished to discover that Sonia and her group had already escaped quite a distance. Upon reuniting, John warmly embraced Sonia. It was only then that he noticed Clarice's two friends were still unconscious. Puzzled, he pointed to the two and asked, "What has happened to them?" Sonia did not withhold information and quickly recounted the preceding events. That guy indeed had a backup plan. Damn it, I was careless. Upon learning that if not for Clarice's brother's timely intervention, they would have already been captured by the enemy, John wore an expression of deep regret. This matter is evidently a misstep on his part. As the leader of the organization and as a boyfriend, he bears an inescapable responsibility. Do not blame yourself. Is everything not fine? Lorna comforted, glancing curiously at her companion Clarice. Clarice, did you not mention before that your brother is a psychologist? How did he suddenly transform into a top-notch agent? Clarice found herself at a loss to explain the situation. Just then, a phone call rang, providing her with an escape. Naturally, it was Raymond, who inquired about their current whereabouts before abruptly ending the call. Your brother? Sonia looked at her. Yes, Clarice replied, her demeanor revealing a hint of anxiety. This was due to Raymond's words before he left, stating that upon his return, he would require an explanation. If this explanation failed to satisfy him, he would disclose the matter to the Fong couple. Clarice was uncertain whether she could convince Raymond, and her nervousness was inevitable. Moments later, Raymond's car came to a stop before them, and he stepped out. Upon seeing the two additional individuals, Raymond recognized them from a distance and was well aware of their identities. Particularly, Lorna, the renowned Polaris, was unmistakable, even if he had not seen her before. Her striking emerald green hair and the aura of aloofness emanating from her made her identity quite clear. Brother, Clarice timidly gazed at Raymond. Raymond responded softly, his emotions inscrutable. At that moment, he had seamlessly transitioned back to his primary persona from the alter ego, Chloe. The earlier shift to Chloe's persona had been an attempt to ascertain whether Chloe could resolve Clarice's predicament without incurring the wrath of the Hellfire Club. After relaying the situation to Chloe, Raymond had taken a passive stance. He had not anticipated Chloe's approach would be to infiltrate the enemy's ranks. It must be said, this decision took Raymond by surprise. Had it been his choice, he likely would have contemplated negotiations with Carl. However, upon reflection, Chloe's strategy did appear to be a sound one. Though seemingly audacious at first glance, its probability of success was significantly higher than that of negotiations. Negotiations could yield either favorable or unfavorable outcomes, and even if successful, there remained the possibility of the other party having second thoughts. Too many uncertainties were at play. Conversely, if he could penetrate the Hellfire Club and become a core member, Clarice would essentially be regarded as one of their own, eliminating any future complications. Understanding this, Raymond chose not to hinder Chloe's initiative, allowing Chloe to manage the affair until he departed from Carl and reverted to his primary persona. Greetings, Mr. Raymond. My name is John, he said warmly upon seeing Raymond. Are you their leader? Raymond, with a detached expression, interrupted him. Ah, yes. John was taken aback by Raymond's coldness, but he persevered, saying, Thank you, Mr. Raymond, for saving Sonia and the others. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. There is no need for gratitude. Simply keep your distance from Clarice in the future, Raymond replied flatly. Is that what I am supposed to do? John, halfway through his sentence, realized what Raymond was implying. Chapter 56. No need to worry. What does that mean, Mr. Raymond? John asked, slightly bewildered. It means exactly what it says, Raymond replied calmly. If a situation like today were to arise again, do you believe your novice group could protect her? Or, if any of them were to encounter similar troubles, what could your organization possibly do to assist? To be frank, I see no necessity for her to associate with a group of amateurs who cannot even safeguard themselves. Even huddling together will not resolve any issues. Brother, how can you speak like that? Clarice exclaimed, somewhat flustered. Be silent. I have yet to settle accounts with you. Raymond shot her a glare. Upon hearing Raymond mention her debts, Clarice instantly deflated. However, while Clarice sulked, Lorna could not remain silent and protested. It was that guy's trickery. And besides, Clary's abilities were suddenly unstable, which left us in such a passive position. If we had been more vigilant, this situation would never have occurred. Do you feel the same? Raymond inquired, turning to Clarice. Clarice did not respond, but from her expression, Raymond could tell that she likely shared the same sentiment. Shaking his head, Raymond asked, "Have you heard of the Hellfire Club?" Upon hearing this name, both Clarice and Lona looked puzzled, clearly unfamiliar with it, while Sonia furrowed her brow, seemingly lost in thought. Only John's expression changed abruptly. "It appears you are aware," Raymond remarked, directing his gaze at him. "I have heard an older mutant mention it. They say it is the oldest existing mutant organization in history, predating both the Brotherhood of Mutants and the X-Men," John explained. "So, it is that organization." Sonia seemed to recall something and quickly responded, "Mr. Raymond, are you saying that those people we just encountered are from the Hellfire Club?" "Indeed." Raymond nodded slightly. At Raymond's confirmation, John's heart sank. Unlike Lona, who had awakened her abilities long ago but only truly entered this realm upon joining the underground mutant organization and knew little about mutant affairs, John was acutely aware of the implications. However, John had been immersed in this realm far earlier than her, fully aware of the terrifying nature of the Hellfire Club, an organization universally acknowledged as the most enigmatic and ancient of mutant societies. The underground faction of mutants he led barely ranked among the third tier of such groups. The disparity between the two was evident. How could he not grasp the extent of it? Yet, while John recognized the precariousness of their situation, Lorna, unaware of the Hellfire Club's formidable background, remained obstinate. What if they had existed for centuries? "I doubt that fellow possesses any remarkable prowess. He merely has a slightly tougher shell, and I refuse to believe he is truly invincible." "He is certainly not invincible. No ability exists without its vulnerabilities," Raymond interjected. "Precisely. What is there for us to fear?" With Raymond's agreement bolstering her confidence, Lorna felt emboldened. "Little girl, you don't truly believe that individual was the leader of the Hellfire Club, do you?" Raymond chuckled softly and shook his head. "Wasn't he?" Lorna was taken aback. Theoretically, the core members of the Hellfire Club should number 16, and the person she had just encountered was merely one of them, and rather weak at that. Raymond revealed the truth. This assertion held validity. Since the Hellfire Club designated its members according to the pieces of a chessboard, it naturally followed the hierarchical order of chess. Carl, the Black Knight, would indeed rank among the lowest of the core members. How is that possible? Lorna was astonished by this revelation. Though she had found the earlier figure insufferable, she could not deny the impressive capabilities he displayed, effortlessly holding his ground against both her and John. It is important to note that she and John constituted the strongest forces within their underground mutant organization, while there were others with some measure of combat prowess. None could compare to them. Thus, to rephrase, that individual could single-handedly challenge their entire underground faction. Yet, such a formidable mutant was merely one of the 16 core members of the Hellfire Club, and a weaker one at that? How powerful, then, must the other core members be? If this were true, how terrifying could an organization with so many potent mutants be? This unimaginable reality left Lorna feeling somewhat disoriented. However, when she glanced at John, she noticed he did not contest Raymond's words. Instead, he fell into a thoughtful silence, his expression heavy with gravity. Observing John's reaction, Lorna began to entertain the possibility that Raymond's assertions might indeed hold some truth. What she did not realize was that John himself was uncertain of the veracity of Raymond's claims, as he was unaware of the Hellfire Club structure of 16 core members. Nevertheless, when Raymond articulated these details, John felt no surprise, for only a force of such magnitude could account for its centuries-old legacy. The history of mutants is undeniably one of humiliation. Even today, the two major powers often find themselves in hiding or resorting to subterfuge, forced to adopt a submissive demeanor. A mutant organization cannot possibly endure for centuries without formidable strength. It has been eradicated countless times. However, John is not devoid of responsibility. He would not shy away from confronting the Hellfire Club simply because he recognized its immense power. Even when Carl revealed his allegiance, John could never abandon his comrades. Yet, faced with Raymond's familial skepticism, he found it impossible to deceive himself. "I concede that against the Hellfire Club, my strength is indeed insignificant, but regardless, I will never forsake Clarice, for she is my companion," John proclaimed solemnly. "I too." Lorna, shaken from her astonishment, echoed his sentiment, though Sonia remained silent. Her expression was resolute. Observing their earnest demeanor, Raymond felt an urge to point out that the Hellfire Club was merely seeking recruits, not to inflict harm. Why then? Were they behaving as if they were prepared to face death? However, it seemed a bit harsh to pour cold water on their fervor at that moment, so he decided against such cruelty. With a stern countenance, he turned to Clarice and asked, "Are you certain you wish to continue this reckless endeavor?" This is the final time I shall pose this question. Think carefully before you respond. Clarice's expression was one of inner turmoil, but ultimately, she nodded, saying, throughout my life, I have never made any significant decisions. Please, allow me this one indulgence, brother. I beg you. I hope you do not come to regret this, Raymond remarked, casting a deep gaze her way. He then refrained from further discourse and turned to return to the vehicle. Once inside, he rolled down the window slightly and looked at her, advising, come home early tonight. Do not stay out too late. And do not worry about the Hellfire Club. Just enjoy yourself. Before his words had fully settled, the car had already started, swiftly departing and leaving behind a group of astonished individuals. Chapter 57. Raymond's transformation. What could Raymond mean by stating that there was no need to worry about the Hellfire Club? Considering his previous tone, the group arrived at a shared conclusion. The troubles with the Hellfire Club had been resolved by Raymond. Only under such circumstances would he dare to make such a declaration. If anyone else had said it, they might have dismissed it as mere bravado. Yet Raymond was Clarice's brother. He had no reason to deceive her regarding such matters. In other words, Raymond had managed, in that brief moment of departure, to successfully establish a connection with the Hellfire Club, persuading them to refrain from further troubling Clarice. All while the other side had already suffered a loss of personnel. One could only imagine the magnitude of energy required to achieve such a feat. They found it inconceivable. Clarice, be honest with us. What exactly does your brother do? As soon as Raymond departed, Lorna immediately began to interrogate Clarice, transforming into an inquisitive child. Lorna's usual demeanor of keeping her distance from strangers only applied to those unfamiliar to her. Amidst familiar faces, she would swiftly reveal a different side. Much like in this moment. Believe me, I am as astonished as you are. Noticing that Lorna, along with John and the others, was fixated on her, Clarice realized she needed to say something. Otherwise, her companions would likely not relent. I previously only knew that my brother worked for a vast organization that collaborates with various governments, primarily in an educational capacity. I had no idea he was so formidable. Could that vast organization collaborating with global governments be S-H-I-E-L-D? John speculated. Clarice hesitated momentarily. She had not intended to reveal S-H-I-E-L-D's identity. It was not that she mistrusted her friends, but this was a matter concerning her brother, Raymond. Just as she had not disclosed details about her friends to Raymond, she believed that the more people who knew, the greater the uncertainties. She did not wish to harm anyone due to her own decisions. However, since John had already surmised she was referring to S-H-I-E-L-D, she did not wish to fabricate a falsehood. Moreover, with Sonia present, any attempt to deceive would be futile. It would be senseless to engage in self-deception. Thus, she nodded and said, I only just learned about this myself. S-H-I-E-L-D? What is that? How does it compare to the Sentinel services? Lorna inquired, having heard the name for the first time and instinctively comparing it to the organization that persistently hunted mutants. The two were not even in the same realm. John shook his head. The Sentinel services is merely a secret division under the North American military, operating primarily within North American borders. S-H-I-E-L-D, however, is an international agency with a global reach, and even the North American government does not exert direct authority over them. While neither organization is hierarchically superior to the other, they are entirely different in scale. Is it really that formidable? Lorna exclaimed, taken aback. If the Sentinel services had forced them into hiding, living like rats in a sewer, she was astounded to learn that S-H-I-E-L-D was even more expansive. It was no wonder that if Clarice's brother held a high position within S-H-I-E-L-D, it could indeed grant him leverage with the Hellfire Club, John surmised, though he was unaware of the specifics regarding the Hellfire Club and S-H-I-E-L-D. It was akin to ants perceiving both huskies and Siberian tigers as formidable giants. An ant could not discern which was truly superior. Currently, the underground mutant organization represented that ant, and as for the Hellfire Club and S-H-I-E-L-D, discerning which was the husky and which was the Siberian tiger was beyond his capability. In summary, it was thanks to Clarice's brother that matters did not take a troublesome turn. John remarked that Clarice should remember to express their gratitude upon returning home. He could sense Raymond's disdain towards them and thus refrained from mentioning any formal expressions of thanks, instead requesting Clarice to convey their appreciation. I understand, Clarice nodded. Host, Raymond Power, 24 Agility, 32 Constitution, 21 Spirit, 18 Ability, Clo Combat Art Exploration Points, 240 Subpersonas, the Crafty Clo, the Death Shooter Floyd. The world's greatest assassin Tau bye-bye opportunities for growth abound. Upon returning home, Raymond was in good spirits to find his exploration points had exceeded 200 once more. His points had previously dwindled to just over 100 due to several uses of the immersive experience and the manifestation of the Death Shooter subpersona's gear while saving Clarice. Encountering those mutants from the underground organization, coupled with assimilating the individual named Carl, had unexpectedly granted him an additional 120 exploration points. He bore no sorrow for the points previously expended. He had now fully mastered the close combat art. While it was difficult to quantify the extent of his combat prowess, it was undeniable that his physical capabilities had significantly enhanced. Even without transitioning to any subpersona, his overall physical attributes surpassed those of the average agent. In unarmed combat, he could now best over 90% of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. This was the reward for his recent immersive experiences, and it had only been a mere 2 or 3 days since he discovered the effects of immersion. In truth, 2 or 3 days might be an exaggeration, as he ultimately concluded that as long as his mind could withstand it, the duration of his immersion would feel like but a fleeting moment outside. Otherwise, he could not have mastered the close combat art in such a short span. When the close subpersona had manifested previously, he had communicated with it, and according to its account, it had taken over a year to gain a preliminary understanding. My current physical capabilities now rival those of the Death Shooter subpersona, though there remains a significant gap to the close subpersona, and even more so to Tau Bai. However, I am substantially stronger than before. Even transitioning to the Tau Bai subpersona should enable me to endure combat for a short duration. There are no longer any limitations when switching between the Clo and Death Shooter subpersonas. I can engage in battle while maintaining either persona without the risk of exhaustion. Raymond gently stroked his chin, contemplating. The Clo subpersona's decision was undoubtedly aimed at resolving Clarice's troubles, yet it also presents an opportunity. If I could infiltrate the Hellfire Club, not to mention the potential for substantial exploration points, it seems like a guaranteed profit for me. Chapter 58. The 3 individuals for Raymond, whether they were superheroes, villains, or anti-heroes like David and Lorna, there was fundamentally no distinction. All were merely subjects from which he could extract value. As long as he had contact with them, he could openly reap the exploration points they possessed. Thus, he was not averse to complications, especially those that presented opportunities for greater rewards. More was always preferable. The mere anticipation of encountering a lucrative opportunity the next day elevated his spirits, dispelling any prior displeasure stemming from Clarice's affiliation with the underperforming organization. It is noteworthy that he ultimately refrained from severing Clarice's ties with John and the others, not because he was genuinely moved by her heartfelt monologue, but rather because the appearance of absorbing man Carl had illuminated the realization that a newly awakened Clarice could not possibly remain a docile girl confined to her home forever. In the absence of a mutant underground organization, there would still exist the Hellfire Club, and where the Hellfire Club was absent, other factions would surely arise. This world, which appeared to have temporarily returned to tranquility, was in fact rife with unseen currents of turmoil. He wished to completely isolate Clarice from the extraordinary realm. Yet unless he confined her at home, such an endeavor proved exceedingly challenging, since it was inherently difficult to prevent her involvement. Why should he assume the role of the villain? Allowing Clarice to remain within the mutant underground organization was, at least in broader terms, not without merit. Furthermore, should complications arise, much like this instance, they would likely remain within his sphere of control. The consequences of her joining a more radical organization were unpredictable. Thus, Raymond ultimately resolved not to interfere in this matter. Meanwhile, he could not help but ponder the true identity of the enigmatic Black King. Setting aside Clarice's affairs for the moment, his focus shifted to the upcoming meeting. This time, he found himself at a complete loss. While the overarching narrative of this world bore similarities to several well-known Marvel parallel universes, the details diverged significantly. Take Carl, for instance, in those popular Marvel realms. He was either a magical minion created by Loki to confront Thor, or a member of the Inhumans subjugated by Hydra, faithfully serving their interests. Yet, it seemed there was no parallel universe in which he was affiliated with the Hellfire Club, particularly as one of its core members. The mere existence of Carl was sufficient evidence that the Hellfire Club in this world differed greatly from his understanding, and he could not extrapolate further information based solely on what he already knew. However, this sense of the unknown only heightened his anticipation for the meeting the following day. Outside Richmond International Airport, dressed in a tailored suit, Carl stood beside a trash bin, casually smoking a cigar while scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, a hand clapped on his shoulder, startling him. Upon turning around, he was met with the imposing figure of a man over 2 meters tall, clad in a pristine white suit, resembling a towering colossus. If Leonid, the director of the Combat Academy who had once crossed paths with Raymond, were present, he might have questioned whether his moniker was misassigned, for this man undoubtedly embodied the essence of a polar bear far more convincingly. At least, in terms of physical stature. That was certainly the case. Next to him stood a woman dressed in a form-fitting black leather skirt, her graceful figure radiating elegance as she smiled at Carl and remarked, "TSK, TSK, TSK. Carl, I hear you've encountered some misfortune? Lady Bessie, what brings you here?" Carl inquired, astonished by her presence. The enchanting woman was none other than a core member of the Hellfire Club, known as the Black Queen, and the nominal partner of the Black Emperor. As for the towering figure beside her, he was indeed the Black Emperor himself. It is noteworthy that, regardless of their titles, Black Emperor and Black Queen, or White Emperor and White Queen, their relationships were fundamentally those of partners, not necessarily spouses. Although there have been instances in the history of the Hellfire Club where partners have become romantically involved, such occurrences are not customary. Therefore, these two could be regarded as the primary and secondary leaders of the Hellfire Club. Carl was taken aback by their simultaneous appearance. Previously, the Black Emperor had merely indicated that he would stop by. Never did he expect the rarely seen Black Queen to accompany him. "She happened to be visiting me for a matter, and upon hearing about your situation, insisted on joining me," the Black Emperor explained. Noticing Carl's astonishment and raising his hands in a gesture of casualness. "What? Are you not pleased to see me?" The graceful woman pouted. "Of course not. It is an honor for you to be here, Lady Bessie," Carl hastily refuted. Despite being a core member of the Hellfire Club, Carl's status was far inferior to that of the two before him, yet he did not feel compelled to grovel. Nevertheless, women, especially formidable ones like the Black Queen, are often best approached with caution, particularly given her considerable power. He certainly did not wish to incur her wrath over trivial matters. "Enough of that. Let us find somewhere to eat. The food on the plane was simply dreadful, and I didn't even have breakfast," the graceful woman suggested. "Indeed." The Black Emperor nodded slightly in agreement. "My car is parked just nearby." Carl had no objections and led the way for the two. In the afternoon, upon receiving Carl's call, Raymond drove alone to a park on the outskirts of Richmond. He was unconcerned about any tricks Carl might attempt. If the Hellfire Club lacked even this measure of credibility, it would not have endured for so long. Moreover, he harbored no profound animosity towards the Hellfire Club. Even when weighing the pros and cons, it was improbable that they would forfeit such an opportunity to turn foes into allies. Unless, of course, the negotiations collapsed, which would be an entirely different matter. Yet, even in the event of a fallout, Raymond did not perceive himself as the one to be concerned. He had already prepared himself to swiftly switch to his alternate persona, Tao Bai, and unleash chaos if matters went awry. 3 individuals? Upon arriving at the designated location, Raymond spotted Carl from a distance. He also noted that Carl was not alone, alongside a burly man. There was an elegant woman who appeared to be around 30 years of age. Simultaneously, notifications echoed in his mind. Ding. You have encountered the arch-villain, Cain Marco. Exploration value, 100. Ding. You have encountered the arch-villain, Betsy Braddock. Exploration value, 50. Chapter 59, Power and Background. It was him. Upon seeing the system notification, Raymond's pupils constricted sharply. Cain Marco, codenamed Red Tank, the professor's brother. However, despite their brotherly bond, they shared no blood relation. The professor's mother had married Raymond's father after her divorce, which was how they became siblings. Their relationship was notoriously strained. Nonetheless, it was certain that Cain's strength was formidable, rivaling that of several renowned level 4 mutants, including his brother, the professor. In certain Marvel universes, he had even ascended to the position of second-in-command within the Brotherhood of Mutants, his status only surpassed by Magneto. It remained unclear whether this version of him had ever joined the Brotherhood or why he had become the Black King of the Hellfire Club. Yet, in terms of sheer power, he was undoubtedly qualified for the role of Black King. However, throughout, Raymond had never connected the identity of Red Tank with that of the Black King. He had even speculated whether the Black King might be Magneto himself. This was largely due to Red Tank's reputation for brawn over intellect, while the Hellfire Club was an organization often associated with conspiracy and ambition. Raymond was aware that all previous leaders of this organization were cunning and astute. The demeanor of Red Tank simply seemed at odds with that of the Black King. Yet, the evidence lay before him, leaving no room for disbelief. As for the elegant woman who had appeared alongside Red Tank, she too had an impressive background. Though Raymond had initially overlooked her identity, taken aback by the revelation of the Black King's true identity. Once he regained his composure, he recalled her identity, Betsy Braddock. Codenamed Psylocke, a level 3 mutant possessing the ability to materialize psychic energy and vaguely sense the emotions of others. In terms of capability, she was essentially a combat-enhanced version of Sonya. Certainly, when compared to the Red Tank, her strength falls significantly short. This is not to imply that a level 3 mutant would invariably be obliterated by a level 4 mutant. After all, Even a remarkably powerful level 4 mutant like Professor X could be vanquished by an ordinary agent equipped with gear that nullifies his telepathic abilities. The same holds true for Magneto. If he were cast into an environment devoid of magnetic forces, he would not differ much from an ordinary human, perhaps only possessing a slightly enhanced vitality. Nevertheless, in the vast majority of circumstances, level 4 mutants undoubtedly hold an overwhelming advantage over level 3 mutants. Moreover, the Red Tank is not even a mutant. His combat prowess rivals that of a level 4 mutant, which has led many to mistakenly classify him as one. Perhaps due to his prolonged association with mutants, compounded by his status as the Professor's brother, the external world has come to tacitly regard him as a mutant. No one has ever demanded that he undergo testing to ascertain his mutant status, as being a mutant has never been a source of pride. Typically, no one would dare to falsely claim such an identity. Yet, there exists the peculiar case of the Red Tank, who does not mind being perceived as a mutant. However, despite the fact that Ling Dai's abilities are far inferior to those of the Red Tank, she possesses a brother whose prowess is formidable enough to enable her to outshine the Red Tank by several streets. Indeed, she has brothers, too. In fact, her second brother, named Brian Braddock, is known as Captain Britain, a formidable wielder of magic. Upon encountering this moniker, many might instinctively compare him to the renowned player Captain America. However, their strengths do not reside on the same tier. This disparity is evident in the caliber of their adversaries. Captain Britain's arch-nemesis is an exceedingly powerful level 5 mutant. Although Captain Britain ultimately could not defeat him, this fact speaks volumes. Their eldest brother is even more formidable, akin to Captain Britain's nemesis. He is also a level 5 mutant, albeit afflicted with mental instability, often displaying erratic behavior. Of course, Raymond does not believe that level 5 mutants in this world are as overwhelmingly powerful as those depicted in comic book realms. Otherwise, the earth beneath his feet would have been obliterated countless times. In his estimation, level 5 mutants in this world might only reach the caliber of Apocalypse from the X-Men film universe, not approaching the ability to reset the universe at will. Nevertheless, this family is indeed impressive. In terms of background, she is arguably among the most powerful individuals on Earth. Those aware of her lineage would likely hesitate to act against her whims. Could she possibly be affiliated with the Hellfire Club? Raymond pondered this with a hint of uncertainty. He had previously considered that should negotiations falter, he might switch to his alternate persona, Tao Bai Bai, and unleash chaos. Even if Black Emperor were indeed a powerhouse akin to Magneto, a sudden outburst might still render him vulnerable. For instance, the Red Tank's defining trait is his propensity to grow stronger the more he fights. If one were to suppress him from the outset, he would have no opportunity for retaliation. However, the sudden appearance of the Spirit Butterfly presents a different challenge. Eliminating her would be considerably easier than vanquishing the Red Tank. Yet, the question remains, who could guarantee that her two brothers would not come seeking vengeance? Setting aside the unpredictable nature of her deranged elder brother, the mere presence of her second brother, Captain Ing, is sufficient to give anyone pause for thought. Raymond, too, finds himself caught in this dilemma, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Nevertheless, regardless of his discomfort, he resolved to adapt to the situation. With a flourish, he parked the car beside the trio and stepped out. "I hope I'm not late," he remarked with a smile. "Not at all. We still have 5 minutes before the agreed time. We merely arrived early to explore the area," Carl replied, regaining his composure and introducing Raymond. "Allow me to present the individual you spoke with on the phone yesterday, the esteemed Black Emperor." "Hello," Raymond said, turning to the Red Tank and nodding with a smile. "Greetings, Dr. Raymond," the Red Tank responded, appearing far more courteous than one might expect from his imposing exterior, extending his hand for a handshake with a warm smile. Raymond keenly noted the title the Red Tank used to address him, raising an eyebrow. "It seems you have conducted some prior investigation into my background." "Indeed," the Red Tank replied with a subtle smile. "I made a special trip here, sincerely wishing to recruit you, Dr. Raymond. However, our club has thrived for many years and will not accept individuals of dubious reputation. Even as the Black Emperor, I adhere strictly to our club's regulations." Chapter 60. A grim fate awaits you. Has the Black Emperor uncovered anything further? Raymond inquired, maintaining a stoic expression. "I must say, Dr. Raymond, your background is quite fascinating. You became an expert in psychology at such a young age and were even recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D., the Red Tank recounted with precision. After a brief pause, he continued, "If I am not mistaken, your abilities awakened during your time at the Clockwork Psychiatric Hospital, correct?" Upon hearing this, Raymond could not help but admire the intelligence network of the Hellfire Club. Exclaiming in astonishment, "It appears the Black Emperor has thoroughly investigated my history." "You seem unfazed," the Red Tank remarked with mild surprise. "If such openly available information were not accessible, I would begin to question whether joining the Hellfire Club was a prudent decision, Raymond replied with a chuckle. TCH. Quite the bravado, the spirit butterfly interjected, rolling her eyes. It was evident that she perceived Raymond as putting on a facade. In fact, it was not only her. Raymond could discern that both Carl and the Red Tank shared a similar sentiment, albeit with less overt expression. And this lady is? Raymond asked, turning to Carl. This is Lady Black Queen. Carl succinctly identified the spirit butterfly. He was aware that Raymond had extracted some fundamental information about the Hellfire Club from the group of people he had previously interrogated and was certainly not oblivious to the implications of the title Black Queen. It turned out to be Lady Black Queen. Raymond was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that Ling Dai would be the partner of the Red Tank and the current Black Queen of the Hellfire Club, particularly as the two did not appear to be a couple. However, considering that the Black King and Black Queen need not necessarily be a pair, he found solace in that thought. Regardless of Ling Dai's status within the club, Raymond could not allow her to question him so casually, as it would significantly impact the forthcoming negotiations. Thus, he retorted, "Does Lady Black Queen believe I am feigning indifference? Isn't that the case?" Ling Dai had no intention of treating Raymond with deference and scoffed at him. The young lady, who had two remarkably influential brothers, clearly was not inclined to coddle Raymond and spoke her mind without reservation. At that moment, the Red Tank interjected with a smile, "Dr. Raymond, please don't take offense. She has always been like this. Even I often find myself the target of her mockery. She is not singling you out." Understanding Ling Dai's identity, Raymond was certain that the Red Tank was speaking the truth. Had he possessed two such formidable brothers, he might have been even more unrestrained than Ling Dai. However, Raymond could also discern that the Red Tank was subtly using Ling Dai to deliver a pointed remark to him. The ability to play the roles of the good cop and the bad cop is a skill every household in Huagua must possess. If Raymond could not perceive this, he would have truly wasted his years. Therefore, he did not respond to the Red Tank's comment, but instead shifted the conversation, saying, "Since His Excellency the Black King has conducted such an in-depth investigation into me, I wonder if you discovered how I departed from the mental hospital? Are you referring to the murder that occurred on the day you left the hospital?" The Red Tank was perplexed as to why Raymond would bring this matter up. He had indeed taken note of this piece of intelligence when he received all the crucial information about Raymond. However, he had not given it much thought, as the source indicated that it was also S.H.I.E.L.D. agents involved at the time, so he categorized it as an internal conflict within S.H.I.E.L.D. and lost interest in further investigation. Indeed, seeing that the Red Tank was aware of the incident, Raymond did not elaborate on the details and continued. "The individuals who were killed that day had originally come to trouble me, yet in the end, they all perished. Do you know how they met their demise? Your Excellency the Black King, were you the one who killed them?" The Red Tank speculated. "1/3 were killed by me. Another third by the agents sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. to retrieve me, and as for the remaining third, they were slain by one of my fellow patients." "What exactly are you trying to convey?" The Red Tank frowned. He did not comprehend the significance of Raymond bringing up this issue at that moment. He was not concerned with who had killed those individuals, as he did not even know who they were, nor did he feel it was his place to care. However, he understood that Raymond certainly would not bring up this matter at such a moment without reason. Yet, the nature of that reason eluded him entirely. Raymond, remaining unperturbed, smiled and remarked, "Speaking of which, I believe you still have some connection with my ailing friend." "With me? His name is David Holler, an adopted orphan, I presume." "Your Excellency, you are familiar with the name of his biological father, Charles Francis Xavier." As this name escaped Raymond's lips, the expression in Red Tank's eyes shifted abruptly, becoming icy and lethal. Although Ling Dai and Carl did not react as dramatically as Red Tank, their faces also betrayed a subtle change. They were certainly aware of who the owner of that name was. In truth, anyone who had been a mutant for some time or had ever been part of any mutant organization would have heard of the professor's illustrious name. Furthermore, as core members of the Hellfire Club, they were acutely aware that Red Tank and the professor were brothers, and they understood that the relationship between these siblings had never been particularly harmonious. However, they were taken aback by the knowledge possessed by Raymond, a newcomer who had only recently become a mutant and appeared to hold a lowly position within S.H.I.E.L.D. Within the Hellfire Club, aside from core members who were aware of each other's true identities, it was rare for other members to know precisely who each title referred to. Therefore, upon encountering Raymond, they had refrained from revealing their names, opting instead to introduce themselves by their titles within the Hellfire Club. Yet, Raymond's ability to articulate that previous statement clearly indicated that he was well aware of Red Tank's identity as the Black King, and it seemed he also possessed some insight into the relationship between Red Tank and the Professor. This revelation exceeded their prior understanding and perception of Raymond. Had they not conducted prior investigations into him, they might not have been so astonished. It was precisely because they had looked into him, believing they knew him well, that they found this revelation all the more astonishing. This signified that their intelligence had proven ineffective. The information they had uncovered was merely what someone wanted them to find. For those who had just questioned whether Raymond was merely putting on an act, this was, without a doubt, a resounding slap in the face. I do not appreciate being toyed with. If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I assure you, your demise will be most gruesome. Red Tank glared at Raymond with eyes filled with murderous intent. Explanation? What is it that I need to explain? In the face of Red Tank's menacing gaze, Raymond remained entirely unfazed, shaking his head with a smile. Do you truly believe that only you require background checks before accepting someone? Am I not entitled to investigate the background of an organization before choosing to join it? Raymond's reasoning was undeniably valid. There had never been a stipulation prohibiting one from conducting inquiries prior to joining an organization. However, this was clearly not the answer Red Tank sought. A man capable of rendering even the Hellfire Club's intelligence network ineffective cannot possibly be a novice, recently awakened to his powers. There are only a handful of mutant organizations that could achieve such a feat. Thus, in the eyes of the Red Tank, it was evident that Raymond was merely a pawn sent by an old acquaintance to toy with him. You seek your own demise. The Red Tank growled, his voice a deep thunder. His face was consumed by wrath, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. Suddenly, a radiant scarlet glow enveloped him, exuding an aura of malevolence and depth. With a resounding thud, he stepped forward, leaving a massive crater in his wake. This outburst was, in some respects, a testament to his inability to perfectly control his formidable powers. Yet, it simultaneously underscored the sheer magnitude of his strength. Calm down, Lord Black Emperor. Both Ling Dai and Carl exclaimed in unison, witnessing the Red Tank's sudden aggression, desperately attempting to intervene. However, their efforts were too late. The Red Tank had already launched himself like a human cannonball towards Raymond. The impact was the Red Tank's most terrifying method of attack. Given sufficient distance, he could obliterate even mountains with his charge. Though Carl and the others did not condone such reckless behavior, they had already begun to mourn for Raymond, fully aware of the Red Tank's unparalleled might. At first glance, the Red Tank's abilities may appear simplistic, lacking in spectacle during combat. Yet no one has ever doubted his strength. He is indeed formidable. Those who had ever questioned him had long since been vanquished. Moreover, his powers transcended mere physical offense and defense. The crimson glow that emanated from him not only shielded him from all forms of negative influences and energy attacks, but also granted him the capacity to engage any form of life. Even a being like the Shadow King, impervious to physical assaults, would find himself fleeing in his presence. Although Raymond maintained an air of mystery, even Carl, who had previously suffered under his hand, could not discern the nature of his abilities. Nevertheless, even Carl did not believe Raymond stood a chance against the Red Tank. After all, this was the Red Tank. Yet, what transpired next was entirely beyond their expectations. Observing the Red Tank's reckless charge, Raymond, without a moment's hesitation, switched to his alternate persona, Tao Bai. Haha, finally it's my turn to shine. Who shall I slay? Raymond proclaimed, hands on his hips, his laughter echoing like that of a fool. Yet, just as he reveled in his mirth, the Red Tank, akin to a human projectile, had reached his front, poised to collide with him. What is this? He barely had time to comprehend the massive object hurtling towards him before instinctively throwing a punch. A deafening crash ensued, and the Red Tank was propelled backward, soaring over 100 meters before finally coming to a halt, rolling a few times upon landing. How solid! Raymond exclaimed, shaking his fist in astonishment as he glanced at the enormous object he had just struck. To his surprise, his hand felt slightly sore, a rare sensation for him. Even when punching through a steel plate of considerable thickness, he had never experienced such a feeling. However, this astonishment was short-lived, as his attention swiftly shifted to Ling Dai and Carl, who were standing nearby. Are you here to ask for my autograph? Raymond inquired, tilting his head slightly. Upon being noticed, Ling Dai and Carl felt as if they were mice caught in the gaze of a cat, their bodies stiffening as they shook their heads in unison. Then, are you here to request me to kill someone? Raymond pressed on. Once again, they shook their heads in perfect synchrony. Oh. Raymond withdrew his gaze and looked toward the direction where the Red Tank had flown off. Do I need to kill him? He murmured to himself. If not, then what am I here for? I am solely responsible for killing. Humph, do not speak to Lord Tao Bai in such a commanding tone, even if you are. He paused, correcting himself. I stand corrected. You are indeed the master. Allow me to indulge a little longer. As Raymond stood there, seemingly lost in a manic internal dialogue, an unsettling thought simultaneously emerged in Ling Dai and Carl's minds. Has he lost his mind? They had previously reviewed Raymond's dossier, which revealed that he had been suspected of schizophrenia for unknown reasons and had been secretly sent to the Clockwork Psychiatric Hospital in New York for treatment. This information led them to reasonably deduce that Raymond might have awakened his abilities during this time, a process that aligns with the awakening of many mutants. However, they had assumed that his release from the hospital indicated he had recovered. Yet, observing his current demeanor, it was evident that he was far from healed. He appeared to be in the throes of madness. Mental illness is not frightening. What is truly terrifying is a mentally ill individual endowed with immense power. Did they not witness even the red tank being sent flying by a single punch? While such an attack posed no real threat to the red tank, it certainly did not guarantee that either of them could withstand it. That casual punch, if it were to land on either of them, would be more than enough to incapacitate them. Carl was somewhat better off, as his abilities provided him with a degree of resilience. However, Ling Dai was not as fortunate. Her strengths did not lie in defense. Moreover, should any other formidable mutants or superhumans become aware of Ling Dai's background, they would think twice before attempting to harm her, for the consequences of such actions would be dire. But can one truly expect a deranged individual to regard background or consequences? Thus, in this moment, Ling Dai is enveloped by an unprecedented sense of crisis. She is on the verge of posting in the club's internal forum, seeking advice on how to handle an individual afflicted by madness, whose power is exceedingly formidable, urgently awaiting assistance. Chapter 62. The Crimson Sovereign ignoring the sudden emergence of the delightful persona, Tao Bai Bai. Raymond reverted to his former demeanor and calmly addressed Carl and Ling Dai beside him. It would be prudent for you to help him regain his composure. If this continues, I fear I might lose control as well. Trust me, you would not wish to witness such an outcome. Raymond's words undoubtedly served as a veiled threat to Ling Dai and Carl, yet their effect was remarkably effective. The two discerned that he had seemingly returned to his temporary state of normality. Yet, the implications of his statement, when juxtaposed with his prior erratic behavior, left them pondering. Did Raymond's mention of losing control allude to his previous condition? Did it imply that should he be coerced into combat, he might abruptly revert to that disturbed state, becoming irrational once more? If that were the case, should the Crimson Tank continue to rage, it would undoubtedly force the temporarily restored Raymond back into a state of madness, reverting him to his prior, deranged self. Whether or not Raymond would suffer misfortune remained uncertain, yet it was certain that they would not emerge unscathed. Furthermore, the more pressing issue was that there existed no insurmountable conflict between the two parties. Even Carl, whose team had fallen to Raymond, did not perceive it as a significant altercation, and he held no aversion to the prospect of Raymond potentially joining the club. This was precisely why, when the Crimson Tank had recklessly acted, both Carl and Ling Dai sought to intervene. With this thought, they exchanged glances and hastened towards the Crimson Tank. Meanwhile, the Crimson Tank was far from willing to relent. Although Raymond's strength had exceeded his expectations, such an assault had merely rendered him somewhat disheveled. In truth, he remained unscathed. In this scenario, would he be intimidated? The answer was, of course, a resounding no. In his fury, the crimson aura surrounding him intensified, emanating an even more perilous presence. However, Carl had already reached him first. Quick to react, upon witnessing the Crimson Tank teetering on the brink of rage, he transformed into his crystal sculpture form and swiftly embraced the Crimson Tank from the side, urgently imploring, "Lord Black Emperor, this is a misunderstanding. Calm down, please. Get away from me." The Crimson Tank was unyielding, incensed. Yet, he was unable to immediately break free from Carl's grasp, for he had not succumbed to the extent of attacking an ally, and in a situation where he could not exert lethal force, it was not so easy for him to extricate himself. In the fleeting moment that Carl delayed, Ling Dai arrived as well. With an unusual seriousness, Ling Dai addressed Kang. "Have you forgotten your promise from the beginning?" The Crimson Tank's eyes were bloodshot, and he was breathing heavily, on the verge of complete rage. Yet, upon hearing Ling Dai's question, he fell silent in an instant. Although his anger still simmered beneath the surface, it was no longer as volatile as before. After a brief pause, he spoke in a deep voice. "Let go, I am fine now." Carl hesitated, glancing at Ling Dai, who nodded in affirmation. Only then did he release the Crimson Tank, reverting to his ordinary human form. At that moment, the Crimson Tank closed his eyes and took several deep breaths. When he opened them again, the crimson hue had vanished, restoring his gaze to normal, and the crimson glow that enveloped him dissipated along with it. "Let us go and reacquaint ourselves with this new friend," he said, his demeanor now calm as he approached Raymond, entirely unrecognizable from the brink of fury he had just teetered upon. Seeing that the Crimson Tank appeared to have returned to normal, Raymond was not particularly surprised. He understood well why the Crimson Tank was so easily provoked. This condition was closely tied to the source of the Crimson Tank's power. The world believed the Crimson Tank to be a mutant. However, he was never a mutant. His abilities stemmed from an evil overlord beyond the multiverse, Crimson Sovereign Ceterak, a transcendent demon reigning over a multiverse known as the Crimson Universe. this being possessed a terrifying power beyond measure, rendering even the most notorious demon lords mere jesters in comparison. Yet, due to his overwhelming strength and his existence outside this multiverse, his power could not directly infiltrate it. The sovereign of this multiverse would never allow a neighbor to wreak havoc in his domain. Thus, the Overlord could only employ subtle means to seep a fraction of his power into this realm, such as through sacrificial rites that projected his essence onto certain native beings. The Crimson Tank had inadvertently stumbled upon an altar dedicated to the worship of the Crimson Sovereign Ceterak during an unforeseen event, successfully receiving a portion of his power. This power was but a minuscule fraction of his true essence, yet it endowed the Crimson Tank with strength comparable to that of a level 4 mutant, even allowing him to grow stronger through battle. The sole dilemma was that the reason Ceterak was deemed a demon was due to the inherently malevolent nature of his power, which would incessantly erode the host's psyche. The crimson glow that enveloped the tank earlier was a manifestation of Ceterak's influence. This power would gradually make the Crimson Tank increasingly susceptible to anger, driving him to adopt more extreme measures, until one day, he would be wholly consumed by this force, transforming into a mere puppet controlled by it. Upon first encountering the Red Tank, Raymond discerned that he was not merely a brawny individual with a simplistic mind. However, after uttering a few unflattering remarks, the Red Tank reacted as if he had encountered a sworn enemy, immediately resorting to violence. This stark contrast in behavior was indeed peculiar. Thus, Raymond surmised that the Red Tank's aggression was influenced by the power emanating from him, rather than a genuine intent to harm. In light of this, he contemplated whether Ling Dai and the others could pacify the Red Tank. If successful, they could resume their conversation. If not, they would have to resort to physical means to reason with him. Fortunately, events unfolded as Raymond anticipated, with Ling Dai and her companions managing to calm the Red Tank, who appeared to revert to his previous, more rational demeanor. "My apologies, I was a bit impulsive earlier," he acknowledged, bowing his head upon approaching Raymond. While he did not offer an outright apology, his attitude had undergone a remarkable transformation from one of murderous rage towards Raymond's entire family. "Is it now possible for us to converse amicably?" Raymond shrugged, indicating his lack of concern. The composed Red Tank was a stark contrast to his earlier furious self. In a mere 3 minutes, Raymond successfully convinced him of his genuine desire to join the Hellfire Club, rather than being a mere pawn sent to mock or provoke him. Had it been the previous iteration of the Red Tank, he would have never afforded Raymond the opportunity to speak. As for why Raymond was able to disrupt the intelligence network of the Hellfire Club, only uncovering superficial information, and how he came to learn of the connection between the Red Tank and the Professor, this became a non-issue after Raymond demonstrated his capabilities. At that moment, in the eyes of the Red Tank and his companions, Raymond was no longer merely a novice who had recently awakened his powers. For mutants, even the most formidable level 4 mutants, such as Magneto and the Professor, were not necessarily superior to lower-tier level 2 or level 3 mutants upon the initial awakening of their abilities. At that stage, they merely possessed the potential to evolve into level 4 mutants. This was akin to Lorna's current predicament, where a single Carl could effortlessly subdue her. Of course, this is not to say that exceptions do not exist. Some level 5 mutants may awaken with extraordinary prowess, such as Jean Grey before the Professor sealed her dominant persona. Additionally, Raymond's close friend, David, could transform into a formidable force if provoked excessively, potentially becoming a cataclysmic entity. Had it not been for this concern, Shadow King would not have remained dormant within David for decades, having long since replaced him. However, such examples are exceedingly rare. Throughout the history of mutants, there are not many instances to draw upon. Do not assert that the Red Tank has never encountered such an example. Even if he has, it is unlikely that he would consider it mere coincidence that Raymond is an extraordinary exception among millions. Therefore, at this juncture, Raymond appears to them as someone who must have long awakened his abilities, yet has skillfully concealed himself, remaining undetected as a 4th-level mutant. For a 4th-level mutant who has been awakened for years, it would be implausible for him to possess no unique connections, which elucidates how he managed to investigate the relationship between Red Tank and the Professor. However, their decisive dismissal of suspicion only served to heighten Raymond's unease. As the saying goes, extraordinary circumstances often conceal hidden truths. If he were part of the Hellfire Club, he would hardly trust so readily. Why then did the Red Tank and his associates appear so at ease? Contemplating this, Raymond pondered and inquired. If I recall correctly, the Hellfire Club is essentially an underground organization, with many members publicly maintaining other identities. Is that not so? Indeed, Red Tank replied candidly. Aside from Carl and a few other core members who are permanently associated with the club, most core members possess dual or even multiple identities. Take Betsy, for instance. She is a leader of a mutant organization in Europe and collaborates with numerous underground entities in the black market. Do not heed his nonsense. That was merely a small organization I assembled for amusement, with hardly any members, Ling Dai retorted, visibly irked that Red Tank had used her as an example. She shot him a glare and remarked, "Why not use yourself as an example? You are the second in command of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Second in command of the Brotherhood of Mutants. You say?" Raymond immediately noted this piece of information. He was indeed aware that in certain Marvel universes, Red Tank had been recruited by Magneto into the Brotherhood of Mutants, ascending to the position of second in command. However, he had presumed that in this world, since Red Tank had become the Black King of the Hellfire Club, he would not have joined the Brotherhood. It was surprising to discover that both identities coexisted. As for Ling Dai, he was not taken aback. In the cinematic universe of the X-Men, Ling Dai had been stripped of her family background for certain reasons, leaving only her personal abilities, which rendered her rather inconspicuous. Yet in this world, she evidently had two formidable brothers backing her. The distinction between having connections and lacking them is not trivial. Even if Ling Dai refrained from leveraging her brothers' reputations, others could hardly regard her as devoid of any influence. Is it that they presume I could ascertain the relationship between Red Tank and the Professor, yet fail to uncover any ties between Red Tank and the Brotherhood? Observing the seemingly defenseless duo, who casually revealed each other's secrets, Raymond remained unfazed. Thus far, whether it be the words spoken by him or the revelations shared by Hong Tank and Ling Dai, they ultimately amount to nothing more than superficial information. Ling Dai's greatest asset lies in her two brothers, while Hong Tank's strength is derived from his source of power. Aside from these, many are likely privy to the rest of the details. Furthermore, it is evident that these matters bear no relation to the true secrets of the Hellfire Club. The two of them, in his presence, appear entirely unguarded, merely conveying a semblance of goodwill. Such statements should not be taken at face value. Let us not provide Dr. Raymond with any amusement. Let us address the matter at hand. Upon hearing Ling Dai reveal her vulnerabilities, Hong Tank seemed unfazed, instead casting a slight smile towards Raymond and inquiring, "Doctor, are you curious as to why we do not fear your intentions in joining the club? Especially considering that many core members possess multiple identities? How do we ensure that no one harbors selfish motives?" Noticing Hong Tank's forthrightness, Raymond felt no need for subterfuge and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Upon realizing that Raymond's curiosity lay in this area, the three of them exchanged glances and chuckled. Hong Tank remarked, "Let Carl elucidate this matter for you." Raymond, indifferent, shrugged his shoulders. Carl had no objections either, responding with a smile, "Because there is no need for such guarantees." What do you mean?" Raymond found himself perplexed by this statement. The existence of the Hellfire Club inherently lacks any definitive significance. We do not aspire, like the Brotherhood of Mutants, to elevate mutants to a position of dominion over the world, nor do we intend, as the X-Men do, to compel ordinary individuals to accept the presence of mutants, allowing them to walk freely in the sunlight, fully integrated into the world of common folk. Carl explained with a grin, "If we must articulate a purpose for our existence, it would be to assist one another, helping as we can without compromising our own interests. As for your concern, Dr. Raymond, regarding how we can ensure that there is no selfishness among us, that premise itself is a fallacy, because we all possess our own self-interests." Chapter 64. Ecstasy. Is that so? With Carl having articulated his thoughts so clearly, it would indeed reflect poorly on Raymond should he fail to comprehend. If the circumstances of the Hellfire Club truly align with Carl's assertions, then Raymond's apprehensions can indeed be deemed a false dilemma. Each individual possesses their own self-interests. Thus, why should there be concern over the motivations of newly joined members? This also elucidates why the core members of the Hellfire Club, despite their varied identities, remain largely unaffected. This outlines the general situation. Should you wish to join, Doctor, given your capabilities, we could never refuse you. However, there are certain matters I must address up front to prevent any future misunderstandings. Hong Tank took up Carl's words and succinctly conveyed a few points to Raymond, echoing the proverbial wisdom of stating unpleasant truths in advance. The content is quite straightforward. It merely stipulates that upon joining the club, one must not deliberately harm other core members. Should such an act be discovered, the perpetrator would face relentless pursuit by all members until they are vanquished. Furthermore, although there is no obligatory bond among core members and no formal stipulation that one must assist another in times of trouble, there exists an implicit understanding of reciprocity. If one fails to lend assistance when another is in need, they may find themselves without aid in their own times of difficulty. Naturally, such assistance is seldom rendered without compensation. Typically, the recipient is expected to express gratitude, which essentially translates to offering a token of appreciation. Overall, the regulations of the Hellfire Club are relatively lenient. Even the so-called Black Emperor, Hong Tank, who holds the nominal title of club leader, does not maintain an absolute hierarchical relationship with the other core members. His commands may be disregarded by them if they so choose. However, it is rare for anyone to openly defy him, as mutual respect is paramount. After hearing all this, Raymond suddenly perceived that joining the club might not be such a negative endeavor. For him, aligning with the Hellfire Club undeniably presents more advantages than disadvantages, a sentiment likely shared by every member of the club. If one utilizes this affiliation wisely, it will undoubtedly prove to be immensely beneficial. While risks cannot be entirely dismissed, they ultimately depend on individual fortune. From what he can discern, even the regulations of the Shield Agent Academy seem more stringent than those of the Hellfire Club. Thus, his decision to join the club appears sound. Once Raymond reaffirmed his commitment, Hong Tank gladly accepted his membership and presented him with a specially crafted identity badge signifying his title as Black Cardinal. Do not place too much significance on this. It merely serves to identify you to those core members who may not yet recognize you. I will personally inform the other core members of your joining, and you may become acquainted with them at the year-end gathering, Hong Tank remarked with a smile. Accepting the badge, Raymond nodded and inquired, I have heard that there are a total of 16 core member positions within the club. With my addition, how many vacancies remain? Prior to your joining, there were 4 vacant positions. Now, only 3 remain, Hong Tank responded with a smile, though he refrained from elaborating on which specific positions were still unfilled. Noting this, Raymond chose not to press further, reasoning that according to Hong Tank, there would be a gathering at the year's end, where he would naturally learn of the remaining vacancies. On behalf of the club, I welcome you, Doctor. With Raymond momentarily devoid of questions, Hong Tank made a decisive proclamation, extending his welcome to him as the Black Emperor. Thank you. Ding dong. You have successfully joined the Hellfire Club, becoming the new Black Bishop, with a development value of 300. You may convert the development value into universal points, at a rate of 1 to 5. As this is your initial acquisition of development value, the system will activate certain new features. Specific details can be explored by contemplating the novice guide function in your mind. Development value, 1 to 5. Upon receiving this sudden revelation in his mind, Raymond was overwhelmed with joy, though he made every effort to suppress his excitement and refrain from laughing aloud. The unexpected nature of this surprise almost rendered him incapable of self-control. This transformation caused his expression to twist slightly. This reaction was unmistakably familiar to the trio from the Red Tank, particularly to Ling Dai and Carl, who had recently witnessed his sudden episode. Oh no, he is having another episode. They both instinctively reached this conclusion and simultaneously retreated. Ling Dai sprouted a pair of semi-transparent, ethereal wings from her back, gently floating away, while Carl transformed into a crystalline form, collapsing to the ground and rolling backward. In the blink of an eye, they had retreated several dozen meters. Watching from a distance to see if Raymond would exhibit any further erratic behavior, in order to decide whether to continue their retreat, only the Red Tank remained, standing awkwardly before Raymond, uncertain of what to do. After bidding farewell to the trio, Raymond still could not contain his elation and quickly returned home, eager to ponder the implications of the newly acquired development value. It must be said that Ling Dai and Carl's reactions had indeed left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. It was evident that both had perceived his mental state as unstable once again. However, he chose not to explain himself, as doing so would only exacerbate the situation. Even if he were to assert that he was not mentally ill, they would likely remain unconvinced. Furthermore, this misunderstanding served as a veil for his abilities. There was no need to resolve such misconceptions. He would allow them to remain. His primary concern now was the unexpected development value. If this development value were akin to exploration points, redeemable at a 1-to-1 ratio, receiving 300 points would certainly bring him joy, though it would not provoke such an emotional outburst. However, the exchange rate was astonishingly 1 to 5. What does a 1 to 5 ratio signify? This 300 points of development value could be redeemed for 1,500 universal points. In his previous encounters with numerous narrative characters, even with the unexpected surprise from director Lu Dan, the total exploration points he had gathered amounted to merely half of this latest bounty. With this acquisition, even if fortune were to frown upon him, he could still attain a subpersonality on par with Tao Bai Bai. Moreover, the 1,500 universal points he acquired can be exchanged for a silver character card, and he will have an additional 500 points remaining, along with the original balance, allowing him to indulge himself lavishly. More importantly, he has discovered a brand new avenue for exploiting opportunities. Chapter 65. The second silver indeed, as I initially surmised, given that even encountering so-called narrative characters yields rewards. It stands to reason that interacting with these characters should also elicit some form of response. It appears that the previous interactions simply did not meet the system's criteria for recognition. This time, by directly joining the Hellfire Club and becoming one of its core members, the Black Bishop, the impact of his involvement is significantly greater than before. In the solitude of his bedroom, Raymond sat cross-legged, quietly reflecting on his recent experiences. From the moment he first acquired exploration points, he had suspected that the system's rewards could not be solely based on encountering specific narrative characters. If that were the case, why establish a mechanism for exchanging exploration points for universal points? Directly rewarding universal points would suffice. The sudden emergence of development points, while unexpected, seemed reasonable in hindsight. He had always intended to test whether there were alternative means of acquiring system rewards, but during his time in the hospital, David was the only subject available for testing, and he was reluctant to take unnecessary risks, which led to delays. After leaving the hospital, he had, to some extent, been interacting with these so-called narrative characters, including formally joining the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, among other activities. Unfortunately, these actions evidently did not meet the system's criteria. As time passed, Raymond began to doubt whether he was overthinking things. Perhaps the system indeed offered rewards solely for encountering narrative characters, and the mechanism for exchanging exploration points was merely a coincidental feature of its design. It was not until the concept of development points emerged that he finally ceased to question his perspective. This makes sense. With a one-to-one exchange rate for exploration points, it naturally follows that there should be other exchange rates for different values. Otherwise, the system's design would be utterly nonsensical. However, just as the beginner's guide did not mention how to obtain exploration points, even after the introduction of development points, the guide still lacked information on acquiring them. This aspect must be something Raymond must explore on his own. In other words, my reasoning was not flawed. Raymond stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. In order to obtain rewards from the system, it is essential not only to encounter various new narrative characters, but also to engage in deeper interactions with them. However, the system's criteria for determining the interactions that yield developmental value are rather intricate. A certain threshold must be met. Thus, considering this instance, if I were to ascend to a high-ranking position within the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, or even S.H.I.E.L.D. itself, might I also garner developmental value? Or perhaps, under my leadership, should I annihilate a particular organization, would the rewards be even greater? Raymond's thoughts wandered, and his mind was teeming with numerous potential strategies for capitalizing on opportunities. Of course, whether these ideas would prove viable remains to be seen. Nevertheless, it has certainly provided him with an additional option. For now, he felt little urgency. He could afford to slow his pace, alleviating any self-imposed pressure. First, he would consider the most suitable method of exchange. System, display my profile. In the next moment, his profile panel materialized in his mind. Host, Raymond Strength, 24, Agility, 32. Constitution, 21, Spirit, 18 Ability. Krog Martial Arts Exploration Value, 390. Developmental Value, 300 Subpersonalities, by G. Krog, Death Shooter Freud. The world's greatest assassin Tao by observing that his exploration value had increased to 390 and that a developmental value category had been added. Raymond opted to convert all his exploration and developmental values into universal points for easier recall. Consequently, he now possessed a staggering 1890 universal points. What does sudden wealth mean? This is what sudden wealth feels like. For someone who recently felt a pang of regret at spending a mere 10 universal points, suddenly acquiring nearly 2,000 points undoubtedly epitomized the essence of striking it rich. Henceforth, he would join the ranks of the affluent, indulging in bowls of soy milk, savoring one while discarding another. In this moment, Raymond profoundly understood what it meant to reach the zenith of life. However, amidst his musings, he recognized the importance of prioritizing the matter at hand. System, exchange for a silver character card. After some deliberation, he resolved to initially exchange for a single silver-level character card, assessing the situation before deciding whether to continue with several bronze-level cards in hopes of fortuitous outcomes. Although he still had 890 universal points remaining, sufficient to acquire 8 bronze-level character cards at once, the ordinary bronze-level subpersonalities held little significance for him at this juncture. Unless he could redeem abilities that did not overlap with his existing subpersonalities or, akin to his previous luck in obtaining the Tao by subpersonality, he would essentially be squandering his resources. Hence, it was prudent to wait and see. Would you like to activate the silver character card immediately? Yes. Activating silver character card. Silver subpersonality, Akainu Sakazuki, activated successfully. Prototype background. Akainu Sakazuki, from the world of One Piece, currently serving as Fleet Admiral of the Navy. Upon discovering that the newly acquired secondary persona was none other than Akainu, Raymond instinctively furrowed his brow, though his reaction was far less intense than when he first encountered the persona of Tosaka. His disdain for Tosaka stemmed from personal sentiment, whereas his feelings toward Akainu fluctuated. When he watched One Piece from the protagonist's perspective, he could hardly say he admired Akainu. Indeed, among the three admirals of the Navy, Akainu was undoubtedly the most detestable. The laid-back Akiji and the seasoned Kizuru, with their amiable dispositions, were far more endearing than the unyielding Akainu. However, from the Navy's standpoint, it appeared that only Akainu consistently demonstrated unwavering dedication to his duties, earning him the title of Model Admiral. In contrast, Akiji and Kizuru seemed to embody the antithesis of diligence, one indulging in ambiguous relations with pirates while the other evaded responsibilities at every opportunity. As for who was right or wrong, that remained subjective. Nonetheless, Raymond found his animosity towards Akainu waning, having transitioned from disdain to acceptance. The ability to summon Akainu brought him considerable satisfaction, for Akainu was undeniably formidable. The brief introduction merely stated his position as Fleet Admiral, without unnecessary embellishment, as this title alone sufficed to convey his significance and prowess. To ascend to the rank of Fleet Admiral, one must possess extraordinary capabilities. Thus, Raymond harbored no concerns regarding Akainu's strength being incompatible with that of his silver-tier secondary persona. In fact, by Raymond's own estimation, Akainu's power surpassed that of Tosaka by a significant margin. Especially in terms of vitality, one Akainu was worth far more than 10 Tosakas. In a world devoid of Haki, a Logia-type user could be likened to an indomitable cockroach. While not completely invulnerable, they were certainly resistant to ordinary physical attacks. Naturally, the technology of this realm far surpassed that of the One Piece universe. Relying solely on the inherent advantages of a Logia-type to achieve effortless victories would be unrealistic. Nevertheless, it was certain that conventional weaponry posed little threat. Even missiles would prove ineffective against him. From this perspective, Raymond's survival capability had significantly increased with the acquisition of Akainu's persona. What truly concerned Raymond was whether Akainu's persona would exhibit the same inflexible nature as its prototype, resistant to adaptability and change. The three previous secondary personas he had summoned, even the most formidable Tosaka, did not possess particularly rigid personalities, allowing him to maintain control through his absolute switching authority. Moreover, although these subpersonalities possessed the complete memories and abilities of their prototypes, they fundamentally perceived themselves as one with Raymond, thus refraining from undermining their own interests. Yet, this does not alter their ingrained habits and modus operandi. In stark contrast, Akainu's character diverges significantly from that of Tao Bai Bai and others. He is an exceedingly obstinate individual. Once he has set his mind on something, no one can sway his convictions, not even his superiors. The opinions of others and the notions of right and wrong hold no significance for him. Raymond harbors no concern that Akainu might betray him, yet he cannot guarantee that Akainu's actions will invariably align with his own intentions. Based on his understanding of Akainu, should they find themselves at odds, even the threat of switching personalities might prove ineffective. If that were the case, the practicality of Akainu's subpersonality could well be inferior to that of Tao Bai Bai. Perhaps I am merely overthinking this, Raymond mused, setting the matter aside for the moment. Ultimately, these are merely his conjectures. The outcome remains uncertain. Even if his predictions were to materialize, as long as he adeptly navigates the switching of subpersonalities, he should be able to mitigate any potential awkwardness stemming from disagreements. With 890 general points remaining, reserving over 500 should suffice. So he decided to exchange a few more for a stroke of luck. After a glance at his status panel, he succumbed to his desire for exchange and resolved to acquire 3 bronze-level character cards in one go. System, exchange for 3 bronze character cards. Soon, 3 new bronze-level character cards appeared in his inventory. Would you like to activate the bronze character cards immediately? Yes. Activating all. Raymond did not hesitate. Bronze character card activation in progress. Bronze subpersonality, Beidou Wuxing Fist Demon Exorcist, activation successful. Prototype background, Beidou Wuxing Fist Demon Exorcist. Hailing from the world of Journey to the West, the demon extermination, capable of mimicking various beast attacks through his martial arts. Renowned alongside Kong Su Gongzi and Tian Kanjiao as one of the 3 great exorcists. Bronze subpersonality, Lei Bayala, the kingpin of the underground culinary world, activation successful. Prototype background, Lei Bayala, the kingpin of the underground culinary world, from the world of gourmet prisoners, ranked 17th among world chefs, owner of a culinary casino. Possessing the ability to absorb others' memories, and wielding extraordinary culinary skills that serve both culinary and combative purposes. Bronze subpersonality, Hell Detective John Constantine, activation successful. Prototype background, Hell Detective John Constantine, from the world, one of the most renowned magicians, a walking encyclopedia of magic. For a fleeting moment, Raymond felt as though his heart had momentarily ceased to beat when he beheld the first activated persona, the demon slayer of the Kung Fu exorcism world. his heart remained utterly unperturbed, for the prowess of this entity could hardly be deemed remarkable. Although he was renowned alongside the Void Prince as one of the 3 foremost exorcists, his strength was evidently inferior, and his method of attack was excessively simplistic, lacking any semblance of uniqueness. There was no need to mention how he paled in comparison to the persona of Tao Bai Bai. Even when juxtaposed with the persona of Klo, he possessed little advantage. The sole aspect that shone brightly was his extensive experience as an exorcist, perhaps. In the event of encounters with supernatural occurrences, he might prove to be of some utility. Nevertheless, for the most part, he would likely be of little consequence, warranting no significant attention. Subsequently, the activation of the second persona, the Libiala from the culinary captive world, undoubtedly surpassed the first in terms of utility. To commence, setting aside other considerations, his culinary skills alone were exceptionally practical. Despite Libiala's status as a crime lord in the culinary captive world, his culinary prowess was indisputable. Otherwise, he would not have secured the 17th position on the culinary rankings. This was the culinary captive world. Even a chef ranked 100th could easily outshine the so-called top chefs of this realm, let alone Libiala, who ranked within the top 20. Setting aside his combat capabilities, Raymond felt he had struck gold simply based on his culinary talents. Upon encountering this persona, visions of frequently invoking it to satiate his own culinary cravings danced in his mind. Life is not merely about survival. One cannot perpetually dwell on leveling up. Moreover, Libiala was not merely a top-tier chef. He wielded remarkable knife skills and an array of unique effects. For instance, he could sever another's pain receptors in an instant or manipulate their internal hormones through his dexterity, among other extraordinary feats. All of these could serve a life-saving purpose. In summary, he was capable of both combat and rescue, yet his greatest mastery lay in the culinary arts. However, a single Libiala persona was far from sufficient to induce a momentary suspension of Raymond's heartbeat. After all, even the previous Akainu persona had not achieved this effect, and it was even less likely for Libiala to do so. The true cause of his heart's temporary halt was the activation of the third persona, the infamous Jacques. Chapter 67, Jacques Jean Constantine. This name, while not universally known, was certainly recognized by anyone of significance, and few would desire to engage with its bearer. For whether among his adversaries or allies, the outcomes were seldom favorable. This is a rather gentle way of stating the matter. Jacques earned his notorious title due to being an unequivocal scoundrel. Although he is classified within the heroic faction, many of his actions are far more malevolent than those of villains. Integrity is a concept that is utterly foreign to him. Indulgences such as drinking, gambling, and other vices are mere trifles to him. Basic maneuvers, if you will. Were it simply this, his infamy would not be so pronounced. What truly subjects him to relentless scorn is his utter disregard for moral boundaries. He perceives neither the right nor wrong as defined by the majority, adhering instead to a personal logic that appears riddled with contradictions to outsiders. For instance, when his friends find themselves in dire straits, he invariably steps in to assist, even if the situation poses a threat to his own life. Yet, in navigating these predicaments, he does not hesitate to betray a teammate if it serves his purpose. Consequently, even if the trouble is resolved, the outcome for the friend he aided might not be an improvement, and could indeed be far worse. Under such circumstances, few would wish to engage deeply with him. Even his friends often maintain a prudent distance, for he indiscriminately betrays allies and foes alike, leaving a trail of victims in his wake. Even the celestial realms of heaven and hell have seen their prominent figures ensnared by his machinations, their hatred for him palpable at the mere mention of his name. Yet, this loathsome figure, who has duped both the divine and the damned, continues to roam freely through the world, a phenomenon not without its reasons. As a mage, his status is not inferior to that of the illustrious Doctor Strange in the Marvel Universe. Though he may appear unimpressive in everyday life, easily outmatched even by street thugs, he boasts a history of formidable achievements. Archimedes once proclaimed that given a fulcrum, he could lift the world. In the context of this character, it translates to the fact that, given sufficient preparation time, he could outmaneuver any adversary, be they angel or demon. When it comes to accomplishments in battle, he stands as an equal to Doctor Strange. Viewed from this perspective, one could assert that he ranks among the most powerful mages in existence, for few can rival his record. This is why Raymond experienced a momentary halt in his heartbeat upon witnessing the bronze figure, Kaji, activate the powers of this character. When measured against the pinnacle of his achievements, even other bronze-level avatars pale in comparison. Figures such as Tosaka and Akainu, both silver-level avatars, seem trivial beside him. Yet, in terms of his everyday capabilities, a mere bronze-level avatar could easily overpower him. In summary, he embodies a colossal contradiction. Both his manner of conduct and his personal prowess are replete with contradictions. Yet, regardless of the perspective one holds, Jia Kong remains Jia Kong. Whether one admires him or despises him, his capabilities are undeniable. Should Raymond find himself facing an adversary he cannot possibly contend with, one so formidable that even switching to the silver-tier personalities of Tao Bai Bai and Akainu would result in his swift demise, then the introduction of Jia Kong into the fray might yield a dramatically different outcome. Within the realm of near equals, Captain America and Kakashi are hardly worthy of even carrying his shoes. It is precisely for this reason that Raymond struggles to comprehend why the system categorizes Jia Kong as a bronze-tier persona. In his estimation, Jia Kong should rightly be classified as a gold tier. Is it possible that the system assesses such characters with fluctuating strengths based solely on their lowest points? After some contemplation, this seems to be the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, Jia Kang's situation should categorically exclude him from the bronze tier. Thus, is it fair to say that I have stumbled upon a hidden treasure? Observing the additional Jia Kong persona in the profile, Raymond felt a surge of joy surpassing his surprise. Although this time, unlike the previous instance where he activated a silver-tier personality from a bronze-tier card, Jia Kong's uniqueness defies simple categorization by tier. His true strength lies not in sorcery, but in his cunning and strategy. Through recent observations, Raymond noted that the intellect of the Klo persona primarily manifests in trivial cleverness, lacking the profound wisdom necessary for strategic foresight. In simpler terms, he lacks a comprehensive perspective. When tasked with resolving minor complications, he might propose alternative and effective solutions, such as infiltrating the Hellfire Club to address its issues. However, such cleverness is ultimately limited and may not always represent the best course of action. Conversely, the Jia Kong persona stands in stark contrast to Klo. His emergence adequately fills this strategic void. Nevertheless, Raymond harbors considerable reservations regarding the Jia Kong persona as well. Just as he is uncertain of his ability to manage the Akainu persona, he feels similarly about Jia Kong. Should trouble arise that necessitates Jia Kong's intervention, Raymond must ascertain in advance whether any loved ones may become entangled in the ensuing chaos. A moment's negligence could lead to catastrophic consequences. Another troublesome individual, Raymond mused, rubbing his temples in mild frustration. Not far from the Sanka Wing building, in a Thai restaurant, Colonel Strick sat alone in a private dining room, seemingly awaiting someone. Shortly thereafter, a Latin man clad in a suit and adorned with silver-framed glasses entered and seated himself opposite Colonel Strick, pouring himself a glass of wine. His name was Sitwell, a level 6 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, more importantly, he is also one of the Hydra agents embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. Did you suffer a setback with Director Fury? Agent Sitwell inquired with a smile, observing Colonel Strucker, who was struggling with his meal. Are you here to mock me? Colonel Strucker coldly set down his utensils and glared at him. You are far too sensitive, Colonel. We are allies. Agent Sitwell continued to chuckle. Humph. Colonel Strucker scoffed, appearing somewhat displeased. Yet it did not prevent him from retrieving a folder from behind him and tossing it across the table to Agent Sitwell. Chapter 68. Thanksgiving Gathering, what is this? Agent Sitwell asked as he caught the folder. It contains investigative reports regarding the recent incident. With this, I believe your resources should be sufficient to identify which agents were involved, Colonel Strucker remarked, resuming his meal with his utensils. It would be preferable if you could provide me with a direct answer. However, if that is inconvenient, at the very least, I expect a list, and I shall find a way to proceed from there. Locating individuals is not difficult, but are you certain you wish to pursue this? Agent Sitwell's tone turned slightly grave. If Fury discovers that you dare to act against A.S.H.I.E.L.D. operative, he will not spare a thought for who stands behind you. You must consider this carefully. What of it? When the time comes, we can easily find a scapegoat. For such a trivial matter, does he dare to confront the military? Colonel Strucker replied dismissively. You do not understand him. Agent Sitwell shook his head. I believe you are the ones who are terrified of him. Colonel Strucker scoffed. Observing Strucker's arrogance, Agent Sitwell grew weary of further debate. As the saying goes, there is no point in prolonging a conversation that bears no fruit. He stood up, folder in hand, and said, I will send someone to deliver the list once I have it. I have matters to attend to, so you need not see me off. Without waiting for Colonel Strucker's response, he turned and departed, leaving behind a full glass of red wine untouched on the table. Watching him leave, Colonel Strucker chuckled coldly, showing no intention of retaining him, and leisurely resumed his meal. Over half an hour later, Agent Sitwell appeared in Alexander Pierce's office. This is roughly the situation. After reporting his encounter with Colonel Strucker, Agent Sitwell asked, So, shall we continue our collaboration with him? Why not? Pierce patted his shoulder and smiled. Strucker's arrogance is destined to lead to a conflict with Fury. At that time, with a little guidance from us, Even if we cannot completely displace Fury from his position, we can ensure he is too preoccupied to attend to other matters. Is that not advantageous? But I worry he may expose us prematurely. Agent Sitwell frowned. Do not concern yourself. A mere Strucker cannot unravel our plans. Pierce smiled reassuringly, noting that this matter also involved the Tahitian project, which could resurrect the dead. Strick's continued investigation might indeed prove beneficial, so let us allow him to take the lead. By the way, how are the arrangements at the Academy progressing? Pierce inquired. Lord Garrett has already made the necessary preparations, but I have not had the opportunity to grasp the specifics, Agent Sitwell replied after a moment's contemplation. Was it Garrett himself who orchestrated this? That should pose no significant issues. An outsider could never escape his grasp. Pierce nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to press further. Although he was nominally John Garrett's superior, within Hydra they were equals, each with their designated roles. He had no authority to interfere in Garrett's affairs, and deemed it inappropriate to inquire further. Claire, are you certain your brother is agreeable to our visiting your home? Under the moonlight, Lorna asked Clarice, her voice tinged with apprehension. She held a certain trepidation towards Clarice's enigmatic brother. A sentiment she sensed was shared by both John and Sonia. Despite her previous bravado in confronting Raymond, it was merely a facade. After all, she was still a mere girl of 15 or 16. In her relatively unvaried life experiences, the most formidable and fearsome entity had always been the Sentinels, who relentlessly pursued mutants. Upon learning that Raymond was affiliated with an organization far more formidable than the Sentinels, an inevitable fear began to take root within her. This trepidation only deepened after hearing from Sonia about Raymond's brutal massacre of over 30 mercenaries. When Clarice extended the invitation for the three of them to join her family for a Thanksgiving dinner, they could not refuse. Yet, the thought of Raymond inevitably stirred anxiety within them. Do not worry. I have already spoken with my brother, and he has consented. There will be no issues, Clarice assured them nonchalantly. Unlike her friends, Clarice had witnessed Raymond's bloody exploits firsthand. Nevertheless, he remained her brother, and he had acted to protect her, which brought her some solace. After the initial shock, she quickly acclimated to the reality of his actions. They had reached an understanding. Raymond would refrain from informing the Fong family about her mutation, and she would feign ignorance regarding his formidable capabilities. This Thanksgiving gathering held particular significance for their family, as it marked Raymond's safe return. In celebration, the Fong couple decided to make the occasion lively, inviting relatives from Roland's side of the family, while also encouraging Raymond and Clarice to bring their friends along. Clarice's first instinct was to invite Lorna, John, and Sonia, for she understood that her friends had long been deprived of the warmth of a familial gathering. Some of them were cast out by their families, while others fled their homes to avoid burdening their loved ones. On this special day of Thanksgiving, which typically signifies family reunions, Clarice yearned to share her warmth with her companions. Naturally, she pondered whether Raymond would mind the presence of her friends. Thus, she had inquired in advance, to which Raymond had nonchalantly replied that it was of no concern. Had it been otherwise, she would not have dared to bring her friends home without his approval. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and it was Clarice's mother, Roland, who answered. Hello, ladies, she greeted warmly upon seeing the three. And to you as well, they responded, albeit a bit awkwardly. You all are welcome, Roland said with a beaming smile. Turning to Clarice, Clee, aren't you going to introduce me to your new friends? Realizing her oversight, Clarice hurriedly introduced the trio. Once Roland recognized who they were, she didn't linger, merely smiling at Clarice. Your brother and his friends have also arrived. They are chatting in the backyard. I'll leave you young ones to your conversation while I prepare dinner. All right, Clarice nodded, leading her three companions toward the backyard. Upon their arrival, they indeed found Raymond engaged in casual conversation with a few others, though his companions were facing away, leaving their appearances obscured. They could only discern the imposing silhouette of one individual, who exuded an overwhelming presence even while seated. You've arrived. Come, take a seat, Raymond beckoned upon spotting them. The trio turned to look, but upon doing so, their expressions shifted dramatically, for among those present was a familiar face. This acquaintance was none other than the mysterious white-collar man from the Hellfire Club, who had previously trailed Clarice. Though they did not know his name, Carl, it did nothing to diminish their apprehension towards him. Why was he here? Not only did Lorna and the others find it perplexing, but even Clarice, half-host though she was, could not fathom why the very individual who had caused them trouble before would appear in her home. Now seemingly a guest of her brother, sharing laughter with him. Among them, John's reaction was the most intense. He instinctively began to search for anything that could serve as a weapon. Unlike Lorna and Clarice, John had experienced betrayal more than once and had witnessed too many mutants betrayed by those closest to them. His experiences taught him never to underestimate the treacherous nature of the human heart. Even if Raymond had not betrayed his sister Clarice, it was still quite plausible that he would consider the other three as bargaining chips in his dealings with her. After all, they were not related to Raymond, and it would be no surprise if he chose to betray them. John's reaction was readily perceived by Raymond, along with Red Tank and Carl, who had been invited but had yet to leave Richmond. Among the three, only Carl had met Clarice. However, during their earlier conversation, they had discussed past events, allowing Red Tank and Ling Dai to deduce that these youngsters were indeed Raymond's sister and her companions. Can you not think at all? If I truly intended to capture you, why would I invite you to my home? Raymond chuckled, shaking his head. Come, take a seat. He gestured towards the vacant patch of grass nearby. Due to the number of people present, they had not bothered to bring chairs, choosing instead to sit directly on the lawn. At that moment, there was ample space on the grass, enough to accommodate 10 more without feeling cramped. Upon hearing Raymond's words, John and the others shook off their initial shock, realizing the truth in his statement. If Raymond truly intended to collaborate with the Hellfire Club against them, he would not need to summon them to his home. He could simply follow Clarice to locate them. With this understanding, they hesitantly found a spot to sit down. Brother, what is this? As soon as they sat, Clarice could not help but ask. She was perplexed as to why Raymond would associate with the very individual who had attempted to capture her previously, and even invite him to his home for a Thanksgiving gathering. While she did not believe Raymond would harm her, she could not fathom the reasoning behind it. Before Raymond could respond, Carl interjected with a smile. The previous incident was a misunderstanding. I had no idea Miss Clarice was the sister of Dr. Raymond. Had I known, I would never have dared to intrude. My sincerest apologies. Raymond then smiled slightly, adding, Carl and I are old friends. This was indeed a misunderstanding. I was unaware he would come to Richmond to seek you out. He harbors no ill intent. He merely wished to invite you to join the Hellfire Club. Had I been present last time, you would not have been in any danger. Upon hearing this, Clarice nodded, somewhat bewildered but not doubtful, as she had always believed that Raymond would not harm her. Furthermore, this was a script that Raymond had orchestrated with Carl beforehand to put Clarice at ease, and logically, there was no significant issue with it. Suddenly, as Raymond was explaining to Clarice that the previous incident was merely a misunderstanding, Sonia, who had just taken a seat, suddenly clutched her head and let out a muffled groan. This unexpected reaction caused John to leap to his feet, rushing to support Sonia as he inquired with concern. What is the matter, my dear? Little girl, has no one taught you not to pry into the thoughts of others? At that moment, Ling Dai chuckled softly, her gaze fixed on Sonia, who was clutching her head. It's you. John glared at Ling Dai with anger. Ling Dai had willingly stepped forward to take the blame. It was puzzling if John remained oblivious to the situation. Lorna and Clarice quickly followed suit, casting hostile glances towards Ling Dai, particularly Lorna, who raised her hand to reveal several nails inexplicably floating in the air before Ling Dai, merely a meter away, seemingly poised to threaten her at any moment. However, Ling Dai displayed no signs of tension or fear in response to this display. Instead, she looked at Lorna with keen interest. What a familiar scene this is. Remarkably reminiscent of your father in his youth. My father? Lorna was momentarily taken aback by Ling Dai's words, instinctively believing that Ling Dai was speaking nonsense. After all, her father was not a mutant. How could she possibly resemble him in his younger days? But before she could voice her rebuttal, a sudden tremor coursed through her heart. She recalled that, like Clarice, she too was adopted. This was also the reason why her bond with Clarice was so strong. As if they had known each other for ages, their life paths were strikingly similar. Both were adopted and both were mutants. The only difference lay in the fact that she had awakened her abilities earlier and, fearing the burden it would place on her adoptive parents, chose to leave home to forge her own path, while Clarice was only just beginning to awaken her powers. Regardless, she was indeed adopted. The unfamiliar woman before her had suddenly claimed that she bore a remarkable resemblance to her father in his youth. Initially, Lorna intended to retort, but as she reflected on her own experiences, she hesitated. However, considering the ambiguous allegiance of the unfamiliar woman before her, she refrained from immediately believing her words and instead stubbornly retorted, Do not utter such nonsense. My father possesses no powers whatsoever. Perhaps you are unaware of your own lineage? Ling Dai's smile widened, as if she had stumbled upon a new discovery, and she turned her head to glance at Red Tank, asking, Surely you have not heard that he has a daughter? Don't look at me. I know nothing, Red Tank replied, gazing into the distance noncommittally. Upon witnessing Red Tank's reaction, Ling Dai's smile grew even brighter. A love child, is it? TSK, I never would have guessed. What exactly have you done to Sonia? Ling Dai spoke in a cloud of ambiguity, which only served to infuriate John, who was already concerned about Sonia's condition. Faced with John's wrath, Ling Dai merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction before dismissing him entirely, showing no intention of responding. This scene only intensified John's fury, and he appeared ready to act violently. John, don't be impulsive. I am fine. It is my fault, Sonia interjected, having regained some composure as she hurriedly restrained him, signaling him to refrain from rash actions. Chapter 70. The astonishing Lorna. In an effort to prevent the situation from escalating further, Sonia quickly began to explain to John in hushed tones, allowing him to understand the earlier events. It transpired that after sitting down, Sonia had instinctively attempted to utilize her abilities to sense whether the trio from the red tank bore any ill intentions towards them. Unbeknownst to her, she encountered Lingdai, a mutant with similar psychic abilities, and it was evident that Lingdai's powers far surpassed her own. Not only did Lingdai detect Sonia's probing, but she also imparted a minor lesson. Sonia's sudden agony and her clutching her head were the results of a backlash from Lingdai's counterattack. Upon hearing Sonia's explanation, John realized that she was indeed in the wrong, as her reckless use of psychic abilities on others could be deemed an offense. Although no formal law prohibits the indiscriminate application of such powers, an unspoken understanding has long prevailed within the mutant community. For instance, employing psychic abilities on someone without their consent is essentially tantamount to declaring war, leaving little room for discussion. Lingdai had not turned hostile due to Sonia's unreasonable actions. Rather, she had shown restraint by merely teaching her a small lesson. In light of this, John's earlier reaction appeared somewhat absurd. Sonia's actions were certainly not intended to offend. I apologize on her behalf, John admitted, feeling a touch embarrassed as the realization of his blunder dawned on him. Let it go, it's in the past. Lingdai replied with a casual wave of her hand, casting a dispassionate glance at him. However, had we not been at Dr. Raymond's residence, your manner of addressing me would have warranted your demise long ago. Turning her attention to Lorna, Lingdai continued with a hint of amusement. And you, young lady, should you wish to strike again in the future, either ensure it's a lethal blow or refrain from adopting a threatening posture. Such actions, aside from inviting retaliation, serve no purpose. Before her words could fully settle, several nails before Lingdai were suddenly enveloped in a semi-transparent violet light, which tugged at the nails, propelling them directly towards Lorna. In that moment, Lorna was astounded to discover that she was utterly powerless to halt the violet light's grip on the nails, leaving her to brace for their imminent approach. She was undoubtedly aware of the implications. If the unfamiliar woman before her had harbored any malice, she could have effortlessly turned the tables in an instant, leaving her utterly defenseless. All right, let's not frighten her, Raymond chuckled, shaking his head lightly. Upon hearing this, Lingdai smiled and dissipated the violet light, allowing the few nails to clatter to the ground. Yet Lorna remained ensnared in an overwhelming sense of helplessness, unable to regain her composure. John, witnessing this scene, felt a shock that mirrored Lorna's dismay. Although Lingdai had not truly unleashed her wrath upon them, the brief encounter had revealed glimpses of her formidable prowess. She had effortlessly subdued Lorna, rendering her utterly incapable of retaliation, and possessed a mental acuity that surpassed even Sonia's. Such terrifying power. John had encountered many mutants, yet none he had seen possessed Lingdai's caliber. If she bore any ill will towards them, she could single-handedly dispatch them all with ease, not to mention the imposing presence of Carl, who left him and Lorna feeling utterly powerless, alongside the intimidating figure of the red tank, whose abilities remained a mystery. Though John did not know the red tank, he believed that one who associated with Carl and Lingdai could not possibly be ineffectual. It was only then that he truly accepted that these individuals posed no threat to them. Now that we've exchanged pleasantries, shall we sit comfortably? Raymond offered a way out. After witnessing Lingdai's capabilities, John and the others dared not voice any objections. Even Lorna, who had just regained her senses, obediently took her seat, no longer daring to misbehave. Seeing that the youngsters had settled down, Raymond smiled, not overly concerned. He then took on the role of host, facilitating introductions among them. With Raymond's steady presence and Carl's seasoned mediation, the atmosphere quickly became congenial. Clarice and Lorna soon grew quite familiar with Lingdai. However, this warmth did not stem from Lingdai's approachability. Those like Carl, who knew her well, understood that the Dark Queen typically regarded others with disdain. Even within the Hellfire Club, few could lower themselves in her presence. This was partly due to her elevated status and formidable strength within the club, and partly because her background endowed her with the right to such pride. The reason she lowered her regal demeanor in front of Clarice and Lorna was that, in some respects, these two young ladies were akin to her. Lorna's abilities, coupled with her familiar air of aloofness, made it difficult for Lingdai not to associate her with the notorious mutant crime lord. Lingdai's true age far surpassed her youthful appearance. She was well acquainted with Magneto, having crossed paths with him numerous times. Moreover, there existed a mutual ally between them, the Red Tank, who had close ties with both parties. If Lorna were indeed Magneto's daughter, Lingdai would refrain from unduly troubling her, if only out of respect for Raymond. As for Clarice, her situation was even more secure. Raymond was now one of their own, a formidable force with an enigmatic nature. Who would dare to cause trouble for Clarice, knowing she had such a brother? For Clarice, having Raymond as her brother constituted her greatest asset. In essence, both Clarice and Lorna belonged to a privileged class under protective guardianship. Lingdai recognized her own reflection in them. Thus she shed her pretenses. However, when it came to the couple, John and Sonia, she maintained a more distant demeanor, never once granting them her full attention. It was not merely her. Carl exhibited a similar attitude, albeit with a modicum of decorum. Yet John was no fool. He quickly discerned the atmosphere, his expression becoming noticeably strained. Sonia, perceptive as always, grasped his hand and inquired with her eyes if he was all right. But the deeply troubled John had no desire to respond. John's unusual reaction did not go unnoticed by the others, save for the Navi, Clarice, and Lorna. Raymond, naturally, was no exception, yet he chose to remain indifferent. Frankly, John's thoughts were of no concern to him. At that moment, the red tank suddenly rose, signaling Raymond with a slight nod. Care to take a walk with me? Raymond, having sensed that the red tank wished to discuss something privately, accepted without hesitation. Chapter 71. Accompanied by a host of elders. Is what you mentioned to me earlier about your patient true? The red tank inquired once they had stepped aside. Of course it's true. There would be no purpose in deceiving you about such matters, would there? Raymond replied with a shrug. Yet, I have never heard of him having a child, the red tank remarked, a frown creasing his brow. That is because he himself remains unaware of his son, Raymond chuckled, gesturing towards Lorna, just as Magneto is oblivious to having such a daughter. The red tank cast a glance at Lorna, his expression contemplative. Where is that child now? Still in the hospital? He asked again. I'm not certain, Raymond replied. Wait a moment, you aren't considering using him to leverage against the professor, are you? The red tank denied, stating, between him and me, there will inevitably be a resolution, but I have yet to stoop to the level of using children as leverage. What I desire is to personally dismantle everything he has built, compelling him to kneel before me and repent. At this juncture, a fleeting glimmer of crimson flickered in the depths of the red tank's eyes. Raymond shook his head, replying, I am unclear about the grievances between you that weigh so heavily upon you, but I personally advise against involving David in this matter. Oh. The red tank discerned an underlying implication in Raymond's words. The potential residing within David was formidable. Raymond merely hinted at it, leaving the statement hanging. Formidable? The red tank was momentarily taken aback by Raymond's choice of words. Instinctively, he felt this was an exaggeration. Yet, upon reflection, how terrifying could David's potential truly be? If a level for mutant like Raymond deemed it so? Raymond seemed to sense the red tank's intent to inquire further and preemptively cut off the conversation, saying, Do not ask me about other matters. I am unaware. All I can tell you is to refrain from provoking him. I understand. The red tank replied with a slight nod. However, Raymond observed him and felt that he had not fully absorbed the warning. He is lying. Suddenly a raspy voice echoed in Raymond's mind. This hoarse voice was familiar to him, belonging to the subpersonality of Jia Kong, one of the 3 recently activated bronze-level subpersonalities. With the emergence of development points, the system had activated several new functions, including the ability to communicate with subpersonalities in his mind outside of switching periods. Additionally, he could choose to share his senses with them, which he could also cease at any time. The system did not assign a name to this function, but Raymond dubbed it the Carry a Group of Elders feature. Upon discovering this new feature, which they considered a boon, the subpersonalities immediately engaged Raymond in discussions, fervently requesting that he frequently enable sensory sharing. Even the subpersonality known as a Kainu, whom Raymond found most challenging, expressed willingness to cooperate. As long as Raymond was willing to regularly activate sensory sharing, he assured Raymond that he would obey his commands within the bounds of his principles, avoiding any failures at critical moments. In response to the subpersonality's requests, Raymond did not impose overly strict conditions. They reached an agreement that he would enable sensory sharing as long as it did not infringe upon privacy or involve matters he deemed inappropriate. He did not consider their requests unreasonable. One cannot expect a horse to run without providing it with fodder. Even with absolute control over the switching process, he could not guarantee that these subpersonalities would not engage in deceitful behavior. Thus, offering them a taste of reward would surely yield better results. Thus, during the recent exchange between Raymond and the Red Tank, his subpersonalities were all keenly observing the interaction. You noticed it too, didn't you? Raymond pondered inwardly. It's so obvious that it would be quite difficult not to see it, said the subpersonality Crow, with a teasing tone in his mind. If I'm not mistaken, while he wanted to use David as a hostage, he is quite likely to exploit him against his father, inciting a conflict between father and son? How thrilling! Chuckled the subpersonality Libera. Why resort to familial ties? How dull, sighed the subpersonality Deathshot. What are you all talking about? Inquired the subpersonality Exorcist, utterly perplexed. As a true simpleton, he gleaned no useful information from the earlier scene, merely enjoying the exchange between Raymond and the red tank. Humph. A person who resorts to such petty tricks will never achieve greatness, snorted the subpersonality Akainu, his tone laced with disdain. Upon hearing Akainu speak, the others immediately fell silent. Though they were all subpersonalities, they understood there was a hierarchy amongst them, recognizing Akainu as a formidable presence, superior to them. Granting respect to the strong is a universal principle across various realms. Thus, they refrained from retorting. The only subpersonality of the bronze level, the lazy Jacong, was too disinterested to counter at that moment. Ultimately, it was the subpersonality Taobai who stepped forward, directly mocking, "What great achievement are you aiming for? Life should be lived with vigor. What do you know, you brute? Do you seek death, you effeminate fool?" Akainu replied in a low voice. "Who are you calling effeminate?" Taobai retorted furiously. "A real man wouldn't sport a braid. If you're not effeminate, then who is?" Akainu sneered. Since these subpersonalities could perceive each other's true forms in Raymond's mind, Akainu was well aware of Taobai's appearance. "I must respectfully disagree with you, my dear brother." The subpersonality exorcist interjected, speaking in a thick Shandong dialect, as he too wore a braid. Akainu's broadside inadvertently included him in the attack. "Be quiet." But as soon as he began to speak, both Akainu and Taobai admonished him in unison. "All right, enough squabbling. You all go take a break," Raymond declared, his head aching from their noise, and he promptly activated a sensory block, severing their communication and shared perception. Once disconnected, the world fell silent again. At that moment, Raymond's maternal grandfather's family and his uncle's family had also arrived. His mother, Roland, called out to him through the kitchen window, signaling him to come to the living room, presumably to assist in receiving his grandfather and uncle's families. He could only apologize to the red tank before making his way alone towards the living room. Chapter 72. Family much like the Raymond family. Grandpa Aiden also had two children. One was undoubtedly Raymond's mother, Roland, while the other was Roland's brother, Raymond's uncle, Mitchell Aiden. Grandpa Aiden ran a clothing company, which, though not particularly large in scale, was sufficient to establish him among the wealthy elite in Richmond. In other words, Mother Roland was indeed a bona fide second-generation affluent individual. This was one of the reasons why Grandpa Aiden initially opposed his daughter's marriage to Raymond's father. The notion of social matching has never been exclusive to the Chinese. At that time, Fang Yamo was merely an inconspicuous police officer from an ordinary immigrant family, and when compared to Roland's family, he was indeed reaching beyond his grasp. It was only after Raymond's birth that Grandpa Aiden finally accepted Fang Yamo as his son-in-law, particularly after Raymond became a renowned psychologist across North America. Fang Yamo finally felt a sense of pride, able to stand tall before his father-in-law. The reason was simple. Although Raymond's wealth may not surpass that of Grandpa Aiden, one was a nationally recognized psychological expert, while the other was a small-town businessman. Their social statuses were evidently disparate. Moreover, as a young scholar of Raymond's caliber, should he accumulate even greater fame in the future, numerous investors would be eager to support his entrepreneurial endeavors. At that point, his wealth could potentially eclipse that of Grandpa Aiden. Grandpa Aiden certainly understood this, as he often boasted about his grandson Raymond while drinking with old friends, showcasing his pride in Raymond. Fang Yamo also enjoyed a rise in status due to his son's accomplishments, elevating his standing in Grandpa Aiden's eyes. As for Raymond's uncle Mitchell, he initially followed the same path as his mother Roland, graduating from law school and working in the legal profession. However, when his career did not flourish as expected, Grandpa Aiden brought him into the family business, intending to groom him as his successor. As Mitchell gradually adapted to his role, the now 70-something Grandpa Aiden could finally step back with peace of mind, only occasionally handling significant decisions while spending the rest of his time enjoying retirement, fishing, and playing golf with old friends. Upon entering the living room, Raymond saw his grandfather Aiden and grandmother, along with his uncle Mitchell and his wife, as well as his two younger cousins. Like Grandpa Aiden and Mother Roland, Uncle Mitchell also had two children, but they were both daughters. The elder, named Haley, had just graduated from university and was looking for work, while the younger, named Alex, was of similar age to Clarice and was still in high school. "Cousin Raymond, it's been so long." Upon seeing Raymond, Alex rushed towards him and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Having fully assimilated the memories of his predecessor regarding family, Raymond found no surprise in his little cousin Alex's actions, as she had always regarded him as an idol. His elder cousin Haley, one of the few underachievers in the family, had little interest in academics, whereas young Alex, much like Clarice, was an academic high achiever, striving to match the achievements of Raymond from years past. Both of them had consistently viewed Raymond as a benchmark to aspire to. However, it was evident that Alex harbored a hint of jealousy towards Clarice for having such a brother as Raymond. having complained more than once about wishing to swap Raymond for Haley, her underperforming sister. Indeed, it had been quite a while since they last met, and the little girl had grown taller. "Raymond, my cousin, are you leaving again after this visit?" Alex inquired curiously. "I will be working in Washington for the foreseeable future, so feel free to come and visit me anytime," Raymond replied with a smile. "I must say, Raymond, you certainly know how to invite trouble with those words. That girl will undoubtedly pester you often," Uncle Mitchell chuckled, shaking his head. "Let her come. Washington is not far, and it would be good for Alex to learn from Raymond, so she doesn't end up like some girls without ambition," Grandfather Old Aiden added with a grin. "Grandpa, here you go again." Haley rolled her eyes. As the only underachiever in the family, she often faced discrimination and was used as a negative example. "By the way, where's Clarice?" Alex suddenly began to look around. "She is chatting with a few friends in the backyard. You can go find her." Raymond gestured towards the back. "Then I shall go take a look." With that, she darted towards the backyard, not paying much heed to Alex's departure. Raymond felt assured that neither Clarice's friends nor Ling Dai and Carl would pose any issues that Alex could uncover. "I'll go take a look as well." Haley decided to follow Alex to the backyard. "Lisa and I will assist Roland. You gentlemen can converse freely without us." Grandma and Aunt Lisa then excused themselves, leaving the living room to the four males of the family. "Would anyone care for a drink?" inquired the taciturn Fong Mo, addressing his father-in-law and brother-in-law. "Young Raymond, will you partake?" Grandfather Old Aiden looked towards Raymond. "If grandfather wishes to drink, I shall certainly join," Raymond responded with a smile. "Excellent. Then let us indulge a bit today," Old Aiden exclaimed, slapping his thigh with laughter. "As for drinks, I have a few friends over there. Let me see if they wish to join," Raymond said as he made his way towards the backyard. Upon his return, he was accompanied by Hong Tank and Carl. Initially, Raymond had intended to invite John as well, but John politely declined, and Raymond saw no reason to press the matter. Before long, through Raymond's introductions, both parties became acquainted with one another. "This is my business card. If you two ever wish to collaborate in the apparel industry, feel free to reach out to me." Halfway through our drinks, Uncle Mitchell succumbed to his professional habit and handed out his business card. Raymond intended to intervene, but to his surprise, Carl adeptly accepted the card and returned a card of his own to Mitchell, saying, "The apparel industry? No problem. I have several companies under my purview that are involved in that sector. There will surely be opportunities for collaboration in the future." Upon receiving the card, Mitchell glanced at the title printed upon it and instinctively murmured, "Chairman of the Weldon Group." Initially, he spoke softly, but it was as if a sudden realization struck him, causing his voice to rise incredulously as he repeated the name. Afterward, he recognized his own lack of composure and quickly offered an apology. Old Aiden had intended to admonish him, but before he could utter a word, he too seemed to have a revelation. He turned to Mitchell and inquired, "Which Weldon Group?" "The one you are thinking of, Dad," Mitchell replied, his throat constricting, betraying a sense of unease. Upon hearing his son's response, Old Aiden momentarily lost his focus. When he regained his composure, the two exchanged glances, each reflecting the astonishment that lingered in their eyes, leaving them momentarily speechless. Chapter 73, Still Poor Ahem. "Am I the only one unaware of what the Weldon Group is?" Raymond coughed lightly. The taciturn old Father Fong also raised his hand, indicating his complete ignorance of the subject at hand. However, Red Tank appeared to be well informed about the Weldon Group and showed no surprise at the reactions of Old Aiden and his son. He simply took another sip of his drink. At this moment, Uncle Mitchell took on the role of an informant. The Weldon Group is one of the top 10 publicly traded companies based in Virginia. Its subsidiaries span multiple industries, including apparel, dining, and tourism. Notable brands under its umbrella include the locally renowned Polk Menswear and the South D's Fried Chicken chain. As Mitchell spoke, he still felt an air of disbelief. If the Carl before them truly was the chairman of the Weldon Group, even with a relatively low shareholding percentage, his wealth would undoubtedly be in the tens of billions of dollars. The total value of Old Aiden's apparel company would not even amount to 1% of that fortune. Individuals of such financial stature were rarely encountered by Old Aiden and his son, even during communal gatherings or events. It was virtually impossible for them to forge deeper connections, let alone have the other party visit their home. They belonged to entirely different social strata, much like Old Aiden's friends, who were predominantly small business owners in retirement, with few belonging to the salaried working class. Suddenly, a prominent figure from a publicly listed conglomerate arrived at their home, presenting himself as a friend of the family's younger generation. It was no wonder that Mitchell felt a sense of unreality about the entire situation. With his discerning eye, he could easily perceive that Mr. Carl, who was seemingly a high-ranking member of the Weldon Group, exhibited an extraordinary level of respect towards Raymond and the imposing man named Kane. Despite not overtly trying to ingratiate himself, he consistently positioned himself humbly. This demeanor could not simply be attributed to modesty. Did a billionaire from a publicly traded company truly need to behave in such a manner? Although Raymond's nephew had garnered some recognition in academia and was a respected psychologist, it seemed implausible that he warranted such deference from a corporate titan. Mitchell could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Old Aiden, possessing an even sharper intuition than his son, had already discerned that Carl was adopting an unusually low posture towards Raymond. Initially, he assumed that Carl was either Raymond's subordinate or a sycophantic acquaintance trying to curry favor. He never anticipated that Carl was the head of the Weldon Group. To be frank, both father and son harbored doubts about whether Carl was a charlatan, as Raymond's reaction clearly indicated he was unaware of Carl's significant status within the Weldon Group, suggesting their familiarity was rather limited. In such circumstances, if Carl were indeed the head of the conglomerate, they could not fathom why he would need to adopt such a humble demeanor. However, Aiden and Mitchell's skepticism stemmed from their ignorance of Carl's other identity as a core member of the Hellfire Club, known as the Black Knight. Raymond, well aware of Carl's true background, certainly did not perceive him as being disingenuous. Nevertheless, it would be disingenuous to claim he was entirely unfazed by the revelation of Carl's status as a corporate leader. After hearing his Uncle Mitchell's introduction, Raymond gazed at Carl in astonishment, exclaiming, "You're actually this wealthy? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" "You never asked," Carl shrugged, nonchalantly smiling. "Besides, compared to Miss Beatrice, I wouldn't dare call myself wealthy. If you're looking for a target for your envy, you've picked the wrong person. Beatrice is wealthier than you?" Raymond said, glancing towards the backyard, incredulous. "There's simply no comparison," Carl replied, shaking his head. At this point, Raymond finally understood why the Hellfire Club was often referred to as the elite group of mutants. Just a relatively junior member like Carl possessed a fortune of at least several $billion and oversaw a substantial publicly listed company. Moreover, from his comments, it was evident that his wealth paled in comparison to that of the elusive butterfly, suggesting that she was undoubtedly one of those hidden super-rich individuals. In light of this situation, it appears that the core members of the Hellfire Club are predominantly affluent individuals, each possessing immense wealth comparable to nations. In the gold standard societies of Europe and America, wealth is often directly correlated with political influence, particularly outside of emerging industries. Unsurprisingly, the Hellfire Club, wielding such substantial riches, also exerts significant political power, which explains their enduring presence over the years. Raymond had previously considered himself to be quite wealthy, at least in comparison to his former life. Yet upon reflection, he realized he was still quite impoverished. As he lamented his financial status, old Aiden and Mitchell exchanged glances once more, both perceiving the skepticism in each other's eyes. The fact that a self-proclaimed chairman of the Weldon Group, Carl, had already raised their suspicions. And now it appeared that the female companion Raymond had invited was even wealthier, by several magnitudes, no less, was astonishing. How could this be? Such exaggeration seemed increasingly implausible. Had it not been for Carl's association with Raymond, they might have questioned his integrity outright. Under his father's subtle prompting, Mitchell patted Raymond on the shoulder, suggesting, "Raymond, come upstairs with me for a moment. I need to consult you about some personnel matters at the company." Raymond accepted without hesitation. In truth, he had noticed the shifting expressions of his grandfather and uncle, and he was confident that Hong Tank and Carl had also observed the same, albeit without much concern. As anticipated, once they reached the second floor, Uncle Mitchell leaned in and whispered, "What do you know about these friends of yours? Are you certain they are reliable? Their conversation raised some red flags for me." Mitchell's insinuations were clear. He was veering close to accusing them of being frauds. Raymond chuckled, "You're overthinking it. Have you forgotten my profession? It's not easy to deceive me." Mitchell paused, suddenly reminded that Raymond was a psychological expert. Indeed, even seasoned con artists would find it challenging to mislead him. However, doubt lingered in Mitchell's mind. Raymond continued with a reassuring smile. "While I wasn't initially aware that Carl was the chairman of the Weldon Group, his other identity is arguably of equal or greater significance. He has no reason to deceive me in this matter, so you needn't worry. Besides, if you're curious about the truth, a simple inquiry will suffice. With your connections, obtaining a photograph of the Weldon Group chairman should pose no difficulty." Impatient, Mitchell promptly retreated to another room to make a phone call. Chapter 74. John's anomaly. When Mitchell emerged from the room, he appeared dazed and disoriented. Because he recognized the photograph of the chairman of the Weldon Group, which he had obtained from a friend, it was unmistakably Carl himself, who resided downstairs. This revelation confirmed that Carl had been truthful all along, and it was he and his father who had overthought the situation. Mitchell, upon realizing this, felt a mix of embarrassment and unexpected joy. In a major publicly listed conglomerate like the Weldon Group, even a mere trickle of resources could substantially benefit old Aiden's clothing company. Since Carl was indeed the head of the Weldon Group and shared a close relationship with his nephew, It was only reasonable to expect that he would extend his support to their company, given the current unfavorable global economic climate, which posed significant challenges for smaller enterprises like theirs. Mitchell was pleasantly surprised to stumble upon such a fortuitous opportunity while visiting his sister for dinner. Raymond, do not forget to speak highly of us to your friends. Your mother's stake in the company is considerable, Mitchell urged, rallying Raymond to take action. I understand, Raymond replied, acquiescing to avoid further discussion from Mitchell. As for Carl, there was no need for him to elaborate on anything. Someone as astute as Carl would effortlessly cultivate goodwill without requiring special instructions. He was confident that upon returning, Carl would promptly make arrangements to support the clothing company founded by grandfather Aiden. Should I also consider ways to earn some money? Raymond suddenly pondered. He no longer felt the same insecurity he had upon arrival, especially with the presence of two formidable silver-tier alter egos, along with the unpredictable Zack's alter ego. He found himself in a position where he was more often the one avoiding conflict than instigating it. Anyone who dared to provoke him would be courting disaster. With his personal safety assured, perhaps it was time to pursue individual aspirations? What should he embark upon? After leaving Raymond's home, John wore a stern expression, as if someone owed him money. They had not allowed Clarice to see them off. The trio departed directly by car. What's wrong, Brother John? Lorna inquired, finally noticing John's unusual demeanor. I'm fine, John initially denied, but quickly added, from now on, keep your distance from Clarice's brother. There is something off about him and his associates. Off? What do you mean? I think both Brother Raymond and Sister Betsy are quite nice, Lorna responded, puzzled by John's insinuation. Following her brief interaction with Lingdai, she had formed a favorable impression of her, despite Lingdai not revealing the meaning behind her earlier remarks. Unbeknownst to her, Lingdai was actually older than her adoptive parents, though she appeared to be under 30. Moreover, it is not only Lingdai. She also holds a favorable impression of Raymond. Although his previous appearance was marked by an undeniable arrogance, Clarice, her close confidant, has persistently extolled the virtues of her brother Raymond, which has undoubtedly influenced her perceptions. Furthermore, this encounter with Raymond differs significantly from their last meeting. He has exhibited a greater politeness towards them. Aside from a slight aloofness, there seems to be no other fault. However, his cool demeanor poses no issue for her. Thus, she finds herself perplexed by John's sudden admonition to keep her distance from Raymond and Sonia. Sonia, who likely senses her boyfriend's underlying thoughts, speaks candidly in the absence of outsiders. Darling, from my observations, Clarice's brother and his friends do not seem to be targeting you specifically. This may simply be their usual demeanor. You don't find them problematic, do you? John, slightly impatient, interrupts Sonia with a somewhat harsh tone. So, are you implying that I am petty and deliberately maligning them behind their backs? I know that's not what you mean, Sonia replies softly. Then what are you suggesting? Do you think I lack capability and am inferior to them? John suddenly questions sharply. Indeed, one is a prominent figure in the Hellfire Club, while another is a high-ranking official in S.H.I.E.L.D. What am I, after all? Merely the leader of a disreputable organization. John, how can you speak to Sister Sonia like that? Lorna interjects, displeased. Am I not stating the truth? If you believe that associating with them brings you more fulfillment, then you should seek them out instead of enduring this with me. I cannot bear it. John, Sonia regards him with an expression akin to that of a stranger, her eyes filled with disappointment and shimmering with unshed tears. Faced with Sonia's gaze, John suddenly becomes aware of the weight of his previous words and hastily attempts to amend his statement. I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. Enough. Let me have some quiet. Sonia interrupts him, closing her eyes and turning away. Seeing that Sonia is genuinely upset, John feels a twinge of panic. Yet, out of pride, he hesitates to bow to Sonia in front of Lorna and chooses to remain silent. Observing John's demeanor, Lorna cannot help but compare him to Raymond. This comparison reveals a stark contrast. John pales in comparison to Raymond in both demeanor and problem-solving abilities. Having reached this conclusion, Lorna begins to question whether her decision to join the underground mutant organization was indeed the right choice. Meanwhile, the Red Tank trio, having departed from Raymond's residence, heads directly to the airport, as all three have booked flights departing Richmond that very evening. Once in the vehicle, Red Tank promptly addresses Carl. Upon your return, I need you to discreetly investigate a certain individual, utilizing your own resources. Who? Carl inquires. Dr. Raymond had previously mentioned his patient from the psychiatric hospital, who seemed to be named David Holler. Red Tank was unsure if he remembered correctly. Is that the name? Carl nodded, confirming. Are we investigating him? Indeed, came the reply. At this moment, Lingdai interjected with curiosity. Could it be that what Dr. Raymond said is true, that David is indeed your nephew? That should be the case. Red Tank replied with a slight nod. First, there was the illegitimate daughter of Eric, followed by Charles's illegitimate son. TSK, you men truly cannot control yourselves. Ling Dai remarked with a smirk. Neither Red Tank nor Carl retorted to Ling Dai's blunt observation, for her words held a certain truth. After all, male mutants are still men. Chapter 75. The sudden inspiration of Raymond. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, Raymond had already spent more than half a month at home. During this time, Director Lu Dan had called him several times, inquiring if he needed someone to provide covert protection, all of which Raymond had politely declined, and Director Lu Dan did not press the issue. He understood that Raymond was no longer the same as before. It was evident that Director Lu Dan must have already learned from Hill about Raymond's suspected mutation, especially given the rumors surrounding the wager incident with Leonid, the head of the Combat Academy. As the head of SHIELD, he could not possibly overlook such intelligence. Raymond's comprehensive defeat of Leonid, a veteran field agent, clearly indicated that he no longer required anyone's protection. One day, Raymond, who had initially planned to stay at home for a month, decided to return to Washington a bit earlier. His two female companions, one older and one younger, were resolutely against his premature departure. It was only after he assured them he would make time to return every week that they relented. Upon returning to Washington from Richmond, Raymond did not head directly to the academy, but instead visited the apartment of the original owner in Washington. One must admit, the original owner's taste was quite exquisite. The location and decor of the apartment were very much to Raymond's liking. Thus, after careful consideration, he decided to sell it. Sell it. Vincent, the dean of the Communications Academy, who had been summoned by Raymond for assistance, looked at him in disbelief. Just a moment ago, you were lamenting how wise your choice was. How can you suddenly decide to sell? Does that contradict anything? Raymond replied without looking back, as he was busy organizing his valuable belongings to take with him. Cut it out, my friend. I'm serious. Why on earth are you selling the apartment? Vincent asked, somewhat exasperated. Raymond paused his actions, turned around, and said, all right, since you're so curious, I'll be frank. I plan to open a comprehensive detective agency, and I'm a bit short on funds, so I thought it best to liquidate this apartment. A detective agency? Is your academy planning to cease operations? Vincent inquired, perplexed. It was only recently that Raymond had engaged in a wager with Leonid regarding his entry into the Combat Academy, emerging victorious with resounding triumph. Why then? Had he suddenly changed his mind? I previously consulted Agent Leon, and the academy only offers 3 comprehensive combat classes per week, the rest of the time. I find myself idly waiting. A part-time job seems a more prudent choice, Raymond replied with a smile. While that may hold true, do you believe SHIELD and the Combat Academy will acquiesce to your arrangement? Vincent questioned. I have already informed Director Fury, and he has given his consent. As for the academy, have you forgotten our wager with Agent Leon? After Raymond reminded him, Vincent recalled that Leonid, confident in his superiority, had vowed that should Raymond win, all his future endeavors would be met with unimpeded approval. While it may seem procedurally flawed for an academy instructor to take on a part-time role, it is not entirely unprecedented. Many visiting professors at the academy are, in fact, part-time educators, and Raymond was once among them. However, there had been no known precedent for instructors at the academy to engage in external part-time work. Yet, with SHIELD's approval, as long as the academy raised no objections, it would undoubtedly be feasible. As the Dean of Communications, Vincent possessed sufficient judgment to trust in Raymond's ability to secure a part-time position. Realizing this, Vincent shook his head and smiled wryly. What kind of spell did you cast on Director Fury? Why do I get the impression that he is at your beck and call? Stop pretending, my friend. I refuse to believe that as the esteemed Dean of Communications, you have not unearthed my previous whereabouts, Raymond retorted with a sidelong glance. Vincent felt a twinge of embarrassment at Raymond's remark, as he had indeed conducted a discreet investigation into Raymond's past activities through his own channels. Although his intentions were well-meaning, he felt it inappropriate to admit such a thing openly. When he had encountered Raymond at the control tower, he had refrained from inquiring further, opting instead to feign ignorance about Raymond's prior movements, only to be caught out by Raymond's directness. I was merely concerned for your safety, Vincent replied with a sheepish smile. I understand. Otherwise, I would not have sought your assistance. Raymond waved his hand nonchalantly. There are certain matters I cannot elaborate on. You are aware of the protocols, and it would not serve your interests for me to divulge too much. Completely understood, Vincent acknowledged. What I can share is that Director Fury may indeed feel indebted to me regarding this matter. He generally acquiesces to my requests as long as they are reasonable. Raymond pondered aloud. Understood. Let's not dwell on this any longer. Vincent gestured for a pause, drawing from his extensive experience in intelligence interactions and his prior investigations. He had pieced together enough of the narrative. Furthermore, as a seasoned SHIELD agent, he knew that some matters were best left unexplored. Raymond's prior movements could be personally ordered to remain confidential by Director Fury, which sufficiently indicates the complexity of the matter. He did not wish to invite trouble upon himself. Thus, he quickly steered the conversation away, saying, "However, even if you wish to establish an office, you can always secure a loan if your funds are insufficient. Given your circumstances, I believe any bank would be eager to accommodate such a prime client as yourself, would they not?" "There is no necessity for that," Raymond replied, shaking his head. "When the time comes to actually open, I will either reside near the academy or directly in the office. There will be no time left to return home." He was exceedingly familiar with the concept of opening a detective agency. In his previous life, he predominantly lived at the company, finding it cumbersome to commute between home and office, especially now with the additional obligation of the academy. Returning to an apartment would create a trifecta of locations to juggle, a luxury he could ill afford. Raymond's invitation to Vincent was primarily to seek his assistance with this matter. After all, in terms of connections, few within the SHIELD system could rival Vincent, the head of the Communications Institute. Upon learning of Raymond's intentions, Vincent did not disappoint, promptly agreeing and smiling mysteriously, saying, "You came to the right person for this. I will introduce you to someone who can ensure all these matters are handled accordingly." "One person?" Raymond exclaimed in surprise. It was important to note that he was not merely dealing with the sale of an apartment. He also needed to find a suitable office location and obtain the necessary business license for the detective agency, among various other concerns. Had it not been for the complexity of these tasks, he would have simply sought out a real estate agent. To his astonishment, Vincent's solution was to introduce him to an individual. "Indeed, one person," Vincent affirmed. "I will arrange a meeting for you. Once you converse with him, you will understand. In future, should you encounter similar minor inconveniences, you can reach out to him directly." "Very well, then I appreciate your assistance. We are on the same side. So there is no need for formalities," Raymond replied. Vincent smiled brightly in response. Chapter 76. To the court in the evening, following the address provided by Vincent. Raymond arrived at Washington, D.C.'s Chinatown. In comparison to New York's Chinatown and Flushing, Washington, D.C.'s Chinese district was undoubtedly quieter, yet it was also considerably cleaner. Unlike the chaotic and untidy nature of most Chinatowns, the address given by Vincent led him to a moderately renowned Chinese restaurant, Dong Lu Seafood Restaurant. Fragments of memories from the original owner of his body surfaced upon arrival, recalling that this establishment had maintained a respectable reputation within the Chinese community in Washington. Although the prices were somewhat elevated compared to smaller eateries, for someone like the original owner, who was not particularly financially constrained, it was quite acceptable. The original owner had visited this restaurant with multiple Chinese friends, including Vincent himself. According to Vincent, the individual he introduced, who could assist him in resolving all minor troubles, also appears to be of Chinese descent, making the choice of this meeting place rather unsurprising. As Raymond entered the restaurant's grand hall, he had not yet had the opportunity to dial a number on his phone when he spotted a plump, middle-aged Chinese man, adorned with sunglasses, striding towards him with purpose. While walking, the man wiped the sweat from his forehead with a tissue, beaming as he inquired, "Are you Dr. Raymond?" "Yes, I am," Raymond nodded, having already surmised the man's identity. Indeed, upon confirming he had not mistaken the individual, the middle-aged man, Ren Yen, let out a sigh of relief, stating, "I am Ren Yen, but you may call me Jian. It is entirely up to you, Doctor. Mr. Vincent sent me here to await your arrival." "Jianren?" Raymond regarded him with a slightly peculiar expression. The English name, paired with this gentleman's surname, struck him as oddly mismatched. Ren Yen, clearly perceiving Raymond's bewilderment, offered a wry smile and explained, "I suspect you are curious as to why I chose such an English name, correct?" Raymond remained silent, patiently awaiting further explanation. With a resigned smile, Ren Yen elaborated, "When I first arrived in North America, I hardly spoke any English, so I asked a friend to help me select a name. I intended to embody the notion that a year's plans are made in spring, thus I chose January as my name, which abbreviated to Jian. Has no one ever pointed out how strange that sounds?" Raymond could not help but inquire. "Initially, no. Perhaps my friends, even if they noticed, refrained from mentioning it to spare my feelings. By the time I realized it was odd, everyone around me had already known my English name, so over time, I simply accepted it and became too lazy to change it." Ren Yen shrugged. "Well, it's rather unique," Raymond remarked with a smile. Ren Yen shook his head with a rueful grin and shifted the topic, saying, "The room is prepared. Shall we discuss matters inside?" "Lead the way. I am indifferent," Raymond replied. With that, Ren Yen gestured, and a waitress promptly guided them. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a private room on the second floor, named Autumn Rhythm. As they settled in, Ren Yen signaled the waitress to commence serving the dishes. "I noticed the staff seems particularly courteous to you. Do you frequent here often?" Raymond inquired with a smile once seated. Ren Yen hesitated momentarily before thoughtfully responding, "Well, This restaurant is nominally one of my properties. Nominally. Raymond noted the choice of words. If Ren Yen were merely the proprietor of this establishment, there would be little reason for astonishment. Given the original owner's wealth, establishing a restaurant of similar scale would be quite effortless. However, Vincent's specific introduction of Ren Yen, coupled with the mysterious assurance that any minor inconveniences could be directed towards him, surely held deeper significance. Thus, Raymond could confidently deduce that this gentleman, Ren Yen, undoubtedly possesses other identities. Mr. Vincent has done me a favor, and since you, Dr. Raymond, are a friend of Mr. Vincent, I shall not conceal certain matters from you. Have you heard of the Zhigongtang? Ren Yen inquired after a brief hesitation. The North American hangman? Raymond instinctively retorted. That description is not entirely inaccurate. Ren Yen shrugged in response. Indeed, the term North American hangman is more widely recognized than Zhigongtang. Raymond's familiarity with this name, however, has no connection to the original body's memories, for in his previous life on Earth, this gang similarly existed and frequently appeared in various films and dramas. As the largest gang in China, the Hongman's North American branch holds a unique status in the Chinese community, especially after the Chinese government banned gangs. The North American Hongmen swiftly supplanted the central position of the Hongmen in China, emerging as the leading authority. Zhigongtang is the official designation of the North American Hongmen. Both the former Raymond and the original body, which carries half Chinese heritage, would undoubtedly be well acquainted with this name. You are affiliated with the Zhigongtang? Raymond expressed mild surprise. Forgive my immodesty, but I am indeed the leader of the Zhigongtang's Washington branch, known in the community as the Jade-Faced Flying Dragon. Uffed. Raymond, who was sipping tea, could not contain himself and spluttered. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, turning his head just in time to avoid spraying the table. Ahem, my apologies, I choked a bit, Raymond said, feeling somewhat awkward. I understand. Ren Yen appeared a tad embarrassed as well. Clearly, this moniker had caused discomfort for others before. Raymond was certainly not the first, nor would he be the last to react this way. Yet he could not help but clarify. Well, this nickname was given to me before I gained weight. In truth, I am quite handsome after losing it. I promise, I'm not deceiving you. Realizing he had digressed, he promptly redirected the conversation. Let us not dwell on that. Regarding serious matters, I heard from Mr. Vincent that you, Dr. Raymond, are facing a bit of trouble that requires my assistance. May I inquire what kind of trouble it is? Upon hearing this, Raymond adopted a serious demeanor and explained. It is as follows. With Raymond's elucidation, Ren Yen quickly grasped the nature of the trouble. After listening, he nodded and summarized. So, you intend to sell an apartment in the city center and prepare to establish a detective agency, requiring a suitable office location and also a business license. Is that correct? Indeed, Raymond confirmed with a nod. Consider it done. After clarifying the details, Ren Yen patted his chest, assuring Raymond that aside from the business license, which may take a few days, he could resolve the other matters within 3 days. Chapter 77. A different landscape. While Raymond and Ren Yen were engaged in conversation, 2 female servers began to serve the dishes. Thus, the two began to converse while enjoying their meal. Through Ren Yen's explanation, Raymond came to understand why he would claim that this restaurant merely nominally belonged to his enterprise. In reality, it was under the auspices of the Huafu branch of the Zhigong Society. As the branch leader, Ren Yen indeed possessed the authority to govern this establishment. However, strictly speaking, the restaurant was not his personal property. Should he step down, the control would naturally transfer to the next branch leader. By the way, wouldn't it be an overestimation to have you, a distinguished leader of the Zhigong Society, assist me with these trifling matters? Raymond inquired with a touch of jest. Please, do not jest at my expense. Are you not aware of the plight of the Chinese in North America? Ren Yen sighed, continuing. Though we are hailed as the largest Chinese gang in North America, which sounds impressive, if we were to rank all the factions in North America, we would not even make it into the top 10. Is it truly that dire? Raymond expressed skepticism. Although he had only visited North America a few times in his previous life, as a private detective, his understanding of the underworld was far more profound than that of the average person. To his knowledge, the most formidable gang in North America was the 5 families of the North American Mafia. Initially, the North American Mafia bore similarities to the North American Hangman, as they were merely branches of the Italian Mafia. However, as North America grew in power and stature, emerging as the world's foremost superpower, the North American Mafia rose correspondingly. No longer content to play subordinate to the Italian Mafia, ultimately fracturing into the 5-family structure. The North American Hangman, however, had not been as fortunate. Despite its considerable membership, the majority were of Chinese descent. In a predominantly white nation such as North America, they were, after all, underprivileged and could not hope to rival the 5 families of the North American Mafia. Nevertheless, even so, The North American Hung Mun was at least on par with the Mafia in terms of influence. Even if they could not surpass the North American Mafia, they would undoubtedly rank among the top 3 elite factions. How, then, did Raymond suggest they did not even make the top 10? What reason would I have to deceive you? A mere count reveals numerous gangs far superior to ours, Raymond remarked, counting on his fingers. Take the Jinbing gang. For instance, their leader is beyond reproach. Wait, the Jinbing gang? Raymond suddenly interrupted Raymond. How could I have overlooked that? Upon hearing the name Jinbing, Raymond realized where his error lay. This was the Marvel Universe. Although many aspects mirrored his previous life, such as the existence of the North American Hung Mun, there were also numerous distinctions. When discussing the underworld of the Marvel Universe, one could not overlook the Jinbing, the emperor of North American organized crime. Emerging from the underground kitchens of New York City, Jinbing's influence extended throughout North America and radiated into the global underworld. Despite possessing no superhuman abilities, he manages to outmaneuver a host of superheroes, leaving them utterly bewildered. Within the vast expanse of the Marvel Universe, he has bested numerous heroes, ranging from Daredevil to Spider-Man, and from the Punisher to Iron Man. One cannot fathom how an ordinary mob boss, devoid of any powers, can contend with these extraordinary beings who frequently exhibit overwhelming prowess. Moreover, his exploits extend beyond just harassing superheroes. He has also bullied numerous villains into submission. Raymond had previously been caught in a cognitive blind spot, failing to promptly recall this individual's existence. Had he done so, he would have recognized that the leading figure of organized crime in North America could not possibly be the American Mafia. Do you have a grudge against the Jinping gang? Raymond inquired, noticing Raymond's subtle change in demeanor upon mentioning the name. No, I've merely heard the name before, but I never anticipated their formidable reputation, Raymond replied, dismissively waving his hand. That's a relief. Raymond exhaled, clearly relieved. It's no surprise they are powerful. Ever since the Jinping gang obliterated 3 of the 5 families within the American Mafia, their dominance has been firmly established. Their leader, Jinping, is regarded as the emperor of the underworld, overshadowing even the former 5 families of the American Mafia. Were it not for their aversion to territorial expansion, most of the gangs currently operating in North America would have already been consumed by them. Perhaps only 1 in 10 would remain, Raymond lamented. While Raymond speculated about the dynamics of the North American underworld, Raymond intermittently nodded, refraining from offering his insights, as his mind was occupied with a group of individuals engaged in gossip of their own. Is there truly someone capable of sweeping through the North American underworld? The Deadpool's alternate persona marveled upon hearing Raymond describe Jinping. After a period of observation, he realized that this world bore a striking resemblance to the one from which he hailed. For instance, New York in this realm closely mirrored Gotham City, appearing as a composite of Gotham and Metropolis. Yet, in his world, no one had ever truly dominated the underworld. He himself had dabbled in the criminal underbelly, having dealings with many of Gotham's crime lords. Thus, he understood the immense difficulty of sweeping through the North American underworld. This Jinping character certainly sounded like a formidable figure. Do not be so astonished. It is merely the underworld of a single country. The alternate persona of Lieb Yala chuckled. I have swept through the underworld of the entire world, being known as the king of the underground culinary scene. He indeed had conquered the realm of culinary delights, and thus his claims were not mere bravado. However, this world appears to be significantly more powerful than the realm of mortals. To dominate an entire country's underworld is indeed an impressive feat. I truly yearn to savor his memories, the Lieb Yala persona concluded, inadvertently emitting a sound of gluttonous longing. After a brief pause, he continued, speaking of which, have you ever considered establishing your own gang, master? With my presence, I guarantee you would surpass that so-called Jinping and become the new emperor of the underworld. Just you? The Deadshot's alter ego scoffed, utterly unconvinced that this monster-like figure could rival the formidable Jinping. Raymond, surprisingly, shared the same sentiment as Deadshot's alter ego. While the Lieb Yala alter ego did possess some skill, the underworld of the mortal realm was devoid of any truly formidable figures, rendering any sweeping of the landscape rather trivial. Compared to Jinping, the Lieb Yala alter ego was decidedly insufficient. Furthermore, Raymond had no intention of delving into the underworld. Had he not encountered Raymond, a member of the North American Hongmen, he might not have even recalled the name Jinping. Chapter 78. The plight of Chinese gangs. As for Raymond's gossip about the North American underworld, aside from Deadshot's and Lieb Yala's alter egos, the other alter egos showed little interest in the topic. Even the clever Klaus alter ego, who typically reveled in showcasing his wit, remained silent. However, Raymond listened with rapt attention. Although he had no desire to engage in the underworld, he, like most people, found the stories surrounding it quite intriguing. Apart from the Jinbing gang, there were other factions such as the Russian Brotherhood, Hell's Angels, Bloodhands Association, and the Hand Association, all of which we would do well to avoid. The more Ren Yen spoke, the more he seemed to suffer, his pudgy face reflecting a sense of anguish. As if to say, life is tough. Even the North American Mafia, which had been decimated by the Jinbing gang, was a force to be reckoned with. A reminder that even the friendliest camel is larger than a horse. If memory serves, there are quite a few Chinese in North America. Why can't you stand up to them? Raymond queried, puzzled. What good is having numbers? We no longer live in an era where sheer numbers can dictate power. For a gang to thrive, it must either possess wealth and connections or possess a heart as black as coal. The Jinbing gang embodies both, which is why it flourishes, stepping over the corpses of the 5 major families of the North American Mafia. Conversely, the Hand Association and Bloodhands Association engage in ruthless dealings, even darker than Jinbing's, which allows them to maintain their foothold. We, the Huigong Hall, are a prime example of the opposite. Lacking both attributes, we can only scrape by with meager earnings. Had it not been for some inherited enterprises, we would have long since dissolved. Ren Yen lamented with a heavy sigh. Although Raymond lacked psychic abilities, he could discern that Ren Yan's words were likely true and not merely a ploy for sympathy. Moreover, Ren Yen was unaware of his identity, knowing him only as a friend of Vincent and a psychology doctorate holder, nothing more, and thus had no reason to feign despair. It was evident that overseas Chinese were indeed facing a dire situation in this world, even more so than their counterparts on Earth in a previous life. After hearing all this, it would be disingenuous to claim that Raymond felt no emotional stirrings. After all, he himself is a member of the Chinese community. Even if he possesses not a trace of Chinese blood, it does not alter the profound sense of identification with his Chinese heritage that resides within him. Moreover, the original owner of his body could be considered half Chinese. Although he harbored no ambition to establish a gang of his own, he would not hesitate to lend a hand to the Zhigong Hall should such an opportunity arise in the future. Nevertheless, he intended to keep this thought to himself for the time being, waiting for a more opportune moment to express it. By the way, how did you come to know Vincent? Noticing the atmosphere had grown a bit somber, Raymond decided to shift the subject. That's an interesting story. Mr. Vincent happened to be dining at the restaurant when he overheard me encountering some difficulties. He casually inquired if I required assistance. Initially, I did not take it seriously, as the matter involved the Department of Homeland Security. To my surprise, Mr. Vincent made a single phone call that resolved my predicament. It was then that I realized he worked within the government, and I had underestimated him. After that incident, my organization faced several challenges related to government matters, and Mr. Vincent was always there to assist me. I felt I had little to offer in return, so I could only repay him by running errands when needed. That fellow Vincent has an extensive network. You certainly picked the right person for such matters, Raymond remarked with a smile. Although SHIELD does not fall under the jurisdiction of the North American government, it operates as a quasi-official organization closely collaborating with them. As long as core interests are not at stake, government entities are generally accommodating towards SHIELD. As the head of communications at the SHIELD Academy, Vincent has many students scattered across various departments and systems of SHIELD, and some graduates may even be absorbed by covert government agencies. Consequently, even within the CIA and the Department of Homeland Security, there are numerous former students of his, many of whom may already hold significant positions. These individuals, of course, adhere to their professional ethics and would not betray their organizations merely because Vincent was once their mentor. However, assisting with minor tasks is still feasible, especially since most of them have opportunities to interact with Vincent, such as when seeking quality new recruits from the SHIELD Academy, which requires the approval of several deans. If they do not extend this courtesy, how could they expect to recruit again in the future? It's a pipe dream. Raymond was well aware of Vincent's connections, which is why he thought to seek his help without hesitation. Regardless, I am certain that I will never fully repay Mr. Vincent's kindness. Therefore, Dr. Raymond, should you ever find yourself in need of my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. I would appreciate the opportunity to reciprocate. Rest assured, I will not hold back, Raymond replied with a grin. Now, let us enjoy the meal before it cools. The efficiency with which Ren Yen handled matters exceeded Raymond's expectations. Early the next morning, as he had just risen, he received a text message from Ren Yen, requesting him to return a call upon reading it. After making the call, he discovered that Ren Yen had already secured an office space that met his requirements, suggesting he should visit at his convenience to ascertain his satisfaction. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Raymond drove over after having breakfast. Upon his arrival, he found Ren Yen already waiting for him. Your efficiency is astonishing, Boss Ren. You only asked me for assistance yesterday, and today you've already found a suitable location? Raymond remarked. Doctor, You overestimate my capabilities. I hadn't anticipated such swiftness either, Raymond chuckled. After you left yesterday, I happened to have a dinner engagement. During a casual conversation over drinks, I mentioned to a few friends to keep an eye out for any office spaces that might suit your needs. Would you believe it? One of them immediately indicated that there were 3 floors available for rent at their location, which aligns well with your specifications. In fact, I intended to inform you last night, but after the drinks, it was already 2 or 3 in the morning, and I thought it best not to disturb you at such a late hour. I reached out first thing this morning instead. Raymond pointed to the office building beneath them. Is this building your friend's? Raymond shook his head repeatedly. No, please don't jest. This building is not something an ordinary person could purchase. The individual is a real estate agent and is quite familiar with the owner of this building. All rental listings under that owner are entrusted to him. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the 6th floor. The 6th, 7th, and 8th floors are currently vacant. I wonder, Dr. Raymond, do you intend to rent all 3 floors or just one? Raymond inquired with a smile after showing Raymond around. 1 floor? No. Just 1 office will suffice. I believe the innermost room seems quite suitable. If the price is reasonable, I shall take that one, Raymond replied. Just 1 room? Raymond was taken aback for a moment. While Raymond had only mentioned needing a suitable office space for a detective agency, he had not specified the size. However, Raymond assumed that since Raymond could call in favors from Vincent, it seemed unlikely that he would only require a single room. That would be rather trivial. Furthermore, even small startups typically rent at least 1 floor. What could 1 room accomplish? Only a small family-run business would operate on such a scale. Unaware of Raymond's true identity or his achievements in psychology, Raymond recognized that Vincent had specifically instructed him to treat Raymond with utmost care, which indicated that Raymond was not an ordinary individual. The idea that someone of Raymond's caliber would only require a single room was perplexing. Is it not possible to rent just 1 room? Raymond inquired, sensing Raymond's surprise. Yes, of course it is, Raymond affirmed. Raymond regained his composure and promptly smiled, stating that he would inform the individual to reserve the innermost room for the esteemed doctor, assuring that the price would undoubtedly be below market value. He then inquired if it would be convenient for the doctor to ask about the earliest possible date for moving in. If the doctor was eager to commence operations, he could move in at any time, with the rental agreement simplified and easily finalized. By the way, do you require any renovations? Raymond asked. No need for such trouble. I will simply find someone to create a logo later, Raymond replied, shaking his head. Very well, I shall communicate this to him. This afternoon, I will have him send someone to sign the contract with you and provide you with the keys and documents. Raymond readily agreed. Thank you. I will await your good news at home. Not a problem. After seeing Raymond into the elevator, Raymond took out his phone and dialed a number. After a few rings, the call connected, and a middle-aged man's voice, speaking in Mandarin, came through. Have you finished already? How do you find it? I am satisfied. But he only wishes to rent the innermost room on the 6th floor, Raymond responded. Are you joking with me? Didn't I mention that you need to rent at least an entire floor? Otherwise, I would have to lease out the remaining vacant spaces individually, which is a significant waste of time and labor costs. Have you calculated that? The voice on the other end sounded displeased. I understand your concerns, but there is no room for negotiation on this matter, Raymond replied firmly. Is it really necessary to be so rigid over a single rental? I can assist you in finding another location. It's not fair to take advantage of a friend, the voice grumbled. Old Wong, I am not jesting. This must go through, regardless of the circumstances. If you still consider me a friend, you must ensure this matter is handled impeccably, Raymond insisted. Is it truly that serious? The voice on the other end seemed to sense the gravity of the situation. Indeed. All right. I shall make an exception for you this time. Really, thank you. A smile finally appeared on Raymond's face. Raymond was unaware of the exchange between Raymond and his intermediary friend. However, he could sense Raymond's dedication, as he was contacted the same afternoon to sign the rental agreement and was even assisted in finding someone to create a custom logo. Later that evening, with Raymond's full accompaniment, Raymond moved some of his belongings from the apartment to the office building, temporarily settling in. Admittedly, the rental agreement explicitly stated that no one was permitted to reside there. Nevertheless, such regulations were seldom enforced strictly, whether in Huagua or North America. Generally, as long as the actions were not excessive, the property management would turn a blind eye. The following day, the custom bilingual logo, tailored to Raymond's specifications, arrived. Translated into Chinese, it could be understood as Monetary Supremacy Detective Agency, yet Raymond bestowed upon it a name more resonant with Chinese culture, Ghostly Pushmill Detective Agency. Once again, we meet, old friend. Gazing at the newly installed bilingual sign on the wall, Raymond's expression grew somewhat complex. For this name belonged to the private detective agency he had established after retiring in his previous life. The sight of this name instantly rekindled a multitude of memories within him. His resolve to open a detective agency was undoubtedly sparked by the sudden realization of his former comrade's considerable fortunes, yet more significantly, it stemmed from his desire to preserve the essence of his past. As the memories of the original owner of this body gradually assimilated into his consciousness, he found himself fully integrating into this world, shedding the disquiet and alienation he had felt upon his arrival. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that he required a tangible reminder to ensure he did not forget his history. This detective agency, straddling two worlds, evidently served that purpose. Do not fret. Your name shall soon reverberate across the globe, resonating more powerfully than your former self, accompanying me on this journey. Raymond murmured to himself while staring at the agency's name. However, before that, it was time to return to confront the Shadow King. Are you prepared to face your doom? The recollection of nearly having his memories altered by that old dog, the Shadow King, ignited an unquenchable flame of wrath within Raymond. Over the past month and a half, he had invested nearly all his remaining universal points into immersive training. Not only had he grasped the fundamentals of chi cultivation from the memory fragments of the personality known as Tao Bai Bai, but he had also mastered 4 techniques from the Marine 6 styles through the memories of the personality known as a Kainu. His overall capabilities had multiplied several times over. Now, even when switching to either the Tao Bai Bai or a Kainu personas, his sustained combat time rivaled that of his initial transitions to the Kuro persona. Consequently, he finally possessed the confidence to confront that old dog, the Shadow King, head-on. Casting a glance out the window, verifying that darkness had fully enveloped the sky, Raymond descended to the lobby of the office building. Shortly thereafter, he retrieved a stone pillar he had prepared in advance from a nearby alley. After aligning himself, his gaze suddenly sharpened, and he hurled the stone pillar towards a specific point in the sky. Almost simultaneously, he leapt into the air, landing atop the stone pillar. In an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing into the horizon alongside the pillar. Chapter 80, Dr. Beth's suspicion. It has been nearly a month since the Centipede organization's incursion into the hospital. Yet, the atmosphere within the Spring Psychiatric Hospital remains oppressively somber. The doctors and nurses who bore witness to the gruesome deaths that fateful night have struggled to move past that harrowing scene, with some opting to resign or take sick leave to recuperate at home. The administration, though sympathetic, could only express understanding, temporarily bringing in personnel from other facilities to maintain order. Furthermore, the institution has remained tight-lipped about the events of that night, as if shrouded in some unspoken taboo. However, astute observers noted that a particular patient had mysteriously vanished after that day, a patient whose status in the hospital was rather unique, garnering immense respect from nearly all the nurses and doctors. It goes without saying that this patient was indeed Raymond. The official narrative suggested that upon learning of the incident at the hospital, Raymond's family deemed it unsafe and arranged for his transfer to another facility for further treatment. Yet, this explanation sufficed only for the uninformed. It held no water for Dr. Beth, Raymond's attending physician. Without her signature, Raymond could not be discharged or transferred to another hospital, as such actions were not in accordance with standard protocols. Furthermore, her inquiries to the hospital administration about Raymond's new whereabouts were met with vague responses. Even a close associate within the administration subtly hinted that she should refrain from further probing into Raymond's situation. All of this struck Dr. Beth as exceedingly peculiar, compelling her to contemplate deeper implications. She sensed that there must be a hidden truth beneath these events. Otherwise, why had so many perished under such mysterious circumstances? And why the obfuscation regarding Raymond's whereabouts? Could there be a connection between these occurrences, or did they conceal a more sinister secret? Dr. Beth's imagination ran wild, even conjuring the possibility that the hospital officials were colluding with some nefarious force to abduct Raymond. After all, why else would they be reticent about revealing his location? Fueled by these thoughts, Dr. Beth remained resolute in her quest to uncover Raymond's fate. Her motivation stemmed not only from her admiration for Raymond, a predecessor in the field of psychology, but also from her duty as his physician. She could not accept the inexplicable disappearance of her patient, as it contradicted her values. Nevertheless, while she remained undeterred, she was not one to act recklessly. She did not overtly pursue the matter, at least not in a manner that would suggest her continued concern. Many scenarios, though never personally experienced, had been witnessed in films. If a malevolent force were indeed at play, her persistent inquiries might not only fail to resolve the issue, but also endanger her own safety. She understood this principle well. Thus, she ceased her inquiries with the hospital administration and opted for a different approach. Under the cloak of night, Dr. Beth found herself in the hospital courtyard engaging in casual conversation with David. Officially, it could be said that she was providing psychological counsel to him. David, can you reflect on whether Dr. Raymond mentioned anything particularly significant during the days leading up to his disappearance? Dr. Beth inquired softly. Did he say anything special? It seems he did not, but he appeared quite certain that he would soon be leaving here, David pondered. Is it really not so? Think again, Doctor. Beth expressed her reluctance, perhaps due to her anxious concern. Her reaction did not escape David's notice, prompting him to inquire, Dr. Beth, has something happened to Raymond? No, don't overthink it. Raymond is perfectly fine, Dr. Beth quickly reassured, realizing her own hasty response. She attempted to compose herself. Yet, David remained unfazed, gazing at her with calm intensity. You know, I have always been ostracized by my peers since childhood. While my lack of social skills plays a part, the more significant reason is my uncanny ability to discern when someone is lying to me, which deters them from wanting to associate with me. Understanding the implication behind David's words, Dr. Beth sighed. It is possible that Dr. Raymond is indeed in some trouble, but I cannot ascertain the details at this moment. This is why I am conducting a discreet investigation. As his closest friend at the hospital, I hope to find some useful clues from you. Upon hearing this, David's emotions surged, and he let out a low growl. The sudden outburst startled Dr. Beth, causing her to retreat several steps. Uncertainty etched on her face as she gazed at him. Only then did she notice the fury burning in David's eyes, which seemed to flicker with an eerie blue electric glow. She wondered if her eyes were deceiving her and rubbed them, glancing back to confirm her vision. To her astonishment, there indeed appeared to be sparks of electricity emanating from David's gaze. Faced with this bizarre spectacle, she instinctively felt the urge to scream. However, she soon realized that everyone in the courtyard, patients, caregivers, and even the burly security guards on patrol, had suddenly frozen as if time had been suspended. All stood motionless, locked in a fixed posture, paralyzed in place. This surreal occurrence sent beads of sweat down her palms, rendering her as still as the others, too frightened to move or make a sound. Just then, the immobilized crowd began to stir simultaneously. Regardless of their previous orientations, they all turned to face David, their eyes glowing with the same earthy yellow luminescence, and in unison, they uttered, "This is not my concern." "Do you expect me to believe that?" David shouted in a frenzied tone. "Listen to me. I assure you, this matter has nothing to do with me. I did have a minor altercation with him." Merely adjusting his memory without any further implications, they collectively responded, their voices harmonizing eerily. "I refuse to believe it. Who else could it possibly be?" David's emotional state remained precariously unstable. Upon encountering a scene that seemed to belong solely to a horror film, Dr. Beth felt her legs weaken, leaving her devoid of the strength to turn and flee. "This is not real. This is not real," she repeatedly whispered to herself in the depths of her mind, yearning for everything before her to be merely a dream, hoping to awaken from it soon. Alas, her wish was destined to remain unfulfilled. Chapter 81. You are not yet dead. Ever since the Shadow King forcibly seized control of David's body and confronted Raymond, David's myriad subpersonalities could no longer remain idle. They resolved to confront the Shadow King and assert their presence. Their feelings towards David, the primary personality, were far from amicable. After all, no subpersonality would not wish to become the sole ruler of the body. Each aspired to supplant David. Even among themselves, they harbored mutual disdain. However, their boundaries were clearly defined. Even if they could not become the sole master of the body, they would not permit the Shadow King to usurp David's place. While David's primary personality was indeed flawed and somewhat feeble, the existence of a weak primary personality was preferable to a domineering one. Should the Shadow King replace David, the other subpersonalities would undoubtedly fall under his complete control. Thus, they resolved not to allow the Shadow King free rein. Previously, they had refrained from taking drastic measures, believing the time to confront the Shadow King had not yet arrived. After all, the Shadow King was not to be trifled with. Any attempt to deal with him could result in their own detriment. They were reluctant to fight on behalf of David unless absolutely necessary. However, the Shadow King had overstepped his bounds, not only forcibly occupying David's body, but also affecting a fragment of David's memory, thus exceeding their tolerance. Consequently, under the leadership of the adventurer Wayne and several other assertive subpersonalities, a coalition of subpersonalities launched a counteroffensive against the Shadow King. This also restored the affected segment of David's memory to its original state. It was then that David began to comprehend the situation and learned of the Shadow King's existence for the first time. Of course, he was unaware of the Shadow King's origins, as even his subpersonalities lacked clarity on this matter, believing the Shadow King to be a personality stronger than their own. Upon grasping this revelation, David felt an intense aversion towards the Shadow King. Yet, experience proved invaluable. Upon realizing that the circumstances were turning against him, the Shadow King quickly capitulated, employing his persuasive abilities to appease David, almost bowing in submission. David, possessing a compassionate heart, found his anger dissipating at the Shadow King's humble demeanor. Ultimately, they reached an agreement. The Shadow King would refrain from indiscriminately influencing David's memories and would not forcibly occupy his body without consent. Otherwise, their relationship would irrevocably sour. Though David currently exhibits no discernible abilities, he remains the primary persona. Should he choose to collaborate with the other subpersonalities to ensnare the Shadow King, the latter would stand no chance. Thus, the Shadow King reluctantly acquiesced to this condition. Unexpectedly, upon hearing that Raymond might have encountered some misfortune, David erupted with fury. To him, it was undoubtedly the Shadow King's doing. Unbeknownst to him, the Shadow King was equally vexed, for this matter had nothing to do with him. While others might be oblivious, he certainly was not. The sudden disappearance of someone named Raymond had no bearing on him. It was unreasonable to assume that because he had previously dealt with Raymond, every misfortune should be attributed to him. Having already been forced to concede once under pressure from David and the subpersonalities, he had been aggrieved for quite some time. Yet, that instance was at least justified. This time, however, it was entirely unrelated to him. Should he be made to bear the blame unjustly? Absolutely not. Thus, he immediately made his presence known and promptly denied any involvement. Yet, David appeared decidedly dissatisfied with this response, furiously declaring, "I care not for your explanations. If I do not see Raymond safely before me, this matter is far from over." David's unreasonable insistence finally pushed the Shadow King to his limits. He could accept a tactical concession to ultimately claim David's body, a sacrifice he was willing to endure. After all, he had long since moved beyond petty concerns. Dignity held little significance for him. However, it was evident that David would not relent simply because he lowered his head. He truly demanded that the Shadow King produce Raymond. But where was he to conjure Raymond from? Heaven knows where that Raymond had vanished. David's relentless pressure left him utterly exasperated. "You little brat, do not push me." The Shadow Kings, their eyes glowing with a dusty yellow light, intoned in unison. "Do not you dare push me." David retorted furiously. "You." The Shadow Kings' faces contorted with murderous intent, their gaze fixed intently upon David. Just as the tension reached its zenith, threatening to erupt, an unexpected voice pierced the standoff, interrupting both parties. "Oh, what a lively scene. Am I arriving at an inopportune moment?" Following a flash of crimson mist, a man clad entirely in vivid red, with a tail trailing behind him, appeared abruptly beside Dr. Beth, resembling a devil straight from the pages of a tome. Dr. Beth could no longer contain her scream. "God! Everyone has always called me a devil, yet you are the first to address me as God. If you do not mind, shall we dine together shortly?" The devilish man grinned mischievously. I refuse," Dr. Beth stammered, struggling to suppress her terror. "Do not be afraid, for I am a gentleman. Even if your rejection causes me great sorrow, I shall not retaliate, for a beautiful lady deserves to be cherished. The Red Devil, it is you." Just as this devilishly charming man was teasing Dr. Beth without a care in the world, all the Shadow Lords in the courtyard suddenly interrupted him in unison. You know me?" The devilishly charming man turned to face the Shadow Lords, appearing somewhat astonished. The moniker Red Devil is indeed his name. More precisely, it is one of his most frequently used aliases. He has long forgotten his true name, for he has lived for far too long to retain such trivialities in his memory. A name, after all, is merely one of those inconsequential matters, and he prefers the title Red Devil over his elusive true identity. The fact that the Shadow Lords could call out his alias indicated their familiarity with him. Yet he could not immediately recall who they were. "You insufferable bastard, still so arrogant." The Shadow Lords in the courtyard gritted their teeth in unison. "Are you Farouk?" The Red Devil pondered for a moment, as if suddenly recalling something, his surprise deepening. "You are still alive?" Chapter 82. Both surprised and delighted, "I seem to recall someone mentioning that you were killed by Charles." Silence. Upon hearing the Red Devil mention this matter, the Shadow Lords simultaneously interjected, their expressions darkening as they demanded, "Why are you here?" "I am here to find a young boy named David Haller." "Do you know him?" the Red Devil inquired. Upon hearing this, the Shadow Lords inwardly cursed their misfortune, but before they could formulate a response, David spoke up. "I am David Haller." "Who are you?" "Oh, what a coincidence." The Red Devil had not anticipated encountering the very person he sought upon his arrival. After a brief pause, he smiled and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Red Devil, here to invite you to join the Hellfire Club." "Absolutely not." Before David could respond, the Shadow Lords suddenly glared furiously at the Red Devil. "He is mine. No one shall take him from me. No one." If the Shadow Lord's unilateral possession of David's body was a violation of the boundaries set by his alter egos, then the Red Devil's invitation to David undoubtedly crossed the line for the Shadow Lords. For those who had completely transformed into spiritual entities, the Shadow Lords could forsake their dignity. They would even grovel if it meant ultimately reclaiming David's body. However, should David join the Hellfire Club, their schemes would likely not succeed as easily, for there were many within the club who were well acquainted with him. Moreover, some of those relationships could be described as decidedly antagonistic. Once their true intentions were discovered, they would not hesitate to take advantage of him. How could he possibly continue with his plans under such circumstances? Thus, he resolutely forbade David from joining the Hellfire Club. In stark contrast stood the Red Devil, who was subjected to the furious glares of a group radiating a ghastly yellow light. Any ordinary individual would have been paralyzed with fear. Even Dr. Beth, merely a bystander and not the principal party, trembled at the sight. Yet, the Red Devil himself displayed not even the slightest hint of trepidation, donning a contemplative expression. "Why are you here?" "Ah, I see," he mused. "I care not for the intentions of your Hellfire Club. I implore you to vacate this place at once, or we shall be locked in a deadly conflict." The Shadow Kings threatened in unison. Upon hearing such a brazen threat directed at him, the Red Devil's countenance darkened. "Farouk, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Do you truly think you can challenge the club and emerge unscathed? Your Hellfire Club may be formidable, yet Charles could not bring me down. Do you truly believe you possess the capability to do so? As long as I draw breath, I vow to ensure your future is fraught with turmoil." The words of the Shadow King caused the Red Devil to furrow his brow. Prior to his arrival, he was indeed unaware of the Shadow King's presence. Had he known, he would have undoubtedly made preparations or brought additional allies. As a fellow level 4 mutant, he was certainly unafraid of the Shadow King and even wielded a measure of telepathic ability. Should a confrontation arise, he felt adequately equipped. However, as the Shadow King had articulated, he lacked certainty in his ability to eliminate him. Not only he, but even the club's highest combatant, the Red Tank, who was also present, could not guarantee they could vanquish the Shadow King. Given the Shadow King's current life form, even the Professor of Your had failed to eradicate him completely. Who dared to claim superiority in combating such a psychic entity over the Professor? If the Shadow King could not be slain, one must regard his threat with due seriousness. After all, the Hellfire Club is a vast organization. Even if he and the Red Tank were unafraid of the Shadow King, could they assure the same for the other members? To say nothing of the peripheral members. Even among the core, there were many who fell short of the Shadow King's prowess. If the Shadow King was resolute in his desire to confront the Hellfire Club, even if they ultimately found a means to eliminate him, they would suffer considerable losses in the interim. Was it truly worth it for a mere David? The Red Devil was acutely aware of David's true identity. Prior to sending him, the Red Tank had shared his thoughts with him. And given David's strained relationship with the Professor, he was not entirely displeased. However, if merely due to the Red Tank's personal grievances, the entire Hellfire Club were to be embroiled in turmoil, it would clearly be inappropriate. The Red Devil was an exceptionally composed individual. Had he not been, he would not have survived for millennia. It was precisely because of his calm demeanor that, despite his inner fury at the Shadow King's audacity to threaten him, he refrained from immediate aggression and even began contemplating a strategic retreat. It may be best to withdraw, Red Devil. The Shadow Kings may have sensed a flicker of uncertainty in the Red Devil and hastily added fuel to the fire. As long as you are willing to depart, I shall owe you a favor. If you refuse to leave, must we resort to a fight to the death? Does that mean eliminating you would grant us respite? An enigmatic voice, half smiling, abruptly interrupted the Shadow King's threats. This time, even the Red Devil was taken aback, not anticipating the arrival of another. Dr. Raymond? Upon seeing the newcomer, Dr. Beth exclaimed with astonishment and joy, for it was Raymond, the very individual she had been desperately seeking these past few days. She was relieved to see him unharmed, appearing safely before her, yet perplexed as to why he would arrive at such a critical juncture, especially considering the presence of 3 formidable beings. Indeed, in Dr. Beth's eyes, the term monsters referred to more than just the Shadow King. She had discerned that all those with eyes glowing in a murky yellow were, in fact, one singular entity. This constituted the first monster. The Red Devil, who had just invited her to dinner, was the second, and David, who could converse freely with these 2 creatures, undoubtedly represented the third. Having confirmed that her current circumstances were not a mere figment of her imagination, Dr. Beth had mentally prepared herself for the worst, knowing that if these monsters truly wished to end her life, there would be no escape. Thus, she refrained from attempting to flee. However, she was caught off guard by Raymond's sudden appearance, which caused her to grow anxious, rendering her oblivious to the true meaning behind his earlier words. "Dr. Raymond, you must run," she shouted, noticing how close he was to the entrance. "Raymond, you're unharmed? That is wonderful." David, upon seeing Raymond, was clearly elated, and his previously unstable emotions stabilized somewhat. Even the Shadow King exhaled in relief at Raymond's arrival, as it alleviated the threat on David's side. As for Raymond's earlier remarks, the Shadow King instinctively disregarded them, as he still perceived Raymond as an ordinary individual whose memories he could manipulate at will. What he failed to notice was the subtle smile that crept across the Red Devil's face upon hearing how Dr. Beth and David referred to Raymond. Chapter 83. Why don't I give it a try? The newcomer was indeed Raymond. In truth, he had not just arrived. The distance between Washington and New York was minimal. Utilizing the unscientific flying technique of his alternate persona, Tao Bai Bai, Raymond reached New York in less than 5 minutes, his speed exceeding that of the time when he had been fetched by Hill and May in a fighter jet. A remarkable feat for both domestic travel and clandestine operations. However, the precision of this unscientific flying method was far from exact. Even though Raymond had discerned a general direction, his landing spot was still a considerable distance from the Clockwork Asylum. Yet, such distance was inconsequential. Even without switching to any alternate persona, he could swiftly reach the hospital on foot. When David arrived at the hospital, both he and the Shadow King had yet to commence their confrontation. His decision to delay his appearance was not a mere ploy to adopt the trope of a protagonist making a dramatic entrance. Rather, it stemmed from a lack of preparedness. In fact, en route, he had already engaged in a mental dialogue with his alternate personalities, deliberating the situation at hand. This is my predicament. Do you have any suggestions? I am powerless in this regard. Farewell. The Deadshot persona promptly withdrew from the discussion. Despite possessing formidable modern combat skills and the ability to wield potent weaponry that could challenge even someone as formidable as a high-level mutant, he found himself at a loss against an entity like the Shadow King. It was evident that conventional physical attacks posed no threat to such a being. I am equally helpless. I must take my leave. The Cloak persona echoed the sentiment. I concur. The Libiala persona also exited the deliberation. Each of the three possessed unique strengths, yet they were evidently ill-equipped to contend with the Shadow King. Is a spiritual entity akin to a ghost? Inquired the Exorcist persona. I was not entirely certain, but it seemed plausible. Raymond pondered in response. If it were vengeful spirits or malevolent ghosts, I could handle them alone. However, if it were a ghost king, I would find myself somewhat challenged, the Exorcist persona remarked. Are the classifications you mentioned indicative of ghost levels? And how does one discern between them? Raymond asked. A vengeful spirit acts purely on instinct, devoid of intellect, driven solely by obsession. Typically, individuals possessed by such spirits perish swiftly, yet most exorcists can manage them. Malevolent ghosts, on the other hand, possess intelligence and are impervious to standard exorcism methods, capable of launching simultaneous attacks on multiple targets, making them quite formidable. As for a ghost king, it bears no distinction from a great demon, possessing the ability to fragment into myriad forms, rendering it exceedingly difficult to vanquish. Even I, as a top-tier exorcist, lack the assurance of subduing them, the Exorcist persona elucidated, imparting knowledge on the subject to Raymond. Of course, the spirits he referred to were bound by the rules of the journey to the West, demon exorcism narrative, and may not align with those of other realms. Moreover, it was uncertain if the Shadow King's life form conformed to the concept of a ghost. Nevertheless, by his standards, the Shadow King certainly transcended the mere levels of vengeful or malevolent spirits, at the very least embodying the status of a ghost king. This assessment further indicated that the Exorcist persona would indeed struggle against the Shadow King. Even though he possessed greater experience than the Cloak persona and the others in this domain, it ultimately could not bridge the inherent gap in power. Furthermore, this outcome was not unexpected for Raymond. He had never anticipated that these bronze-tier personalities could truly contend with the Shadow King. The Shadow King is undoubtedly a level 4 mutant, endowed with an exceptionally tenacious vitality, making him far from easy to handle. Raymond's original plan was to employ the secondary personas of Tao Bai Bai or Akainu to draw out the Shadow King, thereby allowing David to recognize the existence of this formidable entity, and then collaborate with David to explore avenues for his complete annihilation. Unlike the personas of Kuro, both Tao Bai Bai and Akainu possess unique methods for countering such peculiar life forms. Whether it be Tao Bai Bai's ethereal prowess or Akainu's armed haki, both techniques transcend the boundaries of matter and energy, delivering harm to their adversaries. In contrast, Kuro's secondary persona, despite emerging from the world of One Piece, has never even set foot on the Grand Line, thus lacking exposure to armed haki. Therefore, when Raymond elucidated the circumstances surrounding the Shadow King and the bronze personas expressed their inability to assist, both Akainu and Tao Bai Bai offered to take action. However, neither of them made any promises of guaranteed success. After all, Raymond had previously noted that, given the Shadow King's unique life form, even a trace of residual spiritual energy would ensure his resurrection. While both were immensely confident in their abilities, they were not so arrogant as to make definitive claims, mindful of the potential for embarrassment should they fail. This scenario aligned with Raymond's expectations and came as no surprise. Yet, just as he hesitated between employing Tao Bai Bai or Akainu, the long-silent Jakong persona unexpectedly interjected. Why not let me give it a try? I possess a modicum of experience in dealing with such entities. Just grant me a moment to prepare, and vanquishing him shall be no challenge. Kid. Boasting is not a commendable habit, Tao Bai retorted, irked by his words. What was the meaning of this? Even he, the esteemed Tao Bai, harbored doubts about the outcome. Yet a mere bronze persona dared to speak so boldly? Had it been a Kainu, he would have refrained from retorting, for if a Kainu succeeded, the embarrassment would fall upon him. However, Zhakong, being only a bronze persona, had previously witnessed the capabilities of his peers when Raymond tested the duration of his persona switches. He was well aware of the disparity in strength between the bronze personas and himself. He did not believe that Zhakong could indeed resolve a situation that even the two silver personas were uncertain of conquering. Akainu shared a perspective akin to that of Tao Bai, yet his disposition led him to dismiss the matter without further comment. Tao Bai, on the other hand, was less temperate and directly confronted the issue. Dear John, in my humble opinion, it would be prudent for us to refrain from making hasty remarks about matters even Admiral Akainu himself cannot guarantee. It is entirely normal for us to be unable to act, and there is no need to show off, the persona of Crocodile interjected. A hint of schadenfreude evident in his tone. Chapter 84. The conditions of Zhakong. It was abundantly clear that Crocodile harbored no fondness for the persona of Zhakong. This disdain was particularly pronounced since Raymond had inadvertently remarked that Zhakong's persona was the most astute among them, a statement that had irked him for quite some time. Crocodile had always considered himself to be the most intelligent. Even though he may not possess the strength of the more recently emerged personas, he held an air of superiority in terms of intellect. Thus, when Raymond declared Zhakong's persona as the most cunning, it was a blow to his pride. Consequently, he often sought to demonstrate his own prowess to prove Raymond wrong. Naturally, when Zhakong's persona was belittled, Crocodile took delight in the opportunity to further undermine him. Do you recognize me? Akainu's persona, upon hearing Crocodile refer to him as Admiral, surmised that Crocodile might hail from the same world as he. However, he was unfamiliar with Crocodile as persona, as the latter only operated in the East Sea. For Akainu's persona, bounties under 100 million were merely trifles. And aside from unique individuals like Nico Robin, they hardly warranted his attention. Given that Crocodile's persona had never even ventured into the Grand Line, he deemed him unworthy of consideration. Realizing he had perhaps misspoken, Crocodile quickly closed his mouth, unwilling to admit to being a pirate in front of Akainu. Noticing this, Akainu's persona caught a hint of the situation but chose not to pursue it further. Meanwhile, Zhakong's persona, having been rebuffed by the persona of Tao Bai and subsequently undermined by Crocodile, exhibited no signs of anger. Instead, he chuckled, whether I can succeed or not. Let me try and we shall see. Even if I fail, are there not two esteemed figures here to provide assistance? Certainly, Raymond responded without hesitation. While the other personas might not grasp Zhakong's capabilities, Raymond was well aware of them. Although Zhakong's persona might appear frivolous and was classified as a bronze-tier persona by the system, he was certainly not one to boast idly. If one were to rank the foes he had bested, even formidable adversaries like the Shadow King would not make the top 10. Thus, Raymond had ample reason to believe that Zhakong's persona possessed the means to contend with the Shadow King. Seeing Raymond's prompt agreement, Zhakong's persona suddenly applied the brakes. Well then, hold on a moment. I can take action, but I have one condition. Speak. For the next month, I require 1 hour of free activity time each week. What do you say? Free activity? What is the purpose? Raymond inquired in response. Of course, it's smoking and drinking. What else can I do? I've been suffocating in silence. The subpersonality of Zhakong lamented. All right, I promise you, as long as you can take care of him, I will grant you 2 hours of free time each week for the next month. Raymond suddenly chuckled. Really? The subpersonality of Zhakong was somewhat perplexed by Raymond's unexpected amiability and suggested, I advise the main personality to think it over before deciding. Though you are the leader and I have no means to coerce you, if you deceive me, do not expect my assistance in the future. So, are you certain you don't wish to reconsider? No need. It's settled, Raymond replied with a smile. You needn't overthink it. If I were to deceive you, I wouldn't do so in front of them, lest no one wish to assist me properly in the future. Rest assured, with the acuity of Zhakong's subpersonality, he certainly understood Raymond's words. He reiterated merely to provide Raymond an opportunity to backtrack, in case he regretted his decision later and harbored resentment against him. Noticing that Raymond had no objections, he was naturally pleased. Then it's settled. Thus, the subpersonality of Zhakong accepted the task. The other subpersonalities merely observed with a sense of curiosity, eager to see where Zhakong's audacity stemmed from in accepting a task that even the two silver subpersonalities felt uncertain about. Particularly, the subpersonalities of Tao Bai and Klo were waiting to see his misfortune unfold. It is noteworthy that after seizing control of the body, Kong's subpersonality did not immediately storm into the hospital. Instead, he ambled mysteriously around its vicinity. He fiddled with pebbles one moment and broke off a branch from a tree to draw patterns in the dirt the next. Should anyone have noticed him, they would likely suspect he had just escaped from the hospital, for his antics mirrored those of the patients inside. Is this guy insane? The subpersonality of Tao Bai questioned in his mind. Perhaps he's always been a lunatic, Chloe scoffed. I don't see it that way. I believe this John fellow possesses some skills. The exorcist subpersonality offered a differing opinion. I have a rival named Lord Kidney Deficiency who enjoyed such peculiar antics before his exorcism. This John fellow seems somewhat akin to him. We'll find out soon enough. No need for baseless speculation, Raymond chuckled lightly, while Kong's subpersonality was engaged in his antics. Inside the hospital, David and Shadow King faced off. Kong's subpersonality sensed the unusual atmosphere within the hospital and hastened his actions. Before long, he completed his preparations and headed toward the hospital. It was only at this moment that Raymond discerned the situation within. The standoff between David and Shadow King was certainly unexpected, as David had been unaware of Shadow King's existence prior to his departure. Somehow, the situation had transformed into one of equal footing. Could it be related to David's alter ego, the Adventure Wayne? Raymond pondered. However, what captured his attention was not the confrontation between David and the Shadow King, but rather the sudden appearance of the Red Devil. Given the uncertainty surrounding Apocalypse's fate, this individual could be regarded as one of the most ancient mutants on Earth, having lived for over a millennium. While Wolverine is considered quite aged among mutants, in comparison to him, he appears merely as a child. Raymond had previously been curious about the mutants within the Hellfire Club of this world, but with the year drawing to a close and their impending meeting, he had refrained from inquiring further. To his surprise, he encountered one in advance here. Kane, that fellow, has certainly not given up, Raymond thought to himself. Upon seeing the Red Devil, who claimed to represent the Hellfire Club, Raymond was well aware that it was Red Tank who had sent him. Moreover, the various alter egos had already surmised Red Tank's intentions quite accurately. They just hadn't anticipated that the visitor would be the Red Devil. When the alter ego of Shotgun arrived at the hospital, the Red Devil was already contemplating retreating due to threats from the Shadow King. Shakan's mission was to eliminate the Shadow King, and he would not linger any longer. He made his presence known without delay. Am I late? Raymond lazily emerged from the shadows. The Red Devil, having deduced Raymond's identity from the titles used by Dr. Beth and David, swiftly materialized before him in a swirl of crimson mist. This was one of his abilities, allowing him to traverse an unknown, mist-laden subspace, achieving an effect akin to teleportation. With the extent of his powers, he could essentially teleport globally without interruption. I didn't expect to meet you here ahead of time, Doctor, the Red Devil remarked, smiling as he extended his hand to Raymond. Chapter 85. You are not him. Recognizing the Red Devil as an ally, Raymond did not rebuff him. Instead, he shook his hand and took a keen interest in observing him. Demon? Devil? The smile on the Red Devil's face faltered slightly, taken aback by the new Black Bishop's forthrightness in addressing his lineage upon their initial encounter. Oh, my apologies. Let us discuss that later. We should first attend to the matter at hand. Raymond seemed to realize that this was not the appropriate moment for such a discussion, and he walked past the Red Devil, gazing at the multitude of Shadow Kings in the courtyard, their eyes glowing with a yellowish hue. So, Mr. Farouk, it is time for you to take your leave. You are not him. The expressions of the Shadow Kings shifted suddenly. Upon seeing Raymond for the first time, they, like Dr. Beth and David, had assumed he was merely the psychological expert they could manipulate. Yet, it was only when Raymond began to speak that they sensed something was amiss. At this moment, Raymond astonishingly spoke in a flawless British English, tinged with a hint of Welsh accent, which was undeniably peculiar. For non-native speakers, accents may not be readily discernible. However, for those who are native English speakers, the distinctions between various English accents are pronounced. It is akin to the scenario where Raymond previously spoke in Tianjin dialect and has now transitioned to fluent Chongqing dialect, complete with the accent of a small town in Chongqing. How could this not provoke contemplation? The Red Devil, having never encountered Raymond before nor heard his speech, remained oblivious to any irregularities. Yet, the other three were well acquainted with him. After a few exchanges with the current Raymond, they all recognized the anomaly. David and Dr. Beth felt something was amiss, but did not question the identity of the Raymond they knew. In contrast, the Shadow King firmly concluded that the individual before him was, in fact, an entirely different person. In his mental perception, the Raymond before him exhibited a distinctly different psychic resonance from the Raymond he had previously known. He placed greater trust in his mental sensitivity than in mere appearance. Within the realm of mutants, there exist those who can alter their appearances, such as the renowned Mystique, who can completely transform into another person, even mimicking their voice. However, Mystique's shape-shifting is ineffective against individuals like the Shadow King and the Professor, who possess psychic abilities. For even if Mystique can change her exterior, she cannot alter her psychic signature. Thus, to the Shadow King, the Raymond before him, aside from his divergent accent, emanated an entirely unfamiliar psychic resonance. He could not possibly be the Raymond he once knew. The Shadow King's assertion left David looking at Raymond with uncertainty, his confidence wavering. Dr. Beth, however, remained somewhat perplexed by the situation and was unaware that such shape-shifting individuals existed in this world. Consequently, although she had noticed Raymond's unusual accent, she did not doubt his identity. Yet, she realized that the circumstances seemed to diverge from her previous assumptions, as Raymond displayed no signs of surprise upon encountering the Red Devil or the Shadow Kings. This indicated that he was no stranger to such beings. In other words, her former idol might very well be one of the monsters. Upon deducing this, Dr. Beth did not grow more anxious. Rather, she began to feel a sense of anticipation. She believed that even if Dr. Raymond were indeed one of these creatures, he would certainly not harm her. Perhaps this Dr. Raymond, much like the Avengers, was a superhero endowed with extraordinary abilities. Dr. Beth had begun to weave a narrative about Raymond, and the power of her imagination allowed her to cast aside her fears. Raymond was oblivious to Dr. Beth's psychological shifts. Even if he were aware, it would bear no significance to him, as his sole concern lay with the shadowy figures before him. This matter could determine whether he would revel in the upcoming month, a situation that demanded utmost seriousness. In response to the shadowy figure's skepticism regarding his identity, Raymond refrained from a direct answer and instead uttered an entirely unrelated remark. "Ah, I almost forgot to mention something." The shadowy figures furrowed their brows in unison, curious about the mischief he might be conjuring. After clearing his throat, Raymond suddenly spoke with a tone laced with utter disdain. "You, old man, who spawned from a wretched lineage, dare to alter the memories of your grandfather?" Upon hearing this, the shadowy figures displayed expressions of shock and fury. The astonishment stemmed from Raymond's words, which indirectly confirmed that he was the very psychological expert they had recently manipulated. Their anger surged from the audacity with which he dared to address them. Not even his fiercest adversaries had ever insulted him so brazenly. It had been ages since anyone had spoken to him in such a manner. "I care not whether you are indeed him. My interest is non-existent. For today, your fate is sealed. You shall remain here forever." The shadowy figures glared at Raymond, their yellowish eyes gleaming with intensified fury. "I shall not allow you to harm him," David interjected resolutely upon hearing the shadowy figures' words. The figures' expressions darkened. They had intended to reserve their power for a critical moment, but it seemed they had no choice but to unleash it prematurely. "Explode! Explode! Explode!" they commanded. As the shadowy figures' low growls echoed, David suddenly grunted and collapsed backward. Losing consciousness, Raymond glanced at the unconscious David and languidly inquired, "Have you embedded something akin to a mental bomb within his consciousness? You possess quite the knowledge." The shadowy figures stared at Raymond with cold indifference. They had planned to act only after everything was prepared. However, they decided to abandon that thought, as it no longer held any significance. "Finished?" Raymond shook his head, saying, "I wish to hear a story for a while longer, since you no longer wish to speak. I shall expedite your departure." With a flourish, he raised his hands high, as if cradling an invisible orb. In an instant, a colossal, fiery magical array materialized beneath them, encircling all present within its confines. Aside from the unconscious David, the others instinctively recognized that Raymond was reciting some form of incantation. Such scenes, even if not witnessed firsthand, were undoubtedly familiar from the realm of cinema. As the immense magical array emerged, the shadowy figures in the courtyard suddenly clutched their heads and let out piercing shrieks. Chapter 86. The inferior version of Dormammu. Is this magic? Not far away, the Red Devil, initially intending to observe the spectacle, was taken aback by the astonishing scene before him. Unfamiliar with Raymond's abilities, he recalled that the Red Tank had not disclosed any information about them during their conversation, thus piquing his curiosity to witness the unfolding events. Naturally, had Raymond found himself at a disadvantage against the Shadow King, the Red Devil would not have remained passive. However, he certainly did not anticipate such a remarkable display. The existence of magic, even within a world of the extraordinary, is not universally acknowledged. This is particularly true for the burgeoning group of mutants, many of whom may be entirely unaware of magic's presence and have never witnessed it. The Red Devil, however, was different. Throughout his long existence, he had encountered countless incredible phenomena. He had traversed the majority of the globe and interacted with numerous extraordinary factions, including the reclusive mages of Kamartaj. Thus, upon witnessing the magical circle beneath him, his thoughts immediately turned to Kamartaj. Might he not be a mutant, but rather a mage? Contemplating Raymond's silhouette, the Red Devil's mind was awash with possibilities. He wondered whether the Red Tank was privy to this information or if he simply chose not to disclose it. Nevertheless, even if Raymond were indeed not a mutant, he would not be particularly surprised. As a senior member of the Hellfire Club, he had joined even before the Black King, the Red Tank, and was among the few aware of the latter's non-mutant status. If the de facto leader of the Hellfire Club could be non-mutant, then the addition of another core member who was also non-mutant would hardly be remarkable. What truly concerned him was whether Raymond's association with the Hellfire Club had any ties to Camartage. Cain was indeed playing with fire, the Red Devil mused. Yet, despite his thoughts, his attention remained firmly on the confrontation between Raymond and the Shadow Kings. As the immense magical circle manifested, the Shadow Kings appeared to be in excruciating agony, as if countless needles were piercing them simultaneously. Meanwhile, Raymond continued his incantation, hands clasped before him, reciting incomprehensible spells with increasing speed and urgency. Suddenly, the Shadow Kings roared in unison, their voices echoing towards the heavens. A swirling mass of indistinct black mist erupted from their mouths, coalescing into a colossal shadow measuring over 10 meters in diameter in the air. As this nebulous black fog escaped their lips, they simultaneously collapsed, much like the recently unconscious David. Concurrently, the vast shadow in the sky continued to writhe and churn. Amidst the swirling black fog emerged a menacing visage, looming over Raymond with an air of dominance. The twisted features of this face betrayed the agony it still endured. Yet it was evident that the torment had lessened considerably. My goodness, this is no ordinary demon king. Fortunate I did not overestimate my capabilities, Raymond's alter ego, the Demon Slayer, remarked, witnessing the colossal shadow materialize in the sky. Is this a downgraded version of Dormammu? As Raymond observed the Shadow King's transformation, a sense of familiarity washed over him. The form Dormammu typically assumed was similarly caught between the realms of illusion and reality. Yet it appeared far more magnificent than the current Shadow King. Naturally, the strengths of the two entities were not of the same caliber. This young man certainly possesses the means to handle such troublesome foes. The Red Dog, acknowledging the Demon Slayer's swift maneuvers that forced the Shadow King to relinquish all its avatars, expressed rare admiration. However, he inquired, yet, it seems his methods may not pose a sufficient threat to that amalgamated creature. Should I step in? His final question was directed at Raymond. No need. Let us observe further. Raymond declined the Red Dog's suggestion. He had faith that the Demon Slayer possessed more than just this repertoire. Otherwise, he would have perished countless times already. Indeed, just as Raymond rejected the Red Dog's proposal, the tides of battle shifted once more. You seek death. The Shadow King, manifesting its colossal face, raged as it witnessed Raymond reciting incantations, the magic circle below unleashing attacks upon it. In an instant, it surged towards Raymond with a thunderous descent, intent on shifting the battleground onto him. As a being of psychic energy, its strength lay not in direct confrontation, but in mental dueling. It believed that if it could attach itself to Raymond, victory would be inevitable, for there were few scholars capable of defeating it in its realm of expertise. Not good. The Red Devil, observing the Shadow King's actions from a distance, instinctively prepared to assist Raymond. He shifted his body, intending to retreat into the realm of crimson mist to pull Raymond away, thwarting the Shadow King's ambitions. Yet, at that moment, he realized with shock that he could not access the crimson mist. What in the world is happening? This revelation caused the Red Devil's complexion to pale dramatically. The crimson mist was his ultimate lifeline, a power he had relied upon countless times to escape peril, even when faced with formidable foes. It had always allowed him to slip away unscathed. This was the first time he found himself severed from the connection to the crimson mist. The Shadow King? No, it was not that. It was the massive magic circle beneath him. The Red Devil quickly deduced that everything was likely connected to the enormous magic circle at his feet. The colossal magic circle may not have been intentionally directed at him, yet anyone within its confines would undoubtedly feel its effects. It goes without saying that this was undoubtedly devised to prevent the Shadow King from making a sudden escape. However, it inadvertently also curtailed his teleportation abilities. Thus, one cannot fault me for abandoning the urge to rescue you. The Red Demon relinquished his intentions of saving anyone, deprived of his teleportation capabilities. He could not reach Raymond in time. As the imposing shadow of the Shadow King loomed ever closer, even the grotesque visage amplified 1,000-fold was glaringly apparent. Raymond did not flinch. When the distance dwindled to within 3 meters, Raymond suddenly stomped his foot. The enormous magic circle on the ground instantly ascended, enveloping the Shadow King's colossal face like a vast net, rapidly constricting until it transformed into a palm-sized sphere of light. However, this sphere appeared exceedingly unstable, trembling as if it were on the verge of exploding. Observing this, Raymond leapt forth and grasped the sphere. He then dashed towards the astonished Dr. Beth, who was still reeling from this astonishing spectacle, and before she could react, he forcefully thrust the sphere into her mouth. Gulp! Dr. Beth instinctively swallowed. Chapter 87. The Demise of the Shadow King. What the hell? This bewildering maneuver instantly stunned the entire assembly. What was happening? How had the confrontation taken such an unexpected turn, suddenly forcing the Shadow King into Dr. Beth's mouth? Not only was Dr. Beth bewildered by the situation, perplexed, but even the onlookers, including the Red Demon, were equally astonished. Even Raymond, who had been closely observing the meticulous setup of the magic circle by the subpersona of Jacon, was taken aback. He had contemplated numerous potential outcomes involving the subpersona of Jacon. This included scenarios where the subpersona would unleash its cosmic energy to vanquish the Shadow King effortlessly, or perhaps the subpersona's attributes would unexpectedly manifest, leading to a precarious resolution of the conflict. Alternatively, he had considered that if the subpersona were to falter against the Shadow King, he might need to switch to the persona of Taobai or Akainu for an epic showdown. Yet, he had never envisioned such an outcome. What had Dr. Beth done to deserve this? She had been enjoying the spectacle only to find herself unwittingly becoming a part of it. What are you doing? Raymond asked, somewhat exasperated. Wait a moment. Allow me to finish before I explain, replied the subpersona of Jacon in his mind, and then he resumed his task. Do not move, he instructed, gesturing for Dr. Beth to remain still, and then he bit into his own fingertip, using his blood to inscribe symbols upon her forehead. More precisely, he began to draw incomprehensible runes. These runes bore no resemblance to any known script, yet it was evident they belonged to the same esoteric system. And Jacon's subpersona appeared to be drawing with intent. Half a minute later, Dr. Beth's forehead was entirely covered with blood runes. As the secondary persona of Jacon etched the final stroke onto Dr. Beth's nose, he refrained from proceeding further and pressed his palm against her forehead. Basimer Egudo. He began to chant once more, his pace accelerating from slow to swift. Concurrently, Dr. Beth's eyes were suddenly engulfed by a hue of earthen yellow light, reminiscent of those previously ensnared by the Shadow King in the courtyard. The voice of the Shadow King, fraught with anger and fear, emerged from her lips. What have you done to me? Yet, the secondary persona of Jacon paid him no heed, continuing to recite the incantation with increasing urgency. Realizing the dire predicament, the Shadow King first implored for mercy, pledging to avoid Raymond in the future, only to subsequently claim he would willingly submit to him if granted clemency. When he discerned that his words bore no fruit, he resorted to wild curses, vowing to annihilate Raymond's entire family should he survive. Throughout this, Jacon's secondary persona never cast him even a glance. After a minute passed, a cry of agony escaped the Shadow King's lips, and the yellow light in Dr. Beth's eyes gradually waned, restoring her vitality. Furthermore, the runes that had once been inscribed in blood upon her forehead seemed to have been thoroughly absorbed, fading into obscurity. Almost simultaneously, Raymond received a notification from the system. Ding. You have slain the formidable antagonist Amorphalruck, resulting in a slight alteration of the world's trajectory, earning you 300 development points. You may convert these development points into universal system points at a ratio of 1 to 5. Special reminder, any alteration to the world's trajectory, no matter how slight, will incite unpredictable butterfly effects, presenting you with unknown risks. Exercise caution. Indeed, a flicker of joy surged within Raymond as he beheld the addition of 300 development points. From the outset, upon receiving the system's rewards, he had speculated that interactions with plot characters would yield rewards as well. It wasn't until he joined the Hellfire Club and became a core member, the Black Archbishop, that the system first rewarded him with development points, confirming his suspicions. However, the criteria for such interactions must be considerable. At the very least, one must become a core member of an organization to qualify for rewards. The recent defeat of the Shadow King reaffirmed that eliminating plot characters also met the system's standards for interaction. Coupled with the 50 exploration points previously awarded upon encountering the Red Devil, this resulted in a total of 1,550 universal points acquired. This venture proved to be remarkably fruitful, avenging the previous near alteration of his memory while amassing a substantial sum of universal points. The sole concern remained the system's unprecedented special reminder. Any alteration to the world's trajectory would bring forth unpredictable risks. Contemplating the system's prompt, Raymond found himself lost in thought. From previous experiences, he understood that no prompt from the system was devoid of significance. Just as the system had previously advised him to thoroughly explore the content of the novice guide, he had, due to his negligence, overlooked a wealth of valuable information. Since then, he had been particularly attentive to every prompt from the system. The emphasis of this particular prompt was evidently on the subtle shifts in the trajectory of the world and the inherent risks that any alteration, no matter how slight, could provoke. If Raymond had not misunderstood, the reward this time was not merely for vanquishing a fourth-tier mutant, but rather for eliminating the formidable antagonist known as the Shadow King. This assertion may appear paradoxical at first glance, yet it is not contradictory in the slightest. He had previously identified an intriguing anomaly, the system's rating of narrative characters, which, while seemingly correlated to their prowess, was in truth not so straightforward. Both the assessment of Director Egg and the various others he encountered substantiated this notion. Raymond had contemplated the criteria behind this rating system, and it now seemed apparent that it was intrinsically linked to the system's sudden mention of the world's trajectory. In other words, the system's rating methodology likely pertained to the potential impact a character could wield over the future direction of the world. Those capable of engendering greater influence would receive higher ratings. Reflecting on those he had previously encountered, this hypothesis appeared most plausible. However, it remained merely conjecture. Yet, given his current understanding, this theory was undoubtedly the closest to the truth. Had he eliminated not the Shadow King, but rather a fourth-tier mutant who had never truly revealed their abilities, he might have received no reward whatsoever. Dispatching a character of that caliber yielded 300 development points. If it were Director Egg instead, a bold idea suddenly sparked within Raymond. Naturally, this audacious thought was swiftly extinguished. Director Egg had treated him fairly, and he had yet to descend into madness to the extent of slaying allies to attain enlightenment. More crucially, the system's cautionary remark about the unknown risks inherent in any alteration of the world's trajectory compelled him to tread carefully. Chapter 88. Dr. Beth's Opportunity. Logically speaking, the system's prompt could not merely imply that by defeating the Shadow King, he would invite retribution from the King's circle of allies, a rather superficial consequence. If that were the case, it would not be termed an unknown risk. According to Raymond's interpretation, the system's message likely conveyed that as an outsider, should he enact measures that influence the course of this world, there might exist an unseen force that corrects or adjusts such impacts. The greater the influence he exerted, the more formidable the corrective force he would face. Raymond's understanding of this concept was not without foundation. After all, this world indeed harbors the existence of deities. Not only those celestial fathers from Earth's mythology, but also the four gods who fundamentally govern the rules of this realm, alongside of being known as the Devourer, who hails from a previous cosmic era and is revered as one of the five creators. Nonetheless, Raymond did not perceive the risks articulated by the system as directly stemming from these five divine entities. If that were the case, even the subpersonality of Jia Kong might not suffice to counteract the threat. However, one cannot dismiss the possibility that these unseen rules might provoke a series of chain reactions due to the alteration of the world's trajectory. The unknown risks mentioned by the system are likely derived from these very reactions. If one were to liken this world to a person, Raymond's arrival could be equated to introducing a pathogen into that individual, while the force of correction would resemble the white blood cells responding to the infection. The greater the impact of Raymond, the more white blood cells would converge to eliminate him. Similarly, the death of the Shadow King would induce a significant shift in the world's course, thereby intensifying the corrective force. The Shadow King's rating is high. The chain reactions triggered by his demise should remain within my capacity to bear. However, the thought of Director Liu Dan's potential demise sent a shiver down Raymond's spine. Before long, the subpersonality of Jia Kong, having thoroughly dealt with the Shadow King, returned to the sea of consciousness, allowing Raymond to regain control of his body. "Doctor, what have you just done to me?" Beth, who had just regained consciousness, inquired weakly, gazing at Raymond. "What did I do?" "I am equally curious about what I did to you," Raymond replied, momentarily at a loss for words in response to Beth's question. Seizing the opportunity while Beth was still dazed from awakening, Raymond swiftly engaged in a mental dialogue with Jia Kang's subpersonality. "What was that all about? Is that how you resolved the Shadow King?" "That was the quickest method. If we hadn't used this girl's body as a vessel for sealing, that fellow would have swiftly escaped from the magic circle's confinement," Jia Kang's subpersonality replied with an air of certainty. "Was there truly no alternative? Did it have to be so extreme?" Raymond questioned, harboring doubts. Had it been any other subpersonality making such claims, he might have been inclined to believe it. However, given Jia Kang's notorious past, Raymond was deeply skeptical that this was not merely a resurgence of old habits, a penchant for trouble. If we had more time, there would undoubtedly have been more secure methods. However, in that moment, apart from using her as a sealing vessel, we could only resort to our own bodies. Jia Kang's subpersonality remarked lazily. "Yet, the sealing process is not guaranteed to be 100% safe. Do you truly believe I should risk our own bodies?" He continued. "Should one take such risks? Certainly not. If the situation had unfolded as Jia Kang's subpersonality described, even Raymond himself would likely have made the same choice. His relationship with Beth had not yet reached the point where self-sacrifice would be deemed appropriate. Moreover, had it not been for his intervention, Dr. Beth would likely have met her demise today. Taking a risk to serve as a vessel for the sealing of evil can be seen as Dr. Beth's own endeavor for self-preservation. Nevertheless, Raymond remained inherently distrustful of the words spoken by the subpersonality of Jacques, as this character possessed little to no credibility. Lying was merely a commonplace occurrence for him. However, contemplating the veracity of Jacques' subpersonality's claims was futile, as he possessed no means to ascertain the truth. Thus, he resolved to remind himself once more to exercise caution in the presence of others should he ever need to employ Jacques' subpersonality again, lest he inadvertently find himself ensnared. Thinking upon this, Raymond inquired, "Does your exorcism have any further implications for her?" "Indeed," Jacques' subpersonality replied without a moment's hesitation. Raymond was left speechless, for his inquiry had been rather casual. To his astonishment, there indeed existed repercussions. Was this akin to deliberately leading someone into peril? "Do not fret. Such implications need not be detrimental," Jacques' subpersonality quickly added, perhaps sensing Raymond's bewilderment. "Upon my enactment of the sealing ritual, the consciousness of that Shadow King was obliterated. Yet his vast spiritual energy, instead of dissipating upon his demise, has remained within this young lady due to the sealing. So, this means that if fortune smiles upon her, she may awaken her psychic abilities due to the presence of that spiritual energy, and once awakened, she can assimilate that energy instantaneously. Are you suggesting that she could become the second Shadow King? Theoretically, such a possibility exists. However, the difficulty is considerable. Even if she were to awaken her psychic powers and successfully assimilate that energy, reaching the level of the previous entity would be a formidable challenge. Unless she is willing to relinquish her corporeal form and transform into a spiritual entity. Of course, should you wish to prevent such a scenario, I can perform a subsequent ritual to lift the seal and extract that spiritual energy from her. That will not be necessary." After a brief contemplation, Raymond resolved to let nature take its course. Since Dr. Beth had unwittingly taken the risk of becoming a vessel for sealing, the ensuing possibilities would naturally be her opportunity. Raymond, having no grievances with her, saw no reason to deprive her of such an opportunity. Having grasped the situation, Raymond did not withhold the information and relayed the essence of what Jacques' subpersonality had conveyed to Dr. Beth. He also provided her with a succinct introduction to the situation regarding mutants, allowing her to make her own choice. Should she decide to forego this opportunity, Raymond would not hesitate to assist her in unsealing the energy from her forehead, thus liberating the spiritual energy within her. However, after witnessing the mythic spectacle moments ago, it was hard to believe that Dr. Beth would willingly relinquish the chance for evolution, despite the numerous radicals who regard mutants as aberrations. Such views merely reflect their own inner fears and envy. At the very least, Dr. Beth, after listening to Raymond's introduction, not only embraced the opportunity without hesitation, but also felt a profound sense of anticipation. Chapter 89. Clarification with a crisp snap of fingers. A wave of clarity washed over the individuals in the courtyard, as if awakening from a dream. After a brief moment of confusion, they seemingly dismissed the incident and resumed their activities, laughing foolishly, greeting patients, and continuing their patrols, appearing entirely oblivious to the previous events. In the heart of the courtyard, the Red Devil lowered the hand that had just snapped his fingers. "All done. Thank you for your assistance," Raymond remarked with a smile. "No need for thanks for such a trivial task," the Red Devil waved dismissively. Raymond had requested his aid in erasing a segment of the crowd's memory, a task that was indeed trivial for one possessing psychic abilities. They stood in the center of the courtyard, while the surrounding individuals seemed completely unaware of their presence, a testament to the Red Devil's prowess. Although his psychic abilities were not as formidable as those of the Professor or the Shadow King, influencing a group of ordinary people was still well within his capabilities. "Shall we chat?" Raymond inquired, glancing at the Red Devil and then at the recently awakened David. "I'm fine with that. You decide," the Red Devil shrugged, indicating his indifference. Still in a daze, David nodded without much thought. "Dr. Beth, may I borrow your office?" Seeing no objections from either of them, Raymond turned to Dr. Beth beside him. "Follow me," Dr. Beth replied without hesitation, leading the way. 5 minutes later, the group was seated in the office. Dr. Beth took on the role of a secretary, preparing coffee for Raymond and his companions. As soon as they were seated, David could no longer contain his curiosity. "What on earth is happening? Raymond, how did you?" Raymond raised a hand to signal David to calm down. After taking a sip of coffee, he replied leisurely, "We can discuss my matters later. Let's address yours first. After all, everything stems from you." "My matters?" David was perplexed by Raymond's implication. "To be precise, it pertains to your lineage," Raymond nodded. "My lineage?" Upon hearing this, David pointed to himself, growing even more bewildered. This chain of events is all connected to your biological father, Raymond began, but was abruptly interrupted by David, who looked at him in shock. Wait, what? My biological father? Are you suggesting I was actually adopted? Indeed, Raymond affirmed with another nod. This is impossible. David struggled to accept this revelation. His parents had never broached the subject, and he had never entertained the notion that they might not be his biological parents. When Raymond suddenly dropped this bombshell, he was taken aback. I believe the doctor was not mistaken in this regard. Dr. Beth, who was present at the time, added, in preparing your treatment plan, I spoke with your sister about your past. As the doctor stated, you were indeed adopted. Your family did not wish to further upset you, which is why they never disclosed this information. With Dr. Beth's corroboration, David, though reluctant to confront this reality, had come to understand in his heart that Raymond's words were likely true. He remained silent for a long while. Raymond did not interrupt him, merely sipping his coffee and waiting patiently. Eventually, David slowly spoke up, asking, Who is my biological father? His name is Charles Francis Xavier, though most prefer to call him the Professor. At this, Raymond glanced at the Red Devil, who was also eager to hear the gossip, and chuckled. I've never met him, but the gentleman before you is an old friend of his. Upon hearing Raymond implicate him, the Red Devil quickly distanced himself, saying, No, we are hardly friends. If we ever crossed paths, it would be a miracle if we didn't end up fighting. Hearing this, David frowned and inquired, Is he a villain? No, quite the opposite. He is, in fact, a saint with little selfishness to speak of, Raymond replied, shaking his head. His life has been devoted to advocating for the rights of mutants. I believe that even those who are not particularly fond of him cannot deny this, can they? At this, Raymond turned to the Red Devil, who nodded in agreement, refraining from dissent. The Professor is indeed a figure deserving of respect, particularly among mutants. Despite the fact that many of his actions may not have been entirely correct, none can refute his contributions. Even the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants, who oppose him, would not attack his character in private matters. Then why did he abandon me? David, however, found himself struggling to accept Raymond's assertions and questioned, if his biological father is truly so great, how could he bear to forsake him? I am not entirely clear on the specifics. But should you have the opportunity to meet him, you may inquire directly, Raymond replied, shaking his head. As for the Shadow King who was eliminated earlier, he was indeed an enemy of your father's. He should have perished at your father's hands years ago. Yet, for reasons unknown, he managed to conceal himself within you and has followed you for 2 or 3 decades. 2 or 3 decades. Upon hearing this, David's complexion paled slightly. He had only recently become aware of the Shadow King's existence, initially believing him to be one of his alternate personalities. It was only after the Red Devil's appearance that he realized the situation was not as he had imagined. He never expected the reality to be like this. What does 2 or 3 decades truly signify? Does this imply that the Shadow King has been lurking within him since shortly after his birth? The notion that another being has been concealed within him for half a lifetime sends a shiver down David's spine. The myriad illusions he has witnessed throughout his life were likely orchestrated by this entity, whose ultimate goal is to shatter his spirit and completely seize his body. Raymond stated, however, that the Shadow King has been thoroughly vanquished and will no longer have the opportunity to undermine him, so he can rest assured. David felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. The Red Devil then remarked, I never imagined that Farouk was still alive, and in such a manner. That fellow truly has a tenacious life. Let us not dwell on him. He is but a dead man. Raymond refrained from further discussion about the Shadow King and turned to the Red Devil, saying, I have previously expressed my hope that David's side refrains from further scheming, as it is for our mutual benefit. When you meet Cain, kindly convey my sentiments once more. I shall relay the message, the Red Devil nodded. Having witnessed Raymond's capabilities, he would not take his advice lightly. He believed that the Red Tank would not let such a trivial matter cause discord with Raymond. When David heard Raymond mention him again, he was inclined to inquire further, but a mere glance from Raymond silenced him. Once the Red Devil had teleported away, Raymond explained the situation regarding the Red Tank and the Professor, which clarified for David why the Red Devil had suddenly appeared. Chapter 90. The first guest. What are your plans moving forward? Will you remain here? Raymond inquired, gazing at David. I am uncertain, David replied, appearing somewhat bewildered. Ever since being thrust into confrontation with the Shadow King by the subpersonalities, the power he could wield was no less than that of the Shadow King. Otherwise, the Shadow King would not have needed to bow to him previously. Thus, for him, leaving the hospital was merely a matter of will. Yet, he ultimately chose to stay. There were many reasons for this, such as not wanting to worry his family or to bear the stigma of being a fugitive mental patient. But the primary reason was that he could not envision where he would go, having been ensnared by the Shadow King since childhood. He had not dared to step outside his home and was sent to the Clockwork Psychiatric Hospital before reaching adulthood, rendering him fundamentally disconnected from society. Although he had witnessed various changes in the outside world through the hospital's television, seeing and experiencing were two entirely different matters. Deep down, he harbored a profound fear of the external world, despite possessing formidable power. With the Shadow King now defeated by Raymond, his greatest threat had vanished. Yet he still harbored no desire to leave the hospital. Perhaps it was the only place that could offer him a semblance of peace. I have just opened a detective agency over in Washington. If you are willing, perhaps you could come and assist me. Would you consider it? Raymond suddenly asked. Assist? Am I capable of that? David questioned, uncertain if he had misheard. What is there to be concerned about? You are not lacking an arm or a leg. Yet, I feel utterly incompetent. Will I be a burden to you? David hesitated, but the very fact that he voiced such thoughts indicated a burgeoning interest in Raymond's proposal. No one is born with all the skills required for life. The inability to do something can be overcome through learning. Raymond smiled reassuringly, adding, and you need not worry, for I am here to guide you. David was already inclined to accept, and with Raymond expressing such support, he could not refuse any longer. He feared leaving the hospital, uncertain of where to go next. However, with Raymond willing to extend a helping hand, he was reluctant to forsake this opportunity to engage with the outside world. He held a deep trust for Raymond, one of his few friends. Dr. Beth, I must trouble you once more with David's discharge, Raymond said, turning to Dr. Beth. As you have witnessed his situation, should he remain here and any complications arise, there would be no one to assist him, which would also be unfair to the other patients. This time, Dr. Beth did not persist in her earlier refusal to release Raymond. She nodded readily, saying, leave this matter to me. Thank you, he replied. You're welcome. By the way, doctor, do you need any additional staff? Ding. As the elevator came to a halt on the 6th floor, a professionally dressed woman stepped out. Upon observing the seemingly desolate expanse of the floor, she momentarily froze, then retrieved her phone to dial a number. Vincent, are you sure the address you provided is correct? The farthest end? Following the instructions on the other end of the line, she walked a short distance toward the right and soon spotted a well-lit room at the corridor's end. As she approached, she noticed a simple label on the door. Lowering her voice, she questioned the person on the line, are you suggesting that even your S-H-I-E-L-D cannot locate a person, yet this detective agency can? Very well, I shall inquire. The woman hung up the phone, instinctively shaking her head in disappointment. Hello, welcome. As she entered the agency, a poised blonde woman noticed her and greeted her with a warm smile. The blonde's name tag read Beth, psychological consultant. Hello. The woman replied politely. I am Beth. It is a pleasure to meet you, the blonde woman said, extending her hand with a smile. The woman reciprocated the gesture, briefly introducing herself, Pepper. As a psychologist, Beth could easily perceive that Miss Pepper seemed somewhat reserved, yet she paid it little mind and led the way, saying, this way. Miss Pepper, Detective Raymond is inside. Pepper nodded and followed Beth into the interior. As the two individuals entered the inner office, Pepper discovered two young men, seemingly younger than herself, engrossed in an intense gaming session. Ahem. Beth coughed loudly, drawing the attention of the two inside, one of whom, a mixed-race gentleman, set down his game controller and approached somewhat awkwardly, apologizing. I didn't notice anyone had arrived. Beth gestured towards the mixed-race man and introduced him. This is Detective Raymond, the owner of this detective agency. She then turned to Raymond and added, this is Miss Pepper. What Beth failed to notice was the moment Raymond stood up and beheld Miss Pepper. He momentarily appeared taken aback before quickly regaining his composure. Hello, Detective Raymond. I am Pepper, introduced by Mr. Vincent. She succinctly articulated her identity and the purpose of her visit. Vincent, that fellow is quite considerate, introducing me to business so swiftly. Please, Miss Pepper, come this way. Let us sit down and talk. David, why don't you go assist with some refreshments? Raymond cheerfully beckoned to the somewhat dazed David, fully aware that yet another lucrative opportunity had arrived. After all, just the arrival of Miss Pepper had already earned him 50 exploration points. Remarkably, Miss Pepper had received a status rating similar to that of the Shadow King, recently vanquished by him. Pepper Potts. Raymond was certainly familiar with the name, Tony Stark's significant other. Although they were not yet wed, Miss Pepper could essentially be regarded as the mistress of Stark Industries, one of the few who could manage the capricious Tony Stark. Raymond had not anticipated that she would be his very first client after establishing his agency. Nevertheless, he welcomed such a wealthy patron with open arms, recognizing the opportunity to earn some extra pocket money. Detective Raymond knows of me? Pepper inquired once seated. Raymond momentarily faltered before realizing that his previous enthusiasm might have revealed more than he intended. However, he brushed it off, smiling as he replied, indeed. I have heard of you, the illustrious mistress of Stark Industries. How could I not? Chapter 91. The disappearance of Happy Stark Industries? David reacted with indifference to this name. Having spent his life in the Clockwork Asylum, He was largely oblivious to the outside world and rarely followed the news. This was the first time he had ever encountered such a name. Beth, however, was quite different. As a former resident of New York City, every time I passed through Manhattan, I inevitably catch sight of that striking skyscraper, the headquarters of Stark Industries. Furthermore, with a flamboyant superhero at the helm who has saved New York, the name Stark Industries has become synonymous across North America. It is nearly impossible to find someone who has not heard of it. The lady before me, Miss Pepper, is indeed the other half of Iron Man? Beth gazed at Pepper with astonishment. Although she was already aware that both Raymond and David possessed extraordinary powers akin to that of Iron Man. The latter is a universally recognized superhero and a billionaire, a figure frequently featured in the news. The impression they leave is distinctly different. Why would the mistress of Stark Industries come to us? Beth felt a twinge of curiosity. Given Iron Man's prowess, wealth, and connections, the majority of challenges that would daunt ordinary individuals would be trivial for him. Typically, those who seek assistance at a detective agency are in urgent need, and Beth could hardly fathom what matter could compel the lady of Stark Industries to seek help in person. Raymond, ever the jester, I am not the mistress, Pepper chuckled, shaking her head. Yet, she did not seem surprised that Raymond recognized her. It is no wonder. She is, after all, somewhat of a public figure. And for anyone with even a modicum of awareness regarding current events, recognizing her would not be particularly remarkable. Not now, but in the future, I trust in Mr. Stark's vision, Raymond replied with a smile, inquiring, might I ask, Miss Pepper, what brings you here today that requires my assistance? I am searching for someone. Who? Our chief of security at Stark Industries, Happy Hogan, the same Mr. Hogan who once served as Mr. Stark's bodyguard? Raymond asked, slightly taken aback. Indeed, Pepper nodded, her expression finally revealing a flicker of emotion. I did not expect Detective Raymond to be so well-versed in Stark Industries. It seems I have not come to the wrong place. She did not find it surprising that he recognized her identity, as she often appeared alongside Tony in media coverage or news reports. While fewer might recognize her than Tony, the number would still be considerable. However, Happy was different. As Tony's former bodyguard and current chief of security at Stark Industries, his position was not one that received much exposure. Moreover, the media typically refrains from focusing on the bodyguards of prominent figures. Firstly, there is little intrigue, and secondly, such actions are deemed somewhat unethical and invite criticism. Thus, aside from within Stark Industries, few are acquainted with Happy. Pepper truly did not anticipate that this detective, far away in Washington, would know who Happy was. For this level of professionalism alone, she felt her visit had not been in vain. Would you mind elaborating on the specifics? Raymond continued to inquire. Certainly. Pepper nodded and began recounting the events that led to the current predicament. Her journey to Washington was on behalf of Stark Industries, to negotiate a business collaboration with the North American government. Happy, fortunate to have some free time, personally escorted her with a few bodyguards. However, to their dismay, the very next day after their arrival, Happy mysteriously vanished. His phone was unreachable, and the tracking chip on him malfunctioned, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Upon discovering this alarming situation, Pepper promptly alerted the authorities and informed Tony, who was still in New York. Tony, upon learning of the distressing news, was infuriated, suspecting that certain individuals must be targeting him, resulting in Happy's abduction. He immediately rushed to Washington, mobilizing all available resources to initiate a search. Even SHIELD was roused to assist in the investigation. Yet, 48 hours had elapsed with no leads whatsoever. Neither Tony nor SHIELD had uncovered any useful information. Faced with this dire situation, Pepper felt overwhelming guilt. Even though Tony had reassured her that it was not her fault, she could not shake the feeling of responsibility, as Happy had come to protect her. Now that he was in trouble, how could she not feel remorse? Though she was consumed by guilt, she felt helpless to contribute. Eager to learn of any developments, she sought out Vincent, the head of communications at the SHIELD Academy, with whom she had established a connection through business dealings, hoping to inquire about the investigation. The response she received was, unsurprisingly, the same. No progress had been made. However, before parting ways, Vincent suggested she come here, hinting that there might be unexpected surprises. Although Pepper sensed that Vincent lacked certainty, she approached the situation with a sense of desperate hope, unwilling to relinquish even the slightest chance of finding Happy. Kidnapping case, Raymond mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The current hypothesis leaned towards abduction, yet no one had reached out for ransom or anything of the sort, making it seem less like a traditional kidnapping. Pepper appeared somewhat disheartened. Well, it's not a significant problem, Raymond nodded. What do you mean, it's not a significant problem? Pepper asked, bewildered. Of course. Finding him isn't a significant issue, Raymond replied matter-of-factly. I've taken on this case, but the cost, money is no object. Pepper, indifferent to the financial aspect, responded, but soon adopted a tone of skepticism. It's not that I doubt you, Detective Raymond, but you haven't even gathered information about Happy's circumstances prior to his disappearance or investigated any leads on site. How can you be so confident in finding him? Every field has its specialists. If I say it's not a problem, there are reasons for my confidence. If I elaborated, you wouldn't comprehend. So there's no need to waste our breath, Raymond waved dismissively. Upon hearing this, Pepper felt a twinge of doubt about Raymond's reliability, perceiving him as somewhat deceitful. However, considering that it was Vincent who introduced her, and that he would not likely act as an accomplice for a deceiver, she temporarily set aside her concerns and inquired, should we pay the deposit now, or? No need. We will discuss it once we locate the person. If we cannot find them, I will not accept a single penny, Raymond replied, shaking his head. At the utterance of these words, Pepper's previous doubts were immediately dispelled. If Raymond were indeed a fraudster, he would never make such a statement. Did he truly possess confidence? A glimmer of hope ignited within Pepper's heart. Chapter 92. The diligent preparation of the woodcutter Raymond was certainly not a swindler. His audacity to assert that the situation was manageable without any prior investigation stemmed from a sound rationale. In truth, after hearing Pepper's account, he had already formed a clear suspicion regarding the identity of the individual responsible for abducting Happy. While he could not be entirely certain, he possessed over 70% assurance. Killian Aldrich, the developer of the Crisis virus and the head of a North American technology conglomerate. In terms of wealth, he was on par with Tony, a veritable tycoon. Yet, unbeknownst to many, he had once been an ordinary researcher who had worked alongside Pepper and had fervently idolized Tony, being one of his most ardent fans. However, Tony's arrogant demeanor ultimately led to a transformation in this devoted admirer, morphing him into a bitter adversary. As the saying goes, love turned to hate. He swiftly became more resentful of Tony than anyone else. After a decade of lurking in the shadows, he ascended to the helm of his own empire, amassing a fortune rivaling Tony's, and successfully developed the devastating Crisis virus. If one were to disregard moral considerations and merely evaluate achievements, the impact of the Crisis virus would not pale in comparison to the influence of Tony's latest exosuits. The super soldiers of the Centipede organization were merely inferior imitations derived from the samples of the Crisis virus, far from matching the prowess of true super soldiers who had undergone the virus's implantation. Raymond calculated the timing. It seemed that Dr. Killian was preparing to confront Tony and exact revenge. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, it was highly likely that Happy had been captured by Killian. However, to ascertain the truth, further investigation was necessary. Thus, Raymond refrained from making definitive statements, merely indicating that the situation should be manageable. After bidding farewell to Pepper, Raymond promptly opened his computer, intending to delve into the matter further. Yet, after an extensive search, he encountered only trivial information, yielding little insight. Just as he contemplated accessing the SHIELD internal network for relevant intelligence, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to abandon the thought. How could he have forgotten this detail? Raymond rubbed his forehead. This company, ostensibly a sizable yet relatively nascent technology firm, harbored a history far more intricate than its superficial appearance suggested. Its predecessor was, in fact, the Technology Development Department of Hydra. Although it later splintered from Hydra due to ideological differences with its leadership, the extent of any covert connections remained shrouded in mystery. If Happy were indeed captured by Killian and secretly colluding with Hydra, it would be quite astonishing for SHIELD to ascertain Happy's whereabouts. Should Raymond attempt to utilize SHIELD's internal network to investigate, it would risk alerting Hydra. While he himself harbored no fear of Hydra, such actions could undoubtedly place Happy in a perilous predicament, resulting in more harm than good. Thus, it would be prudent to contemplate alternative, more secure methods. If only he possessed a technologically adept alter ego at this moment. He lamented the absence of a tech-savvy personality among his abilities. The only relevant alter ego he had was Deadshot, but it was evident that he lacked the requisite skills in this domain. Even if he were to try to draw again, there was no guarantee he would acquire the alter ego he desired. Wait, why must it be solely up to me? Why not hire a computer-savvy employee? Raymond realized he was overthinking. In this lifetime, his starting point was significantly higher than in his previous life. There was no need to manage everything personally. Just as he had employed David and Beth, he could certainly recruit others. With this thought, a suitable candidate began to form in his mind. It was decided. In the spirit of sharpening the axe before chopping wood, he resolved to recruit the person first and continue the investigation later. In a desolate alley, an old van sat parked. Outside, a gentle rain fell, but inside the van, a mixed-race girl was oblivious to the weather, lost in the pulsating music emanating from her headphones, as though she were in another realm. Suddenly, the back door of the van swung open, flooding the interior with light. The girl, engrossed in her music and gaming, was startled by this abrupt change, causing her to shudder and drop her headphones. "Who's there?" she exclaimed in alarm. At that moment, a short-haired man in a suit entered the van with purpose. Instinctively, the girl reached for a steel pipe beside her to defend herself, but the man swiftly seized it from her grasp and discarded it outside. "Don't be alarmed. I'm not here to rob you," the short-haired man said with a smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Coulson, from SHIELD. I believe Miss Skye is familiar with this name." Indeed, the man was Coulson, an esteemed level 8 agent of SHIELD. The mixed-race girl within the van was Skye, who would one day become known as Quake. However, at this moment, she remained unaware of her true heritage, merely a core member of the Rising Tide organization and a highly skilled hacker. Coulson's visit this time was prompted by the earlier breach of SHIELD's database, from which a significant amount of data regarding the Tahiti project was stolen, a clear indication of her involvement. "What SHIELD? I have no idea what you're talking about," the mixed-race girl, Skye, said, her expression betraying a hint of panic. "This is private property. Please leave immediately, or I will call the police." "Call the police?" "Certainly. Would you like me to assist you in dialing the number?" Coulson retorted, pulling out his phone and pressing 911 before offering it to Skye. Naturally, Skye was reluctant to take it and dared not alert the authorities. Instead, she warned, "If you don't leave, I will scream assault." "Miss Skye, I strongly advise against provoking unnecessary trouble. Since you have managed to infiltrate SHIELD, you surely possess knowledge about us. Do you truly believe that once I have found you, you can escape?" Coulson remarked, casually stowing his phone away. "Moreover, whether you acknowledge it is inconsequential. I am confident that if I were to take your laptop back for a routine inspection, we would uncover numerous surprises. What do you think?" He gestured towards the laptop before her. At his words, Skye's expression shifted slightly, her countenance darkening as she asked, "Am I going to jail?" "Whether you go to jail is not within my purview. My role here is merely to escort you back. The decision on your fate lies with our director," Coulson explained. "However, rest assured, if you are willing to cooperate, someone of your talent may still have an opportunity to atone for your actions." "All right, I will go with you," Skye murmured, her gaze downcast. What Coulson could not see was the fleeting smile that appeared at the corners of her mouth. At that moment, a voice echoed from the direction of the alley entrance. "It seems I have arrived just in time." The sudden utterance startled both Coulson and Skye, prompting them to turn towards the alley. There, two men had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, one of whom, a young man of mixed Caucasian and Asian descent, was the one who had just spoken. Chapter 93, I am taking them away. "Who are you?" In contrast to Skye's bewilderment, Coulson's reaction was decidedly more intense. He swiftly drew his weapon, aiming it at the two men, prepared for an immediate counterattack. He did not recognize the newcomers, but he was acutely aware that their sudden appearance at this moment could not be mere coincidence. Moreover, he understood that behind the Rising Tide organization lurked an unseen hand. The breach of SHIELD's database was likely orchestrated by that very hand. If they could locate Skye, it was plausible that this unseen force had sent individuals to eliminate witnesses. To Coulson, the two figures at the alley's mouth could very well be agents of that intent, leaving no room for complacency. However, as soon as Coulson's gun was drawn, the golden-haired youth among the two, who had remained silent until now, merely flicked his fingers toward Coulson's direction. With a swift motion, the scene unfolded. The weapon in his hand had already been launched, suspended in midair, and had turned to aim at himself. A superpowered individual. Coulson's pupils constricted sharply, while he was astonished that the adversary had directly dispatched a superhuman. He prudently raised his hands in surrender. Upon witnessing this, Skye finally grasped the situation and discerned that the newcomer was not affiliated with SHIELD. Hastily clarifying, "I'm not with him. If you must apprehend someone, take him." "Miss Skye, do not misunderstand. We have come specifically to find you, the half-breed," Raymond said with a smile. Hearing this, Skye's demeanor deflated, and she immediately cast a pleading glance towards Coulson. Coulson once again raised his hands, as if to convey, "Do I appear capable of assisting you in this predicament? Should we eliminate him?" David suddenly inquired. "Who are you?" Raymond shot a glance back at him. "I'm Wayne, the adventurer, the boss." David gestured a victory sign towards Raymond, yet his other hand remained poised, still controlling Coulson's weapon. "Stop fooling around and return the gun to him. He is one of us." David expressed disbelief. "One of us, yet brandishing a firearm? With your intellect, it's challenging to explain, so hurry up." "Fine." With a casual wave, Coulson's weapon soared back into his grasp, and after a slight change in his expression, he sheepishly remarked, Apologies. I assumed you were an enemy. Observing David, who had returned to his original state, Raymond shook his head, indicating it was of no consequence. Upon reclaiming his firearm, Coulson realized that the situation was diverging from his initial assumptions. If the newcomer were truly sent to eliminate Skye, he would not have returned the gun. Who exactly are you? Coulson inquired once more. Everyone, stand down. We are allies. Before Raymond could respond, a woman's voice preemptively echoed. As this voice rang out, Agent May swiftly approached from the opposite end of the alley. Good afternoon, May, Raymond greeted with a smile. Doctor, what brings you here? Agent May responded with surprise. Coulson could not contain his curiosity. May, who is this? Dr. Raymond, May succinctly replied. The Raymond who single-handedly defeated the director of the Strategic Operations Academy, Leonid? Coulson was taken aback. The tale of Raymond's triumph had spread beyond the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, becoming widely known within the agency. It was nearly impossible for Coulson not to have heard of the name. This is Agent Coulson, May then added, turning to Raymond and conveying an understanding glance. Raymond comprehended this message. It was May's way of indicating that Coulson had a portion of his memory sealed and thus did not recall him. In truth, the original body was quite familiar with Coulson, as he was the project leader of the Tahiti Initiative and could hardly be unaware of the expert in overview psychological therapy who was the original body. However, to spare Coulson from the anguish of resurrection, all memories pertaining to the Tahiti Initiative were sealed away, including those related to Raymond, a participant in the project. Raymond, seemingly indifferent, exchanged a knowing glance with May and then smiled at the two, saying, I have a matter to discuss with Miss Skye, if it is convenient. I shall take her with me. That may not be possible, Coulson interjected, denying the request before May could speak. She is involved in a significant case, and until it is resolved, she cannot leave. Is there no room for negotiation? Raymond turned to May. Doctor, this matter is indeed of great importance. Must you insist on taking her? May's tone lacked the firmness of Coulson's. May? Coulson detected her inclination to relent and hurriedly sought to intervene. I require her assistance with something. Rest assured, she is safe with me. Furthermore, if you have inquiries for her, I might be more effective in obtaining the answers. Raymond suggested. Since the doctor has spoken, I shall leave her in your care. The specifics will be communicated by the director, May pondered aloud. Very well. I shall await his call, Raymond replied with a smile, adding, I will take her now. Feel free to reach out if needed. With that, he cast a glance at David. David understood the cue and stepped forward to escort Skye from the vehicle, bringing her to Raymond's side. Having witnessed David's ability to disarm Coulson, Skye dared not resist. She complied with David's direction. After bidding farewell to May, Raymond departed with David and Skye. Coulson and his team would manage Skye's belongings, sparing Raymond any concern in that regard. Throughout Raymond's departure, Coulson attempted several times to intervene, but May's steadfast gaze halted him each time. Finally, once Raymond and his companions had left, Coulson expressed his dissatisfaction. Why did you keep obstructing me? Even if he is one of our own, such an interception of my mission is unacceptable. That was the director's directive. If you have objections, you may address them with him directly. It is not my concern, May shrugged. The director's directive? Is that true? Coulson questioned, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Come on, gather the items. Let us report to the director together. Subsequent matters will be handled by him and the doctor, leaving us free from worry, May stated as she approached the van, searching for any significant items to take. Coulson, upon hearing her, momentarily set aside his displeasure and began to assist May in sorting through Skye's belongings. Among the most important items were, of course, the laptop and any hardware related to the previous incident. Chapter 94, Skye at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in the director's office. The question arose, are you saying that he is accompanied by a superhuman? After Director Liu finished listening to Coulson's report on the task, a hint of surprise crossed his face. Did he truly see it correctly? With a flick of his hand, my firearm levitated effortlessly. Could there be any mistake? Coulson's expression was peculiar. I understand. I will communicate with him regarding this matter, and I will inform you promptly of any new developments, he stated. Director Liu nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. Once it was evident that Director Liu grasped the situation, Coulson refrained from further inquiries and turned to exit the office. After Coulson departed, Director Liu mused to himself. It seems the time has come for a thorough discussion. Make yourself at home. Feel free to sit, Raymond said casually to Skye while arranging the takeout on the table. David and Beth were equally busy, moving chairs and preparing utensils. Who are you exactly? Skye inquired once more. This marked her third time posing the question. The first two times, no one responded, but this time, Raymond finally acknowledged her. Isn't it written at the entrance? Those large letters. Surely you noticed them when you walked in. A detective agency? You're a detective? Skye regarded Raymond with suspicion. Although she had seen the sign at the door, She dismissed it as mere fade, suspecting it to be a form of deception. How could a detective agency possibly extract individuals from SHIELD? She was well aware of SHIELD's formidable power. Even the CIA and the Department of Homeland Security deferred to SHIELD, typically cooperating with their operations. When had she ever witnessed SHIELD cooperating with others? The agent Coulson, who had previously revealed his identity to her, clearly possessed evidence of her intrusion into SHIELD's database and would not easily let her off the hook. Thus, the fact that this individual could take her away was astonishing. "Miss Skye, come join us for a meal," Beth said, offering her an extra set of utensils. "All right, fine," Skye replied hesitantly. Compared to facing Raymond and the man named David, who possessed extraordinary abilities, she found Beth to be far more reassuring. Moreover, Beth was accustomed to dealing with individuals with mental health issues, naturally understanding how to put others at ease. "Thai cuisine?" Beth inquired as she opened the takeout and looked at Raymond. "Indeed. It's from a new Thai restaurant that just opened around the corner. It seemed promising, so I brought some back," Raymond replied. "A change of flavor is always welcome." Beth smiled. As the four of them gathered around the table and began to eat, Raymond and the others appeared at ease, while Skye seemed notably tense, her demeanor distant. Observing this, Raymond set down his utensils and smiled. "Are you worried that we may not have your best interests at heart, Miss Skye?" Skye remained silent. Her lack of response was the most telling answer of all. "Allow me to be straightforward. I have come to extend an invitation for you to join our detective agency. As I am in need of a skilled hacker," Raymond declared candidly. "Miss Skye is a hacker?" Beth exclaimed in astonishment. "Not merely a hacker, but one of the finest in the field," Raymond affirmed. "The organization she belongs to, known as the Rising Tide, is the most prominent hacking collective in recent years, possessing the capability to infiltrate virtually any system, including the CIA and the Department of Homeland Security, with the same ease as if it were their own backyard." "Wow, that is impressive." Beth gazed at Skye with stars in her eyes, akin to an ardent fan. Skye found this reaction quite disconcerting. As a top-tier hacker, she often considered herself just a typical tech-savvy individual, rarely engaging with others. The sudden attention, as if she were a celebrity, left her feeling uncomfortable. "If I were truly that remarkable, I wouldn't have been caught," Skye murmured, attempting to mask her discomfort. "If you hadn't willingly exposed yourself, would Coulson have located you?" Raymond scrutinized her intently. His words struck Skye like a bolt from the blue. Even when Coulson had found her previously, she had not genuinely panicked, for as Raymond had pointed out, she had indeed revealed her position voluntarily, allowing Coulson to find her. Otherwise, the capabilities of SHIELD would never have sufficed to trace her. Yet, Raymond's statement hinted at a deeper understanding, suggesting that he possessed the ability to pinpoint her location, even without her active disclosure. Her hacking skills had always been her greatest source of confidence, even in the face of a semi-official international organization like SHIELD. However, Raymond's words seemed to undermine her self-assurance. Deep down, she was reluctant to accept this reality, and so, maintaining her composure, she retorted, "I don't comprehend what you're implying. Why would I willingly reveal my position? Am I mad? Because you wish to infiltrate SHIELD? Raymond replied with a knowing smile. He truly knew. Skye's heart raced, yet she remained defiant, stating, "If you choose to think that, it's beyond my control." At that moment, Beth interjected, "Miss Skye, before you stands a psychologist and one of the top 10 psychological experts in all of North America. I believe it would be wise for you to be forthright." It was evident that even Beth recognized Skye's deception, despite her ignorance of the actual truth. Moreover, as she had pointed out, lying in the presence of two scholars in psychology was undoubtedly a formidable challenge, one that Skye, at least, was ill-equipped to handle. Skye's complexion paled at Beth's remark, yet she continued to lower her head and clenched her jaw, refraining from uttering another word. "Trust me, Miss Skye. My understanding of you extends far beyond your imagination," Raymond continued, stating that as long as she diligently assisted him, he could provide her with answers to her queries. A far more prudent approach than her attempts to infiltrate SHIELD. "You know what I seek." Skye suddenly lifted her head, gazing at Raymond with disbelief. "You are in pursuit of your lineage, am I correct? You know about my origins?" Skye exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "Tell me. I am willing to do anything for you to share this information." "Not so fast. Let us first enjoy our meal, and we shall converse afterward." Raymond resumed his meal, eating deliberately. Yet, Skye found it difficult to focus on her food, her mind adrift in contemplation. Chapter 95. The Visit of the Braised Egg at Long Last. After Raymond finished his meal, Sky could no longer contain herself and asked once more, "Can you tell me now?" "As I mentioned, I can help clarify what you wish to know, provided you fulfill your end of the bargain," Raymond replied, wiping his mouth. "How can I trust you are not deceiving me?" Sky countered. "Whether you choose to believe me is your prerogative. I am under no obligation to prove the veracity of my words," Raymond responded nonchalantly. "If you truly do not wish to remain here, I can return you to S.H.I.E.L.D. The choice is yours, stay or go." Sky hesitated, visibly torn. She understood that Raymond was confident she would not forfeit the chance to uncover the truth, yet she was equally reluctant to let this opportunity slip away. In truth, she had little faith in her ability to ascertain the facts from S.H.I.E.L.D., as it would be a perilous endeavor. Compared to the risks of approaching S.H.I.E.L.D., agreeing to assist Raymond seemed far more secure, especially since he evidently possessed knowledge that hinted at her intentions. "I choose to stay." After a prolonged internal struggle, Sky's resolve seemed to deflate. "This is your decision. I hope you uphold our agreement," Raymond remarked, nodding. "As a gesture of good faith, I can share one piece of information with you." Sky perked up at this statement. "The individuals you are investigating are not your parents. Your true parents are still alive," Raymond revealed. "Is that truly the case?" Sky exclaimed, grasping Raymond's arm with fervor. "Once again, whether you believe me is your concern. Now, prepare to commence your tasks. Should I discover any treachery on your part, you shall hear nothing further from me. I will give it my all." Sky nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. "Very well, your first assignment is to uncover the details of the organization, particularly information surrounding their leader, Aldrich Killian. Consider it done," Sky assured, patting her chest confidently. "If you require any specific equipment, do not hesitate to inform me. I can procure anything available on the market, and even devise means to acquire what is not readily accessible." Raymond stroked his chin, pondering thoughtfully. "Ordinary computers will suffice," Sky confidently asserted. Just as Raymond was about to respond, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and said to Sky, "The computer is in my office. Please have Beth take you there. I have some matters to attend to, and I hope to see the information I requested when I return." Sky gestured reassuringly. A short while later, Raymond found himself at a CAF not far from the company building. Director Liu, appearing to have just arrived, sat in a corner booth and waved at him with a smile. "A mocha, half sweet, please," he casually ordered before sitting down across from Director Liu. With a hint of jest, he inquired, "Are you so free today, Director, that you can spare time for coffee with me?" "How could you not know why I am here, Doctor?" Director Liu chuckled, shaking his head. "Coulson has already briefed me on today's events, and I must say, you never cease to astonish me. Are you inquiring about my companion?" Raymond speculated. "David Haller, your fellow patient at the hospital, the mutant?" Director Liu placed his hands on the table, lightly tapping it. "Indeed, nothing escapes your attention, Director," Raymond remarked in admiration. With the intelligence network of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Director Liu's private channels, uncovering David's identity was not a daunting task. As for the mutant aspect, it was likely a conclusion Director Liu reached based on the previous incident at the mental hospital. Raymond did not believe such matters could be concealed from anyone and thus chose to acknowledge it openly. "When I first learned that you opened a detective agency, I assumed it was merely a whim, but it seems you were serious about it?" Director Liu asked with curiosity. "Sort of," Raymond replied without denial. "You may find it hard to believe, but being a detective has always been my dream. Why would I doubt that? My own dream is to open a pet store." Director Liu's eyes sparkled with imagination, filled with adorable kittens, all circling around me daily. As Director Liu's enthusiasm grew, Raymond felt compelled to clear his throat, interrupting his youthful reverie. "Apologies, I've digressed." Director Liu regained his focus and continued, "I came today to remind you, Doctor, that the world of mutants is complex and perilous. If you truly intend to engage with them further, please exercise utmost caution." "I understand. Thank you for the warning," Raymond nodded. "No, you do not comprehend." Director Liu's tone turned grave. "Not long ago, the head of an organization dedicated to hunting mutants sought me out, likely to investigate the deaths at the mental hospital. If you were to fall into their hands, rescuing you would not be an easy task, even for me. They are backed by the North American military and act with utter impunity, sparing no one." "Are you referring to the Sentinel Special Operations?" Raymond replied, slightly taken aback. He was indeed unaware of this development. "It seems, Doctor, that you have gained some understanding regarding the matter of mutants." Director Egg nodded, affirming Raymond's speculation. During this home leave, he fortuitously encountered several mutants and has acquired some knowledge about these affairs, Raymond remarked. "Since you are already aware, I shall refrain from unnecessary elaboration. In all things, exercise caution," Director Egg reiterated. "I comprehend," Raymond acknowledged, recognizing the director's good intentions. Changing the subject, he inquired, Have you heard about the troubles at Stark Industries? You have heard about it as well? Director Egg did not deny it. The matter was known to quite a few individuals, rendering concealment unnecessary. My initial client at the detective agency was none other than Miss Pepper, Raymond chuckled. She sought you out? Director Egg expressed surprise, then shook his head and laughed. It seems Tony and the others are indeed in a hurry. Hey, please don't look down on me. Perhaps I might even find them before you do. Just with the few people at your agency? Director Egg regarded Raymond with an incredulous gaze. Do not assume that superhumans are omnipotent. Some matters are far more complex than they appear. Well then, let us wait and see, Raymond retorted with a smirk. Chapter 96. The passionate youth David after receiving his previously ordered coffee from the waiter and taking a sip. Raymond asked, by the way, how is the Tahiti project progressing? Any new developments? Director Egg nodded, though his expression shifted to one of gloom. The situation is worse than I anticipated. Observing the director's reaction, Raymond understood that he had indeed uncovered some troubling hints. Even if he had not fully grasped the number of Hydra infiltrators within SHIELD, he must have at least obtained part of the roster. Otherwise, his reaction would not have been so pronounced. However, based on Raymond's knowledge, the actual circumstances were undoubtedly far graver than Director Egg could imagine. Initially, Raymond had no intention of involving himself in these matters to spare his family from entanglement. Yet, considering that Director Egg had made a special trip to caution him about the Sentinel special operations, he felt it necessary to reciprocate. With this thought in mind, he suddenly remarked, during my leave, I received a piece of intelligence from a mutant organization. I cannot ascertain its authenticity with absolute certainty. That is for you to determine. But I believe it is essential to share this with you. Oh, Director Egg perked up. Two individuals may be problematic. One is John Garrett, and the other is your old acquaintance, Minister Pierce. Pierce. How could he? Director Egg's eyelid twitched violently, revealing his inner turmoil. However, he halted mid-sentence, appearing to rapidly recall something in his mind. With each recollection, his countenance grew increasingly grim. You seem unfazed by my mention of Agent Garrett. Raymond observed that Director Liu was merely skeptical about Pierce, yet showed little reaction to the mention of John Garrett. The issues surrounding Garrett were glaringly evident. Ever since you last advised me to use the Daxidi plan as bait, I have orchestrated two coincidences, all of which pointed back to Garrett's associates. Director Liu spoke in a low voice. The reason I have yet to take action against him is my concern that there may be other obstacles within the Bureau. It seems I was right. You need only to be aware of it. Raymond replied with a slight nod. I must express my gratitude for your reminder. If Pierce truly has issues, the situation may be far more severe than I had anticipated. Upon my return, I shall reassess everything. I expect greater insights will emerge. Director Liu clenched his fists. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Given our rapport, I can offer you a discount. Raymond chuckled. Director Liu glared at him with his one eye. Are you really discussing money with me? Even close brothers must keep accounts clear, and I have a team to support. Being a boss is no easy task. Raymond sighed. Very well, I can manage a 7% discount, but any lower is unacceptable. I cannot be bothered with you. I'm leaving. Director Liu rolled his eyes and stood up to depart. Noticing that Director Liu had indeed left, Raymond quickly finished his remaining coffee and prepared to leave as well. However, the waiter approached him, indicating that the bill for the table had not yet been settled. A director of such stature, yet he leaves me to foot the bill? With Director Liu now out of sight, Raymond felt dissatisfied but had no choice but to cover his share as well. Upon returning to the office, he found Sky had been waiting for some time. Boss, everything you requested is here. Comprehensive information regarding the group and Dr. Killian. Sky dimmed the lights and projected the meticulously prepared documents onto the office screen for Raymond and his two companions to view. I appreciate your efforts. Raymond acknowledged with a nod. As Sky presented the information, Raymond's expression remained relatively unchanged, while Beth and David's faces grew increasingly grim. Even Sky, who had reviewed the materials beforehand, mirrored their reaction. The information Sky had uncovered about the group was largely undisclosed to the public, with some portions shockingly filled with brutality and bloodshed. It became evident from the documents that many of the group's research and inventions were inextricably linked to human experimentation. The staggering number of missing persons each year worldwide was closely tied to the group, a fact discernible from the flow of funds. The group maintained long-standing partnerships with numerous human trafficking organizations. As for the fate of those missing persons sold to the group, one could easily surmise a horrific conclusion. Boss, should I make this information public? Sky asked indignantly after finishing the presentation. Had she uncovered such information before being captured by Raymond, she would have already announced it under the banner of the Rising Tide organization. However, she must first seek Raymond's consent. And then what? Raymond inquired, looking at her. Then let the public scorn them. Let the judiciary bring them to justice, Sky replied, with an air of certainty. Before Raymond could respond, Beth interjected, shaking her head. Miss Skye, while you are indeed a top-tier hacker, your understanding of society is woefully inadequate. The immense conglomerate of this scale is backed by capital so vast that its influence can swiftly obscure this matter in 100 ways. They can find scapegoats, fabricate false narratives, eliminate those who raise concerns, or even re-emerge under a different guise. There are no limits to their cunning. Skye, indignant, retorted. Are we to stand idly by while these monstrous fiends escape unscathed? Beth hesitated, then fell silent. From the perspective of ordinary people facing such a financial titan, there truly seems to be no recourse. The truth is forever held by a select few, and this statement can be interpreted in myriad ways. If she were a decade younger, she might share Skye's righteous indignation. Yet now, she comprehends the essence of helplessness. Of course, there is a way, Raymond stated calmly. The three turned to Raymond in unison. Do you think I had you probe their depths merely for curiosity? Raymond approached the window, gazing out at the street. After this, there shall be no more conglomerate in this world. No matter their influence, can they withstand the iron fist of justice? Boss, are you suggesting we can take action? David, invigorated by Raymond's words, suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Wayne? Raymond looked at David. Not Wayne, but myself. David's eyes sparkled with anticipation. When did you become so inclined towards violence? Raymond regarded him quizzically. Perhaps it was when I witnessed you smash the Shadow King? David exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Chapter 97. Forgot to mute. Rest assured, there will be an opportunity for you to act. But before that, we must prepare thoroughly, Raymond mused. Prepare? David was puzzled by what Raymond meant. If the leadership of a tech giant like this were to be summarily crushed, it would be tantamount to slapping the North American government in the face, essentially declaring war on North America, if we wish to continue existing on this planet. Such an action is simply untenable. With his arms crossed, Raymond spoke deliberately. Therefore, before we strike, we must find a fall guy. I mean a collaborator. Oh, forget it. I can't explain it to you. I'm stepping out for a moment. Skye, come with me. Resolute, Raymond called for Skye and headed toward the door. While turning back only to instruct, Beth, discuss with David how to launch the advertisement. Draft a plan before I return. Understood, Beth and David replied. Within an obscure cavern, a middle-aged man, portly and battered, bore the marks of a brutal beating, his head adorned with bruises, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, and 2 teeth missing. Presenting a pitiable sight, he gazed at the masked figure seated nearby, suddenly erupting into laughter. I recognize you. The masked man regarded him with an air of indifference. You are the one who met with Pepper a few days ago. The injured man chuckled sorrowfully, allowing blood to seep from his lips. Who is Pepper? The voice emanating from the masked figure, altered by a voice modulator, sounded somewhat mechanical. There's no need for the charade. This is my special ability. While it may not be a superpower, I can't be mistaken. Even with a mask and a voice change, you cannot deceive me, the man asserted with conviction. Have you not heard that once a hostage sees the true face of their captor, they are often swiftly executed? As he spoke, the masked man removed his disguise and carelessly tossed it aside, revealing his true visage. Indeed, it is you. Upon seeing the masked man's real face, the man confirmed his recognition. Should I commend your cleverness or lament your foolishness? The masked man, or rather Killian, sighed with a shake of his head. If I hadn't recognized you, would you have let me go? The man inquired. No. Then it's settled. I merely wished to disgust you a little. Stop being so self-important, you scoundrel. He retorted with a disheveled grin, spitting blood onto the ground in disdain. Suddenly, a burly man beside him landed a punch in his gut, causing him to writhe in pain. Do you think I hesitate to kill you? Killian observed him calmly, without a hint of anger. You can certainly kill me, but Tony will undoubtedly find you and avenge me. The man replied, his smile tinged with despair. I am merely a bodyguard. While you are the owner of a major corporation, we trade lives, and I come out ahead, he continued. Upon hearing the mention of Tony Stark, a flicker of anger passed across Killian's face, quickly replaced by a cold smirk. You genuinely believe that Playboy will assist you in your revenge? Very well. I shall show you how he begs for mercy before me. You will witness him perish before your eyes, as everything falls into my grasp. Anyone can boast. I could claim to be your long-lost father. Would you believe that? The man jested. Give him a thorough massage, but don't kill him, Killian commanded with a scoff, rising to depart. The 2 burly men, upon hearing Killian's orders, exchanged sinister grins and approached the man with eager anticipation. Shortly thereafter, the cavern echoed with piercing screams. Once the task of breaking the man had been completed, the 2 brutes stepped aside to quench their thirst. It must be noted that the endeavor of breaking bones was indeed quite exhausting. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that above, at the cavern's entrance, a cell phone slowly emerged, capturing the scene. Click! A sudden flash resounded within the vast emptiness of the cavern. What was that sound? The two individuals were momentarily startled, glancing around in confusion. Due to the circular nature of the cavern, they could not immediately ascertain the direction from which the sound originated, mistakenly believing it might be from one of the two entrances nearby. Just then, a voice echoed from above. "My apologies, I forgot to switch to silent mode." Upon hearing this, they finally discerned that the voice came from directly overhead and abruptly looked up, only to see a figure descending from the sky. The figure was clad in a vivid red robe, resembling a chef's attire, complete with a tall, matching chef's hat perched atop his head. He wielded two large watermelon knives. "Ah, at last, it is my turn to make an entrance, the illustrious Master Libiala. Are you two little cuties ready to play with me?" he exclaimed with a somewhat peculiar tone. The duo exchanged glances, puzzled by the bizarre display. Was he deranged? Their mutual confusion was evident in their eyes. Even Happy, who had just been released from his bindings and was still groaning in pain, displayed a look of astonishment upon seeing the newcomer. Indeed, the figure was none other than Raymond, more accurately, Raymond possessed by the persona of Libiala. After Sky located Killian through technological means, Raymond had directly sought him out. With the assistance of the persona, the distance was covered in less than half a minute. Upon finding Killian, he indeed spotted Happy. However, Raymond did not immediately reveal himself to rescue Happy. As it appeared, Killian had no intention of harming him and was intent on making Happy witness Tony's demise. Given this situation, Raymond chose to remain hidden for the time being. His purpose in coming here was simply to verify whether Happy was truly in Killian's clutches. Only by confirming this could he proceed to negotiate a collaboration with Tony. Thus, he intended to capture a photograph to substantiate his claims later. Unfortunately, he had forgotten to silence his phone. Wishing to avoid alarming Killian and revealing his presence, Raymond opted to let the Libiala persona take the lead. Among his various personas, it seemed only Libiala could fulfill this role effectively. Hence, the peculiar, red-clad version of Raymond emerged before them. "Could you please act quickly and stop the chatter?" Raymond thought to himself, feeling a twinge of annoyance. The Libiala persona appeared somewhat unhinged, even causing Raymond himself to feel a tinge of embarrassment. "Hee, let us get to it," he cackled, charging toward the two. The duo, not being naive innocents, swiftly drew their firearms, readying themselves to fire after the initial shock wore off. Chapter 98. What on earth is this fellow capable of? It appears rather unreliable, doesn't it? If it doesn't work out, perhaps I should take over, the secondary persona of Tao Bai remarked without a hint of mercy. "I did not come here to commit murder. What purpose would it serve for you to take charge?" "Do not be absurd," Raymond promptly retorted. "Look at that guy's twisted expression. Are you truly confident in this?" The secondary persona of Tao Bai questioned once more. Raymond was genuinely tempted to ask the secondary persona of Tao Bai if there was any sense left in them. When it came to perversion, they should not be dismissing one another, after all. However, to voice such thoughts would be too hurtful, so he instead said, additionally, "They are merely two lackeys. Do not underestimate them. Libiala is not so feeble. Just wait and see." While Raymond communicated with the secondary persona of Tao Bai, Libiala's secondary persona had already charged towards them with an eerie laugh. This individual, with a penchant for dark humor, could have easily resolved the conflict, but chose not to. Muscle cut. Raymond's figure darted through the cave, laughing maniacally. As he uttered the command, the two armed men simultaneously felt their grip weaken, causing their weapons to clatter to the ground. "My hands. I can no longer exert strength. What on earth is happening? What have you done to me?" The two men, realizing their hands had suddenly lost all power, looked at Raymond with terror, having not witnessed what had transpired. It was as if a gust of wind had swept through, leaving them unable to even hold their guns. Upon realizing that this man in the red robe was likely not an ordinary individual, their instinct was to flee. If they could not even handle him with their weapons, how could they hope to escape after being rendered powerless? "Run." The two bolted toward the cave's entrance. Tendon cut, just as they lifted their feet. Raymond's maniacal voice echoed once more. This time, both men fell to the ground in a disheveled heap. Though they were in different positions, the sensation was identical. They could not stand, nor could they even feel their feet. Defeated in both combat and escape, the two were truly engulfed in despair. However, Raymond seemed to find enough amusement, casually twirling the watermelon knives in his hands, causing the two to lose consciousness. All done, having dealt with them, Raymond strode directly towards Happy, who was bound to a pillar. "Good sir, I am not affiliated with them. If you can assist me in escaping, I can." "Happy Hogan," suddenly called by name, Happy froze. "Hee, I was indeed sent by someone to rescue you, but now is not the time to leave. You wouldn't want to see that arrogant fellow escape prematurely, would you? Are you suggesting a covert notification to Tony, so we can ensnare them all?" Happy inquired tentatively. "Astute." Raymond gave a thumbs up while retrieving his phone, turning his face towards Happy, forming a hand gesture, and cheerfully exclaimed, "On the count of 3, Let us shout 1, 2, 3 together. After glancing at the group photo on his phone, Raymond nodded in satisfaction. But what about those two? Happy inquired, casting a glance at the two unconscious individuals on the ground. Don't worry, just watch me, Raymond replied, and after putting away his phone, he suddenly produced two elongated soft tubes, connecting them to the back of his head. Wait, what? Happy's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed this scene. Utterly perplexed at the thought of inserting tubes into one's own head, fearing for the integrity of one's brain. Unbeknownst to him, he was not the only one taken aback. What? Raymond exclaimed in astonishment. The alternate personas of Chloe, Jacques, and Taobai were equally shocked. The collective surprise was palpable. They all felt the startling sensation of two tubes piercing through their minds, a feeling that none of them, including Raymond, had ever experienced before. Even the alternate persona of a Kainu, familiar with the powers of a natural-type devil fruit, had never encountered such an intrusion into his mind in a non-elemental state. Even the reckless Jacques had never engaged in such audacious antics. However, the alternate persona of Libiala had indeed attempted this, and it happened while they were sharing sensory experiences. The sensation was indescribable. How was it even possible for him to insert two tubes into his mind without consequence? What bewildered Raymond further was the sudden appearance of two connectors at the back of his head, akin to those of the true Libiala. Was it possible that during the persona switch, not only did his body and strength completely transform to mirror that of the alternate persona, but even the structure and composition of his body changed accordingly? Raymond pondered the most plausible possibility. If this were not the case, it would be impossible to explain the sudden emergence of two connectors at the back of his head that allowed for such an intrusion. The absence of this realization might stem from the fact that both Chloe and Deadshot, as well as the later personas of Taobai and Jacques, still retained normal human anatomy. Even after transforming, any subtle differences in physical structure went unnoticed due to their unchanged appearance. Yet, Libiala was different. This persona had modified his own body, and those two connectors at the back of his head were of his own making. Had he not executed such a daring move, Raymond might never have realized the existence of the two additional connectors following the transformation. At this moment, he had no intention of halting the actions of the subsidiary persona. Libiala. Despite the indescribable sensation of a tube being inserted into his brain, it was already too late to stop. Libiala approached the two individuals, grasping both ends of the soft tubes. Unlike the end connected to him, the other end of the tubes bore structures resembling suction cups, which he affixed to the temples of the two individuals. Almost immediately, an unusual smile appeared on their faces, as if they were experiencing sheer delight, akin to indulging in a service. Within his mind, Raymond witnessed this scene and instinctively closed his eyes, despite lacking physical eyes at that moment. Moments later, Libiala withdrew the tubes, extracting the end that had penetrated his own brain. Mission accomplished. He clapped his hands, wearing a look of triumph. However, he failed to notice the terrified gaze of Happy, who was watching him from a distance, far more frightened than when he had observed Killian. Chapter 99. The first encounter with Tony. Once Libiala had seated the two individuals properly in their chairs, Raymond immediately inquired in his mind. What was the purpose of severing their tendons? What shall we do now? It seems, dear primary persona, that you do not yet fully appreciate the skills of a top-tier chef, chuckled Libiala mischievously in Raymond's mind. The true mastery of a knife lies in handling ingredients without causing ruin. Their tendons are not genuinely severed. They have merely been temporarily paralyzed and will soon return to normalcy. As Libiala explained, he walked back to the opening above and, glancing at Happy with an eerie smile, remarked, "Take care, my young friend, I shall return shortly." Before the words had fully left his lips, Raymond vanished from Happy's sight in a flash, having swiftly departed from above. Observing Raymond's hasty arrival and departure, Happy felt a fleeting sense of unreality, questioning whether he had been struck so hard as to hallucinate. However, a glance at the two unconscious figures seated on the stools confirmed that it was no illusion. Someone had indeed come and gone. Approximately half a minute later, the two individuals awoke almost simultaneously. Strange, how did we suddenly fall asleep? One queried. You fell asleep too? It must be due to our lack of rest lately. Once this situation concludes, we must catch up on sleep. They exchanged playful banter, their laughter echoing as if the preceding events had never occurred. The sight of their reaction sent a chill through Happy's heart, for he recalled the earlier scene, the figure in the crimson robe descending from the sky, incapacitating the two, then producing two tubes, inserting one into his own brain while connecting the other to their temples. Previously, he failed to comprehend the actions of the red-robed man, but now, he suddenly observed the two individuals as if they had collectively succumbed to amnesia, seemingly devoid of any recollection of prior events. It dawned upon Happy that the red-robed man was indeed manipulating their memories. Could it truly be possible to alter memories with merely two tubes? Such absurdity was hard to fathom. Had anyone previously informed Happy that a single flexible tube could transform another's memories, he would have deemed that individual mentally unstable. Yet, witnessing the spectacle with his own eyes rendered disbelief impossible. Fortunately, he was among friends. Happy silently rejoiced. After confirming that Happy had indeed been captured by Killian, Raymond did not immediately return to the office. Instead, he called Pepper. After informing her of Happy's whereabouts, he also provided an address for her and her husband to meet him. Within 10 minutes of concluding the call, a steel exosuit descended from the heavens, landing before him. When the helmet of the suit automatically opened, a handsome visage was revealed. Raymond recognized that the principal had arrived. "Are you the detective Raymond that Pepper mentioned?" Tony, beneath the exosuit, regarded Raymond with a hint of skepticism. Mr. Stark arrived rather swiftly. "Where is Ms. Pepper?" Raymond scanned the vicinity, noting Pepper's absence. "She is taking too long. I didn't wait for her," Tony replied casually, then inquired, "You said you found Happy's location?" "Indeed," Raymond affirmed without hesitation. "Where is he?" Tony's urgency was palpable. As the head of Stark Industries, a billionaire, a playboy, a superhero, and an Avenger, he usually maintained a stoic demeanor, even in the presence of the North American president. However, Happy was one of the few individuals who could provoke a lapse in his composure, akin to family. Over the past few days, he had been frantically pursuing leads, depriving himself of sleep, fearing for Happy's safety. Thus, hearing that someone had located Happy was understandably distressing. "Before I disclose his whereabouts, there are certain matters we must clarify," Raymond stated, withholding his answer. However, Tony, growing impatient, interrupted, "As long as what you say is true, money is no object. Once I rescue Happy, I will ensure you receive every penny owed. I am not in the mood for negotiations. Please tell me Happy's whereabouts immediately." It was evident that Tony suspected Raymond intended to discuss compensation first, perhaps even trying to extort a small sum from him. For Pepper had likely informed him that Raymond had yet to receive any payment. Yet, in Tony's eyes, money was trivial, as long as the request was not excessively unreasonable. He was willing to pay anything to rescue Happy, provided that Raymond was not attempting to deceive him. For instance, if Raymond's demand were to acquire half of Stark Industries shares, such an outrageous request would undoubtedly be met with refusal. It would be akin to extortion. Nevertheless, he firmly believes that, barring any lapse in judgment, no one would genuinely lack the sense to make such an inappropriate proposal. The only consequence of such actions would be the establishment of animosity between them, serving no other purpose. Raymond, of course, anticipated Tony's thoughts, which is why he remained unperturbed, merely shaking his head with a smile and stating, "What I wish to discuss is not a matter of finances." Upon hearing this, Tony was evidently misled further, his countenance darkening as he intoned, "Detective Raymond. Or should I refer to you as Dr. Raymond? Please, know your limits. Given your societal standing and your connections with S.H.I.E.L.D., I trust you are not foolish enough to attempt to deceive me. However, there are matters that touch upon fundamental boundaries. Indeed, I would spare no expense to rescue Happy, but I do not wish for anyone to leverage that against me, or even resort to coercion. Do you comprehend my meaning?" Raymond was not at all surprised that Tony could articulate his background, including his expertise in psychology and his unique affiliation with the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. Prior to summoning him, Pepper had undoubtedly briefed Tony on how she discovered Raymond and the details regarding his detective agency. With JARVISS intelligence, it would take mere moments to unearth Raymond's true identity from such information. Even the SHIELD database posed little barrier to JARVISS. It is certain that all records pertaining to Raymond across the internet and various departments would be readily accessible to JARVISS scrutiny. Except for matters like the Tahiti project, which remain unrecorded, Raymond's background is likely fully known to Tony. This was resolved during Tony's journey to meet him. However, he refrained from broaching the subject immediately to avoid creating an unpleasant atmosphere. Yet, with Raymond attempting to leverage their interaction in such a manner, it was no wonder that Tony felt compelled to react vehemently. No one could intimidate him into compliance, not Director Fury, and certainly not Raymond before him.